Chapter 161 Fire Demon. Shio and the others were walking carefully in the forest when they suddenly found a monster in front of them, eating the magic grass. The monster noticed that someone was approaching, raised its head, glanced at a few people lightly, and then continued to eat grass, leaving only its butt facing a few people. It turned out to be this monster again. Why did he encounter it again? TSK. This monster has a bad temper. Ruachin laughed a little when he saw that the monster completely ignored him and others. It was really arrogant. I have seen it before, but I have never seen its owner, Shio said in a deep voice. After hearing this, several people nodded cautiously. From what she meant, the owner of this magical beast was probably not low in cultivation. Seeing that it ignored them, the four of them planned to bypass it and leave directly. But as soon as the few people walked to the side, the monster suddenly stopped eating and ran quickly in front of the few people. It kicked up a burst of dust with its front hooves and slapped Shio and others in the face. This dead monster. You really don't dare to touch it, right? Shio felt annoyed when she saw it playing with her again. Being too tolerant was not her style of dealing with things. Immediately, he held Suhue and attacked. Before the sword intent struck the monster, it was blocked by an invisible force. Huh? The little guy is planning to touch my big hair? The demon appeared, leaning against a big tree with his arms folded, raising his eyebrows slightly, staring at Ji Yao in a funny way. Several people were shocked when they saw him suddenly appearing. He was actually a nascent soul stage demon cultivator. Senior! Several people saluted immediately. TSK. The monster that bullied me just now is suddenly acting like this. I'm really not used to it. Yenemo looked at the four people with a hint of ridicule. These people were very young, but their cultivation level was not low, especially the little guy in black clothes. His level of evil is actually a little higher than what he was back then. Senior misunderstood. Junior just wanted to play with it. After all, the big fur is so cute. People will inevitably feel close to it when they see it. Shio stared at her eyes, her face expressionless and full of confusion. Several other people saw her and couldn't help but admire her. They didn't expect her ability to tell lies with open eyes was pretty good. After hearing this, Damao raised his head proudly, flicked his tail proudly, and then blew a bubble at Ji Yao. What a stinky guy. It's just that when people are under the eaves, they have to lower their heads. The person in front of them is a senior in the Yuaning stage. Squeezing yourself to death is like squeezing an ant to death. Since you like Damao so much, how about you stay with him? Yenemo saw her serious nonsense and began to tease her. Ahem. I'm afraid not. I have a quirk. The more I like something, the more I can't control it and destroy it. Therefore, I can't harm Damao. Shio was so sincere that she almost believed it. Huh? If you don't want to, just don't want to. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Yenemo snorted coldly. The purpose of his appearance was not for this little guy. Turning his head, Yenemo looked at Ruachin. I think you are destined to be a member of our demon clan by nature. How about you take my name? Thank you, Demon Lord, for your kindness. It's just that this junior has learned from me a long time ago and has absolutely no reason to switch to someone else's sect. Ruachin didn't expect that the conversation would suddenly turn to him, and he was a little surprised. Shiya's heart skipped a beat when she heard that the demon cultivator wanted to accept Ruachin as her disciple. She felt that the plot was getting closer and closer. Oh! What if I want to force you to be my disciple? Chapter 162 Danger Strikes. I believe that a person as powerful as Lord Demon Lord will understand the righteousness deeply, and will not embarrass the younger generation. Ruachin returned respectfully. TSK. Don't follow that little guy's example. Yenemo saw that he was unwilling and didn't force it. You must know that he is a famous genius in the western regions. He advanced to Yuanying when he was more than 100 years old. How many people want to be his disciples? I just think that he has good bones and is suitable for cultivating demons. So he is not the only one. Just when Ruachin was about to speak, a big palm suddenly struck him. The whole air was distorted, and a powerful impact came towards several people. Humph! Upon seeing this, the demon raised his hand and blocked the attack. Shio and the others were frightened. The power of the palm just now was so powerful that they were unable to parry or even fight back. Humph! Now a demon cultivator has to stand up for spiritual cultivation? Li Qi ducked and appeared in front of everyone, looking at Yenemo with a mocking look on his face. Who do you want to stand up for? What does it have to do with you? Yenemo curled his lips and smiled, still leaning against the big tree carelessly. obviously not taking the other party seriously. Seeing that he was so ungrateful, Li Qi felt annoyed. He turned his head to look at Si Ruochen and asked with a gloomy look, "Did you kill my son?" After hearing this, several people suddenly realized that this person was Li Yu's father. And now, he was beating the younger one, and the older one was here. Yes. Si Ruochen met the other party's gaze and nodded. Okay. My direct descendants of the Li family can be killed by a bitch like you? In this case, I can't keep you. Li Qi almost laughed angrily when he saw that he agreed so lightly. But he just practiced Qi. The monks also dared to be arrogant in front of themselves. Killing him is like squeezing an ant to death. You will be sent to H.L. to atone for your sins against my son. Li Qi thought about it, and wanted to take action again. Hey, a direct descendant of the Li family? It's so majestic. But it's just a shabby family in a broken city. Yan Mo sneered. And then looked at Si Ruochen again. I'll deal with this old guy for you. You worship me, how about being a teacher? When Si Ruochen heard this, his heart moved. It would be fine if he died, but it would definitely affect the other three people. Jia saw that he was a little moved and hurriedly said, "No." Yan Mo heard this and looked at Ji Yao with surprise. At this critical moment of life and death, this little guy actually raised his voice to object. Ji Yao was extremely determined at this time, and would never let Si Ruochen cultivate the devil. If the other party really took action in the end, she would use the sword talisman given by her master. Although he couldn't kill with one hit, he could still block it for a moment, allowing a few of his people to escape. Thinking of this, Ji Yao immediately took out a sword talisman from the storage ring, held it tightly in her hand, and at the same time sent a message to Qiyue. "Qiyue, do you have any quick escape tools?" "Yes, I have a spirit boat. If it is driven by top-quality spirit stones, it should be able to run faster than the nascent soul monks." Xia Qiyue heard Jia ask this and understood that she must have plans to escape. So she immediately separated. A ray of spiritual consciousness came to the space and embedded the spirit stone in the groove of the spirit boat. When Jia heard the answer, she felt relieved. It seemed that she could give it a try. The fire demon has a strong sense of consciousness, so he naturally discovered the communication between the two. He raised his eyebrows in anticipation. He wanted to see how they could escape without his help. Chapter 163 Escape. Ji Yao immediately sent a message to the three of them. "I will use the sword talisman to block him for a moment. Then we will immediately escape on the July spirit boat and run towards the inland sea first." After hearing this, several people tensed up their bodies. After all, they were about to escape under the eyes of the nascent soul cultivator. At this time, Li Qi had not yet discovered the plan of the few people. He was still immersed in the insult to him by the demon, and was glaring at the demon with his chest heaving. "That's all. Since you don't want to be my master, I won't interfere." After Yan Mo finished speaking, he leisurely watched the show aside. "Humph. You're smart." Li Qi snorted coldly when he saw that the demon was not going to intervene. Then he looked at Si Ruochen and grinned ferociously. "Suffer death," Li Qi said, and slapped Si Ruochen with another palm. In his opinion, these people can be solved with just one palm of his hand. Seeing this, Ji Yao immediately activated the sword talisman and threw it towards Li Qi. In an instant, a metallic kendo attack struck at Li Qi, knocking him away and spitting out a large mouthful of blood. The huge impact of the sword's artistic conception also affected Ji Yao and the others. Although they were far apart, they still suffered some minor injuries. But no one could care about it at the moment. Several people quickly jumped on the spirit boat that Xia Qiyue took out, and the spirit boat flew into the distance with a whoosh sound. Enma had just dodged the kendo moon, and when he turned around, he saw this scene and smacked his lips, actually letting them run away. Thinking of the artistic conception of transforming God's sword Dao just now, a glint flashed in Balrog's eyes. This little guy's background is not simple. At this time, Li Qi was hurt by the artistic conception of swordsmanship. He quickly took out the elixir and drank it, then stood up and chased Ji Yao and the others. Thinking that he had been tricked by several juniors, Li Qi felt a strong murderous intention in his heart. "Damao!" Seeing Li Qi chasing after him, Yan Mo put Damao away and followed him, intending to join in the fun. At this time, on the spirit boat, Ji Yao and others were seizing the time to recover from their injuries, and they didn't know how long it would take for the other party to catch up. Xia Qiyue put the spirit stones into the spirit boat again, feeling anxious. "This is the biggest crisis I have encountered since I started practicing." At that moment, she took out a transmission talisman, explained the situation to her master and sent it out. When he went out for training, His master once said that he would come near this chaotic sea of demons in the future. I don't know if I can make it in time. Here we come! Jiyu stood up and looked at a black spot in the distance, saying in a deep voice. Everyone was shocked when they heard this and looked back. Sure enough, a black spot was getting closer and closer to the spirit boat. Can it be faster? Yu Wulu asked Xiaoqiyu. Yeah. Xiaoqiyu nodded, and added several thousand top-grade spirit stones again, and the spirit boat's speed suddenly increased. Jiyu also took out tens of thousands of top-quality spiritual stones directly from the storage ring, and put them all into the grooves, so that she could continue flying for a period of time. But escaping like this is not a foolproof strategy. After all, the other party is a Yuaning monk, and it is impossible to leave him behind. It was only a matter of time before a few people faced each other. A heavy atmosphere spread among the few people. If they were Golden Elixir stage monks, they could still fight together. But the opponent is in the nascent soul stage. Although it is only one step higher than the Golden Core stage, the gap between it is not comparable to the gap between Foundation Establishment and Golden Core. The gap in cultivation now cruelly spans between a few people. I'm afraid they have to find another way. Chapter 164. Two Nascent Souls Attack. Li Qi saw that he was about to catch up, and the spirit boat suddenly accelerated, and he felt very angry. It's best not to let me catch you. Otherwise you will regret coming to this world. After taking a few spirit reviving pills, Li Qi sped forward to catch up. Forest of Death, on the outskirts of the Chaos Demon Sea. Shangguan Nanxian was currently exploring the cause of the continuously gushing column of blood, when suddenly a transmission note came. Master, the 4 disciples are being chased by the Yuaning monks and are fleeing to the inland sea. If the master is nearby, please come to the rescue quickly. Disciple Xiaoqiyu's voice appeared in the transmission notes. Shangguan Nanxian heard the words and said, shock. He was actually being chased by nascent soul cultivators. I didn't care about anything else at the moment. I just tore open the crack in space and stepped in. Zhiyao and others were very anxious now, because the flying speed of the spirit boat had reached the limit at this time. But Li Qi was getting closer and closer to them. The spirit boat has now flown over the spirit-eating river. If it is caught up, the consequences will be disastrous. Hey! Where are you going? Suddenly a person in front blocked the progress of the spirit boat. Zhiyao looked forward. Her heart sank, and she saw that it was the original soul of the nascent soul. Juan looked at Zhiyao and smiled sarcastically. He really couldn't find anything after wearing iron shoes. It took no effort to get it. After he recovered from his injuries, he kept looking for her, but he never found her. I just discovered that there was a spirit boat flying above my head, and I felt curious. Who dared to use a spirit boat in the chaotic sea of demons? With a sweep of his consciousness, he discovered that the dead girl was on the spirit boat. So he immediately flew up and stopped them. The only one who has a grudge against the seniors is the juniors. How about the seniors letting them go? Jiyu said in a deep voice. Feeling Li Qi's approach, she felt very anxious. She couldn't harm them. What are you talking about? Si Ruochen looked at Zhiyao with a gloomy face. This stinky girl didn't abandon her even when she was in danger. So how could he abandon her? The other 2 people also looked worried. They already regarded each other as life and death comrades. So how could they abandon their comrades? TSK. It's such a deep love and righteousness. It's a pity that none of you can escape. Juan looked at fellow Yuaning Taoist who was chasing after him with murderous intent, and said pitifully, That's right. None of you can run away. Li Qi also caught up at this time, looking at the few people with a mocking look on his face. Why don't you run? Aren't you good at running? When Jia saw that the 2 of them had surrounded her, she felt a bad premonition in her heart. Her heart was beating non-stop, and even her brows were beating faintly. I'm afraid I won't be able to escape this time. She took out 3 senior brothers' sword talismans from the storage ring and handed them to the 3 of them respectively. Then she held the last sword talisman given by her master in her hand. Ji Yao felt firm in her heart. All the life-saving charms are about to be used up, and I don't know if I can get a chance for myself. Several people looked at each other, determination flashing in their eyes. At this time, Li Qi didn't want to talk nonsense anymore. He had sensed that the demon cultivator had been following him before, and was worried that he would hinder his success. He took out his magic weapon, a spiritual hammer, and struck it directly towards the spirit boat. An extremely strong wave of earth attribute spiritual power headed towards a few people, directly hammering the air to a halt for a short time. Several people were startled, and Ji only had time to throw the sword talisman in her hand towards him. Chapter 165 Melee. When the other people saw this, they all threw their sword talismans away, not wanting to deal with Juan later. The fierce sword intent destroyed the attack of the spirit hammer and headed towards Li Qi. But Li Qi was well prepared and dodged directly. Then he hit several people with another hammer. Suddenly a burst of fire-attributed demonic energy struck, and a palm directly stopped the spirit hammer. Before a few people could be happy, Juan suddenly took action. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Juan suddenly appeared on the spirit boat and directly lifted Ji Yao out. Ji Yao was shocked, but found that she was completely unable to move due to the power of nascent soul. Ji Yao! Yi Ji Yao! Uncle Yi! Several people exclaimed when they saw this, eager to pull her back. Yen Mo frowned when he saw that she was caught, and then attacked Juan again. After finally meeting an interesting little guy, he still didn't want her to die so soon. Li Qi felt relieved when he saw her attacking the other one, and then attacked Si Ruochen again. At this time, Si Ruochen's eyes were red and bloodshot, and he was quite possessed. Xia Qiuyue was shocked and quickly slapped him awake to prevent him from continuing to immerse himself in negative emotions. Seeing the other party hammering at them again, several people were unable to resist anymore. Suddenly, a large transparent palm emerged from Xia Qiuyue's head and headed directly towards the spirit hammer. Senior Ling Yu! Xia Qiuyue exclaimed. It was Senior Ling Yu in the space who took action. The two collided together, producing strong fluctuations and exploding violently, seriously injuring several people. The spirit boat also began to sway, and it was about to lose its hold. Looking at Ji Yao, Juan was fighting fiercely with the flame demon at this time. But Ji Yao was held tightly in Juan's hand, and her neck was strangled extremely painfully. The aftermath of the confrontation between the two inevitably fell on her. At this time, her clothes were in rags, her body was covered with wounds, her head was drooping, and she was a little confused. Seeing her like this, Juan laughed secretly. How could she withstand the battle between nascent soul stages in the foundation establishment stage? Then he attacked the Balrog again. At this time, Li Qi's expression was also very bad. These bitches came up with endless ways to save their lives. The slap just now actually caused him serious injuries. Turning his head slightly, he realized that the other two fellow Taoists were fighting fiercely at this time, and had no time to pay attention to him. Li Qi smiled sinisterly, and then suddenly changed his target, and punched the Balrog in the back. Balrog sensed the danger, quickly moved to avoid it, and then started to fight 1 against 2. After all, both of them are monks in the late stage of Yuanying. And no matter how talented I am only in the early stage of Yuanying. It is really difficult to fight 1 against 2. And the Balrog is gradually losing ground. But in the blink of an eye, when he saw the little guy looking like he was about to die, he got angry and took out an 8th level explosive talisman and threw it towards Li Qi. Li Qi was startled and wanted to dodge, but he still underestimated the power of the 8th level talisman. This was the highest level talisman in the Chiffon continent. Even those in the God transformation stage did not dare to underestimate it. As soon as the entire talisman came close to Li Qi, it exploded violently, directly exploding a mushroom cloud and submerging Li Qi's entire body. Xia Qiuyue and the others all spat out large mouthfuls of blood and fell into the spirit boat. At this time, the spirit boat could no longer withstand the tossing and fell downwards. Yen Mo frowned when he saw this, and after a moment of hesitation, he chose to rush forward and catch the spirit boat. Chapter 166, Falling from the Soul-Devouring River. Oh my god! Are Senior Yuanying fighting over there? Isn't that right? This battle is really fierce. I don't know why. Could it be that some kind of heavenly material or earthly treasure has appeared? The low-level monks, who were attracted by the mushroom cloud generated by the explosion, became excited after hearing this. Something that several nascent soul monks can fight for must be valuable. At this time, Juan saw the flame demon heading towards the spirit boat, and he felt overjoyed and struck directly at him with his sword. Poof! The Balrog was attacked and spat out a mouthful of blood, but used his strength to fly the spirit boat towards the river, and finally fell together on the river bank. At this moment, Li Qi ran out of the mushroom cloud seriously injured. At this time, his hair had completely blown up. His face was completely black. There was still blood on his lips, and his clothes were hanging on his body one by one. Seeing that the Balrog fell down while protecting the spirit boat, he felt very angry. Then he turned around and stared at Ji Yao, who was held in Zhu Antai's hands. Humph. Didn't you want to save this dead girl? So I wanted to destroy her. Thinking about it, he suddenly slapped Ji Yao with his palm, and the big palm struck Ji Yao hard. knocking her out completely. And then she fell towards the spirit-devouring river. Zhuan didn't expect that he would suddenly attack. And he didn't react at all. By the time he came to his senses, Zhiyao had completely fallen into the soul-devouring river. Zhiyao! Yi Zhiyao! Uncle Yi! Xia Qiyue and the others had just climbed out of the spirit boat and saw Zhiyao falling into the river with their own eyes. I'll fight you! Seeing this, Si Ruochen's eyes turned red, and he looked at Li Qi and Zhuan frantically, struggling to fight. Yin Mo, however, stretched out his hand to stop him. Looked at the direction where Zhiyao fell inside. Huh? Now it's time to settle our accounts! Li Qi snorted coldly when he saw Si Ruochen overestimating his abilities, and then attacked the Balrog again. Seeing that Zhiyao had fallen, Zhuan also snorted coldly. Letting her die like this was really an advantage for her. However, although this demon cultivator was in the early stage of nascent soul, he was still very powerful. He had already become enemies, so it would be better for the two of them to join forces and kill him now. Thinking about it, he also attacked the Balrog. Suddenly, there was a space fluctuation above the spirit-devouring river, and a crack suddenly appeared in the sky, and a nascent soul monk in white came out. Master! Xia Qiyue felt relieved when she saw the master finally arrived, and couldn't hold on anymore and passed out. As soon as Shangwan Nanxian appeared, he saw that his apprentice had fainted, and a demon cultivator was actually protecting the three of them. It was obvious that the other two were enemies. Shangwan Nanxian's eyes turned cold, and he struck Zhuan with his sword. The strong ice and snow mood directly acted on Zhuan, frostbiting his soul and making him dizzy. Zhuan felt nervous. He had already consumed a lot of spiritual energy and was injured. He was no match for this person. I'm afraid I won't be able to get any benefits if I continue to entangle her. Since that dead girl is dead, there is no need for me to keep her any longer. Thinking like this, he quickly ran away into the distance. Li Qi saw that another master had arrived, and Zhuan had also escaped. He was seeking death by staying here, and he did not dare to attack again, knowing that he would not be able to take revenge today. Li Qi glared at Si Ruochen fiercely and ran away. When Yin Mo and Shangwan Nanxian saw this, they did not catch up. After all, the battle between high-level monks could not be decided in an instant. Chapter 167 Looking for Zhiyao. Shangwan Nanxian landed on the shore, walked to the spirit boat, and stuffed a high-level elixir into Xia Qiyue's mouth. Then he reached out and injected spiritual energy into her body to help her dissolve the elixir. Within a dozen breaths, Xia Qiyue woke up. Seeing that everything was fine here, the demon didn't stay any longer. Finally, he took a deep look in the direction of the spirit-eating river, and then left in a flash. At this time, Si Ruochen was looking at the spirit-devouring river with a blank expression. He didn't believe it. He didn't believe that the annoying stinky girl died like this. She should be a scourge that lasted for thousands of years. Thinking like this, he stood up and wanted to go to the river to find her. He still owed her a life. Ruochen! Yi Wulua quickly grabbed him and shook his head at him. Even if you want to save people, you can't be so reckless. This is the notorious soul-eating river. What? Shangwan Nanxian frowned slightly and looked at Xia Qiyue with some confusion. Zhiyao fell into the soul-devouring river, Xia Qiyue said with a frozen face and some annoyance. In his previous life, he was the top killer in the world with extraordinary skills. If he hadn't been betrayed and killed by the organization, he would not have died. But in this life, I am struggling at the bottom, unable to even protect my friends. This feeling of powerlessness is really terrible. An unprecedented sense of urgency emerged from the bottom of her heart. She wanted to become stronger. Zhiyao? Shangwan Nanxian thought for a moment and then said with some uncertainty. Zhiyao? Yeah. Xia Qiyue nodded. Shangwan Nanxian stood up abruptly and looked towards the spirit-devouring river behind him. In an instant, his entire consciousness spread out, trying to find Zhiyao. However, the soul-devouring river completely blocked his spiritual consciousness. Shangwan Nanxian's heart sank. He had also heard of the dangerous reputation of this river. I'm afraid the girl is in trouble. Shangwan Nanxian frowned tightly. He still owed her karma. Taking out a 1,000-mile transmission talisman, Shangwan Nanxian immediately sent it to Luo Chuan to inform him of what happened here. Then he led a few people to search around the spirit-devouring river. Maybe she would be washed to the shore by the current. Luo Chuan, who was in retreat at Wanjian sect, suddenly received a communication talisman. Opening his eyes, Luo Chuan opened the communication talisman and heard Shangwan Nanxian's voice. Fellow Taoist Luo, Yi Jia just fell into the spirit-devouring river, and her life or death is unknown at the moment. Luo Chuan was startled when he heard this, stood up suddenly, tore open the space, and headed directly towards Zufeng Hall. Master, is junior sister's soul lamp still intact? Luo Chuan asked directly as soon as he appeared in the hall. What's wrong? Jian Song immediately sat up straight after hearing this, and then took out the soul lamp. I saw that although the soul lamp at this time was dim, it was not extinguished and remained in a very stable state. Seeing this, the two men suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Luo Chuan also quickly informed Jian Song of the matter, and then the two of them immediately tore apart the space and headed towards the Chaos Demon Sea. 3 days later, Xia Qiyu and others stood by the river dejectedly. They searched everywhere they could in the past few days, but still could not find Ji Yao. Si Ruochen looked at the spirit-devouring river. His eyes were moist and red, as if there was a piece of space in his heart. That stinky girl was the first person to show kindness to herself, and the first person to make herself feel warm. Although he always disagrees with her, it is undeniable that she is very important to him. Very important. Chapter 168 Settlement of Accounts 1. There was a wave of spiritual energy in the sky, and Luo Chuan and Jian Song stepped out. Senior! Several people quickly saluted. No need to be polite. Just tell me what happened. Xia Qiyu stood up and told the whole story. Jian Song and Luo Chuan exuded a strong killing intent, and their faces were extremely ugly. It was actually two nascent soul cultivators besieging several juniors. Let's look for it first. You don't have to worry too much. That girl's soul lamp is still fine, but it's a little dim. She must have been injured before. Jian Song saw their frustrated faces and mentioned aloud that these few the little guy is pretty good. Really? Si Ruochen's eyes instantly lit up when he heard this. Xia Qiyu and Yuwulua also looked surprised. Yes, although I don't know where she is now. At least her life is not threatened. Jian Song nodded and changed the topic. However, since those who dare to touch my Zufeng must pay the price, do you know who those two nascent soul cultivators are? Jian Song asked again. This junior only knows that one of them is the father of Li Yu, a direct disciple of the Li family in Ningxiu City. Si Ruochen spoke back in a deep voice. I know the other one. Suddenly a voice came, and everyone looked back and saw a nascent soul monk walking over. I've seen Venerable Jian Song. Chize quickly saluted Jian Song. Well, you said you know who the other person is? Jian Song nodded lightly and then asked. Yes, he is Juan, the city lord of Jushu City. This junior once cooperated with him when Hamba was born. Chize returned seriously, but he was a little smug in his heart. The person in front of him was Venerable Jian Song, the Northern Territory the strongest person. In the past, I couldn't find a chance to establish friendship, but I didn't expect that I would bump into him now. Well, I'll remember your favor. Jian Song nodded to him, and then ordered to Luo Chuan. You are here to find your junior sister, and I will help your junior sister settle the score for me. Yes. Luo Chuan nodded heavily. Even if his master didn't go, he would still seek justice for his junior sister. After giving the instructions, Jian Song tore the space apart again and left. But everyone started searching again. But this time everyone felt much more relaxed. Li family in Ningxiu City. Jian Song stepped out from the sky above the Li family and struck down with a light sword. In an instant, a garden of the Li family exploded, shocking everyone in the Li family. Li Feng and the other 3 nascent soul cultivators ran out of the room, rose into the air, and looked at Jian Song with a wary look on his face, who was obviously not a good person. I wonder what the senior means by doing this. Li Feng clasped his fists and asked in confusion. Who is Li Yu's father? Jian Song didn't want to talk nonsense and brought it up straight to the point. Li Feng's heart sank when he heard this. His second brother had avenged Li Yu before, but yesterday he ran back with serious injuries. Unexpectedly, he actually provoked such a powerful god. I wonder why your majesty wants to find my second brother. Of course I'm here to take his life, Jian Song said coldly. I'll give you a quarter of an hour. If you don't hand him over, don't blame me, Jian Song, for slaughtering your entire Li family. Strong murderous intent came from Jian Song. Li Feng and others were so shocked that they hurriedly backed away, feeling horrified that this person was actually the famous Venerable Jian Song. Li Feng mentally scolded his second brother. It was obvious from the situation that Li Yu kicked the iron plate. The second brother ran to take revenge and ended up killing his apprentice. You must know that Venerable Jian Song is famous for protecting his shortcomings. He once killed a nascent soul monk for his eldest disciple, when he was still in the nascent soul stage. Chapter 169 Settlement of Accounts 2. Li Feng and others had no choice but to get together to discuss it. Feeling very embarrassed. If he just gave up on Li Qi, I am afraid that the Li family disciples would be heartbroken. But if they didn't give up, the whole family would suffer. Gritting his teeth, Li Feng decided to abandon Li Qi. After all, if the person dies, there will be nothing. My second brother has been in seclusion since he came back yesterday. Junior, please take Senior there. No, just tell me where he is. Jian Song shook his head and refused. That attic on the east side. Li Feng pointed to an exquisite attic and said. Jian Song looked towards the attic and nodded. Good. The area around the attic was relatively empty, and he didn't have to worry about injuring innocent people. Immediately, he struck directly towards the attic with a kendo artistic conception. In an instant, the entire attic exploded and turned into ashes. Li Qi's nascent soul ran out in confusion and fear, running around in a hurry, trying to escape. He still doesn't know what happened. He was clearly in retreat when a sudden attack came and his physical body was destroyed in an instant, leaving only nascent soul running out. Humph! Jian Song saw his nascent soul running out and caught him in his hand in a flash. With a squeeze, a nascent soul cultivator fell. Seeing this, Li Feng and others felt a chill in their hearts and tried their best to reduce their presence. The other disciples below were also frightened. You must know that the second master is one of the top masters in the Li family, and he can't even make a single move in his hands. When this happened, Jian Song tore open the space and headed towards Yushu City. When Li Feng saw that he had finally left, he was frightened for a while. Fortunately, the venerable did not embarrass them. As for revenge, a few people have no idea at all. It is really that venerable Jian Song is too powerful. He is not only the strongest in the Northern Territory, but also ranked among the top in the Central Territory. In the devouring river, Ji Yao had been floating in the river. When she fell down, she was washed away by the rushing river. All the spiritual energy in her body was drained. And when she was about to be eaten by the monster, the bracelet on her right wrist suddenly emitted a soft golden light, wrapping Ji Yao completely. And this golden light seemed to be the nemesis of the monsters. They were far away from each other, and did not dare to get close at all. But a few days later, Ji Yao still couldn't wake up. The injury this time was so serious that her body could no longer repair itself. She just followed the river and gradually drifted into the distance. At this time in Yushu City, Jian Song was standing in front of the city lord's palace, roaring directly downwards. Wishen, get out of here! Xuan is also recovering from his injuries. He just came back from the Chaos Demon Sea and has not yet recovered. Hearing this, he was shocked. But he had to bite the bullet and walk out. I wonder what the Lord did. Xuan felt the murderous intent in the other party and spoke nervously. Are you chasing my apprentice? Jian Song asked with a sneer. Xuan was shocked when he heard this. That dead girl was actually the disciple of the cultivator? Seeing that he didn't deny it, Jian Song didn't say much and just struck out with his sword. Xuan was so frightened that his soul almost flew away. This strong attack came, but he was completely suppressed and couldn't escape even if he wanted to. Seeing the determination in Jian Song's eyes, Xuan also knew that he was afraid that he would not survive. And he became violent at the moment, planning to blow himself up and die together. Unfortunately, before he could, he was cut in half by a sword. And even nascent soul couldn't escape. Jian Song looked at him indifferently, and then shouted loudly to Zuxiqing. If anyone wants to avenge him, just come to Wanjian sect to look for Jian Song. After saying that, he walked away. However, the Zhu family members who saw Xuan being beheaded did not feel any discomfort at all. Instead, they started fighting fiercely. After all, everyone wanted to ascend to the position of city lord. Chapter 170 Akko. A month later. Hiss! As soon as Xiyu opened her eyes, there was a strong pain in her body, which made her take a breath. Where is this? Xiyu stared at the thatch on the roof in a daze. Wasn't she still in the Chaos Demon Sea? Struggling to sit up, Xiyu found herself in a simple wooden house. The decoration of the room was extremely simple. In addition to the wooden bed under her body, there was only a table, 4 stools, and a wooden cabinet. Goyalu! There was a cry from her stomach, and Xiyu rubbed her stomach uncomfortably. She didn't know how long it had been since she had eaten, and now she felt an unbearable hunger. Xiyu! The door of the house was opened, and the dazzling sunlight shone in. Xiyu immediately raised her hands to cover her eyes. Bang! A heavy sound came. Gia tried her best to open her eyes, and saw an extremely majestic woman staring at her with an unhappy face. A wooden basin was placed on the table. Superior. Are you awake? The woman's voice was loud and rough, which hurt people's ears. Thank you for saving me. Although Gia saw that the other party looked unkind, she quickly thanked him. Humph. I don't know what the young master likes about you. You are so skinny. I can crush you to death with one hand. The woman curled her lips and looked at Ji Yao from top to bottom. Little lord? Gia was shocked. Had she fallen into someone's sphere of influence? Suddenly, Gia discovered that the woman's upper body was only surrounded by a piece of grass, and her lower body was only wearing a grass skirt. What primitive tribe have you joined? Gia frowned. Humph. What are you looking at? If you don't hurry up and wash up, you have to meet the young master later. The woman snorted coldly and sat down on the stool, not caring about Ji Yao at all. Gia stood up carefully, not daring to make any movements at all, because she found that since she woke up, the spiritual energy in her body had completely disappeared, as if she had never practiced at all. Feeling the severe injuries inside her body, Gia's heart sank. She was too fragile now, and anyone could kill her. Slowly moving to the table, Gia raised her hand with difficulty to pick up water from the basin and started to wash her face. It was so painful that her whole body hurt even if she moved. What are you doing here? Do you think I'm idle? The woman said angrily when she saw this. She had been unlucky for several lifetimes. Not only did she have to complete a lot of work, but now she also had to take care of such a sick man. I don't know how many days I can live. Tolerate. I will endure. Gia tried her best to control the anger in her heart and said gently, It will be fine soon. After all, people are under the roof, and he has to bow his head now. Humph. Seeing that the other party had a good attitude, the woman snorted coldly, feeling much better, and stopped talking about her. After Gia washed up, she followed the woman out the door. As soon as she arrived outside the door, Gia saw the endless mountain peaks surrounding the valley. At the foot of the mountain is a river, flowing down from the angle of the canyon in front. And in this valley, at a glance, there are all kinds of wooden houses. But now that her consciousness cannot be used, Gia cannot see a little further away. Hey, where are you going? A dark-skinned woman with muscles all over her body asked the woman in front of Ji Yao, and at the same time glanced at Ji Yao curiously with her eyes. Aren't you taking someone to see the young master? Aku returned with a worried expression. Chapter 171 with Tiger. Hey, are you going to see the young master? The woman's face instantly turned foul, and she spoke in an angry tone. Yeah. Ako nodded and continued walking forward without saying much. Jiu struggled to keep up, walking very slowly. The woman curled her lips and looked like a sick girl. Half an hour later, Ako finally stopped in front of a two-story wooden house. Gia panted and held her chest, tortured by hunger and pain, and she was already a little dizzy. Two elder brothers. I have brought the people the young master is meeting, Ako said respectfully to the two guards standing outside the wooden house. Wait! One of the guards gave Ji Yao a strange look, then opened the door and walked in. He walked out after a moment and nodded towards the two of them. Go in. Thank you. Brother. Ake turned around and gave Ji Yao a wink, then took the lead and walked in. And Ji Yao immediately followed. Chaos Demon Sea entered territory. After a month of searching, everyone still could not find Ji Yao. Junior Sister Soul Lamp is currently very stable. There must be another opportunity, and we don't need to be more persistent. Luo Chuan looked at several people and spoke. Everyone nodded when they heard this, and understood that it would be futile to continue searching. Then let's break up, Shangwan Nansin said. Since he confirmed her safety, he didn't need to wait any longer. Okay. Everyone nodded and accepted the decision. Then they dispersed. But Xia Chiyue and the others still planned to go together and practice in this Chaos Demon Sea for a while longer. At the very least, they would build a foundation before going back. As soon as Zhio stepped into the wooden house, she saw a majestic man wearing a golden tiger skin, lowering his head at his desk and writing something. Upon noticing the arrival of the two men, Mu Hu raised his head, and when he saw Ji Yao, he rushed over with bright eyes. Zhio was startled and hurriedly took a few steps back. Cough, cough, cough. The violent movements stimulated Jia to cough violently. Why? The injury hasn't healed yet? Mu Hu stared at Ji Yao nervously and asked with some worry. Then he looked at the clothes on her body and turned to ask Ake with a surprised look on his face. Why haven't you changed her clothes yet? Look at what her clothes look like. I'll go get some clothes for her later. Akko quickly returned respectfully. Gia looked down at her clothes. After the previous battle, her clothes were full of holes and bloodstains, and they did look a bit ugly. But looking at Ake's grass skirt, she suddenly felt that her clothes could still be salvaged. Humph! I have to worry about every little thing. This is your future master. Please do your best. Who felt unhappy that he was so neglectful of his sweetheart. Future master? What does it mean? Gia was a little confused. It shouldn't be what she thought. Right? I haven't asked you what your name is yet? Why did it float from the Psychic River? Who's dark face was a little red. He had picked her up by himself. He had never seen such a beautiful woman. Yi Jiao? Tunneling River? Gia asked with some confusion. Yes. It's the river under the mountain peak. We don't know where that river comes from, but it is said that there are monsters in it. Muhu was a little nervous when he thought of the legend of that river. According to his ancestors, there were cannibals in it. It is a monster. So everyone is never allowed to rely on another river under the back mountain for draft water and cleaning clothes. Chapter 172 The 13th Concubine. Gia frowned. It seemed that the spirit-devouring river was the spirit-eating river. But she didn't know why she ended up here. I'm going to take the exam at the altar recently. If I pass it, I can enter the Wood tribe to study. Then my strength will definitely be greatly enhanced. Muhu looked at Ji Yao and said with some arrogance, Wait until I come back from the exam. I will accept you as my 13th concubine. Are you hallucinating this? What is the 13th concubine? Thank you for your kindness. Ji Yao has no intention of getting married. Ji Yao quickly refused, joking that she would become a concubine only if she had water in her head. Muhu's face darkened when he heard this, and he glared at Gio with an unhappy expression. What? Do you feel wrong by being my concubine? Do you know how many women in the Muki tribe want to crawl into my bed? Huh? Whether you want it or not. No one who Muhu likes can run away yet. After saying that, he ordered a cook. In the past few days, you have to watch her carefully for me and keep her recuperate her injuries. But don't let her die. Yes. Akko said reluctantly. Chia's face also darkened. The other party saved her, and she should repay him. But not in this way. But his current body is too weak, so he should wait until he recovers from his injuries before finding a way to escape. Take her back. Muga waved his hand impatiently. He still had to prepare for the exam, and had a lot to do. Akko quickly retreated with Ji Yao. After returning to the house, Jia couldn't help but feel hungry. Hey, can you find some food for me? It's really annoying. Why are there so many demands? Wait! Akko was a little impatient and walked out directly, closing the door firmly. Alas! Jiu sighed heavily. She was like a piece of fish on the chopping board. She might end up in the pot soon. After a while, Akko came over with a plate with a leg of lamb in it, and she had clothes on her arms. Eat! Putting the plate in front of Ji Yao, Akko found a stool and sat down, smelling the aroma of the lamb leg. Ji Yao's mouth almost watered. She quickly grabbed the lamb leg and started eating it. It curled her lips when she saw how elegant she was eating. She didn't know what the young master liked about her. She was obviously so ugly and sickly. She is so beautiful. Why can't the young master see her goodness? The more Akko thought about it, the angrier he became, and he simply turned his head and stopped looking at Gio. A few quarters of an hour later, Gio finally finished the whole leg of lamb. She patted her belly with some satisfaction, knowing that she was finally alive. Humph! These are your clothes! Ake handed a grass skirt and grass top to Gio. Can I choose to refuse? This savage-like outfit is really intolerable, and even the slightest movement will reveal it. Excuse me, are there any clothes that can cover more? Gia asked with a flattering tone. She really didn't want to wear this. The picture was so beautiful that she didn't dare to look at it. It's really troublesome. Akko threw the clothes on the table and walked out again. Ji Yao breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that she had other options, as long as she didn't wear a grass skirt. Akko rushed back soon, took out a pure white tiger skin skirt and handed it to her. It's really a unique dressing style. Gia was quite speechless. Her face was a little distorted. And then she gritted her teeth and took it. Tiger skins are better than grass skirts. Chapter 173 Ugly Monster. After Gia waited for Akko to leave, she carefully lay on the bed to rest. She needed to recuperate before she could escape. Otherwise, when the young master comes back, he will be doomed. After sleeping until dawn, Gia moved her muscles a little and felt that her body was finally not so painful. After taking the tiger skin and putting it on, she got out of bed awkwardly. This tiger skin is still a tube-top style, and the skirt is relatively short, just above the knee. She pulled at the tiger skin, really worried that it would fall off while walking. "Are you awake?" Akko opened the door and came in with food and a bowl of dark medicine. "Well, remember to drink medicine after eating. This is prepared by the miracle doctor of our tribe." "Thank you," she said with some gratitude. The most important thing for her right now was to recover from her injuries. As for whether the medicine would be poisonous, Shio was not worried. After all, the young master wanted to live on his own. And although Ake was a bit fierce, he was not a bad person. If he really wanted to deal with himself, with his current physical condition, there would be no need to poison him. "Huh? I have some work to do today. You can arrange it yourself." After Ake said that, she got busy working. A low-level person like her doesn't have much time to waste. It is also my fault that I am not in good physical condition and can only practice the lowest level of physical skills. As for Jia, she is not worried at all because no one can run away from here. When Jia saw her leaving, she sat down, ate the food, and drank the medicine. After hesitating for a moment, Jia walked out anyway, intending to familiarize herself with the environment and figure out where she was. The tribe is very lively in broad daylight. Some people are chopping firewood, some are plowing fields, and some are washing clothes in the river in the back mountain. The children are laughing and playing like crazy. Jia was in a trance. She had never seen such a peaceful scene since entering the world of cultivation. As she looked at it, she laughed. Most of the people here must be relatively simple. "Hey, who is that ugly guy?" The children playing not far away noticed Jia approaching, and one of them, a little boy with a dirty face, asked. Jia's smile froze on her face. She was definitely not talking about herself. Definitely not. No matter how you say it. She is a beautiful woman. But seeing the children opposite her staring at her, she really couldn't deceive herself. "I heard that the young master rescued a foreigner some time ago and wants to take him as his concubine. She must be her." Another little girl explained to the other children mysteriously. "Isn't it possible? What kind of vision do you have? Young master? Why do you like such ugly people?" A little boy explained, with a look of disbelief on his face. For the first time, Shio didn't want her hearing to be so sensitive. No one likes to hear others say they are ugly. Not to mention that she has always been a bit arrogant about her appearance. Shio walked forward slowly. Perhaps because the children were far away and could not see clearly. But she had only taken a few steps when the child in front of her suddenly ran away in fright. Jia reached out and touched her face. Could it be that she had hurt her face? With this thought in mind, I came to the river and started to shine on the river. A beautiful girl wearing tiger skin suddenly appeared in the water. Jia patted her face with satisfaction. It seemed that her face was not injured. Looking at the river, Jia suddenly became interested. She twisted her waist slightly towards the river, raised her hands, made a face again, and then went back with satisfaction. Chapter 174 with Tribe. As soon as Jia left, the women washing clothes by the river started discussing. "Is there something wrong with this ugly guy's brain? It looks like she was twisting around by herself just now, and she didn't know what she was doing. Isn't that right? You're ugly to begin with. But if you're still acting coy, you don't look like a good person." In this way, the rumor that the young master brought back an ugly man with mental problems spread among the tribe. At night, Jia found that Ake looked at her strangely. But she didn't understand the reason. "Ake, what was the test that the young master mentioned before?" Jia was a little curious, thinking about what the young master said yesterday. "Why do you care about this?" Ake looked at Jia defensively after hearing this. "Could it be that you want to go to the altar with the young master and take the opportunity to cultivate feelings? Is there something wrong with Akko's brain? What kind of brain circuit is this?" "You misunderstood. I was just curious," Jia had to explain. Who knows what this guy would think of? "Humph. I'm sorry you don't dare to think like this. You must know that the young master is a once-in-a-100-year-old genius from our Muki tribe." Akko proudly puffed up her chest when she said this, as if the praise was hers. "In half a year's time, it will be the time for the triennial with tribe examination to recruit students. If the young master passes, he will be able to enter the Wood tribe to study. By then, our Muki tribe will also rise with the tide." "Wood tribe?" Jia frowned. "Is it related to the Wood attribute?" "Yes. The Wood tribe is one of the 5 major tribes in our wilderness world. It is a place that all Wood tribe disciples dream of going to. Akko curled his lips in disdain. This warrior did not even belong to the Wood tribe. I've heard of it. What kind of remote place did it come from? The 5 major tribes? But gold, wood, water, fire, and earth? Gio was convinced. It seemed that cultivation could be done here. Well, it's just that the northern part of my wilderness is full of Wood disciples. After Ake finished speaking, he didn't want to say any more and left directly. After Ake left, Gio sat on the bed and touched her chin thoughtfully. She had never heard of any wild world in Chiffon continent, and it had never appeared in the original text. It seems that this world is a small thousand world that has not yet been discovered. Moreover, there are only 5 attributes in this world: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. It is more likely that everyone is practicing physical training. It's just that I have received too little information at the moment. Maybe there is also Dharma cultivation in the big world outside? But when she thought of physical training, Gio thought of herself. She had never encountered a suitable technique. So she became a lamb to be slaughtered as soon as she arrived at the land of Juling. This feeling was really terrible. Now that I'm here, I will try my best to see if I can get a body training technique. Otherwise it will be impossible to escape with my small arms and legs. The next day, after Gio finished eating, she went out for a walk as usual, and soon saw Ake chopping firewood not far away. Gio frowned. A lot of wood was already placed around the coup, but she was still chopping wood hard, and didn't notice Jiao's appearance at all. But when I walked around yesterday, I found that all the people chopping firewood were men, and women generally did some easy work. Ake. Gio hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward to say Lo. Akko was startled by the sound. The axe almost broke, and he was startled. Chapter 175 Physical Warrior. Gio felt a little embarrassed when she saw that she had frightened Ake. She didn't expect that Ake was so fascinated. What's the ghost's name? If I get hurt, can you chop these firewood? Akko glared at Gio with a sullen face. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I won't do it again. Gio apologized sincerely. It was indeed her fault. Humph. Seeing how sincere she was, Akko couldn't find the words he wanted to curse anymore. Then he lowered his head and started chopping firewood, ignoring Zia at all. Gio didn't care, so she just found a place nearby to sit down and bask in the sun. More sun exposure should promote the repair of the injury. Gio thought a little naively, then looked at the tumbling river in the distance in trance. She missed her parents, teachers, brothers, and her friends. When she first felt the fatal threat, her inner regret was that she could not see them again, even just to say goodbye. People in the world always say that if you want to become an immortal, you need to cut off your earthly ties. But Gio doesn't think so. If you can only be alone in this life, without the company of relatives and friends, what is the point of becoming an immortal? It's just a longer period of loneliness. Ouch. Ake, are you chopping firewood again? Are you working so hard just to buy medicine for your brother? A loud voice came, interrupting Gio's trance. Looking towards Akko, a strong lady appeared next to her, staring at Akko with a sarcastic expression. Ake ignored her, just pursed her lips, and continued to chop wood. If she hadn't chopped wood much harder, Gio would have thought she had no reaction. Hey, I'm not talking about you. Your brother has only a first-level talent like you. No matter how many medicines he takes, he can't get ahead. Why bother yourself? The aunt said, and shook her head regretfully, as if she had a look on her face. Because of Akko's unworthy look, of course she had to ignore her somewhat proud look. Bang! Akko threw the axe directly on the ground and looked at the lady angrily. Hey, what's the matter? Do you think Auntie's words are unpleasant? Auntie, this is for your own good. Look at his talent. No matter how many medicines he takes, he can't cultivate his sense of chi. Isn't it all wasted? The aunt puffed out her chest when she said this. Look, my Aaron is already a first-level physical warrior. He has a bright future. Aunt, I'm just telling you this because I want you to fall in love with me. If you marry my Aaron, we can earn some family business for him together. In the future, he will become a high-level physical practitioner, and you won't be prosperous as well. Ha ha. How dare Ake climb so high? Ake had a sullen face, clenched his fists, and tried his best to hold back the anger in his heart. As she said, Aaron has now become a first-level physical warrior. If he offends her, his family may be embarrassed. Hey, why don't you try to be too high-minded? I just like your down-to-earth nature. The aunt stared at Akko with a smile. Her eyes kept rolling. not knowing what bad idea she was planning. Akko didn't know how to answer. "Ache, I'm tired. Help me go back." Gia stood up carefully, interrupting the exchange between the two. "Come right away." Ache's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he quickly walked towards Gio and helped her walk into the house. Behind the scenes, the aunt's face became sullen, but a sick man she picked up had the nerve to boss others around, and she really regarded herself as her master. "Huh?" The aunt snorted coldly, then turned and left. Chapter 176 Opportunity to Practice. Akko, who returned to the room, breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the woman leaving. "Thank you." Akko stared outside and spoke unnaturally. "Huh?" Gio didn't respond. Akko didn't care whether she heard it or not, and rushed out to chop wood again. As long as he worked harder, he could buy a chi-sensing pill. It wasn't until Ache left that Gia realized that she was actually thanking herself. Raising her eyebrows, Gia curled her lips and smiled. Then he stopped planning to go out and went to lie down and sleep. 10 days later, Gia took the rare opportunity to stretch herself out, and her injury was finally completely repaired. The life of a useless person was finally over, and Ji Yao's mood was soaring. During this time, her relationship with Akko gradually improved, and she also learned about things related to cultivation here. It turns out that people here can also test their spiritual roots at the age of 5. Some people without spiritual roots can only be ordinary people, while those with spiritual roots can judge whether the concentration of spiritual roots is high or not, which directly determines a person's talent. This wild northern part is full of Wood tribute monks, and Ache has a first-level talent. After practicing for more than 10 years, he can only sense chi, and his body has become much stronger. Her younger brother, who is 7 years old this year, was also tested to have only level 1 talent 2 years ago. Akko didn't want her brother to follow her old path, so she worked hard to earn money, hoping to buy a chi-sensing pill for her brother so that he could sense chi and start practicing as soon as possible. And here, the currency in circulation is not spiritual stones, but silver coins and gold coins. Thinking that she was penniless and didn't have a strong body, Gia felt a little panicked. This feeling was like the days when she first arrived at Wanjin sect, when she was extremely poor. However, she had asked before that as long as she was willing to join the tribe, she would be able to obtain the cultivation techniques. Today Ache will take him to see the chief of the Muki tribe to hold an entry ceremony and test his spiritual roots. Although they knew that they would definitely not be able to detect his Lei Ling Jin, and that he would become a useless person in their eyes, Gia still went. As long as you have the skills, everything will be easy. "Let's go!" Ache walked to the door and waved to Gia. "Here it comes!" Gia was a little excited. She could finally practice again. A few quarters of hours later, Gia followed Ache to an attic at the foot of the back mountain. This is the only attic in the entire tribe. It is carved with a vivid golden tiger, and the 2 eyes of the tiger are inlaid with luminous pearls. At first glance, the whole attic is very simple and elegant, and it must be something from a long time ago. Ache walked forward and knocked on the door. The door opened automatically, and Jiu followed Ache and walked in. As soon as they entered, they saw an old man with a white beard wearing a golden tiger skin sitting at the head of the hall, and below him sat several older middle-aged men. Everyone has a very professional figure, similar to other people in the tribe. "Coming?" Mu Wei touched his beard and looked at Ji Yao with a frown. He had long known that his youngest son had rescued a foreigner, but he did not expect that this woman was so weak. "I've met some seniors." Gio quickly clasped her fists and saluted. These should be the leaders of the Muki tribe. "Well, there's no need to be polite." Mu Wei nodded and spoke again. "You must already know the rules of my Muki tribe." "Right." Chapter 177 Joining the Muki tribe. Ji Yao nodded. She had already asked Aka for details. "Very good. Then you will follow me." After Mu Wei said that, he stood up and headed towards a cave in the back mountain, and the others immediately followed. Several people came to the cave. The entire cave corridor was very damp and cold. Gia rubbed her arms. Why was there such a big temperature difference between here and the outside world? The few people walked for about a quarter of an hour before Mu Wei finally stopped. Gia also stepped forward, and suddenly a stone tablet half a man's height appeared in front of her. The pattern carved on it was, not surprisingly, a tiger. Mu Wei took out a dagger and handed it to Ji Yao. "Cut your finger and drip the blood onto the stone tablet." Ji Yao took the dagger and cut her left index finger. Blood flowed out instantly. Without daring to delay, Ji Yao quickly stepped forward and dropped the blood on the top of the stone tablet. As soon as the blood dropped on the stone tablet, it began to slowly seep into it, until it completely penetrated, and the entire stone tablet actually emitted a faint white light. Upon seeing this, Mu Wei nodded with satisfaction, then looked at Ji Yao. Yes, it seems that you have no hostility towards my Muki tribe, nor are you a spy sent by other tribes. This kind of incident has happened before. Other tribes wanted to secretly learn the skills of the Muki tribe, so they sent spies over. But in the end, they were discovered by the stone tablet. This steel was passed down from ancient times. It has been for hundreds of millions of years. It has always been the sacred steel of our Muki tribe. If you drip blood into it, it means that you will be a member of our Muki tribe from now on. When Mu Wei said this, his expression immediately became serious. If you want to do anything to betray the tribe in the future, you will be backlashed and punished by God. Ji Yao nodded seriously. No matter what, the Muki tribe had saved her life and even cured her injuries. There was no way she would do anything detrimental to the tribe. Well, it's good that you know. Now go back and test your talent. Mu Wei nodded with satisfaction and took a few people back to the attic. After returning to the attic, Mu Wei took out a jade plate and carefully placed it on the desk. Come here and put your hand up. Mu Wei waved to Ji Yao. Ji Yao stepped forward nervously. Although she knew that she would definitely not be able to measure it, she was still a little nervous. Putting her hand on the jade plate, Ji Yao held her breath and watched. Maybe she could detect the thunder spirit root? Unfortunately, after more than 10 breaths of time passed, the jade plate still showed no response. Okay, take your hands back. Mu Wei felt a little regretful when he saw that she had no talent. But then I thought about it. Looking at her thin body, she didn't look like she was talented. Several other elders were also a little disappointed. The Muki tribe was already lagging behind in combat power, and they hoped that the tribe could have more talents. Clan leader, although Ji Yao has no talent, but she still wants to give it a try. Okay. Ji Yao looked at Mu Wei with firm eyes. As long as she was given a chance, she might be able to do it. That's all. Then take this. Tiger fist. Dot. Mu Wei took out a book of exercises from the cabinet. This is a practice method prepared for those people in the tribe who have no talent but are determined not to give up. If you insist on giving it a try, just learn this. Ji Yao was overjoyed when she heard this, and quickly took it with both hands, holding the baby in her arms. Go back. Mu Wei waved his hand and asked the two of them to leave. Ji Yao and the two quickly retreated and returned to the wooden house. Well, in 2 months, we will have a duel with the Mulia tribe. The young master has gone to the altar again. I'm afraid the result is not optimistic, the third elder said with a sigh. Several other people also became silent after hearing this. Chapter 178 Physical Training. Ji Yao was a little excited holding Tiger Fist. This was her own hope. Ake was a little awkward on the side, looking at her from time to time, feeling a little distressed to see Ji Yao looking happy even though she had no talent. Sure enough, this guy has some brain problems, but he can still laugh at this time. When she arrived at the wooden house, Ji Yao couldn't wait to open the technique and wanted to start practicing. Akko hesitated for a long time, then spoke. Don't think too much. Even if you don't have talent, but with the young master protecting you, your life will not be too sad. After that, she ran away. Ji Yao raised her head in surprise. This girl was actually comforting herself. Feeling Ake's concern, Ji Yao felt warm in her heart. There is always someone caring about you in this world, which feels good. Ji Yao sat cross-legged on the wooden bed, with her hands on her legs and an open copy of Tiger Fist in front of her. After memorizing the exercises, Ji Yao closed her eyes and began to recite the exercises silently. Then she relaxed her mind and began to feel the profound energy of this world, as if she had introduced the energy into her body. A few minutes later, Ji Yao began to feel a very faint, mysterious energy entering her body. As time passed, more and more gas penetrated into Ji Yao's body, suppressing the joy in her heart. Ji Yao continued to practice, hoping to become a first-level physical practitioner as soon as possible. The main levels of cultivation here from low to high are strong, solid, cultivating energy, easing tendons, forging bones, and cleansing marrow. The strong stage should be equal to the introduction of Qi into the body, which is the innate stage, and the solid combat power should be equal to the Qi refining stage. Once entered, one will be called a physical warrior. The other levels go up in order until they become gods. However, this is also Jiu's idea. The specific combat power needs to be experienced to know One night passed, but Xiao did not feel tired at all, but was full of energy. After one night of practice, she had sensed the sense of qi and successfully reached the stage of strength. Using her consciousness to scan her body, Xiao found that there was a lot of purple gas wandering around in her flesh and blood, which was obviously strengthening her body, dispersing her spiritual consciousness and heading outward. Jia scanned the entire tribe in an instant. It felt so good to have this kind of spiritual consciousness back. Since he advanced to strong strength in the morning, the seal of his spiritual consciousness has been released, but his spiritual power still has no response at all. After bringing up her spiritual consciousness and coming to the sea of consciousness, Jia saw that Shilian was still sleeping, and the entire petals were closed. At first glance, it looked like a flower. Coming to the non-attribute Kung Fu, Jia used her consciousness to touch it. It was her golden finger. She didn't know if it would be useful in this wild world. Senior Waning Soul Bead was also lying quietly in the corner at this time. She had not shown her face again since she left with him. Jiao. Ake's call came from the door. Jiao immediately withdrew from the sea of consciousness, stood up and opened the door. At this time, Akko was standing outside the door, looking at her with red eyes. What's wrong with you? Jiao was shocked when she saw this. She had never seen Ake like this. However, Ake suddenly rushed towards Jiao, hugged her in his arms, and burst into tears. Don't cry. Jiao patted her back in a hurry. I don't want to marry Aaron. I don't want to marry him. Akko shouted while crying. Jiao's face darkened when she heard this. This family is really haunted. Chapter 179 Aaron. What's going on? Jia pulled Ake into the room and sat down, then turned around and closed the door. Aunt Ami went to my house early this morning and took a tiger skin and an elk skin as a betrothal gift and asked me to marry Aaron. Akko wiped her tears and returned sadly. Then your parents agreed? Jia frowned. No. But what if I don't agree? Aaron is already a first-level physical warrior, and my parents are just ordinary people. How can I refuse? Ake said, and slammed the table angrily. And our neighbor said that I am lucky to marry Aaron. So why not marry their daughter? From what you say, Aaron is quite capable. Why is no one willing to marry him? Jia was a little curious. Along once had a wife who gave birth to a child. But in the end, his wife was beaten to death by him. Akko was still a little scared when she thought about the death of Aaron's wife. What? Jia was shocked when she heard this. There was such a scumbag. Then Aaron's talent isn't that great. He's just a second-level talent, which is a little better than us. He's in his 40s now, and he just advanced to the physical fitness level not long ago. Akko thought about Aaron's face. Just want to vomit. He loves drinking most. She likes to beat sister-in-law Aaron every time after drinking. And whenever sister-in-law Aaron says a word to any man, she will be beaten when she comes home. How could such a person exist? Jiu stood up angrily. How was this different from the domestic violence men she had seen in her previous life? Oh! Aaron was also drunk. He heard that Aaron's wife was talking to another man outside. So he went back and beat her like crazy. When the body was finally taken out, the brains and intestines were beaten out. My whole face has been completely deformed and distorted. Akko shuddered as she thought about it. She didn't want to live such a life. Yao's face turned red with anger. How could there be such a vicious person? He was not an enemy, but his lover. The patriarch didn't care? Never mind. It's just a matter of making him lose a few gold coins. Who makes him a physical practitioner? And Alana's wife is just an ordinary person. In the entire wild world, people who cannot practice physical training are the lowest people, and they can only let others slaughter. As he said this, Akko felt a sense of sadness. Why did he practice so hard? And it took 10 years for him to just feel chi? I can't even protect myself or my family. Ji Yao's heart sank. In fact, this was not only the case in the wilderness world, but also in the Chiffon continent. With low strength, one could only be manipulated by others. In this way, you can pretend to agree first, delay the time of getting married, and at least ensure the safety of you and your family first. Jia looked at Ake and said seriously, I have already felt the chi today. At most half, I can become a body scholar in a month. And then I will beat him until he breaks off the engagement. Ake's eyes widened. He stood up, put his hand on Ji Yao's forehead, then touched his own forehead and said, You don't have a fever. Why are you talking nonsense? Don't you have no talent? How can you feel it? Feeling angry? Sure enough, sooner or later, he would be pissed off by this girl. I have talent, but it's just not within the 5 elements, so I can't detect it, Gia said, and mobilized her chi to reach her wrist. Suddenly, a big bag bulged up on her wrist and disappeared in the blink of an eye. How is that possible? Akko stepped forward and grabbed Gia's hand in disbelief, his eyes almost falling out. Chapter 180 Advancement. What's your talent? Akko asked tremblingly. He had never heard of anyone being able to understand chi in one night. Probably the 10th level. Right. Gia tilted her head slightly and said with some uncertainty. After all, she has Tianlingen, so she should be considered the 10th level. Right? Akko was frightened and took a few steps back, looking at Gia with a blank expression. After a long while, he smiled stupidly. Level 10? Level 10 is good. This way, he would have a chance not to marry Eren. You must know that the young master's genius from the Muki tribe only has a 5th level talent. But he doesn't know what talents the geniuses from other tribes have. Well, so you believe me. I will be able to defeat him in a short time, Gia vowed. After all, it only took her 1 night to enter the chi refining period, and half a month was already a very conservative estimate. It's just that the profound energy here is not as abundant as that of one Jin sect, and this technique is not as high level as Sword Ju. Ji Yao, you are so kind. Akko moved towards Ji Yao and hugged her. Gia took a few steps back due to her impact and almost doubled over. Fortunately, her body was much stronger. 3 days later, Gia woke up from meditation, feeling her body getting stronger and feeling satisfied. I have now advanced to the solid level and become a 1st level physical practitioner. After walking out of the door and coming to an open space, Gia began to recite the technique silently and punched out. I saw a faint energy coming out, and the air was slightly distorted. Ji Yao frowned. Isn't this level of physical warrior too weak? So why is Eren so arrogant? In fact, what Gia doesn't know is that the weak power is because the technique she practices is really not good enough. After throwing several punches in a row, Ji Yao's inner excitement disappeared. Damn. This was no different from ordinary people punching. I definitely can't even beat Akko. Feeling frustrated, Gia had no choice but to go back to the room and meditate. Since the power is not enough, I will pile up my cultivation. 10 days later, Gia looked at the broken wooden pile in front of her and nodded with satisfaction. She had practiced desperately during this period and finally reached the 2nd level. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be so fast. But she accidentally discovered that the soul-gathering bracelet she bought before can actually gather profound energy. Every moment, extremely pure profound energy is sucked into the body, and the speed of strengthening the body is getting faster and faster. Faster. In just 10 days, I successfully advanced to the 2nd level, which was really an unexpected surprise. Just looking down at her arms full of muscles, Gia wanted to cry, but had no tears. Why was it that when I read novels, people's bodies were still beautiful after practicing? But when it came to me, my whole body was full of muscles. Every day when she washed her face, she didn't dare to look into the wooden basin. It was really funny that she had such a big figure but a small head. She had an ominous feeling that as she continued to practice, she would gain more and more muscles. After all, there was no thin person in the entire tribe except for children. Gia shook her head. No wonder they think they are ugly. I am afraid that they have believed that having muscles is strength and beauty since they were young. In their eyes, they think that having muscles is a weakling. But rather than becoming a concubine, if you want to grow muscles, just grow muscles. Strength is the last word. Appearance is too superficial. The inner comfort of self-deception did not have much effect. Gia cried in her heart. She was about to become a King Kong Barbie. Will her friends still recognize her when she returns home in the future? Chapter 181 Chi and Blood. Xiao, what are you doing? Ake asked with some confusion, as he watched Chiyu standing there in a daze. It's okay. Gia shook her head, and then asked, have Eren and the others come to make things difficult for you recently? No. Even Aunt Ami would run to my house when she saw the sky. Ake sighed heavily, as he thought about it. They will pick me up and take me to their home in about 10 days. Then look at how my combat power compares with Eren's now. Gia confidently punched a wooden stake in front of her, and the wooden stake instantly turned into pieces. Seeing this, Gia nodded with satisfaction, then bent her arms and showed off her biceps to Aku. Akko looked at her strangely, then walked up to a wooden pile and patted it, turning the wooden pile into a pile of dregs. Damn it. Didn't you just feel the aura as promised? Why are you so powerful? Are you just feeling chi now? Akko was a little confused. Shio was silent. She couldn't say that she was actually at the second level, but she was just too weak. I'm going to continue practicing. Shio was shocked and went into the room again. Ache stared at her back strangely. Why did it feel like Shio was a little unhappy? Shio returned to the room and lay on the bed a little decadently. Why could she not reach the first level of physical fitness even though she had already reached the second level? When her spiritual consciousness came to the sea of consciousness, Shio came to the non-attribute kung fu and touched it with a sigh. Such a heaven-defying thing has been abandoned here by me. I don't know if there are any spiritual beings in this wild world. After her spiritual consciousness withdrew from the sea of consciousness, Shio began to meditate and absorb the mysterious energy again. Soon, she will face Eren. But at present, she is not sure at all. Shio recited the exercises silently and began to absorb the mysterious energy. At this moment, the blood bead in the sea of consciousness suddenly began to shake violently, and then a steady stream of blood-red gas surged towards Xiao's body. Shio was shocked. What is this? Just as she was about to cut off the connection between the sea of consciousness and her body, Shio discovered that the red gas was actually forging her body. The gas continued to swim in his body, shuttling through his flesh and blood, causing a sharp pain. Shio fell down on the bed in pain and began to roll. She had no energy to check the changes in her body. Every part of my body really hurts. If she looked carefully, she would find that her flesh and blood were gradually becoming firmer at a speed visible to the naked eye. An hour later, Shueju shrank into the corner and became motionless. She opened her eyes with difficulty. At this time, she was soaked to the skin and her face was pale, as if she would faint at any time. After making sure her body no longer hurt, Jia slowly sat up and patted her chest fearfully. These blood-red gases must be chi and blood, and they are also an important factor related to a person's physical fitness. It's just that its attack was too fierce, and he fell into severe pain without any psychological preparation. However, the results were very gratifying. At this time, she had directly reached the 5th level physical warrior, which was as fast as a rocket. Getting off the bed, Shia rushed out without even bothering to wash up. When she came to a pile of wood, Shia punched it, and the pile of wood was smashed into pieces and dissipated with the wind. Shia was a little confused. Is there such a big gap between the 5th level and the 2nd level? Chapter 182 Fight. It seems that this energy in blood is really a good thing, and it is a great treasure for physical training. Shia tried to throw a few more punches, and then went back to take a shower after confirming her strength. 10 days later, Shia followed Ache to her house early in the morning, waiting for the arrival of Eren and others. As soon as she arrived at Ache's house, Shia discovered that her family was really poor. The wooden house was divided into several rooms with very few decorations. A tiger's skin hung in the hall, which must be that Ache's. Said by the dragon, Ache's parents are ordinary people, very warm and kind-hearted. As for Ache's younger brother, he is a somewhat shy little boy. Ever since Shia came in, he only dared to hide aside and peek at her. Ache! A rough voice came from the door. Shia looked out the door and saw a middle-aged man wearing white tiger skin taking the lead and walking over, followed by several strong young people. And the ant also followed. Next to Shia raised her eyebrows. It seemed that this person had also found a helper. Could it be that he knew that this time it would not be so smooth? Eren also saw Xiao at this time and glared at her with some contempt. She was nothing more than a loser with no profound roots. He didn't know what the young master's vision was for such a sick child. Xiao saw the contempt in his eyes and felt a little funny in her heart. She wondered if he would be so confident later. The neighbors who noticed the commotion also came over to watch the fun, but they knew that Ache didn't want to marry Eren. Feeling that there were more and more people watching, Eren puffed out his chest proudly. He had low talent and had been looked down upon since he started practicing. Now that he had finally advanced to the level of a physical practitioner, these people began to fawn over him. As Eren approached, Akko and her family became nervous. Shia turned around and nodded at them comfortingly, then walked out of the room. Hey, isn't this that ugly sick boy? What? Can you get out of bed? Eren looked at Xiao from beginning to end, smacked his lips and said, With your small body, I can play with you with just one punch. Died. Xiao's face darkened when she heard this. Very good. You succeeded in irritating me. If I don't beat you until you don't even recognize your mother, my surname will not be Yi. Xia moved her joints and was ready to take action. Eren didn't want to pay attention to her, and just wanted to pass Xio and entered the room to take Ake away. Gio grabbed him and squeezed him hard, and immediately heard the sound of bones snapping. "Ah!" Aaron yelled subconsciously, broke away, and then looked at Gio defensively from a distance. "How could you?" Aaron pointed at Gio with a shocked expression. How could a loser hurt himself? "I heard that you like to hit women." Gio turned her head and stared at him, with a smile on her lips. "What a coincidence. I like to hit men who like to hit women the most." After saying that, she rushed towards Aaron. She had really wanted to hit him for a long time. Aaron panicked when he saw her rushing over. Only he knew that although he had become a physical practitioner, he was actually very weak. So he rarely showed his strength in front of others. He wanted to run away. But with so many onlookers standing around, he had no shame in running away because he really didn't want to live the life of being looked down upon by others. Thinking of this, he attacked Gio fiercely. At least, he couldn't lose his momentum. Chapter 183, Tormenting Aaron. Gio didn't rush when she saw him rushing forward, and punched him directly on the chin. Poof! Aaron was beaten so hard that he spurted out a mouthful of blood, and several of his teeth were knocked out. Along! Aaron's mother was shocked when she saw this, and wanted to come over and stop Gio to prevent her from hurting her son. Gio turned around and glanced at Aku. Aku understood, and immediately went over to hold the aunt and prevent her from coming over. The few people who came with Daolong didn't care about watching the show at this time. They all came to Aaron's side and glared at Gio angrily. "Let's go together!" Gio raised her eyebrows slightly, pointed her fingers at the other party, and smiled. This move undoubtedly angered several men on the opposite side, and they all came towards Gio. "TSK! TSK! TSK! Is this girl crazy? No! There really is something wrong with my brain! Hey! A girl! How can she expect to defeat several strong men? At least she has the courage. I underestimated her before. Indeed, brave men are always worthy of respect." Seeing Gio like this, the onlookers all pointed at her. But at this time, Gio took advantage of her petite body and shuttled directly between several people, finding an opening and punching them. Soon, those few strong periods fell to the ground, covering their bodies and rolling. Aaron became even more frightened when he saw this, and his fighting spirit was suddenly reduced by half. After Gio dealt with a few minions, she began to punch Aaron, hitting him directly in the face again. Aaron spat out a mouthful of blood again, and then stared at Gio with a ferocious expression. He didn't want to hit anyone in the face. This woman obviously did it on purpose. Of course Gio did it on purpose. Aren't you very proud and confident? I will make you afraid to go out at all. TSK! 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 This girl is incredible. Aaron may have encountered a tough situation this time. Humph. You should teach him a lesson and let him bully others based on his cultivation every day. When the onlookers saw Aaron being beaten, they not only refused to help, but also started to cheer up Gio. Gio curled her lips and smiled. It seemed that Aaron was really annoying. Aaron also heard the advice from the people around him. His face turned blue and red, and he hated Gio in his heart. All because of this bitch. His eyes were bloodshot at that moment, and he attacked Gio with his fists desperately. Gio turned slightly to the side, dodged, and then punched him directly in the back again. Crack! The crunching sound of bones came again, and Aaron let out a cry of pain. Just like that, Gio punched Aaron one after another. Such a domestically violent man should let him experience the feeling of being beaten. Seeing Aaron being beaten to the point of being unable to fight back, Gio sneered. He should be lucky that he was in the Muki tribe now, and it was hard for him to start when he was new. If he were in Chiffon continent, he would be dead at this moment. If you want to touch your friends, they are your enemies. The only rule for dealing with enemies is to treat them to death. This is the supreme truth that she has learned through years of practice. Don't hit! Don't hit! Aaron's mother was heartbroken as she watched her son being beaten all the time. There was no good spot on his body anymore. Struggling to protect her son, she began to pinch Akko crazily. At this time, Ake was also a little swollen. Seeing that Gio was so powerful, she still didn't take Aaron seriously, so she pinched her back hard. Ouch! You dare to pinch me? Aaron screamed in shock when he saw that Ake dared to pinch her. In the past, when this girl saw her, she honestly didn't dare to say a few words. It's really turned upside down now. It's you who's pinching me! Chapter 184 Chapter 181 Going up the mountain to hunt tigers. Akko sneered in his heart. Ever since Aaron advanced to become a physical practitioner, Aunt Ami has been acting condescending and always mocking her for her low cultivation. He has long disliked her. Now that they've all fallen out, I don't have to worry about anything. Thinking of this, Akko pinched her even harder. Shia on the other side stopped her hand at this time, because Eren was lying on the ground now, looking as if he was about to wear his braids. If we do it again, someone may die. Putting away her hands, Shia stood aside, as if she had nothing to do with the matter, and was just watching the fun. Along! When Eren saw that she had stopped, he hurriedly ran towards Eren. And Ike didn't stop her at this time. Walking to Xiao, Akka gave a thumbs up. Awesome. Just average. Third in the world. Xiao narrowed her eyes, and returned with a smile. In my heart, I sighed. My personality was really much more cheerful in this life. Hey, are you still the third in the world? Akko pursed his lips, and looked at her with disdain. Haha. You are awesome. Go ahead. She rolled her eyes, and ignored this guy. She didn't have many nice words to say. On the other side, Eren's mother hugged Eren and cried loudly. While crying, she pierced Shia with her eyes. But she didn't dare to curse. Akko clicked his tongue twice. He really knew how to order the dishes. Still not leaving? Shia raised her eyebrows and raised her hand to pretend to punch, scaring Eren's mother so much that she trembled and hurriedly called on the friends to take Eren away. Seeing that Eren was gone, everyone met in twos and threes, and went to other places to continue complaining. Xiao! Thank you! Ike smiled and hit Xiao's chest. Xiao hurriedly took a few steps back and looked at her warily. Bang! Akko rolled her eyes. She now understood Xiao's character better. Xiao! Thank you for helping us. Ike's parents also came out and looked at Xiao with grateful faces. And her mother even wiped away tears. Uncle and aunt, you're welcome. Thanks to Akko's care during this period. Otherwise, I would still be lying in bed. Xiao smiled and shook her head. Don't be polite to her. Otherwise her tail will be raised to the sky later. Akko pursed his lips. What are you talking about? Girl. Ike's mother slapped her directly. Seeing Ike's dazed look after being beaten, Xiao laughed happily. 3 days later, Xiao looked at the mountain in front of her, cheered herself up, and walked towards the mountain. Now that he is a 5th level physical warrior, he urgently needs to improve his combat power. So going up the mountain to fight tigers is the best choice. Akko said that the Yulong mountain in front of her was most suitable for people with her level of cultivation, and the risk was not very high. But Xiao didn't dare to relax. With her physique of being unlucky wherever she went, there would probably be no peace here. An hour later, Xiao finally came to the depths of Yulong Mountain, where there were already traces of wild beasts. Picking up a branch casually, Xiao silently recited the sword technique and waved it. She really missed having the spiritual sword in her hand so much that I felt the same way in the world. But no matter how hard Xiao swung, she couldn't make a single move. Sighing, Xiao felt a sense of sadness in her heart. Her skills were still too low. A true strong swordsman could directly combine man and sword into one, making him invincible in the world. Even if there is no external medium, it still cannot stop the power of sword cultivator. If you are like yourself, without spiritual energy, you are almost like a useless person. It seems that when it comes to kendo, I am still just a toddler who has just started to learn to walk. Chapter 185 Fighting the Tiger. Throwing away the branch, Xiao calmed down and began to observe her surroundings. There are a lot of grass, trees and branches that have been overturned by wild beasts here. And there are also some wild beast dung everywhere. It must be that wild beasts often appear here. After choosing a bush as a cover, Xiao waited patiently. Half an hour later, an elk broke into Xiao's sight. I saw it eating grass leisurely, without any awareness of the danger approaching. Xiao took a deep breath and was about to rush out when a tiger suddenly rushed out diagonally to the left and headed directly towards the elk. When the elk found danger, it spread its hooves and ran away. Unfortunately, its speed could not compare with that of a tiger. Soon, the elk was caught up by the tiger. The tiger jumped and bit the elk's neck. The elk let out a scream and struggled to get rid of the tiger. But the tiger held on tightly and refused to let go. After more than 10 breaths passed, the elk fell to the ground, and his hair was obviously in disarray. Xiao swallowed and stared at the tiger seriously. Now he had to fight a tiger with his bare hands. Seeing the tiger looking so powerful, he was really nervous. Xiao missed her Sui Hui very much at this moment. But the tiger killed the elk and started eating it on the spot, with its entire intestines escaping out. Xiao felt nauseated watching it. This scene of eating it raw was really disgusting. While the tiger was happily eating, Gia rushed forward and punched the tiger. The tiger's reaction is extremely sensitive. As soon as Gia appeared, it noticed it and jumped away to avoid the attack. Missing the blow, Gia quickly retreated and stood warily observing the tiger from a distance. At this time, the tiger saw clearly what was attacking him, and immediately roared angrily, startling a flock of birds. Ji Yao's heart sank slightly. The tiger was obviously very angry, and might not be able to fight well in a fight later. Suddenly, the tiger rushed towards Ji Yao, grabbing Ji Yao with a sharp claw. After turning sideways to avoid the attack, Ji Yao immediately struck out with her palm and hit the tiger on the back. In an instant, there was a crisp, click sound on the tiger's back, and several bones broke. Ji Yao felt happy. It seemed that her attack was more effective. A burst of pain came, and the irritated tiger's eyes turned red, and he bit Gia desperately. Gia leaned back violently, barely avoiding the attack, and then felt a pain in her leg. But at this time, she didn't even care to check the injury. She hurriedly took a few steps back to avoid the tiger's mouth, and then dived and punched the tiger again. This time, the punch hit the tiger directly on the head, knocking it out and making it move much slower. It's now! Jiu used all the energy in her body and slammed the tiger's head once again. Suddenly, the tiger's head was blown open, and his brains burst out, covering Ji Yao's body. Grass! Isn't this too disgusting? Ji Yao looked at the filth on her body and regretted having her head shot. But looking at her trophies, Ji Yao was still a little happy. At least she was no longer an ordinary person who would die if someone pinched her. Holding back her nausea, Ji Yao dragged the tiger's body down the mountain. She had better go back and wash up. A few quarters of an hour later, Ji Yao walked to a gentle slope that she had passed when she came, but stopped with some doubts. Chapter 186 Distress. There was suddenly a series of very deep footprints here, and the footprints were 3 times as big as those of an adult elephant. But Akko said that there are no big beasts here. An ominous premonition hit her, and Ji Yao quickened her pace and walked down the mountain. But as soon as they reached a slope, an extremely large mutated wild boar suddenly appeared, its 2 sharp teeth refracting dazzling light in the sun, and it swooped directly towards Ji Yao. Ji Yao was shocked. It was actually a second-order mysterious beast. It's still a wild boar with strong attack power. The second-level mysterious beast is in the cultivation stage of human beings, which is equivalent to the combat power of the foundation building stage. How can it be its opponent? When I was able to win the foundation building stage by practicing my chi, it was also because I understood the meaning of the sword. But at this time, he was competing with a mysterious beast whose cultivation level was higher than his own. That would be a complete courtship of death. Ji Yao ran away after giving in. The disparity in strength was really too great. But her speed couldn't compare with the wild boar. Soon the wild boar caught up with her, and directly pierced Ji Yao's back with 2 fangs. Poof! He spat out a large mouthful of blood, and a burst of pain hit him. But before Ji Yao could react, the wild boar directly hit Ji Yao and hit the big tree in front of him. Poof! The teeth dug deeper, and Ji Yao almost fainted from the pain. No, I will die if I continue like this. So I have to find a way. Ji Yao endured the severe pain while observing the surrounding environment. Soon I discovered a slope not far away with a pit below. You might die if you fall into a pothole, but if you fight a wild boar like this, you will definitely die. Ji Yao's heart sank, and she made up her mind. Holding back the pain, Ji Yao turned around violently, instantly pulling the scar on her back much wider. The wild boar didn't realize that the dead prey would suddenly move like this. It staggered and hit a tree, and its head suddenly became dizzy. It's now! Ji Yao put her hands behind her back and grabbed 2 fangs. And then she pulled away suddenly and pulled the fangs out of her body. In an instant, countless blood spurted out, and Ji Yao was a little unstable from the pain. But she didn't care about this at all, and ran towards the slope before the wild boar attacked her. At this time, the wild boar finally reacted, became furious, and then chased Ji Yao angrily. Seeing that she was about to be overtaken by the wild boar, Ji Yao finally reached the slope. Sensing the approach of the wild boar, Ji Yao took a deep breath and jumped directly. The wild boar came to the slope and saw its prey escaping, but it did not dare to jump down. There is a poisonous weed growing down here, which it cannot touch. After staying on the slope for a while to make sure that the prey would not come up on its own, the wild boar swaggered away to find other prey. Ji Yao fell down the slope and hit the ground hard. Her lungs were shattered, She spit out a mouthful of blood and fainted completely. A few minutes passed, and Ji Yao's surroundings were already covered with blood. Her face facing the ground was completely swollen, and her face was covered with black spots and red spots, which was simply too horrible to look at. As time goes by, Ji Yao's aura becomes weaker and weaker. If she doesn't detoxify and stop the bleeding in time, she may really die here. Huh? A surprised voice came, and soon a figure appeared next to Ji Yao, and then squatted down to check her injuries. Chapter 187 Nandong Che. TSK. 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 The internal organs are almost broken. The blood is almost drained. And he was poisoned by vine poison. But he still hasn't raised his braids? Nandong Che raised his eyebrows with some interest. This man is really lucky. It seems that you and I are destined to be destined. Now that you have met me, you can't die even if you want to. Seeing this person face down, Nandong Che shuddered just imagining her falling from above. It hurts. Then he took out a piece of grass from his backpack, used his mysterious power to melt it, and applied it directly to Ji Yao's back. In an instant, the bleeding stopped. Nandong Che nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that the newly picked hemostatic herbs were very effective. The bleeding stopped. And then, there were toxins and internal injuries. Nandong Che took a pill directly from his sleeve pocket. The storage bag is more convenient. Nandong Che shook his head with a sigh, and then gently pushed Ji Yao's face towards him with his hands. Nandong Che couldn't bear to look at Ji Yao's face when he saw it. So ugly. Disgusted, he directly stuffed the pill into Ji Yao's mouth, and used Xian Qi to help her dissolve it. Nandong Che quickly reset her face, and faced the ground again. Then he walked aside, and began to study his medicinal herbs, not caring about Ji Yao at all. An hour later, Ji Yao slowly opened her eyes, looking at the land in front of her in confusion. Immediately her memory came back, and Ji Yao was shocked. Did she fall down the slope? But after feeling his body, he didn't notice any problems. Even the wounds on his back had healed. Ji Yao stood up suddenly and climbed up. Her whole head was a little dizzy. Could it be that she had a concussion after falling? Ji Yao shook her head hard, trying to get rid of this feeling. What? Your head is broken. A joking voice came. Ji Yao was startled and hurriedly looked at the source of the sound. Prince Qin? Why are you here? Ji Yao pointed at the man in red with a face full of shock. Hey, have you seen me? Nandong Che looked at the other person with some confusion. He seemed to have never seen this woman before. I once asked you to exchange a key in Qihong realm, Ji Yao said happily. She didn't expect to meet an old friend in this wild world. It felt like meeting an old friend in a foreign land. When Nandong Che heard the words, he thought of the beautiful girl back then. But when he looked at the other person, he saw that the girl opposite was strong, with bulging muscles, and her face was covered in bruises, and her original appearance was completely unrecognizable. Of course, he would not admit that he deliberately refused to treat her face. After all, the other party had already spent one of his 5th-level mysterious pills, and she could not afford to pay for it if he sold it. Are you lying? After all, that girl was also a beautiful girl. How can she be like you? Nandong Che already believed the other party's identity in his heart, but he still wanted to tease her. No, I really came from Chiffon continent. Seeing that he didn't believe it, Ji Yao was a little anxious. So she said that with her current appearance, others would not be able to recognize her. Okay. What's your name? Nandong Che interrupted her and asked. Yi Ji Yao. Ji Yao returned and suddenly realized something was wrong. Aren't you immortal? How could you come to the wild world? The more she thought about it, the more wrong she became. Ji Yao began to stare at him warily. Huh? As expected? You are still the same girl, turning your back on me and not recognizing anyone. Nandong Che pretended to be sad and accused Ji Yao with his eyes. I spent a 5th-level Xiandan to save you. Is this how you treat your savior? Chapter 188 Miracle Doctor. Ji Yao heard this and thought about it. With his previous injuries, he only needed to ignore him, and he would be dead. On the contrary, the other party saved me. But I still question the other party, which is really wrong. Sorry, I'm just a little surprised, Ji Yao said with some embarrassment, remembering that she slapped someone in the first place. Huh? You're sensible. So let's forget it this time. Nandong Che snorted coldly, and replied pretending to be arrogant. You haven't asked your benefactor Gao's name yet? Ji Yao asked with her fists clasped. No, don't be like this. I'm not used to seeing her. Seeing her being so serious, Nandong Che waved his hands quickly, which was really awkward, and then introduced himself. Nandong Che. Nandong family? Xiyu frowned, a little surprised. Yes. It's Nandong Yu's Nandong family. Nandong Che nodded, believing that as long as Nandong Yu moved out, he should know it. It turns out to be fellow Taoist Nandong. I'm sorry. Xia carefully recalled the original work, and found that this person did not appear. Just call me Nandong Che. Fellow Taoist Nandong. I'm so awkward. Nandong Che curled his lips in disgust. Nandong Che. Xia borrowed the donkey from the slope and nodded naturally. Nandong Che nodded in response, then put the basket on his back and stretched out his hand towards Xia. What? Xia put her hand away warily. Ugly girl. You don't even look at what you are like now. Are you still worried that I will take advantage of you? Nandong Che rolled his eyes. He was blind to want to take advantage of her. Isn't this a subconscious reaction? Xia smiled coquettishly and stretched out her hand. Nandong Che grabbed her in disgust, took her directly into his arms, then jumped and rushed up the slope with the help of his strength. As soon as he returned to the slope, Nandong Che immediately let go of his hands, as if he was deeply afraid of contracting an infectious disease. Haha. This Nandong Che is still as annoying as expected. Let's go back. Nandong Che greeted Xiao and hurried back. He still had to go back and wash his hands. The girl was really dirty. He was doing his best to bear the thought of bringing her up. However, there is trouble in this wild world without spiritual energy. He can't even use the cleansing technique. It seems that he should leave in a few days. Xia didn't know what he was thinking. She thought he was afraid that there would be danger here, so she hurriedly followed him. It was almost dark when we returned to the tribe. As soon as Xia got off the mountain, she saw Ake coming towards her. At this time, she was walking towards this direction with a look of urgency. As soon as he saw Xia, he ran towards her in surprise. Are you okay? I was scared to death. I thought you died. Don't worry. I'm fine. I even killed a tiger, Xia said, and wanted to take out the tiger she had killed. Hack! Where's my tiger? Xia looked around in confusion, and suddenly remembered that she had already forgotten the tiger when she met the mysterious beast, and she couldn't remember where exactly it was thrown. Hey! It's okay. It's normal to not be able to hit a tiger for the first time. Ake patted Xia on the shoulder to comfort her. Okay. Okay. I'll show her one next time, so that Akko won't feel like I'm bragging. Cough! Nandong Che coughed in displeasure when he saw that the two of them had completely ignored him. Miracle Doctor! Why are you with Ji Yao? Only then did Ake notice someone beside Ji Yao. She had just been looking to see if anyone in Ji Yao was injured, but she had ignored the Miracle Doctor. Chapter 189 Competition within the clan. Miraculous Doctor? Xia was a little surprised. The Miracle Doctor Ake mentioned before was actually Nandong Che. Yeah. Go up the mountain to collect herbs. Nandong Che nodded coldly to Aku, and then went down the mountain without saying any more. Xia rolled her eyes. This person is really good at pretending in front of others. Ake seemed to be used to it, and didn't pay much attention to it. He pulled Ji Yao and hurried back. It wasn't until they returned to the wooden house, and the two of them lit the oil lamp, that Ake could clearly see the embarrassment on Jia's body, and the marks on her face. What are you doing? Akko asked stutteringly, thinking that he had just dragged her back all the way. He rushed to the wooden basin to wash his hands. Disliked again. Xia curled her lips in grievance, and walked towards the wooden basin. Oh my god! This is me? Xia looked at the man in the basin with a shocked face, with a bruised nose, swollen face, and hair that was covered with dead grass, and was as messy as a chicken coop. Who else are you? Akko suppressed a smile. This girl didn't know how she ended up like this. Xia finally accepted this. When she lowered her head, she saw that the tiger brains on her tiger skin skirt had dried, leaving heavy marks and looking very disgusting. Thinking of Nandong Che's reaction, she suddenly felt a little impressed. He could still hold her up the hill. He was really a good person. I'll get you some clothes. Akko naturally saw her, shook his head, and went out. Can you please not have a grass skirt? Xia ran to the door and shouted at Ake's back. It was all her own fault for losing her trophy. Otherwise she would have had a new dress. A quarter of an hour later, Akko came back with a bucket of water, and the grass skirt hanging on her arm was indeed a grass skirt. Woohoo! As expected, I still can't escape the fate of becoming a savage. Xia was about to cry, but she could only accept her fate. After all, the tiger's skin on her body was too dirty, and she couldn't wear it anymore. Take off the tiger skin, and I'll wash it for you. When your face is healed and you can go out, you can wear it. Akko looked at her reluctance and felt a little funny. It's just a grass skirt. Many women in the Muki tribe wear this, so there's nothing wrong with it. No need. I'll wash it myself. Jia quickly shook her head. She was not a useless person, so there was no need to bother others with such trivial matters. Okay. Then you take a shower and go to bed early. Seeing her insistence, Akko left without much persuasion. As soon as Ake left, Jiu started to take a bath. It was not until she finally washed off the tiger skin that she fell on the bed and fell asleep. 3 days later, Jiu looked at the tiger skin skirt on her body and sighed with satisfaction. She finally no longer had to wear a grass skirt. Xiao, are you ready? Ake's call came from the door. Here it comes. Jia pulled at her chest to make sure it was securely worn, then opened the door and followed Ake. Today is the day for the competition within the Muki tribe. The purpose is to select talents for the competition with the Mulia tribe a month later. Jia will definitely not miss this kind of thing, because once he gets the attention of the tribe, if the young master is selected by the Wu tribe this time, he can go with him. This is an opportunity to move towards the big map, and I must not give up. Presumably, by going to a bigger place, I will be able to get some information about Chinfeng continent, and my chances of going back will be greater. After cheering herself up, Ji Yao followed Aku to the fighting arena calmly and confidently. Chapter 190 Competition. As soon as Xiao arrived at the fighting arena, she saw a huge open space in front of her that was surrounded by a fence. Outside the fence, there were already crowds of people on 3 levels inside and outside. Everyone was talking excitedly. It was really. Such events are usually rare. There were more than 20 young and strong men standing inside the fence. They all stood with their hands folded and their faces arrogant. After all, they were the leaders of the new generation. Xia frowned. She was the only woman. The proportion of women among monks in Chinfeng continent is also smaller. But I didn't expect that the Muki tribe would be even more exaggerated. Go on. Be careful. Ake patted Ji Yao on the shoulder and warned with some worry. Yes. Xia nodded cautiously. This competition was a group battle, which meant that she, a foreigner, would definitely be ostracized. As soon as Xia walked towards the fence, the crowd of onlookers started to boo. Look, there's actually a girl competing. A man laughed wildly after saying this. That's right. Ha ha! Are foreigners so self-righteous? TSK. 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 Look at how thin she is. I can defeat her with one punch. Ha ha. Then Aki. Come on. That's right. Go up and drive her out. The others also laughed when they heard this. Xia walked to those people with an expressionless face and followed their example of standing with her hands folded. In the face of other people's doubts, the only thing that can make them shut up is strength. The patriarch and the others are here. The onlookers suddenly became quiet. Xia looked to the right and saw the clan leader and the 4 elders she had met that day coming over. And Nangong Che was also following them. TSK. TSK. Why is this miracle doctor here to join in the fun? A man next to Ji's Ted. Isn't that right? This dragon has always seen its beginning but not its end. The other man nodded in agreement, obviously a little surprised. At this time, Nandong Che naturally saw Ji Yao, winked at her, and smiled. Of course, he came to see the excitement of this girl, so as not to be beaten to death, and no one could save her. Ji rolled her eyes in response. This guy had an outstanding appearance, but it was completely ruined by this annoying personality. Today is the day for our clan to select warriors. I'm glad that everyone is here. Mu Wei, the clan leader, stood up and announced in a loud voice. Oh, as soon as he finished speaking, the onlookers cheered. Quiet! Let the competition begin. The last 5 people standing will be the warriors we finally selected. Mu Wei signaled everyone to be quiet, pointed out the rules, and took the other people to their exclusive seats to prepare. Come on, Ji Yao! Ake waved his fist and shouted at Ji Yao. Ji Yao smiled slightly, made a cheering gesture towards Aku, and immediately changed her position and came to stand in a corner. The others also dispersed in 2s and 3s, not in a hurry to start fighting. Instead, they winked at each other and nuzzled their lips in Ji Yao's direction. Really? Ji Yao's heart sank. These people really wanted to join forces to deal with her. Most of the people in front of her were 3rd level and 4th level physical warriors. But Ji Yao knew very well that her own strength might not be comparable to them. She had previously learned from Akko that her copy of Tiger Fist, was the lowest level of skills. So although others were lower in cultivation than her, their combat power was not necessarily weaker than hers. Chapter 191 Besieged. Now that she had anticipated the outcome, Jia did not sit back and wait for death, but chose to take the initiative. While the other people were still discussing, they directly attacked the nearest person, gathering all the profound energy into her fist. Jia punched the man directly in the abdomen, knocking him away and falling far away, vomiting blood. Others did not expect that Jia would dare to take action first, feeling that their majesty was challenged. The remaining people actually attacked Jia at the same time. Fight! Determined to win, Jia rushed directly to the crowd, using her body shape to shuttle among them. Ahu was also a member of the competition, and it was his brother who was just beaten out by Jia. Seeing Jia walking among the crowd, he smiled coldly. Today I will let you know the consequences of offending my brother. With this thought in mind, he zeroed in on Jia. Seeing her pause slightly, he immediately rushed over and punched Jia on the shoulder. Crack! With a sound, Jia's shoulder was directly dislocated by the slap. Nandong Che, who was watching the battle on the sidelines, narrowed his eyes dangerously. This man was quite courageous and dared to touch the person he was protecting. It seems that it still needs to be sorted out. At this time, Jia's movement slowed down due to the injury, and she was quickly attacked by many physical warriors and suffered serious injuries. Biting her lip desperately, Jia's eyes were completely red at this time. There is a lot of anger in my heart. These people are targeting me, and the law of heaven is also targeting me. If you want to admit defeat, it depends on whether you have the ability. With this thought in mind, she punched another person, and that person happened to be Ahu. Ahu laughed at the corner of his mouth when he saw that Jia was attacking him without knowing his own strength. When Jia's fist arrived, he punched her back hard. As soon as the two fists touched, a powerful impact hit Jia, knocking her away hard. Poof! Jia fell heavily to the ground, coughed out a large mouthful of blood, and frowned in pain. Not only does my body hurt now, but my fists are also numb. Jia! Ake almost burst into tears when she saw Jia being knocked away. These people went too far. More than 20 people bullied one woman. At this time, the onlookers could not bear it. It was indeed unethical for so many people to bully one person. Jia struggled to stand up, wiped away the blood from the corner of her mouth, then raised her head and stared at Ahu. It is this person who has caused all the damage. He is the strongest among them. As long as he is dealt with, others will be able to deal with it easily. Seeing that she still dared to stare at him, Ahu waved his fist at her in a threatening manner. Ha! Brother who is awesome! Give her some color and see! The other bodyguards all burst out laughing. It was really overestimating one's ability for a woman to dare to challenge the majesty of herself and others. Ahu puffed up his chest proudly and walked towards Jia. Just when he was about to ask her to admit defeat, Jia suddenly punched his chin, knocking his whole head away and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Ahu was stunned. The others were stunned, and the onlookers were also stunned. They all thought that Jia would surrender after being so seriously injured, but they didn't expect that Jia would dare to fight back. Only Nandong Che laughed, leaning on the bamboo chair and swaying with laughter. Sure enough, she was still the same little girl. Chapter 192 Chi and Blood Transformation. Jia looked at the opponent stunned, punched the opponent's chin again, then punched the opponent again in the abdomen, and hurriedly stepped away. At this time, Ahu also fully reacted. His face turned green and red, and the pain from his abdomen and chin reminded him that he had been beaten by her. Ahu's face darkened. He glared at Jia fiercely, and then rushed forward again. The others also reacted at this moment and rushed forward together. But why is a foreigner so arrogant? Ahu's heavy punch came. Jia wanted to dodge, but was blocked by others, and she forcefully received Ahu's punch. TSK! 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 Aren't you very arrogant? Ahu said sarcastically when he saw her covering her shoulders in pain. Jia didn't say anything, just looked at him coldly. You? You really can't shed tears until you see the coffin. Brothers, let's show her some color and let her know who she can't offend. Ahu was so angry at Jia's reaction that he invited the other brothers directly arrive. Okay. The others responded positively, and then they all attacked Jia together. The injuries to her body had seriously affected Jia's speed. At this time, she was unable to avoid the attack. She was punched back, but was immediately punched from behind. Just like that, Ji Yao was beaten around like a sandbag. Ahu sneered and stepped aside to watch. At this time, Ji Yao no longer needed him to take action. Ji Yao! Give up! Give up! Ik burst into tears. At this time, Ji Yao was already covered in wounds. Her nose was bruised and her face was swollen. If the beating continued, she might be beaten to death. Admit defeat quickly! Admit defeat quickly! Ik called urgently, hoping that Ji Yao would admit defeat immediately. She didn't understand. Was the opportunity to leave the tribe so important? Is it so important that you can even give up your life? Ji Yao heard Ika's voice in her ears. At this time, she was already a little dizzy, and she was being teased by everyone without the ability to fight back. Give up? She is a sword cultivator. And the word, admit defeat, does not exist in the sword cultivator's dictionary. Poof! Ji Yao was punched in the abdomen again, and Ji Yao fell directly to the ground. She became a little confused and her vision became increasingly blurred. Nandong Che stood up suddenly, and just as he was about to rush forward and take her out, he suddenly noticed that a burst of red light suddenly appeared in Dia's body. Nandong Che narrowed his eyes slightly. What is this? But it seems that this little girl hasn't lost yet. After sitting back down again, Nandong Che leaned back on the chair and started watching the show. At this time, other people could not see the red light. This was because they were practicing profound energy. But the blood beads were born from spiritual energy and blood. More and more energy and blood emanated from the blood beads, constantly repairing Ji Yao's injuries. Ji Yao regained her consciousness and jumped up suddenly, startling everyone, seeing that this man was about to die. Why did he stand up again? Ji Yao felt the steady stream of energy and blood coming from the blood bead, and with a firm heart, she waved her fist again and attacked the people around her. The fist blessed with energy and blood hit a man's abdomen hard, knocking him away and falling to the ground unconscious. Hiss! The crowd onlookers gasped. Why did this man's combat power suddenly increase so much? The other contestants present did not react, and looked at the unconscious brother in the distance in confusion. Chapter 193 Advancement. Ji Yao seized the opportunity and kept walking among the people. Within 10 seconds, 5 people fell on the ground. Ji Yao shook her head inwardly. These people dared to be distracted for so long during the fight. Obviously they hadn't figured out the situation yet. Finally, these people reacted, including Ahu. Everyone gathered around again, but this time their expressions became very cautious. A man angrily attacked Ji Yao directly, thinking that this woman must be his brother who took advantage of the loophole and injured him. But he was not actually very strong. Crack! A soft sound came from within her body, and Ji Yao was overjoyed that she had achieved a breakthrough. Immediately, he raised his lips and smiled, and directly greeted him with a fist. Poof! The man only felt an impact from the opponent's fist, and his arm bones were shattered in an instant. But the impact didn't stop. It went straight to his heart, forcing him to spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. And then he fell down. The fall of another man completely stimulated the remaining people, and they all attacked Ji Yao crazily. The same was true for Ahu. He didn't expect this woman to be so troublesome. He concentrated all his profound energy on his fist and attacked Ji Yao's back again. A sound of breaking through the air came from behind. Ji Yao was startled. She rolled forward and immediately avoided it. Then she concentrated her profound energy on her right leg and swept her legs to attack the nearest man instantly. Immediately, the man's leg was broken, and he fell to the ground, holding his leg in pain and screaming. Just as Ji Yao was about to take the opportunity to stand up, she suddenly realized that the blood beads were a little out of control. More and more energy and blood came out and entered her flesh and blood, and some even began to seep into her meridians. The whole body felt swollen and painful, as if it was being held up by something, and it was in urgent need of venting. At that moment, she stood up suddenly and attacked Ahu again. With a punch, the entire passing air was violently distorted, and mixed with strong momentum. It hit Ahu's chest directly. Ahu spat out a large mouthful of blood and sprayed it all over Jia's face. But she didn't care about the nausea at this time, and just subconsciously punched the other person in the abdomen. This circle directly dispersed the remaining profound energy in Ahu's dantian, causing him to be seriously injured and lying motionless on the ground. TSK. This little girl is really unexpected. Mu Wei finally spoke. No. Ha. It seems that our tribe may not lose in this competition. The third elder looked at Ji Yao with a smile. As long as he has the strength to help the tribe win, they don't care who wins. At this time, Ik was also staring at Jia in the field with shining eyes. How come she never knew that Zia was so powerful? Only Nangong Che frowned tightly. The little girl's condition was obviously wrong. Although her face was bruised and swollen and stained with blood, it could still be seen that the blood vessels were protruding outwards and beating non-stop. Of course Jia also knew that she was wrong, because she had advanced again, already to the 7th level, and it seemed that this posture would continue. But she didn't feel happy. On the contrary, she was very worried. The energy and blood were coming so fiercely that her body might burst. However, now that the game is not over yet, he must persevere. Thinking of this, she rushed towards the remaining crowd again. Others were a little afraid of her at this time. Even Ahu was knocked down by her 2 punches. He was the strongest among them. Chapter 194 Victory. A quarter of an hour later, Ji Yao was the only one left standing on the field. More than 20 people were now lying on the ground, rolling and unconscious. At this moment, the onlookers all became quiet. They really didn't expect such a result. But at this time, Ji Yao was extremely uncomfortable and was holding on forcefully. She had now reached the 10th level and was almost on the verge of advancing to the Peiyuan level. However, her body did not become stronger step by step, and she did not brew any physical training herbs. So now she simply cannot bear the increase in cultivation. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and her whole body swelled up, like a balloon that was about to burst. Nandong Che stood up suddenly, appeared beside Ji Yao in a flash, and injected profound energy directly into her body to soothe the blood in her body. Gradually, with Nandong Che's suppression, the blood beads no longer released energy and blood, and obediently hid in the sea of consciousness and stopped moving. Feeling the anger of the foreign profound energy, Shuezhu felt a little aggrieved. Doesn't the master need energy and blood now? Why does this person want to hurt himself? At this time, Jia could no longer hold on and fell into Nandong Che's arms. Xiao! Seeing that the competition was over, Ik was shocked and Jia fainted, and hurriedly ran towards the field. Miracle Doctor, what happened to Xiao? Aka asked worriedly. It's okay. She's just too tired. Nandong Che didn't want to explain more, picked up Jia and walked towards his wooden house. Akko felt relieved when he heard this, but he still couldn't feel relieved and followed him. At this time, Mu Wei also stood up and announced, Yiji won this competition. Due to the special results of this competition, the other 4 places were decided by the elders. 1 month later, they will replace our Muki tribe, compete with the Mulia tribe, Cokes. At this time, the crowd became lively again, and everyone began to talk about this competition. Unexpectedly, the result was an upset. A little girl singled out more than 20 physique warriors, and actually won. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes today, they wouldn't believe anything they said. Take them back and let them disperse. Mu Wei waved to everyone and took the lead to leave. As for Ji Yao, he is not worried. With the miracle doctor here, these are not problems. The crowd of onlookers came to take away the athletes in the field, laughing and playing together, which was very lively. It wasn't until dark that Jia woke up. When she opened her eyes, she saw Nandong Che's busy back. Ahem. Jia struggled to sit up and looked at the wooden house. It was much better than my own room. At least there were a few more wooden cabinets with various bottles densely packed inside. There were also a few pots of unknown flowers and plants placed on the table. Are you awake? Nandong Che heard the voice and turned to look at her. That girl just left, saying she was going home to work. Yes. Jia nodded, and then looked at Nandong Che gratefully. Thank you for saving me again. Thinking of her experiences during this period, Jia sighed deeply. This kind of physical cultivation is really not easy. Why are you working so hard? Nandong Che asked curiously, thinking of her performance today. As long as I win the competition, I will have the opportunity to follow the young master to the Wood Tribe. And maybe I will have the opportunity to return to the Chinfeng continent, Jia said in a deep voice, which was also the motivation to support her during this period. She wanted to go back to her own world. Hey, just for this? Nandong Che raised his eyebrows in surprise. If you want to leave, just tell me no. Nandong Che laughed a little and lightly tapped Jia's forehead. What a fool. Chapter 195. Star Tempering Technique. Do you have a way to go back? Jia completely ignored what he did at this moment. She only heard the previous sentence and looked at him with some excitement. Well, I know a space node, and that's where I came in. Nandong Che nodded. frowning at Ji Yao's bruised nose and swollen face but shining eyes. These scars are really dazzling. She really didn't expect the surprise to come so suddenly. So she laughed silly. What are you laughing at? Nandong Che reached out and rubbed her head, laughing a little. Hee hee. Jia just narrowed her eyes and stared at him with a smile on her face. TSK. Don't you know how ugly you are now? Nandong Che glared at her with feigned disgust, then turned around to get his ointment. The smile froze on her face, and Jia curled her lips in grievance. She was really a superficial human being. No matter how she looked, she could not hide her beautiful and kind heart. Put your face over here. Nandong Che opened a jade bottle, took out a medicine swab and gently dipped some in it before rubbing it on Ji Yao's face. Ji Yao blushed a little and quickly waved her hand to refuse. I will do it myself. I will do it myself. Oh, I asked you to stretch your face over. There is so much nonsense. Nandong Che lowered his face, straightened Ji Yao's body so that her face was facing him, and then started to apply medicine on her. Hiss! It hurts! As soon as the ointment came into contact with the wound, there was a sharp sting. Do you know it hurts now? I saw you had a lot of fun beating her before. Nandong Che looked at her lightly and said sarcastically, Well, you are the boss. You have the final say. Jia closed her mouth, stopped shouting about pain, and then closed her eyes directly, looking at the other person's face so close. She was afraid that she would not be able to bear it. I can't help but want to beat him. After wiping all the scars on Ji Yao's face, Nandong Che withdrew his hand and threw the jade bottle into Ji Yao's arms. Once a day. You will be cured within 3 days. Hee hee. Thank you. Jia opened her eyes and smiled and thanked him. No matter how annoying he was still very good to her. Nandong Che was just about to tell Ji Yao to go away, but suddenly remembered something, turned around, and came to Ji Yao fiercely. Jia was startled and subconsciously raised her right hand again. But when she saw Nandong Che's dangerous eyes, she finally put it down and smiled sheepishly. Humph! I just said you girl has no conscience! Nandong Che snorted coldly, with an unhappy look on his face. Don't I think your skin is so good that I can't help but want to touch it? Jia tried her best to open her eyes wide and try to look sincere. Ha ha! Do you really think I'm stupid? Nandong Che rolled his eyes and changed the subject. I heard that the Wood Tribe's altar headquarters has a heaven-level body training technique called Star Tempering Ju. How about we borrow it? Want to play? Why are you borrowing it for fun? Don't you just want to steal it? Jia rolled her eyes in her heart. But she was indeed a little moved. Now that I have come to the wild world, it is really unreasonable not to develop a good technique. When Nandong Che saw her little eyes rolling around, he knew that her heart was moved, and sat lazily on the edge of the bed. What is stealing? It's just learning from it. Since you don't want to, I will go by myself. After all, someone like you, even gentlemen, don't want to be with us. After saying this, he pretended to sigh and shook his head. Well, since it's a reference, I think what you said makes sense. We are having an academic exchange, and I can leave a copy of the Qifeng Realm's exercises. Jia thought of the demon cultivation technique she had obtained. I used my little brain. Chapter 196, Learning Pharmacy. Ha ha. You little girl is also full of bad ideas. Nandong Che touched his chin and looked at Ji Yao teasingly. Huh? This is a deal. Do you understand the deal? Ji Yao snorted coldly, raised her hands, and leaned against the bed rail, staring at Nandong Che with disapproval. Okay. Whatever you say is what you say. Nandong Che spread his hands, and then said seriously, You should stop practicing during this period. Judging from your momentum, I'm afraid you will advance to the cultivation level soon. By then, there will be no good. The technique is terrible. Jia nodded. She thought the same way. This tiger fist was really bad. If Pei Yuan continued to practice it in the future, she would be doomed. Pei Yuan is the same as foundation building. It is the time to lay the foundation for your future. If you choose a method at will, you will need to practice it again if you want to change to other methods in the future. Therefore, the choice of exercises is particularly important. You come to me to learn how to refine medicine during this period. Don't make yourself miserable every time. Nandong Che looked at her with disdain. This girl was like a bull, not carrying some medicine with her. It's really not reassuring. The Muhu will be back in a few months. With his ability, he should be selected. Then we will follow him to the Wood Tribe together. Nandong Che said and remembered something. He said with a teasing expression, Of course. If you want to stay here and be the 13th concubine, you can. Ha ha. What are you talking about? I'm still counting on fellow Taoist Nangong to take me away, Shiyu said in a flattering manner. Now let you be proud for a while. When you return to Chiffon continent, you can see if I still ignore you. You? Come on! Don't go back tonight. Just sleep here. It's not safe at night. After saying this, Nandong Che looked at Jiao again. Well, it seems to be quite safe. Get out! Jiao picked up the pillow at the head of the bed and threw it over. TSK. TSK. You are ugly and have a bad temper. I don't know which blind comrade will fall in love with you in the future. I really sympathize with you. Nandong Che caught the pillow and smacked his lips. Uh-huh. None of your business. Jiao laid down directly on the bed, turned her back to him, and ignored him. If you say more than a few words to this kind of person, you will get angry to death. Nandong Che was smiling broadly at this time. The little girl was still more energetic and comfortable like this. When we first met, she always liked to keep a straight face and pretend to be serious. She was obviously still a baby. Shaking his head, Nandong Che opened the door and walked towards the pharmacy. He had to prepare some things before he could start teaching her tomorrow. After Nandong Che left, Jiao relaxed and fell into a deep sleep. I'm really tired today. When I woke up, it was already 3 o'clock in the morning. Ah! As soon as Jiao opened her eyes, she was frightened by the face in front of her and almost took action. Xiao, are you okay? Ake stood beside the bed with a concerned look on his face. It's okay. I almost got scared by you. Xiao patted her heart. She was so scared so early in the morning. Hee hee. I'm worried about you. Get up quickly. I brought you breakfast. Ake slapped Jiao on the shoulder, walked to the table and sat down. At least this girl has a conscience. Jiao stretched herself comfortably, then walked to the table and sat down, eating breakfast with a ku. By the way, Jiao, have you heard about that Ahu? The person who injured you yesterday? His condition suddenly worsened last night. Ake looked outside the room mysteriously and made sure that the miracle doctor was not there before he dared to continue. Open your mouth. I heard that it seemed that I took the medicine given by the miracle doctor and suddenly became serious. The injury originally only took a month to heal, but now I have to lie down for at least half a year. So everyone is now saying that the miracle doctor's medical skills are not good. Chapter 197 Learning. Xiao was a little surprised when she heard this. She felt that Nandong Che's medical skills were good. He almost died twice and was saved. And I am now learning from him. Probably not. It must be because the man himself is not in good health. Although Nandong Che's character is not that good, his medical skills are still good. Xiao shook her head in disapproval. Ugly girl. Who do you think has bad character? Nandong Che's voice suddenly came from the door. The two of them suddenly felt guilty, having been caught speaking ill of others. Uh-huh. This breakfast is so delicious. Jia pointed at the breakfast in front of her and said nonsense seriously. Uh-huh. That's right. It's my first time to have such a delicious breakfast. Ake was a little confused now, and could only laugh along with Ji Yao. Oh. Nandong Che sneered. He spent the whole night there sorting out the beginner's needs for her. This heartless person dared to speak ill of himself behind his back. It seems that I won't be able to let you go easily in the coming days. Nandong Che smiled sadly as he thought about it. Why did she suddenly have an unknown premonition? Shio shuddered. Okay. Finish your meal early, and then come here to learn medicine. Nandong Che left after saying that. Ah. The miracle doctor is actually willing to teach you how to make medicine? Ike looked at Ji Yao with some envy. You must know that being able to make medicine means you are rich. Well, how about I ask him if he can let you learn too? Shio thought that she would leave in a while. Without her support, those people before would probably look for Ake. Trouble. However, if she could make medicine, the situation would be different. Even the clan leader would support her. Uh-huh. I knew you were the funniest. Ake excitedly hit Ji Yao on the shoulder, causing her to drop the meatballs she had picked up. Jio came to the pharmacy and told Nandong Che about the matter with some embarrassment. After promising to owe him a favor, she got the agreement. Then he happily brought Ake over and started to prepare to study. However, he thought in his heart that he already owed so many favors and the cause and effect were connected. So he didn't have to worry about one more. Miracle doctor, I'm only in a strong state. Can I still make medicine? Ake pinched her grass skirt nervously and asked. Yes. Yes. Some basic mysterious elixirs and potions do not require cultivation. Nandong Che nodded seriously. Akko breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this, as if he had seen a scene in the future where he would learn how to make medicine and his brother would succeed in practicing medicine. Nandong Che said no more and threw a book to them. You two should memorize this first, and then distinguish all the herbs here, and then you can learn to make medicine. Gio reached out and took it. Looking at the several foot thick book, she couldn't help but feel happy that it was better to practice. Now she has a photographic memory. But Ake had a sad face. She was very poor at studying when she was a child. She had to carry so many things, and she didn't know how long it would take. Looking at the hundreds of herbs in the entire pharmacy, she suddenly felt that she had thought too much. The two of them took the book and looked at it together, looking at the herbs while studying, trying to get them to match. Seeing that the two of them were so serious, Nandong Che nodded with satisfaction and started to prepare the pills. The road back to Chiffon Continent is not easy. It was very difficult for me to come all the way alone. What's more, now that I have an extra leg, I have to make more preparations. Chapter 198, Departing from the Mulia Tribe. A month later, Gio looked at the pill in front of her and nodded with satisfaction. This was the first chi-sensing pill she had made, but it was worth 20 gold coins. Ake stared at the pills with envy. They obviously studied together, but Gio can now make pills, and she is still endorsing them. It's really annoying to compare people to each other. Well, I'll give this to your brother. Just think of it as my sister's thoughts. Gio handed the pills to Ake. Nandong Che had said before that the things made were their own. He saw that not on. Huh? Let me thank you on his behalf. Akko pretended to be reluctant and took the pills. But in fact, he was completely moved inside. Gio really helped me a lot. Let's go. We are going to compete with the Mulia tribe today. Gio reached out and took Ake's arm, and the two of them walked towards the fighting arena together affectionately. At this time, there were also many people surrounding the performance arena, all here to see them off and cheer them on. Seeing Gio coming, others made way for her. As long as she wins the game on behalf of the tribe, she will be the warrior of the Muki tribe. Clan leader. Gio and Ake both saluted quickly. Ha. Has your body recovered? Mu Wei touched his beard and looked at Gio with a smile on his face. He didn't expect this girl to practice so quickly despite having no talent. But everyone has their own secrets, and as long as she doesn't do anything to threaten the tribe, everything else doesn't matter. Thank you, Patriarch, for your concern. Gio is fine. Gio smiled slightly and replied sincerely. Mu Wei nodded and spoke to the crowd of onlookers. Today, I will take several warriors from our tribe to participate in a competition between the Mulia tribe. I wish us victory and immediate success. Victory has begun. Success is imminent. All the people in the tribe shouted together. The warm atmosphere infected Gio, and she became even more determined to win. Let's go! After Mu Wei mobilized, he took the lead and walked towards the river under the back mountain, and the others immediately followed. In addition to Gio, there were 4 physical warriors who participated in the competition this time. They were all a little embarrassed to talk to Gio at this time. After all, they had bullied others too much before. In addition to the clan leader, there were also 2 elders leading the team. When they came to the river, Gio saw a boat parked there, which must be their means of transportation. Gio, you have to work hard. I'm waiting for your triumphant return. Ake patted Gio on the shoulder to cheer her up. Gio smiled and nodded. She will definitely do her best. Why did the miracle doctor just go up the mountain to collect medicine today? He didn't come to say goodbye to you. Akko curled her lips. After spending this time together, she was no longer so afraid of the miracle doctor. Yes, but he has already given me a handful of medicine in advance. Gio explained to Aku in a low voice. Hee. I knew that miracle doctors are the most loyal. Ake immediately flattered Nandong Che. Let's go! Mu Wei greeted the few people who were still saying goodbye to relatives and friends to leave. The 5 people immediately boarded the boat, and then 2 bodyguards took charge of rowing the boat, carrying several people away. Come on! Ake waved and shouted at Gio. She didn't rush home until the ship turned a corner and disappeared. And then she hurried home and gave his brother the chi-sensing pill. Seeing him start to practice seriously, Akko felt relieved, returned to the pharmacy, and began to endorse it bitterly. Chapter 199 Epiphany. The boat followed the river and gradually sailed into the distance. Looking at the scenery along the way, Gio was a little lost in thought. She felt quite relaxed at this time, ever since she knew her possible future. Shio had never felt truly relaxed in her heart, and the shadow of death had always enveloped her tightly. Although she wanted to go back to Chiffon continent, she had to admit that she felt a little more relaxed until she arrived in this wild world. Although she has been thinking that if Tiandao really wants her to die, she will go against it. But Xia knows very well in her heart that the chance of success is almost zero. This is not just a novel she is reading, but a real world. Once she dies, she is really dead. But it was this sense of urgency that prompted her to make progress bit by bit, and become a better version of herself bit by bit. Thinking about it, Xia laughed. At the very least, it would be worth it if she could come to this world and meet so many people who love her. I don't need to worry about the coming of death all the time. And I don't need to worry about the heroine and the supporting character. I just need to enjoy this special journey. She, Yijia, is the protagonist of her life. And Chiyue is her friend. Nothing more. Suddenly, the surrounding profound energy began to stir, gradually forming a vortex and rushing towards Xiyao. It was an epiphany. The ride of Xianqi shocked Mu Wei and others, and they all stayed away from Xiyao and did not dare to approach Xiyao. They did not know what was wrong with her. Even Mu Wei had never seen this formation before, and he frowned and stared at Xiyao, who was enveloped in the whirlpool. More and more profound energy entered Xia's body, beginning to strengthen her body again. Gradually, the barriers of the solid stage are about to be broken down, and the Peiyuan stage is about to be reached. However, Xia was in the process of enlightenment at this time, and was not aware of any of this at all. She was just absorbing the mysterious energy subconsciously. Seeing that the mysterious energy was about to break through the last barrier, the attributeless technique in the sea of consciousness suddenly started to tremble, and began to absorb the mysterious energy crazily. "Oh my god! What's going on?" the third elder said in horror, as he looked at the suddenly growing vortex of profound energy around him. I saw that the whirlpool that was about a few people high before was getting bigger and bigger, and finally it directly enveloped the entire ship. It showed no tendency to stop, and was still attracting the mysterious energy from further away. "Quick! Let's seize the time to absorb this profound energy." Mu Wei obviously understood that this seemed to be a great opportunity, and began to remind several others. After hearing this, several other people quickly sat down cross-legged and began to absorb Xianqi to practice. They even stopped rowing. In this way, a huge whirlpool on the boiling river kept spinning, scaring away countless small animals around it. After a full 5 hours, the whirlpool gradually disappeared, and the entire river returned to calm. The non-attribute skill absorbed enough profound energy, flashed with golden light, and suddenly returned to the state before turning the page, and then stopped moving. Gio opened her eyes and took a breath of comfort. She now felt refreshed, relaxed, and really comfortable. Several other people also woke up from meditation, and then they discovered with surprise that they had all advanced. Mu Wei's hands were shaking with excitement. He had never improved his cultivation level since he entered the Peiyuan stage 10 years ago. Unexpectedly, today actually reached the middle stage of Peiyuan. The feeling of the 4 physical warriors is even more obvious. They are in the solid stage, and it is easier to improve their cultivation. Everyone has directly risen to 2 levels, and one of them has directly jumped to 3 levels. The 3rd elder and the 4th elder jumped directly from the solid stage to the Peiyuan stage in one breath. Chapter 200 Arrival. "Okay, you're fine." Mu Wei looked at Ji Yao excitedly, almost unable to speak clearly. I really didn't expect that he was ready to be buried soon. But now he has advanced again. Maybe he will also have the opportunity to sprint into the Yijin stage. Others also stared at Ji Yao with grateful faces. They all knew that she brought this opportunity. Ji Yao also discovered that they had advanced, and nodded happily. After all, the stronger their fighting power, the easier it would be for her. I just feel a little strange in my heart. Why can't I improve my cultivation level after enlightenment? Aren't they all saying that enlightenment can jump several levels in a row? How come I haven't even broken through the barrier of the solid stage? But luckily he didn't break through. Otherwise he would be in trouble later. After a while, everyone calmed down and continued rowing away. However, Jia clearly felt that they were much closer to her, and even the clan leader began to take the initiative to tell her about the history of this competition. The competition between our tribe and the Mulia tribe has lasted for thousands of years. It is a tradition left by our ancestors, and a way for everyone to communicate with each other. Mu Wei touched his beard and looked at the river with some gratitude. Actually, we are brother tribes with the Mulia tribe, and we have a very good relationship. We take turns holding this competition every year and bring the younger generation to visit. Xiao was a little surprised when she heard this. She had never asked Ake before about the reason for the competition, because she subconsciously thought that the competition was for sharing resources. Because this is the case in Chiffon continent. The competition between families is not for the purpose of exchanging feelings. It's just that these little brats nowadays are too competitive and only want to win. Mu Wei shook his head when he thought of this. These people now have forgotten the original intention of the competition. Several people on the side blushed in embarrassment. And the third elder's face turned red even more. This was not him. A few hours later, when it was almost dark, Xiao and the others finally stopped. 3 people were already standing by the river, waiting. In the middle is an old man holding a cane, who must be the patriarch. Standing on both sides are a middle-aged man and a middle-aged woman. The 3 of them are also tall, and tall like the people of the Muki tribe. Ha ha! Brother Mu Feng. Long time no see. Mu Wei got off the boat and held the old man's hand enthusiastically. Ha ha! Brother Mu Wei is getting younger and younger. Even his cultivation has improved. Mu Feng smiled and shook Mu Wei's hand. The 2 of them had not seen each other for a year. Ha ha! It's just a fluke! Mu Wei laughed happily and followed Mu Feng towards the tribe, with the rest of the people following behind. Xiao spread her consciousness and glanced at the Mulia tribe. This tribe was about the same size as the Muki tribe, and they were not large tribes. Even the structure is similar, except that many people in this tribe live in tents. Arriving outside a row of wooden houses, Mu Feng stopped and said, "It's getting late now. You should rest early, and I'll catch the wind tomorrow." "Okay, Brother Mu Feng. You should go back and rest quickly." Mu Wei nodded. After Mu Feng made arrangements, he took the other 2 people and left. After several people assigned the cabins, Xiao entered her cabin, lay down on the bed, and fell asleep. After thinking everything through today, I felt relaxed and tired at the same time and needed a good rest. Chapter 201 Competition. Early the next morning, Xiao got up and had breakfast with everyone. After breakfast, everyone followed the clan leader to the Mulia tribe's fighting arena. At this time, the performance arena was already filled with people, who stretched their necks to look at Xiao curiously. "Ha ha! Brother Muhu is here. Did you have a good rest last night?" Mu Feng asked with concern when he saw Mu Wei. "Brother Lao is thinking about me. I slept well." Mu Wei also stepped forward, and the 2 of them sat down in their seats together. There are also some seats arranged nearby, just for these elders. At this time, 5 strong young men were already standing in the arena, looking at Xiao and the others with their arms folded and provocatively on their faces. Several physical warriors from the Muki tribe didn't care. Once they saw Xiao's power, they couldn't complain anymore. Several people also entered the arena together and stood facing them. "TSK. This time the Muki tribe actually chose a woman." The onlookers looked at Xiao in surprise. "Isn't that right? The last time a woman participated was decades ago." "Right. Yes. I was still a child at that time." "Okay. Everyone, be quiet." Mu Feng stood up and commanded everyone to be quiet, and then said, "Our annual tribal competition will begin soon. Everyone, please remember that friendship comes first. Competition comes second. And no lives are lost." "Yes." 10 people responded at the same time. "Yes." Mu Feng nodded and announced, "The competition begins." "Oh," the onlookers cheered immediately, extremely excited. Xiao looked at the other side, and then said to several people, "The 4 of you are responsible for dragging the others and stopping them for a while. And then I will defeat them one by one." "Okay." The 4 people nodded excitedly when they heard this. Their tribe lost last year. Originally, this year they relied on the young master, but who knew that the young master left again? However, the ending is no different with Xiao here. "Go!" Xiao waved forward and took the lead in rushing forward. The 4 of them immediately rushed towards their opponents. The one Xiao picked was the one with the highest cultivation level, the 8th level body practitioner. He punched the opponent directly, met the opponent's fist halfway, and knocked him away. After spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, the man got up again and attacked Xiao. Xiao didn't panic. She concentrated her energy on her right hand and punched him again. This time, the opponent fell to the ground, holding his stomach and groaning in pain, unable to stand up again. Others were very surprised to see her deal with someone so neatly. "Huh? This little girl is extraordinary." Mu Feng praised her. "Hey, that girl has a higher level of cultivation and has taken advantage of it. Mu Wei answered modestly. But actually he was thinking in his heart. Isn't that unusual? If he knew that she had only been practicing for a few months, he wouldn't know. Will it scare him? Mu Lei, who was being blocked by other physical warriors, looked at Ji Yao with glowing eyes. Wasn't such a powerful woman the wife he had always wanted? She assaulted one of them, and then came towards the remaining ones. With the help of 4 people, the remaining people can solve it faster. Within a quarter of an hour, the last Mu Lei fell down. Oh my god! How come it's so fast? This is too powerful, isn't it? When did the Muki tribe become so powerful? You really underestimated this woman. The onlookers watched the competition end so quickly and started discussing in surprise. Chapter 202 Bonfire Party. This competition is won by the Muki tribe. Mu Feng stood up and announced the result. Tonight the tribe will hold a bonfire party to welcome the warriors of the Muki tribe. Okay. Oh, everyone became excited. Bonfire parties are usually held only when there are important events. After winning the competition, Ji Yao and the others looked at each other and smiled, then walked towards Mu Wei. Not bad. Mu Wei patted several people on the shoulders and praised with satisfaction. Yes. The world now belongs to young people. Mu Feng also echoed from the side. That's right. Ha. Mu Wei laughed a few times and then opened his mouth to give instructions to Ji Yao and the others. Clan Chief Mu Feng and I are going to get together for a while. You guys can take a look around for yourselves. Okay. Several people nodded in agreement. At night, the whole tribe became lively. At this time, a lot of wood had been piled up in the center of the arena. Each family brought a blanket and spread it outside the arena to occupy their position. Bowls and plates were placed on top, tightly surrounding the entire arena. Mu Feng appeared with Mu Wei, and then he took a torch and lit the fire himself. The wood that had been sprayed with fuel ignited instantly, lighting up the entire arena instantly. At this time, a group of people came, carrying cattle, sheep, elk and other animal meat close to the fire, set up racks on it, and began to barbecue. Others carried wine jars and started pouring wine for everyone. Jia sat in the seat she had arranged long ago and watched all this with interest. For her, these were all novel experiences. Today, let us first toast our friends from the Muki tribe and welcome them. Mu Feng raised his wine bowl and shouted loudly. Welcome! Welcome! Everyone stood up with drinks in their hands, and Jio did the same, standing up with a smile on her face. Do it! Everyone knocked into the air and poured a bowl into their mouths. Jio stuck out her tongue. The wine was really spicy. Everyone can play freely, drink wine and eat meat. No need to be restrained. After Mu Feng finished speaking, he sat down. The others also relaxed completely and started drinking with each other happily. Soon after the barbecue was cooked, everyone started dividing the meat again. Jia also got a lot of it. After tasting it, it was really delicious. So Jiu ate it with open stomach. Suddenly a burst of melodious music came. Jia raised her eyes and saw a woman playing the huqin. The melodious sound of the piano aroused everyone's interest. And soon a group of people were dancing around the fire. The whole tribe looked peaceful. Jia looked at the field with a red face, and gradually became a little drunk. I don't know if the liquor was too strong or the scene was too intoxicating. Hello, warrior. Can I invite you to dance together? A young and strong girl shyly invited Zio. She admired Gio very much. As a woman, she was able to defeat the warriors of their tribe. Looking at the girl's simple face, Ji Yao thought of a coup, curled her lips and said with a smile, Okay. Then he followed her into the dancing crowd, and everyone held hands and played happily around the fire. It wasn't until she finally got tired of playing that Jia returned to her seat and looked at everyone with a smile on her face. Suddenly, a man who had competed today came straight over, shyly took out a garland, and gently put it on Jia's head. Chapter 203 Confessed. Jia was a little tipsy at this time. Her face was red, and she didn't react and looked at the person blankly. When Mu Lei saw Jia looking at him, the almost 2-meter-tall man's face turned red. His neck was all crimson, and he looked at Jia shyly, holding his tiger skin tightly with both hands. Mu Lei said nervously, My name is Mu Lei. I like you. Can you be my wife? After Mu Lei finished speaking, he looked at Jia with expectant eyes, waiting for her answer. Jia couldn't turn her head around, and looked a little confused at the young and innocent boy opposite. Are you confessing to yourself? Someone actually confessed to him. This was the first time in his 2 lives that someone confessed to him. He felt a little sad for no reason. Jia was just thinking about how to refuse when a voice came from beside her. TSK. Ji Yao is our young master's future concubine. And it's not your decision. A physical warrior from the Muki tribe was dizzy from drinking, waving his hands, and said to Mu Lei. When Mu Lei heard this, the color on his face faded, and he looked at Ji Yao with a hurt expression. He didn't expect that his love would end so briefly. Mouth slumped and eyes widened. Mu Lei tried his best to hold back his tears, not letting them fall out. And then he spoke sincerely again. I will be very good to you. Seeing the sincerity on the other party's face, Jia shook her head apologetically. Although she was not here to be a concubine, she would never stay here. Seeing Jia shaking her head, Mu Lei could no longer bear it and ran away. Jia looked at his running back and felt a little guilty, hoping that she had not hurt this innocent boy. He will definitely meet someone with whom he can spend his whole life. However, this incident also made Jia sober up from her drunken state. She stood up and went back to the wooden house. Back at the wooden house, Jia laid down on the bed, took off the wreath, and looked at it carefully. This was the first love gift she had received. Although she had no feelings for the boy, she was still very happy looking at the wreath. When others like you, it is a kind of appreciation for yourself. Whether you like this person or not, this affection is worth cherishing. With this thought in mind, she fell asleep, holding the wreath in her arms. 2 days later, a few people set off back to the Muki tribe again, but Jia still held the wreath, even though the flower was a little withered. As soon as the few people got off the boat, they saw Iko already waiting there. Jia! Ik waved excitedly. Why did you come to pick her up? Jia walked forward happily and asked with a pout, feeling happy in her heart. He wants to show off to you. Nandong Che also came over at this time, looking at Jia with raised lips. I finally memorized that book. Ako was so excited. God knows she has spent all her serious life during this period of time. Not bad. Jia beat Aka's chest, feeling happy for her. Clan leader. I'm going back first. Jia turned back to look at the clan leader. Go. You have worked hard during this period. Go back and have a good rest. Mu Wei waved his hand and left with the others. Ji Yao and others were about to leave, but Ika suddenly noticed the wreath on her hand. Oh my god! Ji Yao, whose garland did you receive? Ik covered her mouth and looked at Ji in surprise. When Nangong Che heard this, he also looked over and found that it was just a wreath that was about to wither. Chapter 204 Garland. Jia was a little speechless, and her face suddenly turned red when she remembered the time when she was confessed to. This is a garland that a tribal man would give to you when he is courting you. Ako winked and approached Jia, bumping her arm. Be honest. Who gave this to me? Hey, who gave it to you? Let's go. Go back, Jia said and walked forward quickly. Hey, don't be shy. Come and tell me. Ako hurriedly caught up, still mumbling. Nangong Che fell behind, looking at the garland, curling his lips. It was just a broken garland. What's so strange about it? It's almost withered and I still can't bear to throw it away. On the second day, Jia just made another chi-sensing pill and returned to the wooden house to rest for a while. Since she was injured last time, she has been living in Nangong Che's wooden house, which makes it easier to study. Nandong Che asked the clan leader for a wooden house next to the pharmacy and lived there. As soon as he returned to the wooden house, he found Ako trying hard to identify several herbs. Jia didn't want to disturb her, so she sat on the bed alone. But as soon as he sat down, he realized something was wrong. Where is my garland? Jia was a little surprised to find that the wreath she placed on the bedside was missing. She opened the pillow, but could not find it. You mean that wreath? Ako raised his head after hearing this and replied calmly. The miracle doctor said before that there was a herb on the wreath that was worth studying, so he took it away. What? A bad feeling came in her heart, and Jia immediately got up and ran towards Nangong Che's wooden house. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Nangong Che lowering his head slightly and studying herbs. At this time, his face no longer had the usual irregularity, and he was extremely focused. The sunlight gently hitting him made Ji Yao dazzle. Why are you still standing there? Are you looking at me stupid? Nandong Che saw her looking at him stupidly, raised his eyebrows slightly, and said teasingly, Could it be that you are attracted by my peerless appearance? Sure enough, what just happened was all an illusion. Shameless! Jia rolled her eyes, walked in and sat down. Where's my wreath? Jia stretched out her hand towards Nandong Che. Well, what's inside? Nandong Che pointed to the pile of debris in front of him. What? Shio looked at the pile of medicinal dregs in front of her, wanting to cry without tears. My own gift of love. It's just a broken garland. Nandong Che glanced at Shio dissatisfied. Humph. Shio snorted coldly at him and ran away. If she stayed any longer, she was afraid that she would not be able to help but take action. When the time comes, what will happen if he doesn't take her back? Nandong Che suddenly raised the corners of his mouth, remembering the wreath that he had already thrown into the soul-eating river. A few days later, Shio was in the pharmacy, studying healing pills. Here you go. Nandong Che's voice came. And then something was put on his head. Shio took it off and saw that it was actually a garland with small flowers of several colors intertwined together and matched with green vines, which looked very beautiful. Shio raised her head and stared at Nandong Che with some surprise. I found it by chance while collecting herbs today, so I picked it up. Nandong Che waved his hand carefree and said with a nonchalant expression. He would not admit that he went to the most dangerous mountain peak for these flowers and picked them on the edge of the cliff. Otherwise, this girl would have to raise her tail to the sky. Chapter 205 with Tiger returns. Shio held the garland and felt warm in her heart, thinking that this guy had some conscience. Humph. Shio snorted arrogantly, then took the garland and returned to the wooden house. Nandong Che raised his hands and leaned against the door frame, looking at her back, curling his lips and smiling, with a look of endearment in his eyes that he had never noticed. 3 months later, Mohu came back, and the whole tribe cheered because he had really passed the exam and would be enrolling in the Mu tribe in a few days. The happy atmosphere of the tribe also infected Zio, and she even hummed songs from her past life while studying. Hey, are you happy that Muhu is back? Nandong Che walked into the pharmacy and heard Ziyao humming something, and said a little surprised, just as Ziyao was about to deny it. Ake's voice came from the door. Ziyao, the young master asked you to go over. Ziyao was shocked when she heard this. She almost forgot that she had a concubine. So why was she so happy just now? Ziyao had a bitter look on her face. She still had a difficult time to overcome. How to convince the other party not to accept her as a concubine. After all, he would take him to the Wood tribe later, and he couldn't beat them at all. Hurry up! Ake waved to Ziyao. Forget it. If the soldiers come to block it, if the water comes, the soil will cover it. If it doesn't work, just let Nandong Che take him away secretly. After figuring out the key points, Ziyao no longer worried, straightened her chest and left with Ake. Nandong Che looked at Ziyao's back and sneered. This girl might have had some crooked ideas. I've met the young master. Ziyao looked at Mohu, who had his back to her in the room, and saluted with clasped fists. Yeah, Mohu responded lightly, then turned around. Who are you? Mohu pointed at Ziyao with a look of horror. Is this Mohu kidding himself? Didn't he call him here? I'm Yijiu. It was the young master who asked me to come here, Ziyao explained helplessly. How is that possible? Mohu took a few steps back in surprise. Obviously Ziyao is not like this. It's absolutely true. I am the Ziyao you saved before. Seeing his reaction, Ziyao lowered her head and looked at her own muscles, feeling a little sad. Sure enough, no one else could recognize her. It took Mohu a while to accept this fact, and he became a little depressed. In the past, he had always believed that the women in the tribe were the most beautiful. It was not until he went to a large tribe and met the women there that he realized that he was too narrow-minded. The women there don't look like they have bulging muscles and strong figures. Instead, they have slim figures and delicate features, making people feel refreshed just by looking at them. When he rescued Ziyao, he was shocked to see her appearance. He thought that the one he was destined for had appeared, but he didn't know that after only a few months of not seeing her, she turned out to be just like the women in the tribe. Forget it. Let's go! Mohu waved his hand in disappointment, not wanting to look at Ziyao a second time. Young master, about that concubine, Ziyao said hesitantly. What concubine? You still want to be my young master's concubine like this? Stop dreaming! Before Ziyao could finish her words, Mohu impatiently interrupted her. Wei Mao got the result he wanted, but he couldn't be happy at all. Ziyao curled her lips in grievance. They are all a bunch of superficial humans. Come on! Come on! Come on! You're an eyesore. Seeing her standing there stupidly, Mohu waved his hand in displeasure, feeling heartbroken when he saw her. His goddess. Chapter 206 Farewell. 3 days later, Gio and Nandong Che stood by the tumbling river. Right in front of them was a Ku, who was crying. In addition to himself, Mu, who also brought Mu Ming and Mu Jin with him. At this time, everyone was saying goodbye to their family and friends, because it would be 10 years since they left. Ache! Stop crying! Gio was a little confused, not knowing how to comfort Ache. It has not been more than 10 years since I left. It is very likely that I will never come back in this life. This farewell is an eternal farewell. Thinking of this, Gio also started crying and threw herself directly into Ache's arms. Obviously I am used to separation, but that is because I know we can see each other again. Nandong Che watched the two little girls crying together, and sighed in his heart. Sure enough, they were still children. He remembered that when he was young, he was sad when his friends left. But as his cultivation level improved, he seemed to have forgotten what it felt like. You have to study the medical books left by Nandong Che. Do you understand? Help your brother grow up, and you will all become warriors in the future. Gio warned sadly. Don't take it upon yourself if you have something to do. Go to the clan leader. Now that you know how to make medicine, he will definitely value you. When you have a child in the future, you must tell him that you have me as your godmother. You have to learn to be gentle and don't be so fierce all the time. Don't do any work at ordinary times. Others are not as important as yourself. Remember to eat more meat and don't be reluctant to spend money. Don't always treat others with such heart and soul. If you are betrayed by others, you still have to help others count their money. Xia told her one sentence after another. This is a silly girl. What would she do without her by her side? Ache, on the other hand, kept shouting Xia and Gio, and couldn't say anything else. This was her first real friend in her life. She did not like her at first, but later Gio helped her time and time again. Everything she has now was brought by her. But she is leaving. Gone forever. Never seen again in a lifetime. Just thinking about it made her heart break. Sometimes she even wanted to leave with her at all costs. But she couldn't. She still has her own family and her own life. Okay, don't cry. There will always be differences in life. You all have your own life, so don't worry about it. Nandong Che finally came out and interrupted them. Ji Yao came out of Aka's arms and wiped her tears with some embarrassment. She was a bit pretentious now. Seeing Ji Yao's eyes swollen from crying, Nandong Che frowned. Even after practicing for so many years, this girl still had a simple temperament, which somewhat surprised him. Let's go! Muha next to him also started to greet Jia and the two to board the boat. At this time, they had already finished saying goodbye. I'm leaving! Jia rushed up and hugged Ake one last time, then rushed onto the boat and didn't dare to look back until she left. She was afraid that she would be tempted to take her away. Akko just stood by the river, watching them leave sadly. Xia, don't forget me! Akko shouted anxiously when he saw that the ship was about to disappear around the corner. When Jia heard this, tears welled up in her eyes again, and she waved her hand behind her. But she didn't dare to look back at all. Goodbye, Muki Tribe. Akko, goodbye. Chapter 207 with Tribe. After breaking up with Aku, Ji Yao has been in a low mood. Little girl, this is just a separation. There may be a farewell in the future. Nandong Che sighed and rubbed Ji Yao's head. Although this was a bit cruel, it was also true. In the world of cultivation, the most indispensable thing is the monks who die every day. No one can predict which day he will fall. I know. Gio forced a smile. In fact, she knew it. It was just that they had just separated, and she was not used to it. A month later, several people finally disembarked. Jia took a deep breath as soon as she got off the boat. Flying with a sword was more enjoyable. It wouldn't take more than a few days. During this period of time, I couldn't practice, so I could only keep learning medicine to pass the time. Let's go! Mu, who greeted a few people and walked forward. Soon, a small market appeared in front, bustling with people and a lively scene. When she got closer, Xiao found that most people were selling some mysterious beast meat or herbs. But there were no minerals at all. These things had no effect on her. Xia looked at them briefly and then withdrew her gaze, following Muhu and moving forward. About an hour later, everyone finally arrived at the door of the Wood Tribe. A stone tablet several feet high stood aside, with the words, Wood Tribe, written on it, and two guards stood beside it. Ji Yao radiated her consciousness and saw lofts one after another, and a dazzling array of shops. At first glance, she had the illusion of returning to Chinfeng continent. However, This wood tribe is too big, and Jia's consciousness can only cover a very small part. It seemed that the wood tribe was far from what she had imagined. She originally thought it would be similar to the wood tribe, but slightly larger. Muha took out a token and showed it to the two guards. After checking, the guards let them in. If you have nothing to do, don't go out. Without an identity token, you need a full 20 gold coins to come in, Muha told a few people with a serious face. The other people nodded when they heard this. How could they get 20 gold coins? This is especially true for Jio. She has been in the wild world for so long, and has never even seen what a gold coin looks like. Muha led a few people to a mysterious beast shed, which was almost full of first-order mysterious beasts. They also showed the token to the boss. And they got into a carriage. And the first-order mutated Genma pulled them towards the altar. After several hours, the carriage stopped. Several people jumped out of the car, and someone immediately came forward to pick up the carriage and drive it elsewhere. Jia looked up and saw a cloud of smoke wrapping the entire altar. This is the altar, but we can't just enter it casually. Muhu pointed at the altar and mentioned a few people. Don't come here to wander around when you have nothing to do. This is a forbidden area. Our previous exam was not here, but over there. After Muhu finished speaking, he pointed towards a pavilion in the east. Jiyu took a look and saw that it was a 10-story stone building, standing tall there. Let's go. Take you to the Wood Academy. Muhu puffed out his chest and led the way with some pride. He is now a student of the Wood Academy. Not long after, a few people came to the door of a huge courtyard. A plaque on the door read, Wood Academy. Chapter 208 Breaking into the Altar at Night. When he arrived at the college, Muhu took a few people to his yard, assigned rooms to several people in turn, and ignored them. As soon as Jia walked into the room, Nangong Che followed her in. How about we go to the altar to investigate tonight? Nangong Che sat down and suggested. So urgent? Jia frowned. They were completely unfamiliar with this place. Would it be too risky? Well, I'm here, so you don't have to worry. You need to rest for a while, and I'll come find you in the evening. Nangong Che left after saying that. Today he received a message from Nangong Yu, asking him to go back immediately. I originally planned to spend more time with this girl here, but it's not okay now. After Nangong Che left, Jia lay down, feeling a little excited. You can go back soon. At night, Jia followed Nangong Che and secretly headed towards the altar. Give me your hand. Nangong Che stretched out his hand to Ji Yao and said seriously. Don't leave my side casually later. You know? Yes. Ji Yao nodded seriously and stretched out her hand. Nangong Che took her hand and took her into the fog together. As soon as I stepped into the fog, my eyes turned into pitch black and I couldn't see anything. Ji Yao dispersed her consciousness and her heart sank. She found that her consciousness was actually blocked. But Nangong Che still led her forward step by step as if walking on flat ground. As if it was broad daylight. Get ready to hold your breath. Nangong Che's deep voice came from her ears. Just as Jia complied, she was hugged by him and jumped forward. Gudong! The two of them actually jumped into the water. Jia hugged Nangong Che nervously. At this time, she had no use at all. Just a thick hind leg. Gradually, as the two of them dived deeper, they found that the bottom of the water was getting brighter and brighter. Finally, the two people passed through a layer of light curtain and landed on the ground. As soon as she entered the light curtain, Xiao found that there was no water at all, and it was obviously isolated by the light curtain. Looking forward, there is a bright corridor with no end as far as the eye can see. Nangong Che put Xiao down and took the lead to walk into the corridor. Nangong Che, why do I think you are very familiar with this place? Jia frowned and looked at Nangong Che with some confusion. It was obvious that he had been here before. Why do you care? Just follow me. Nangong Che turned around and knocked Ji Yao on the head. He would not tell her that Nangong Yu had been here before. Jia curled her lips and said nothing as she didn't want to. There was no lighting in the entire corridor, but it looked brightly lit. The wall was very smooth, with no bumps at all. Jia felt a little dizzy as she walked around it. A few quarters of an hour later, the two finally arrived outside a stone gate. You will hide behind me later. You know? Nangong Che turned back and looked at Jio seriously. Jio nodded, looking at Nangong Che's rare serious expression. She also knew that things were not simple. But this feeling of only being able to hold me back and not be able to help is really terrible. After Nangong Che finished his instructions, he began to write and draw on the stone door seriously with his fingers. Mysterious energy kept coming out of his fingers, and finally disappeared through the stone door. Boom! The stone door made a roar and opened automatically. Jia's nerves immediately became tense because she saw the scene inside the stone gate. Chapter 209. Star Tempering Technique. Behind the stone door is a huge altar. In the center of the altar is a book, which must be the Star Tempering Technique. What frightened Jia was a mysterious snake circling around the altar. It was a 5th-level mysterious beast, equivalent to the spiritual cultivation of the golden elixir stage. The black snake's body was as thick as several pillars, and it surrounded the altar in circles. As the stone door opened, it also opened its eyes, spitting out snake letters, and stared at the two of them coldly. Be careful, Nandong-che said in a low voice. Yeah. Jia nodded nervously and looked at the snake warily. Nandong-che stepped in directly and headed straight towards the altar. Jia was startled, but she had to follow him. If she was alone and the mysterious snake attacked her, she might not be able to withstand even a single move. Sure enough, as soon as Nandong-che approached, the mysterious snake suddenly stood up and looked down at Nandong-che. Seeing that he was still approaching, she could no longer hold back and bit Nandong-che. Nandong-che's eyes narrowed. He concentrated all his profound energy into his right hand and punched him directly. The fist with a strong mysterious energy made a sound of breaking through the air and hit the black snake's chin directly, knocking out one of its teeth in an instant, and blood flowed out instantly. Stimulated by the severe pain, Xian's snake suddenly loosened its body wrapped around the altar and began to swing towards Nandong-che, trying to wrap him up. Nandong-che flexibly shuttled between its attacks, forcing its attacks to fail repeatedly. Jia watched not far behind her and was frightened. She always felt that she was going to be unlucky again. Sure enough, seeing that she could not attack Nandong-che, she was furious. Just when she was about to vent her anger, she saw Jia not far away. Then he flicked his tail, wrapped up Jia, and threw her directly to the altar. Jia spit out a few mouthfuls of blood, hurriedly stuffed a few pills into her mouth, and struggled to get up. Seeing that Xian's snake was about to attack Jia again, Nandong-che quickly took the initiative and hit Xian's snake's body in all directions. Quick! Take the opportunity to get the Star Tempering Technique. Nandong-che took the time to remind him. Upon hearing this, Jia immediately ran towards the stone platform in the middle of the altar, trying to get the technique. Roar! She sensed her intention and roared angrily. She immediately turned around and rushed towards Jia regardless. Nandong-che was startled and quickly appeared behind Jia, blocking Xian's attack. However, she refused to give up and swung her tail straight towards Jia. Poof! Jia was violently shot away, but she was even closer to the stone platform. Feeling happy in her heart, Jia didn't even care about her physical injuries, and excitedly reached out and took down the technique from the stone platform. As soon as he got the technique, Nandong-che also wanted to leave. He winked at Jia, and then punched Xian's snake 7 inches away. Roar! Severe pain came, and she curled up suddenly. When Jia saw this, she immediately ran towards the altar. Nandong-che didn't dare to relax, and punched the black snake one after another, until it curled up into a ball. He sighed in his heart. If it were in Chiffon continent, there would be no need to go to such trouble. With just one palm, he could send it back to the west. It wasn't until Jia completely ran out of the stone door that Nandong-che retracted his hand and ran out of the stone door in a few flashes. Seeing that the two were about to run away, she chased after them and angrily showed off his remaining fangs, intending to bite Jia to death. But he was mercilessly locked up inside the stone gate by Nandong-che. Chapter 210 The Road to Return 1. Seeing that there was really no way to chase Xian's snake out, Jia breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this black snake does not rely on venom to attack. Jia thought of this and patted her heart a little nervously. Well, let's go! Nandong-che patted Jia's head and took her back to the house again. The entire academy was still peaceful, and no one noticed the two men returning. When she came to the room, Jia lit the oil lamp and took out the technique. The entire book of exercises is not very thick, probably a few hundred pages long. I don't know what material it is made of, and it feels cold to the touch. The 3 words, Quenching Star Ju, were written on the cover, and it shone with a faint golden light. You said that if we took away the skill, would the people in power of the Wood tribe notice it? Jia mentioned with some worry. Hey, do you think if they knew about the Tianji Kung Fu, They would still let it stay there? Nandong Che stared at Jiyu with some surprise. Well, I thought this was a sacred object of the tribe. So where should it be enshrined? Jiyu said awkwardly. Who knew there was an altar there? She really thought they'd put it there intentionally. Don't be stupid. They don't know this. Nandong Che sat at the table, holding his head and looking at Jiyu. In fact, there were 2 books on the techniques there at the beginning. One was called Quenching Star Technique, and the other was called Forging God Technique. Both books were heaven-level techniques. When Nandong came to the altar at that time, his cultivation level was too low, and he was almost killed by the snake. In the end, he only got the God Forging Technique and ran away. Okay, you put it away first, and I will burn another copy when we return to the mainland. Nandong Che stood up and said, We will leave early tomorrow morning. After that, he opened the door and left. Jiyu looked at the technique in her hand and smiled silly. This was a heaven-level technique. It was really thanks to Nandong Che that I got it so easily. This favor is really becoming more and more owed. So I have to find an opportunity to pay it back. After putting the skills away, Jiyu fell into a beautiful sleep. Early the next morning, Nandong Che came to see Jiyu. Jiyu left a note with the words, See you again if we are destined, and then followed Nandong Che. At this time, the streets were already full of people coming and going, and there was noise everywhere. Nandong Che directly bought a mysterious horse and took Jiyu towards the outside of the tribe. After leaving the tribe, Nandong Che did not stop and rode towards the east. Jiyu sat on the horse and hugged Nandong Che tightly. The horse was running too fast, and the wind blowing in her face hurt her face. The 2 ran and stopped for 10 days before they reached a mountain range. Nandong Che jumped off the horse with Jiyu, patted Xian Ma's butt and let it go. That space node is in a valley in this mountain range. It took me several months to crawl out. Nandong Che felt a little sad when he thought of that period of history. I thought that he, a noble Yuanying monk, was trapped in the valley for several months and could not climb out. It would be embarrassing to talk about it. Jiyu looked towards the mountains with some curiosity, and could only see endless mountains and forests. Let's go! Nandong Che took her on a long mountain climbing journey. When the 2 of them were hungry, they ate some wild fruits, or hunted some wild animals to barbecue. At night, they found a place to rest. Fortunately, although the mountain range was large, it was not very dangerous. It wasn't until half a month later that the 2 came to a cliff. There was a valley below the cliff. Chapter 211 The Road to Return 2. There is a poison barrier down here. These are the pills I prepared. Nandong Che took out a handful of pills from his sleeve pocket and gave them to Jiyu. And after going down, there is a swamp along the way. So you need to be extremely careful. Jiyu took the pill and nodded seriously. Seeing that she had listened, Nandong Che took out the golden vines he had collected on the road. Then found a larger stone nearby and tied one end of the golden vines to it. After tugging hard to make sure it was tied tightly, Nandong Che waved his hand to call Jiyu over. Hold me tight. Nandong Che held the golden vine and said seriously. Jiyu didn't show any pretense at this time. She just walked over and hugged him. Then Nandong Che tied the 2 people tightly with the ends of the golden vine. Are you scared? Nandong Che took Jiyu to the edge of the cliff. The bottom was so white that it was impossible to see the bottom. Not afraid? Jiyu shook her head calmly. Although it was really scary to jump from this height, she felt inexplicably not afraid. Nandong Che curled his lips and smiled, gently rubbed Jiyu's head, and said lovingly, As long as I'm here, you don't have to be afraid. As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped down directly with Jiyu in his arms. Instantly, a feeling of weightlessness came, and Jiyu held Nandong Che's hand tightly. The strong wind blew hard, making it difficult to open one's eyes, and the 2 people descended at an extremely fast speed. Soon, the length of the golden vine reached its end, and the 2 people were hanging in the air about a few feet above the valley. Nandong Che violently untied the golden vine, turned around, kicked it on the cliff wall, and used some strength to gently move down the mountain. As soon as she landed, Jiyu smelled an unpleasant smell and immediately let go of her hand, took out a pill, and stuffed it into her mouth. Let's go! You shouldn't stay here for a long time! Nandong Che also stuffed a pill in his mouth and pulled Jiyu forward quickly. The entire valley was shrouded in white mist, and a lot of vegetation and a pool could be vaguely seen. The 2 walked forward for a while and came to the swamp. At first glance, this place is just a wasteland covered with leaves, and there is nothing unusual about it. I don't know how deep this swamp is. Once I fall in, I'm afraid it will be difficult to get out. Nandong Che analyzed it to Ji Yao. Ji Yao frowned when she heard this. This is the disadvantage of not having any cultivation. You can't get through even a swamp. I'll take you there later. It's a bit far away, and I'm not sure if I can get there. If I can't hold on any longer, I'll throw you out. When you get there, you can find some vines to pull me over. Do you understand? After Nandong Che said this, he quickly stuffed a few more pills. The poison barrier below is really quite powerful. Okay. Ji Yao nodded and quickly took a few pills. Let's go! Nandong Che grabbed Ji Yao's waist and led her into the air, occasionally using the swamp for strength. And the journey was very thrilling. Several times, Ji Yao thought that he would not be able to hold on and would fall into it. Fortunately, there was no danger, and the two finally passed through the swamp and came to the open space on the opposite side. Ji Yao breathed a long sigh of relief. This feeling was really exciting. There is a cave not far ahead, and that is the space node where I came from. Seeing that the two of them came over without any danger, Nandong Che felt relieved. Then he took the lead and walked into the cave. Ji Yao followed and found that this was an ordinary cave. There was nothing special about it, and there was no way to see where the spatial nodes were. Chapter 212 finally returns to Chifeng continent. It's right here. There are spatial fluctuations in this place. Nandong Che pointed at a wall of the cave and said, Don't move around in the space crack later. Although this crack is not particularly dangerous, you have to be careful about encountering space storms. I understand. Ji Yao nodded. Of course she knew how dangerous the space cracks were. If they encountered a space storm, the two of them would definitely be torn into pieces in their current condition. Nandong Che still protected Ji Yao in his arms. It would be dangerous for her current body strength to pass through this space crack. The two of them crashed towards the space node and fell into the crack in an instant. The entire crack was full of hurricanes, hovering around them. Poof! The two of them were affected by the hurricane. Ji Yao spat out a large mouthful of blood. Her entire back was covered in blood, and her tiger skin skirt looked like it was about to fall off. But fortunately, Nandong Che held her tightly and avoided the fate of being exposed. When Nandong Che saw her vomiting blood, his heart tightened and he could only hold her tighter. In fact, he himself was no better than Ji Yao now. His entire back and even his robe were torn. It was a bloody mess. It's just that his physical strength is better, and it's all just superficial injuries. Another hurricane struck in the distance. Ji Yao was startled. Just as she was about to take action, she was hugged by Nandong Che and changed direction to avoid the hurricane. But he himself bumped into it forcefully, was swept directly by the hurricane, and spit out a large mouthful of blood. Ji Yao was a little panicked. When she touched his back with her hands, she found that his flesh and blood were now covered in blood. And she even felt bones. It's okay. Nandong Che shook his head. Don't be afraid. Just hold on. We will be out soon. Feeling the other party's protection, Ji Yao felt a warmth in her heart. Along the way, she saw every aspect of the other party's protection. She has another partner who can make the difference between life and death. After more than 10 breaths, the two finally came to the end of the crack, where there was a small whirlpool. The two of them were overjoyed and rushed towards the whirlpool, looking at the clear water and blue sky outside. Ji Yao took a deep breath and finally came back. Ji Yao let go of Nandong Che and carefully held up the breast of the tiger skin skirt. The tiger skin skirt was about to lose its hold. Nandong Che took out a formation disc from the storage ring and placed it around to cover the two of them. Heal the injury first. After saying this, Nandong Che took out the elixir and stuffed it into his mouth, then meditated to heal the injury. He was seriously injured just now. Ji Yao also found that her spiritual energy was back at this time, and the storage ring could be opened. Feeling happy, Ji Yao immediately took out a pink robe and changed out of the tiger skin skirt. Then he kept the tiger skin skirt well. After taking out the rejuvenation pill and taking it, Ji Yao began to meditate to heal her injuries. A few hours later, after the injury completely recovered, Ji Yao opened her eyes. At this time, Nandong Che had already replaced the damaged robe and put on a brand new red robe. Let's go! The city is not far away. Let's go there to rest. When Nandong Che saw her waking up, he put the array away and flew forward directly in the air. Ji Yao nodded, took out Su Hui from the storage ring, touched it happily, and let it carry her towards Nandong Che. A few quarters of an hour later, the two stopped at the city gate. Jia looked at the lively scene at the city gate and sighed with satisfaction. This is her world. Chapter 213 Fashion Trend Vein. This city is called Abyss City, and is located in the Eastern Territory close to the Northern Territory. It is not particularly far from the Sea of Chaotic Demons. The name is said to come from the fact that this place was once an abyss and later developed into a city. The two paid the entrance fee and walked into the city. Finally, I chose a Feng Yuan Inn, ordered some spiritual food, and sat in a corner of the hall to eat. It had been a long time since she had eaten spiritual food. Shiyu was a little excited and ate very happily. Can you pay more attention? Looking at the way you eat, I think you haven't eaten in a few lifetimes. Nandong Che looked at her eating and joked. I want you to take care of it. Shiyu rolled her eyes. As expected, Nandong Che still looked like he deserved a beating. TSK. TSK. I said you girl is the best at turning against others. You didn't treat me like this in the wild world before. Nandong Che curled his lips, pretending to be aggrieved. Just as Jia was about to retort, a girl wearing black clothes and carrying a sword walked into the door. Shopkeeper, book a room. The girl took out the spirit stone, booked a room and went up. Jia looked at the girl with some doubts. Since she entered this city, she has seen many girls dressed in this way. I have only been away for a year. Is this dress popular in the cultivation world now? Or is this popular in the eastern region? Do you think this could be Igio? A young man in white at the table next to him touched the young man in green next to him and murmured towards the second floor where the girl disappeared. Igio? Are you talking about yourself? Or the same name? Nandong Che also raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this, and looked at Ji Yao with interest. No way. These teenage female cultivators like to dress like this when traveling alone. How can you tell the difference? The young man in green shook his head, obviously disapproving. That's right. Nowadays, many single female cultivators like to dress up like this. It's really hard to tell them apart. The boy in white nodded in agreement, and then said sourly, but this Higio is really lucky to have such a powerful teacher. Respect? Hey, that's right. Even if she disappeared, her life was not threatened. Venerable Jian Song directly killed the two nascent soul monks. The monk in green was a little envious when he thought of the sensation caused at that time. It would be great if I had such a master. Now Yijie is on the list of people not to be messed with by the families at the junction of the Eastern and Northern Territories. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many female cultivators imitating her. The monk in white sighed after finishing speaking, and didn't mention it anymore. Then he immersed himself in eating again. After listening, Jiu understood what was going on. Unexpectedly, the master killed those two people for himself. Thinking of her master's kindness to her, Jiu felt warm in her heart. TSK. So you are the disciple of Venerable Jian Song? Nandong Che smacked his lips and looked at Ji Yao. You don't have a small background. Even in the central region, Venerable Jian Song is extremely famous. When he, a monk from the Northern Territory, came to the Central Territory, no one took him seriously. Who would have thought that in the end, he would defeat many strong men in the Central region with the sword in his hand, gain a great reputation, and even become friends with Ji Shuzi, the ancestor of the Tianji sect. Even now, his combat power ranks among the top 10 in the Central region. He didn't expect that this little girl was his apprentice. It was really not easy. Chapter 214 Zhao Shirin. Jia puffed out her chest and replied arrogantly. My master is very powerful. If you dare to bully me in the future, be careful to get beaten. Hey, I still don't know who is bullying whom. Nandong Che sneered. Jia ignored him and continued eating. After taking a rest, it was time to return to Wanjin sect. After Jia finished eating, she planned to go upstairs to rest. Regardless of Nandong Che still eating there, Jia stood up and bumped into someone as soon as she turned around. Shiyu immediately apologized. Sister Shireen, are you okay? Came the anxious voice of a male cultivator on the side. Jia looked up and saw a foundation building man wearing a blue robe, looking nervously at the woman in white in his arms. At this time, the woman fell weakly into the man's arms, and she was about to cry. She looked like she wanted to cry, but was holding back her tears. Isn't this the furnace that was once auctioned? This person and Zhao Shiwen were photographed together by a young master from an aristocratic family. Unexpectedly, they would meet here now. Brother Hu Lin. Shireen is fine. I believe this girl didn't bump into me on purpose. After Zhao Shireen finished speaking, she bit her lips tightly, acting as if I had a grievance, but I didn't say it. It was just a bump. and it seemed like he had been greatly wronged. You are always so kind and excuse others. When you look at her, you do it on purpose. You must be jealous of your beauty. The male cultivator looked touched by Zhao Shireen and glared at Gio. Jealous of her? Why should I be jealous of such a beautiful woman? Gio rolled her eyes. This person must be mentally ill. Look at her muscles all over her body. She looks like a man. She must be jealous of how beautiful you are. Don't be afraid. Brother Hu Lin will seek justice for you. Hu Lin turned to look at Gio, curling his lips in contempt. He was about to teach her a lesson. Gio couldn't help but feel sad because she had forgotten what she looked like now. No! Brother Hu Lin doesn't want it. Zhao Shireen tried to stop Hu Lin, but her hands never touched him. It seems that I have met the legendary White Lotus green tea bitch. Gio frowned. This kind of person is really annoying. Hu Lin felt that he was full of strength at this moment, and finally had the opportunity to show his strength in front of Sister Shireen. The woman in front of me is only in the early stage of foundation building. 2 steps behind her. So she really doesn't need to take it seriously. Seeing the other party walking toward her aggressively, Jia curled her lips. Just as she was about to take action, she discovered that Nangong Che was drinking tea and watching the show with a comfortable expression. Hey, this guy deserves a beating. With a flash of inspiration, Jia suddenly turned around, stamped her feet towards Nangong Che, and said with a coquettish expression, Brother Nangong, someone is bullying me. Nangong Che spit out a mouthful of tea after hearing this, and his whole face turned red. Others cost money by acting coquettishly, but this girl cost her life by acting coquettishly. She didn't even look at the muscles all over her body, coupled with her petite head and wearing a pink skirt. It was enough to irritate the eyes. It is really courageous to make such a gesture. Seeing her reaction, Jia turned dark. Zhao Shireen, who was on the side, also noticed Nangong Che at this time. His eyes lit up, and his face suddenly turned red. Brother Hu Lin, don't embarrass this girl. She didn't mean it. Zhao Shireen took a few steps forward and came to Nangong Che. She lowered her head slightly and asked shyly, My little girl Zhao Shireen, don't you know your friend's name? Chapter 215 Slap in the Face. When Nangong Che heard this, he raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhao Shireen, and laughed with some unknown meaning. Jia curled her lips as she watched from the sidelines. Sure enough, all men have the same virtues, and like this kind of beautiful and coy woman. What does my name have to do with you? Nangong Che touched his chin and looked at Zhao Shireen's neck that turned red instantly. But it was a little funny in her heart. She had met more people than she had eaten, and how dared to play tricks in front of her. I have no interest in an ugly woman like you. How can you be as beautiful as my sister Xiao? Nangong Che shook his head pretending to be disgusted, then stood up, put his arm around Jia's shoulders, and led her towards go ahead. Sister Xiao, can we go up and have a rest? Seeing the ambiguous glances cast by the people in the hall, Jia's face instantly turned red. She was shooting herself in the foot. At this time, Zhao Shireen felt a murderous intention in her heart. These 2 bitches were so shameless. Thinking of this, Zhao Shireen weakly raised her head and looked at Hu Lin with tears in her eyes. When Hu Lin saw her like this, he felt heartbroken. Stop! Hu Lin shouted at the backs of the 2 men, and then fired a golden arrow at them. Humph! Nangong Che snorted coldly, turned around and flicked his sleeves towards Hu Lin, melting the golden arrow directly, and rushed towards him with a powerful impact. Poof! Hu Lin was directly knocked away and hit the corner of the hall. He spit out a lot of blood and was horrified to find out that this person was a high-level monk. I don't know if it was intentional or not, but this attack also involved Zhao Shireen, causing her to fall heavily onto the table where Zhao had been eating, and the entire table instantly cracked. The remaining food immediately splashed across Zhao Shireen's face, making him extremely embarrassed. Zhao couldn't hold it back anymore and covered her mouth and laughed. Let's go! Let's leave them alone! After saying this, Nangong Che carried Zhao up to the 2nd floor. TSK! 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 This beauty has become a drowned rat. People in the hall began to joke when they saw Nangong Che leaving. Isn't that right? You just want to seduce the nascent soul cultivator because of your beauty. A middle-aged female cultivator looked at Zhao Shireen with contempt. She had seen this kind of woman who overestimated her abilities many times. That's right. That's the nascent soul true monarch. How could you like her? The others also nodded after hearing this. But this true gentleman's taste is also a little different. Hush! Are you looking for death? Ahem. Come on! Eat some food. Eat some food. Everyone quickly changed the subject, fearing that true Lord Nascent Soul would find out what they were talking about behind their backs. Zhao Shirin was holding a head full of dirt, and her lips were bitten and bleeding. Just wait for me. One day, I will make you pay the price. Zhao Shirin stared at the second floor, and said through gritted teeth. When Jia arrived in the room on the second floor, she immediately slapped Nangong Che's hand away, glared at him, then sat down and ignored him. Hey, are you angry? Nangong Che looked at Jia funny. How did he find that this girl was becoming more and more childish now? However, the little girl is only a teenager now. In his eyes, she is still a child. So she should show off her temper occasionally and be more lively. He still remembered that when he was ignorant, he always wanted a cute little sister. And finally secretly took his fourth brother's sister away, causing the fourth brother's family to almost die of panic. And in the end, he was severely punished by Nandong Yu. But this girl is still so young. And someone actually wants to take advantage of her, and even give her a garland. It's really heartbreaking. It seems that I still have to be more careful in the future, lest my little cabbage be taken over by some pig if I am not careful. How is she as beautiful as you? Nandong Che stepped forward and rubbed Ji Yao's head lovingly. In fact, this little girl is quite cute occasionally. Ji Yao shook her head, threw away his hand, turned her back, and ignored him. Chapter 216 Separation. Okay. Don't be angry. Have a good rest today. We will leave tomorrow. Nandong Che said somewhat dully. He knew that Jia must return to the Northern Territory. But he had to return to the Central Territory. Nandong Yu is still waiting for him. When Jia heard this, she also turned around, feeling a little reluctant. After all, the other party was taking care of her during this period. But the monk still had a chance to see him again. And she wasn't sad either. Here! Jia took out the star tempering Ju and handed it to Nandong Che. Nandong Che took it, took out the jade slip, burned the technique, and handed it to her again. Jia accepted the technique and put it back into the storage ring. After that, she could start practicing this technique when she had some free time. Have a good rest. Nandong Che collected the jade slips and left. Seeing him leaving, Jia laid down directly on the bed, smiled and closed her eyes. Soon, she will be able to see Master and the others. After returning to Wanjin sect, she also planned to go back to Yejia. She had not been home for a long time. She missed her parents. Early the next morning, the two left Yuancheng. Outside the city gate, Nandong Che rubbed Ji Yao's head and smiled. Ji Yao rarely choked at this time, and looked at Nandong Che with a smile on her face. Let's go! Nandong Che patted Ji Yao on the shoulder, and said softly, See you soon! Ji Yao waved her hand, took out Su Hui, and flew towards the North Territory. It wasn't until her figure completely disappeared that Nandong Che looked away and smiled. See you again, if we have the opportunity. Then he tore apart the space and rushed towards the central domain, where important things were waiting for him. Half a month later, Jia stopped in a small town and planned to take a rest. This is already the scope of the Northern Territory, and I can return to Wanjian sect in 2 or 3 months at most. As soon as they entered the town, there were 2 people riding flame beasts in front of them, charging towards the city gate, knocking over countless stalls along the way. Jia frowned, stepped aside, and watched the 2 men leave. Withdrawing her gaze, Jia stopped paying more attention and continued walking towards the town. TSK. These 2 scum are out again. I wonder whose girl is going to be unlucky again. A monk looked at the direction in which the 2 left and shook his head. Bah! Such scum can do evil just because of their background. A male cultivator cursed and helped up the fallen stall while spitting in the direction of the city gate. I don't know how many times this has happened. These 2 people should really be taken in by God. Shoo! Keep your voices down. We can't afford to offend these 2 ancestors. An ant came out hurriedly to remind them. At this time, everyone also remembered their cruelty, hurriedly shut up, began to clean up their stalls, and did not dare to speak anymore. Jia frowned when she heard this. It seemed that they were 2 second-generation uneducated people. She really doesn't understand why the second-generation cultivator always likes to cause trouble when he has such good resources, but doesn't work hard in cultivation. But these had nothing to do with her. Jia stopped thinking about it and found an inn to stay. As soon as the second day arrived, she continued on her way in order to return as soon as possible. 3 days later, Jia passed through a mountain village and smelled a strong smell of blood from a distance. Feeling nervous, Jia immediately took a few breath-holding charms on her body and touched them quietly. As soon as he got closer, he heard screams and wild laughter. Jia did not dare to release her spiritual consciousness at will, fearing that it would alert the enemy, so she could only jump down from the flying sword, hold Su Hui in her hand, and approach the village step by step. Shangxian, I beg you, old woman, please let her go. She is still a child. A shrill voice begging for mercy came from the village. Chapter 217 The Sudden Change in the Mountain Village. What do you mean by sparing her? Having the opportunity to serve me is a blessing she has earned over several lifetimes, came an arrogant man's voice. Ah! The old woman screamed. Grandma! The woman screamed miserably. Jia's heart sank. A monk actually took action against a mortal? There are unwritten rules among monks. That is, they cannot interfere in the struggles between mortals at will, and they cannot harm mortals at will. This was also the reason why she didn't take action against them even though she knew that the village was paying tribute to the evil cultivators. Once you attack a mortal, you will be considered an evil cultivator. This kind of person cannot be tolerated by any cultivator. I didn't expect that a monk would actually take action against a mortal. Jia quietly approached a willow tree at the entrance of the village, hid behind the tree, and looked into the village. After just one glance, Jia was filled with anger. At this time, not far from the entrance of the village, the ground was covered with corpses, and the ground was stained red with blood. There was an old woman lying on the ground at the man's feet. Her forehead was bloody, and blood was falling drop by drop from her face. The woman was already staring ahead without crying or fussing. Her eyes no longer focused. These two scum! Jia could no longer hold back her anger and rushed directly into the village. The angry sword intent of thunder struck directly at the neck of the moving man. The man was so excited that he didn't notice Jia's arrival at all. After all, this was a mortal village, and it was unlikely that other monks would appear. In just a moment, his head was cut off, and he still kept a lewd smile on his face until the head was separated. Who are you? The other man no longer bothered to pull the woman's clothes at this time, and took out his spiritual sword and looked at Jia warily. The person who will take your life. Jia felt disgusted when she looked at him. She didn't expect that there was such a beast in the world. Yes, these two people were the same two people she met when they entered the town. But she never expected that these two people could do such a heartless thing. After saying that, she slashed with years, freezing the opponent instantly, and then directly penetrated the opponent's heart with a sword. The time sword intention failed, and the man looked at the sword on his chest in disbelief. The opponent was only in the early stage of foundation building. Ji Yao pulled out the sword fiercely, and blood suddenly surged from the man's chest. He could no longer hold on and fell down. The woman whose clothes were torn off had already pushed the other man's body away, picked up the clothes next to her, and covered the other woman's body. Jia watched in silence, not knowing how to comfort him. The woman was frightened and insulted. She didn't react at all, and just stared at the sky blankly. Sister Wan! Sister Wan! Please speak! Please speak! Another woman hugged her and cried in pain, shaking her desperately, hoping that she would react. Sister Wan! Sister Wan! The woman's voice was hoarse. Unfortunately, after shaking for a long time, the woman still had no reaction. Seeing that she didn't respond, the woman stumbled towards the old woman, hugged her body and cried bitterly. Jia felt a little sore in her nose and raised her head to look at the sky, not daring to look at them again. Chapter 218 Lin Hui. It wasn't until an hour later that the woman put the old woman down and finally accepted the fact that she was dead. The woman knelt down directly in front of Ji Yao and kowtowed to Ji Yao. No! Get up quickly! Ji Yao was startled and quickly bent down and pulled her up. The woman's tears burst into tears again, and she hugged Ji Yao fiercely and started crying. Ji Yao patted her back gently and said softly, Don't be afraid. It's all over. It wasn't until the woman had cried enough that she let go of Ji Yao, wiped her tears vigorously, and said with choked sobs, Lin Hui thanked fellow Taoists for his life-saving grace. If there is any mission in the future, Hui will go through fire and water without hesitation. Jia was a little strange when she heard this. This woman was indeed immortal. Why did she call herself a fellow Taoist? This doubt only passed by for a moment, and Ji Yao shook her head towards the other party and said, No matter who it is, he will take action, so you don't have to worry about it. I don't know the name of my benefactor. Lin Hui looked at Ji Yao with gratitude in her eyes. Yi Ji Yao? Jia returned with a faint voice. Yi Ji Yao? Lin Hui suddenly said in surprise. Seeing Jia looking at her in confusion, she carefully asked, I heard that the daughter of the head of the Yi family, one of the 8 major families in the Northern Territory. It seems to be called this name too? That's me. Jia nodded and looked at Lin Hui curiously. There was something wrong with this woman. I also felt a little wary of her. But Lin Hui didn't notice Jia's reaction at all at this time, but was a little unable to recover. In his previous life, he had heard that there was a swordsman genius named Yi Jiu in Wanjian sect. He advanced to Jin Dan in his 30s, and was a more talented person than Shengguan Nanxian. And she has always been ranked first on the list of beauties in the Northern Territory. And she is the goddess of countless young talents. By the time she died, she had become a nascent soul cultivator and gained a great reputation in the Central Territory. Because of her superb reincarnation sword technique, she was called Jian Yao Zhenjuan. Unexpectedly, the person who saved him in this life was Yi Jia. My benefactor. Can you help me deal with this place? Lin Hui said with some discomfort. She was destined to leave here. Even if she had to do it again, she still could not change the fate of the village. Lin Hui clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging deeply into her palms. If she had come back earlier in the morning, she would have been able to change the fate of the village with just a little. Yeah. Jia nodded, came to the foot of the mountain behind the village, and dug holes one by one with a sui, eventually digging hundreds of holes. It was getting dark at this time, so the 2 people hurriedly sent the villagers' bodies into the pit, finally buried them, and erected wooden monuments for each person. What should you do with her? Jia frowned and looked at the woman who still had no reaction. As a woman, after witnessing this happening, she really couldn't ignore it and let them fend for themselves. If she hadn't seen that she was still breathing, Jia would have thought she was dead. I will take her away. Lin Hui thought of a cave she passed through on her way to escape in her previous life, and made a decision in her heart. I will take Sister One there first, and then go elsewhere after my cultivation is on the right track. Just the 2 of you? Looking at the state of the 2 of them, Jia was a little worried. How about you test whether you have spiritual roots? Jia said, taking out the spirit measuring disc from the storage ring and handing it to the other party. Chapter 219 Physical Training. Jia remembered that she had lured Shumer and the others back to Wanjian sect in this way. Why did she suddenly feel like she was recruiting students? Lin Hui shook her head gratefully and explained. I know I have spiritual roots, but there are some situations where it is inconvenient to tell my benefactor. Don't worry. My benefactor. I can take care of her. Jia took back the Ouija board after hearing this. It was obvious that this girl had something to hide, but everyone had secrets, and she didn't care. Since she insisted on leaving on her own, she didn't do anything to stop her. Don't call me benefactor. Just call me Jia. Jia said, and took out a handful of gold leaves from the storage ring. These were the only mundane things she had, and it was just right for them. It's really not easy for you 2 weak women. You should take these first. At least you can survive. If you need help in the future, go to Wanjian sect to find me. Shio handed the gold leaf to Lin Hui. Lin Hui took it with red eyes. This golden leaf was indeed very important to them at the moment. She couldn't refuse it, and could only keep the kindness in her heart. The benefactor is really a good person. In her previous life, she had never seen a monk who cared about the life and death of mortals. It would be good if he did not take action against mortals. If there was someone who could help me back then, maybe I wouldn't have reached that point. Right. Thinking of her past life experience, Lin Hui felt a murderous intention in her heart. Fortunately, from here on in this life, everything is different. Those people didn't know if they had washed their necks, but she would repay them. Jia didn't know what she was thinking, so she finally escorted them to a safe place and she left. Half a month later, Jia passed through the death forest of the Chaos Demon Sea again. At this time, the forest was still bare. There were cracks everywhere on the ground, and the bloody pillars had stopped. Jia didn't plan to stay any longer, so she planned to fly over. But just halfway through, the blood beads in the sea of consciousness rioted again. The strong energy and blood rushed straight into Ji Yao's flesh and blood, leaving her no time to react. Jia spurted out a mouthful of blood and felt a burst of severe pain, causing her to become unstable with her sword. Jiyu's heart tightened, and she quickly ran towards a safe place with her sword. If she delayed for a while longer, she would explode. After finally finding a cave, Jia quickly went in, took out the array plate, and threw it to the entrance of the cave, then quickly sat down, taking out the star tempering technique. Jia immediately started practicing the technique. But to her surprise, she was unable to absorb the spiritual energy. Ji Yao's heart sank. So this technique can only absorb mysterious energy? Poof! Another mouthful of blood spurted out. Jia could no longer suppress her energy and blood, and was about to break through the barrier of the solid stage. With no other option at the moment, Jia could only choose to continue practicing. Tiger Fist. Weakness is better than no life. But just when she was running the technique, the star tempering technique suddenly penetrated into her sea of consciousness, and the attributeless technique suddenly opened its cover, absorbing the star tempering technique. Got in. Soon, a burst of symbols came to Jia again, straight into her soul. Xiyu was overjoyed and quickly followed the movement technique. Sure enough, the spiritual energy from the outside began to surround Jia crazily, wrapping her into a huge spiritual cocoon, and it had a tendency to grow bigger and bigger. Ji Yao, who was wrapped in spiritual energy, absorbed the spiritual energy crazily. As soon as the spiritual energy came into contact with the blood, it blended together and began to forge Ji Yao's flesh and blood. Even part of it started to move towards her meridians. Chapter 220, The Sacred Artifact. Book of Heaven. Just as Ji Yao was frantically absorbing spiritual energy, the attributeless technique in the sea of consciousness was not to be outdone, and was devouring the spiritual energy from the outside world crazily. And a pole star outside the Chiffon continent suddenly started to rotate at a high speed, and bursts of light flashed on the surface. Then a trace of star power was emitted, passing through layers of barriers, and finally came to Jiyu's body. Crack! The solid barrier shattered. Jiyu successfully advanced to the cultivation stage, and the blood beads returned to the sea of consciousness and stood still. The spiritual energy swirling around her gradually dispersed, until a few quarters of an hour later, Jiyu opened her eyes happily. Her physical training and cultivation finally synchronized. Jiyu stood up and punched the cave wall. In an instant, a huge deep hole was punched out in the wall, and the periphery of the hole actually cracked, and the gap spread out to the surroundings. Jiyu looked at the hole in surprise, then at her fist, and swallowed. Is this the power of heaven-level techniques? She had just gained strength now, and it really surprised her that a random punch could have such power. Suddenly, a sour smell spread into Jiyu's nose. After a closer look, Jiyu suddenly found that her fist was covered with black filth, and she had already hacked on it. I picked up my sleeve and took a look, and sure enough, there was one. Unexpectedly, this technique has the effect of cleansing the marrow? The surprise came so suddenly that Jiyu was a little flustered. You must know that special spiritual objects are needed to cleanse the marrow again. This technique is really heaven-defying. But her body was really dirty. So Jiyu quickly used a cleaning charm to clean away the dirt on her body. But without cleaning her body, Jiyu always felt that it was not clean mentally. So she decided to find a place to clean herself. When the soul came to the sea of consciousness, Jiyu touched the attributeless technique with some surprise. What on earth is this? This time I didn't use any spiritual objects from heaven and earth. So why did it help me change the star tempering technique? I'm not a thing. You are a thing. A soft voice suddenly appeared in the sea of consciousness, mixed with a hint of anger. Jiyu was startled. Did something get into her sea of consciousness? Thinking about it, she started to search around. But after carefully scanning the inside and outside, she didn't find anything suspicious. Suddenly a flash of inspiration flashed across her face. Jiyu looked at the attributeless skill in front of her in surprise, and said with a slight hesitation, Are you talking? Humph. Of course it's me. Otherwise who else could it be? Non-attribute Kung Fu. Shook his body arrogantly, and returned with disdain. Unexpectedly, his current master turned out to be a foundation-building monk. In the past, he was just a handyman. TSK. Even though this little guy's speech is a bit awkward, he still has some sanity. His golden finger is really thick. Did you help me on purpose before? Jiyu touched it, and said gratefully, That's not true. If it weren't for me, you would have been bursting. Jiyu felt a little embarrassed when the non-attribute Kung Fu was touched, and she lacked the confidence to speak. Its last owner never touched it. Are you so powerful? Jiyu prepared to trick it step by step. Our poor little guy doesn't know the complexity of human nature, and he suddenly revealed his true identity. That's right. I am the Holy Artifact Book of Heaven. Do you know what a Holy Artifact is? Humph! The Book of Heaven shook a few more times. How could such a bumpkin know what a Holy Artifact is? Chapter 221 Shushu. Ji Yao was frightened when she heard this. She couldn't believe that her unlucky physique could obtain a holy weapon. You must know that the levels of magic weapons from low to high are magic weapon, treasure weapon, spiritual weapon, fairy weapon, acquired spiritual treasure, acquired supreme treasure, innate spiritual treasure, innate supreme treasure, chaos spiritual treasure, chaotic supreme treasure, Hongming spiritual treasure. The Hongming treasure is the holy weapon in the end. Not to mention the fairy world. This thing may not even exist in the divine world. What kind of shitty luck did you have? You're not lying to me. Are you? Holy weapon. How can it be so easy to produce? Jia asked with some uncertainty. This is really unbelievable. I was the first magical weapon made by Pengyu after the creation of the world. Then, through various opportunities, I grew into a sacred weapon. And the purpose of Pengyu refining me was also to solve the cultivation problems of his people. Heavenly Book, I thought to myself that this was indeed the case. How could these mortals understand a sacred weapon like myself? Is it actually Pengyu? Jia was a little surprised. She had learned about this in her previous life. But she always thought it was just a fairy tale. If it was really a product of that era, it would make sense for it to become a holy weapon. I don't know how many years this heavenly book has gone through. Then you're not very powerful? Jia believed it. And her eyes suddenly lit up. With this heavenly book, wasn't she invincible? Ahem. That, Tianshu hesitated, unable to speak. He couldn't say that he was not as good as an innate spiritual treasure now. So he had to rely on her help to absorb the profound energy and spiritual energy to wake up. Right? This is really shameless. What? Jia turned her head slightly and looked at it with some confusion. Ahem. My role now is only to help you improve the technique that suits you, improve its level, and make it more suitable for you, Tianshu said with a guilty conscience. What if she dislikes him? You're so awesome! Jia heard its somewhat guilty voice and touched it funnily. The effect was already incredible. Things outside the body are ultimately unreliable, and only one's own strength is the most important. Therefore, the Book of Heaven has provided her with such a good technique, which has greatly improved her combat power. This is the biggest opportunity. Of course. Tianshu was a little embarrassed by her praise. As expected, she is a mortal who has never seen the world. She has such a small effect. So when her strength recovers, then she will not worship herself to death? Thinking of this, Tianshu felt a little happy, as if he had already seen that day coming. Then since you are a weapon spirit, you have a physical body? Jia raised her eyebrows slightly and asked. Presumably its physical form will be a cute baby doll. Some things happened before, but now I can't condense the entity, Tianshu said with some frustration. Thinking that its majestic sacred weapon spirit couldn't even condense the entity. Then it must require the recovery of heaven and earth spiritual objects. Right. Shio thought of the setting in the novel. This kind of treasure usually requires the recovery of heaven and earth spiritual objects. Yes. All kinds of heaven and earth spiritual things are good for me. Similarly, when you advance, I can also absorb spiritual energy, which can also promote my recovery. But if you come to enlightenment a few more times, I will recover faster. Tianshu imagined something wonderful. How many more epiphanies are there? Is enlightenment like Chinese cabbage? Jia rolled her eyes. This heavenly book is really whimsical. Then I'll call you Shushu. Jia happily named it. And the spirit retreated. No matter that guy is clamoring to change his name in the sea of consciousness. Chapter 222 Say Goodbye to Muscles. After doing some repairs, Jia left the cave. She was going to find a place to clean up. Stepping on the flying sword, Jia set off again, leaving the death forest and flying towards the direction of Wanjian's sect. After about a few hours, Jia finally found a river. With her flying sword, Jia flew towards the river. After her spiritual consciousness spread out, and she made sure that there was no danger and no one else around, Jia took out a magic array disc. Even if someone enters here by mistake, they will fall into an illusion and pose no great threat to themselves. After doing everything, Jia took off her robe and walked carefully towards the river. As soon as she got close to the river, Jia was stunned. At this time, the girl in the river had smooth skin, a well-proportioned figure, and a beautiful face, which made her dazzle. Hey, where are my muscles? Jia came back to her senses and looked at herself on the river with some surprise. She raised her arms and compared them. She really had no muscles. This must be the reason why he changed his technique. And now she has grown taller, almost 1.7 meters tall, and has the figure she dreamed of in her previous life. TSK. 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 You are so beautiful. Ji-yo shook her head and smacked her lips. But then he realized that he was actually admiring his own body here. Ahem. Ji-yo blushed and coughed a few times. Then stepped directly into the river and began to take a nice bath. It wasn't until a few quarters of an hour later that Ji-yo got up reluctantly. It felt so good to take a bath. She took out the pink robe given by her master from the storage ring. After Ji-yo put it on, she looked towards the river again. Perhaps because of the pink color. The girl in the river is less bright and more clear at this time. Ji-yo patted her face with satisfaction. Finally able to stop being disliked by others. These superficial humans don't know how to appreciate their own inner beauty. Huh? Ji-yo raised her head proudly. Hu Han-san. Am back again. 3 months later. Ji-yo looked at the door of Wan Jian's sect and exhaled, knowing that she was finally back. With a smile on her lips, Ji-yo directly wielded her sword and headed towards Zhu Feng. Being able to fly with a sword within the sect is the privilege of a true disciple. And he finally took advantage of it. As soon as she arrived at Zhu Peak, before Ji-yo stopped flying her sword, she saw her master and senior brother already waiting for her outside the hall. Ji-yo was moved in her heart. It felt so good to have her family waiting for her to go home. You're back? Jian Song looked at Ji-yo with a smile on his face. He was indeed his disciple. Even if he was attacked by 2 nascent souls, he could survive in the end. And his cultivation had improved a lot. Just like when he was young. Of myself. These 3 simple words made Ji-yo's eyes turn red instantly. And she nodded agreeably. Feijian stopped outside the main hall. Ji-yo slightly flattened her mouth, holding back tears, and walked towards the 2 of them. You are great! Luo Chuan stretched out his hand to rub Ji-yo's head. His eyes filled with tenderness. Senior brother! Ji-yo rubbed Luo Chuan's palm and acted coquettishly at him with some grievance. Don't be afraid. The master and your senior brother are here. Jian Song felt heartbroken when he saw Ji-yo being wronged. He had really taken advantage of him by getting rid of those 2 people like that. Yeah. Ji-yo narrowed her eyes and smiled sweetly. She was not afraid after the incident. Just seeing them, I couldn't help but feel wronged and wanted to act coquettishly with them. Let's go. Today we will help you catch the wind and wash away the bad luck. Jian Song patted Ji-yo's head and felt a little surprised when he saw her weird look. This little girl's temperament became much more lively when she went out for a trip. It seemed that she had a special opportunity. Chapter 223 Master and Disciple Gathering. The 3 of them came to the back mountain of Wanjin sect and came back from Luo Chuan to hunt a few rabbits. Then the 3 of them started to barbecue. Jian Song took out a pot of wine and placed it on the silk carpet. As soon as he opened the lid of the wine, a refreshing fragrance mixed with the smell of wine came out. Ji-yo sniffed it vigorously and looked at the wine bottle expectantly. You can't drink. Luo Chuan glanced at her lightly. Ji-yo flattened her mouth and said with some displeasure. I am almost 19 years old and an adult. TSK. You're just a baby at 19. You're already an adult. Jian Song looked at Ji-yo amusedly. Shall I take a sip? Ji-yo stared at Jian Song longingly with her big innocent eyes. Okay. I can only take a sip. This peach blossom wine is different from other spiritual wines. It has strong stamina, and the alcohol cannot be eliminated. Jian Song looked at Ji-yo acting coquettishly, but he couldn't bear it, so he compromised. Master is the best. Ji-yo flattered her with a smile. Luo Chuan looked at the 2 of them helplessly, then took out several jade plates and a dagger from the storage ring, and then took off the roasted meat. First, cut off 1 leg and put it on a plate and handed it to the master. Then he cut off the other leg, carefully divided it into small strips, and then placed it in front of Ji-yo. Ji-yo blushed a little when she saw this. She usually eats by grabbing her legs with her hands. After all, she is outside and doesn't have much to talk about. Now it seems that I look like a rough guy, and my senior brother looks more like a delicate pig girl. Eat more. Luo Chuan picked out the meat from the rabbit's belly again and gave it to Ji-yo. Senior brother, you should also eat more. Ji-yo responded sweetly. TSK. Your senior brother is also biased now. My master is really miserable. Jian Song looked up at the sky pretending to be sad inside. In fact, I feel a little happy. Since I got the little girl, my disciple has changed a lot. At least, he is no longer the madman who only knows how to practice. Little junior sister is still growing. As for you, Luo Chuan returned calmly, while cutting the meat without even looking at Jian Song. Jia couldn't help laughing and quickly reached out her hand to cover her mouth. Senior brother is actually sarcastic about master. You? Jian Song was choked by Luo Chuan and ignored him. He looked sideways at Ji Yao and poured her a small cup of peach blossom wine. Let's drink and ignore your senior brother. After Jian Song finished speaking, he downed a glass of wine. Ji Yao picked up the wine glass and sniffed it gently. It tasted really fragrant and sweet. Then he couldn't resist the temptation anymore and drank a glass of wine directly, and then licked his lips with nostalgia. This wine was different from those spicy spirits. It was sweet and slightly sour. So delicious. I just didn't expect that master, a man, would like to drink this kind of wine. Drink less. Luo Chuan frowned when he saw her drinking a cup directly. Master, it's true. How can you drink in front of your junior sister? It tastes good. Ji Yao shook her head with some aftertaste. 2 blushes rose on her cheeks, and her eyes were shining brightly. Eat this. Luo Chuan pointed to the meat on Ji Yao's plate. Oh. Ji Yao nodded obediently, picked up the shredded meat with chopsticks and started eating. It's delicious. He nodded while eating. It's so good. This girl was so drunk that she couldn't even speak clearly. Luo Chuan rubbed his forehead with a headache. She could bear to wake up with a hangover. Little girl. You must have drunk too much. Jian Song was staring at Ji Yao with bright eyes at this time, with an expression on his face that he was watching a good show. How can your old age be better? Luo Chuan looked at the two of them with a smile. Chapter 224 Senior Brother. At this time, Jian Song had already drank several glasses of spirit wine. His face was also flushed, and he looked like he was watching a good show. He didn't realize that he was drunk at all. Ji Yao was only focused on eating meat at this time and ignored Jian Song at all. Seeing that she was ignoring him, Jian Song pouted, grabbed the rabbit's leg angrily, and started to chew on it. As expected, Master cannot be allowed to drink. Luo Chuan couldn't care less about himself at this time and was serving these two. Uncle. The whole time. It wasn't until the two of them were full that they finally stopped. Ji rubbed her belly and giggled with some satisfaction. It's gone. It's gone. After Jian Song had eaten, he patted his butt and left, leaving only the 2 senior brothers and sisters. Senior brother? Ji suddenly called seriously. Huh? Luo Chuan looked up at her. Senior brother? You can't like Xia Qiyue. Otherwise you won't experience love disaster. As soon as she finished speaking, Ji closed her eyes and suddenly leaned back. Luo Chuan immediately took action, caught her, and looked at Ji in his arms with some confusion. Summer July? The junior sister herself had been in contact with her before. But what did her love affair have to do with her? He doesn't worry about things that he can't figure out. But he doesn't believe in love affairs. After lifting Ji horizontally, he took her directly back to Tianjin Peak. He put her on the bed and covered her with a quilt. He didn't get up and leave until he was sure Ji was asleep. Ji woke up at noon on the second day. Hiss! As soon as she opened her eyes, Ji suddenly felt a headache. Her whole head was swollen and extremely uncomfortable. Were you really drunk yesterday? Ji was a little stunned. Fortunately, she would not act drunkenly when she was drunk. Otherwise, she would simply not dare to think about that scene. But my head really hurts after this hangover. And the elixir doesn't work on it either. Knocking her head in distress, Ji planned to find her master and the others to find a solution. Junior sister? Luo Chuan's voice suddenly came from outside the door. Ji opened the door and saw her senior brother standing at the door holding a bowl of dark things. Senior brother, why are you here? I'll give you sobering soup. Luo Chuan returned and walked into the room. Elixirs are of no use. You can only drink the special hangover soup. Luo Chuan gently stirred the hangover soup with a spoon. When the temperature was right, he pushed it to Ji. Drink it. Ji picked up the sobering soup and drank it. Her head hurt too much. Not long after I drank the hangover soup, my headache actually subsided. Senior brother, you are so awesome. I really don't feel uncomfortable anymore. Ji gave a thumbs up to Luo Chuan. When Luo Chuan saw that she was fine, he stood up and patted her head gently. Take a good rest yourself. After saying that, he left, and there was another person waiting for his hangover soup. Looking at Luo Chuan's figure, Ji smiled and narrowed her eyes. It felt so good to be pampered. A few days later, Ji came to Jinni Cave again. During this period of time, I still haven't realized the light attribute sword intention. So it seems that I can only use the sword intention whole. With experience, Xiyu didn't waste much time and headed directly towards the light attribute area in the cave. Along the way, she saw many disciples comprehending the meaning of the sword. Xiyu smiled slightly. These are the future of Wanjin's sect. Xiyu looked at them, and a fighting spirit arose spontaneously. In addition to becoming an immortal, the motivation for her to keep forging ahead was to revive the sword. One day, she will let others know that swordsmanship is not in decline. One day, Chifeng continent will usher in the era of sword cultivation. Chapter 225 Light Attribute Sword Intent. Xiyu came to the Light Attribute Sword Intention area and sat down, closing her eyes and preparing to comprehend the sword intention. Divine consciousness was emitted, and Xiyu had just caught a sword intention. But Tianshu suddenly sucked in the sword intention. Shoo! Xiyu was a little surprised. What are you doing? You don't want to absorb the sword's intention. Right. That's not possible. The sword's intention cave is for disciples to understand the sword's intention. What if you absorb them? Xiyu thought of this possibility and quickly stopped it. The biggest reason for the decline of Wanjin's sect was that the inheritance wall was damaged, and there was no way to help the disciples understand the artistic conception of swordsmanship. So there were very few high-level monks. If all the sword intent is absorbed, what will the remaining disciples do? I'm just helping you refine the sword intent, Shushu said with a guilty conscience. He could never admit that he really wanted to absorb the sword intent here just now. Really? Xiyu was a little skeptical. Is this guy so kind? Huh? You don't believe me? Shushu pretended to be calm and spoke angrily. How is that possible? I definitely believe you. Xiyu saw that it was about to explode, so she quickly smoothed its fur. How about you purify the sword intention and then release it for me to understand? How about I condense some sword intention for you to absorb when I have nothing to do? After careful consideration, Xiyu suggested, this should be the current situation, the most reasonable way. Well, although the purity of your sword intention is not very good, you can only make do with it now, Shushu said with some disgust. Xiyu rubbed her forehead helplessly and found herself speechless. Because of her sword intent, even the most familiar thunder attribute sword intent has just reached a small level. And the time sword intent has just started. It's really not that good. After Shushu finished speaking, he stopped attacking Xiyu. Although this master's cultivation level was a little low, fortunately, he had a firm mind and would be able to do great things in the future. Bah! No. As long as she is here, she will definitely accomplish a lot. Shushu thought a little arrogantly, and then released the purified sword intent. Seeing this, Xiyu immediately released her spiritual consciousness again and began to sense and understand. In this way, the two of them purified and understood, and began to stay in the sword intent cave. Yejia Meeting Hall. Yifeng was sitting at the top, and all the other elders were present, including Zhao Qianyu. At this time, everyone looked worried. Hey, third brother, what do you think we should do now? Yi Qi, the uncle of the Yi family, frowned tightly and looked up at Yifeng. When Yifeng heard this, he also sighed. During this period, the eldest brother will stay at the Yi family. The rest of us will go out and try first to see if we can find it. However, this matter must not be made public. Otherwise our Yi family may suffer a lot. The loss is more likely to fall out of the 8 major families. Others could only nod helplessly when they heard this. This was the only way for now. After the others left, Zhao Qianyu walked to Yifeng with some worry and gently held his arm. Brother Feng, don't worry. There will always be a solution. Alas, that thing has been lost a long time ago. Where can we find it? It's just for comfort. Night Breeze let out a long sigh. If it doesn't work, we still have to call all 17 and the others back. Zhao Qianyu was also helpless. The current situation was really not optimistic. Calling them back won't help at all, but will delay their practice. Yifeng shook his head, somewhat disagreeing. They have all grown up. Even if they can't share much, at least they have to understand the family's situation so that they can take precautions. Zhao Qianyu did not agree with Yifeng's idea. The boss is now about to condense his nascent soul. Qi has now advanced to foundation building. They are not children anymore, and have the right to know. Okay, if it doesn't work out then, just call them back. Yifeng thought about it. They are also part of the family, and this matter cannot be hidden from them. Chapter 226 Acquaintance. In the Sword Intent Cave, Xiyu woke up from meditation. 2 months have passed, and her current light attribute sword intention has directly reached the Deshang state, which really surprises her. She had comprehended the thunder attribute sword intention before, but it didn't have such effect. It seemed that thanks to Shushu, Shiyu smiled, touched it with her consciousness, then stood up and headed towards the thunder attribute area. Now that I have this opportunity, I must improve my strength. Arriving at the thunder attribute area, Shiyu sat down cross-legged again and began to understand in cooperation with Shushu. It was not until 2 months later that Jia left the Jinni cave. Feeling satisfied, both his light and thunder attributes have been fully developed. Even though his cultivation is still at the early stage of foundation building, his combat power is not the same. It's just that the attributes of time and space are too rare. Whether you can make progress depends on opportunities. After coming out of Jinni cave, Jia planned to go to the dining hall to have a good meal to reward herself. Just as she passed the outer gate and before reaching the dining hall, Jia suddenly noticed that several people were arguing not far away. Jia frowned as her consciousness instantly extended away. The people in front were all acquaintances, including Sheng'er and his sister Qiqi, whom he had previously introduced to the Wanjin sect. At this time, Sheng'er was blocking the frightened Qiqi behind her, and looked at the two people opposite her with forbearance. The people opposite them were Qi Lanqi and Li Yanran, whom they had not seen for a long time. At this time, Qi Lanqi was wearing a white robe and several jade hairpins on his head, and was glaring at Sheng'er and the others with disdain. Looking at her appearance and 10th level of Qi training, Jia guessed that she must have joined the Yuanying monk sect and become a true disciple, as the original text said. However, with her qualifications of 3 spiritual roots, she has reached the 10th level of Qi training so quickly. So there must be an unusual opportunity. Li Yanran, however, was only at the 8th level of Qi training. She stood behind Qi Lanqi with a look of following the opponent's lead. Where can I still see the innocence I once had? Oh, I just asked her to help me clean the mountain. Why are you looking at me like this? Qi Lanqi looked at Sheng'er with contempt. Just the son of the concubine of the Qi family. His mother was still immortal. How could he have the courage to contradict himself? The same goes for his annoying father. He was just a bastard born to one of his grandfather's concubines. But he was more loved by his grandfather than his own father. It's even better now. These two bitches, one with a single spiritual root and the other with dual spiritual roots, are comparing themselves to each other. Grandfather only has eyes for these two bitches now. If they succeed in their cultivation, there will be no place for him and his father in the Qi family. Thinking of this, Qi Lanqi felt urgent and must get rid of them as soon as possible. My sister is still young and is not suitable to complete trivial matters for my uncle. How about Qi Sheng instead? Qi Sheng clenched his fists and tried to restrain the anger in his heart. Ever since he recognized his ancestor and returned to the clan, this clan sister has always been in various ways an excuse to cause trouble for himself and his sister. However, his current strength is low. If he is impulsive, he may harm his sister. After all, he cannot watch her all the time. Jio has been paying attention to the development of the situation with her spiritual consciousness. Seeing this, she raised her eyebrows in surprise. She still remembered that Sheng'er was someone who would take action if she was wronged at the slightest degree. I didn't expect that after not seeing each other for so long. I became more tolerant. Hey, I didn't hear Lanqi say that I wanted your sister. How dare you be disobedient? Qi Lanqi was about to speak, but Li Yanran interrupted her. Chapter 227 Grudge. Qi Lanqi looked dissatisfied at Li Yanran, who was glaring at Qi Sheng arrogantly. But even his own dog dares to steal my words? Why? Can't you understand people? Li Yanran felt angry when she saw that Qi Sheng ignored her at all, and just looked at Qi Lanqi. As expected, it was brought back by that bitch Jia. And she was just as arrogant. Shio also roughly understood the direction of the matter at this time. It seemed that Sheng'er and the others had offended Qi Lanqi at some time, and were now being blamed. After a few dodgers, Jia came up behind a few people and said faintly, Sheng'er! Qiqi! When Qi Sheng heard the sound, he turned around suddenly and shouted in surprise. Sister! Qiqi immediately let go of Qi Sheng, rushed forward and hugged Jia, looking at her with misty eyes and calling her sister in grievance. Don't be afraid. My sister is here. Qiu smiled slightly, gently rubbed Qiqi's head, and comforted her gently. When Qi Lanqi and Qi Lanqi saw the sudden appearance of Jiyao, their expressions instantly darkened. Then reluctantly, he cupped his fists and saluted Jiyao. I've met my uncle and sister. Yes. Jiyao nodded calmly, then looked at Qi Lanyan and said, Sheng'er and Qiqi are both my Tian Zhanfeng people. What do you want senior nephew Chi to do for you? My nephew doesn't know that they are my uncle's people. I'm just joking with him. Chi Lanchi clenched her fist tightly and replied angrily. Li Yanran didn't dare to speak even more. No matter how much she hated Yizhio, she didn't have the right to interrupt at this time. I don't like such jokes. They are easy to take seriously. It's better for senior nephew Chi to be more careful in the future. Zhio glanced at her lightly. Although they were both female supporting characters, she really didn't like her. Yes. Chi Lanchi felt humiliated in her heart, but had to accept it. After Zhio finished speaking, she didn't look at them anymore, and walked towards the dining hall with the two little guys. I haven't seen them for many days, so I just want to have a good understanding of Sister Yun's current situation. Looking at Zhiyao's back, Chi Lanchi bit her gums until they almost broke. In the past, she only thought Zhiyao was annoying, but now she felt that she was extremely annoying. So much so that she wanted to destroy her. A murderous intention flashed through his heart, and Chi Lanchi sneered. If it weren't for Master's instructions, how could he be so angry with her? I remember when I finished third in the outer sect competition, and was favored by my master and accepted as a true disciple. But she was not happy for a long time. On the day of apprenticeship, her master told her that she must not provoke Yizhio. If something happened, even he wouldn't be able to protect himself. Why is she Yizhio? Isn't it just that I have a powerful master? What else does she have? If she encounters a chase, shouldn't she have to rely on her master to deal with it? Why are you pretending to be a big-tailed wolf? Yizhia is really going too far. She doesn't take Lan Shi seriously at all. Li Yanran took the opportunity to fan the flames. With his own strength, he would certainly not be able to deal with Yizhio. But the same could not be said for Chi Lanchi. None of your business? Chi Lanchi glared at her with a gloomy expression and left. Still want to be a gunman yourself? Does Li Yanran really think of herself as a fool? What are you talking about? Don't you look like a coward in front of Yizhio? After Chi Lanchi left, Li Yanran dared to stamp her feet and glared in the direction of her departure with a look of resentment. Don't think that you don't know that Chi Lanchi has never thought highly of you. So you treat yourself like a dog. But sometimes, dogs will bite their owners. Chapter 228 Reminiscing about the past. Arriving at the dining hall, Jiyu ordered a lot of spiritual food. Then took the two little guys into the private room to eat together. By the way, Sheng, how is your mother's health now? Jiyu asked Qi Sheng while eating. Sister, my mother is well now. When we were brought back to Wanjian sect by true Lord Luochuan, we brothers and sisters were arranged to the outer gate. And my mother was also arranged to live alone. And true Lord suppressed her injuries. Qi Sheng thought of his current life and was very grateful to Ji Yao. If he didn't have his sister, he still doesn't know what he would be like now. Shortly afterwards, my father actually found the information we left and took us back to the Qi family to recognize our ancestors. Qi family? Jiyo was a little surprised. She thought they had the same last name, but she didn't expect that they were actually related. Yes, it's the Qi family. Qi Sheng felt a little unhappy when he thought about it, and said with a hint of anger, Qi Lanqi is the elder sister of our clan, and her father and my father have the same father. My father is the grandfather and later married the servant. The concubine born to me is much younger than her father, and his cultivation is naturally not as good as his. So he left the Qi family because he was ostracized. Dad didn't take us back to the Qi family until we knew our spiritual roots, for fear of delaying our qualifications. Thinking of his grandfather, Qi Sheng felt warm in his heart. His grandfather was very kind to his brothers, sisters, and parents. Oh, so your father has found the devil eating grass? Jia raised her eyebrows. When she arrived at the Chaos Demon Sea, she wanted to help Sister Yin find the devil eating grass. But she didn't expect that after many twists and turns, she had no chance. Yes, I heard from my father that he went to a place called 1MOC. He finally found a magic eating grass, but was captured by a demon cultivator to dig for mines. That's why he has never been able to return home. When Sheng thought about it, he was so angry at that demon cultivator. Later, for some unknown reason, the forest suddenly overturned and the demon cultivators left. My father finally ran out. Jia was deeply surprised when she heard this. From what Shenger said, it was a coincidence that Qi Xiu was also in the Death Forest. Well, I see that you have reached the second level of Qi training now, and Qi Qi is about to advance to the second level. It shows that you have worked very hard in cultivation and deserve a reward. Jia looked at them with a smile on her face, and took out the storage ring. He took out 2 jade boxes and handed them to them. The two of them opened the jade box and looked at the spiritual sword in the jade box with surprise. These 2 spiritual swords were specially bought for them by me on my way back. Although they were just 2 magic weapons, they were just right for them. If it is too valuable, it may bring disaster to them.
Do you like it?
Jia said with a smile.
I like it.
Qisheng touched the spiritual sword with some surprise. His current cultivation level was low, and he only had a wooden sword. And once he reaches the 4th level of Qi training, he can use this spiritual sword. Chi also nodded happily. She really liked it. Jia was very happy when she saw that they liked them from the bottom of her heart.
You have to practice hard. You know, as a monk, your own strength is always the most important. And you must never give up your roots and chase the bottom.
Jia seriously told the 2 of them that with all kinds of temptations in the world of cultivation, only by keeping your heart can you go further. Far.
Shinger knows. I will definitely practice hard and protect my parents and sisters in the future. As well as my sister?
Qisheng stood up and looked at Ji Yao seriously.
Okay. Then sister will wait for Shinger to protect her.
Jia rubbed Shinger's head happily. The little guy not only grew taller, but also became sensible. Chapter 229 The Yi Family's Urgent Edict. After sending the 2 little ones back, Jia went to the Zashi Hall, where they were named under Tian Zhanfeng's name and became Zashi disciples. In this way, they can save a lot of trouble and be able to focus more on their cultivation. After settling the matter, Jia planned to get together with her good friends. She had not seen her friends for a long time. But just as he walked out of the room, a 1,000-mile transmission note suddenly appeared. Jia reached out to catch it, and as soon as she opened it, she heard the voice of her father Yifeng.
The Yi family is in urgent need of an edict. Come home quickly.
With her heart tightening, Ji Yao immediately sent a communication talisman to her master and senior brother, telling them that she was going back to Yejia, and immediately flew towards the outside of the sect on her slumber. What happened to Yejia? If the matter wasn't important, my father wouldn't have just said these few words. It was obvious that he was doing this because he was afraid of being noticed by others. Jia frowned and tried hard to recall the original plot, wanting to know what happened to the Yi family at this time. But no matter how much she recalled it, she could not figure out the reason. After all, Yi Zhiyou is a female supporting character in the original text. All her appearances and backgrounds focus on dealing with Yue, and the rest of the time is not described much. Since she didn't know what was going on, Jia didn't think about it anymore. She just increased her speed to the highest speed and rushed back in the direction of Yejia. Inside Zufeng Hall. At this time, Jian Song and Luo Chuan also received the communication talisman from Jia.
This little girl walked in such a hurry. I don't know what happened,
Jian Song said worriedly.
I originally planned to prepare some life-saving charms for her. I haven't heard anything happen to the Yi family,
Luo Chuan said calmly. At least the Luo family had not heard any news.
This little girl is good at everything, but her luck is a bit unpredictable.
He still felt a little uneasy when he thought of the girl's fate that his old friend mentioned. However, she can only walk this path of cultivation by herself. If she interferes too much, it will only be harmful to her. Thinking like this, Jian Song stopped thinking about it. After all, everyone has their own destiny. Luo Chuan also thought of his junior sister's death and frowned with worry. 2 months later, Jia finally returned to Yejia. During this period of time, she had almost no rest, and she would only stop to meditate for a while to recover when her spiritual power was exhausted. Jia went directly to the Yejia meeting hall, where there were already many people.
17 is back?
Seeing Jia back, Yifeng stood up happily, and Zhao Qianyu also looked happy. Jia first bowed to the elders before walking to Yifeng.
Mom and Dad, what happened?
Ji Yao asked worriedly. It turns out that not only himself, but many young people from the Yi family have returned. Even the 9th brother Yi Qingchuan has returned.
Come!
Let me introduce you to your brothers and sisters first.
Yifeng was no longer in a hurry at this time. Even if these little guys knew about it, they wouldn't be able to help. So there was no need to rush at this moment.
This is your 3rd sister, Yi Zi. This is your 4th brother, Yi Qingwei. This is your 7th brother, Yi Qingnan. This is your 11th brother, Yi Qingsheng. This is your 16th sister, Yi Shiro. As for the other remaining brothers and sisters, none of them can come back in time.
Yifeng introduced Jia one by one. 17 was the youngest in his family. These brothers and sisters had already left home after they were born, so they had never met them.
Jia said H,
low to several brothers and sisters, and then stood in the hall, waiting for the next step. Chapter 230 Immortal Grass.
You should know that our Yi family can occupy a place among the 8 major families. Mainly because our Yi family has 2 ancestors who are transformed into gods.
Yi Feng sat back at the head and started to explain to Ji Yao and the others.
Ancestor Yi Lan has been in the Qingwu sect, taking care of the younger disciples of my Yi family. Ancestor Yi Li has always been in charge of the Yi family, protecting the safety of my Yi family.
Yi Feng sighed at this.
But hundreds of years ago, Ancestor Yi Li was seriously injured while training outside, which affected his longevity. Over the years, we have been trying to find ways to restore his injuries, but unfortunately, we have not had any results.
In the past few hundred years, we have been trying to recover his injuries. Come on! Both the ancestor himself and the entire Yi family's senior management have been working hard on it, but still without any results.
Now, my ancestor is nearing his end of life, but he is unable to advance because of his serious injuries. He is about to die before his eyes.
Yi Feng's mood dropped as he said this.
Once our ancestor dies, if other families find out about it, I'm afraid our Yi family will suffer a fatal blow. That's why I called you back so that you can be mentally prepared and take extra precautions to avoid letting others take advantage of the loopholes. Ji Yao's heart sank when she heard this. In the original article, when the Yi family was finally destroyed by Xia Qiyue, only the ancestor Yelan appeared, and the ancestor Yeli did not appear in the article at all. Presumably, ancestor Yeli had already died at that time. But the Yi family perished before the news was known to other families.
Then there's nothing we can do?
Yi Qingchuan frowned and asked worriedly.
There is no way. But the hope is too slim. If you can find 1,000-year-old immortal grass, you can live for 1,000 years and heal the ancestors' injuries. But this immortal grass has long become a legend. For hundreds of years, we searched everywhere but couldn't find it.
After years of searching, Yi Feng now has no hope of finding it.
Immortal grass?
Jia said in surprise.
Yeah. It's the legendary immortal grass that can make the dead alive with flesh and white bones, and can also extend lifespans for thousands of years.
Night Breeze nodded. Jia was a little surprised when she heard this, because she knew where the immortal grass was. In the original article, Xia Qiyue once got a large piece. Yes, it was just a large piece of cabbage that appeared in front of Qiyue's eyes, as if it was free of charge. This also helped her win over many high-level monks in the future. Otherwise the Yi family would not have perished so easily.
Father! Chi-Chi probably knows where the immortal grass is, but she just doesn't know if she can find it.
Ji Yao said immediately.
What? Do you know Chi-Chi?
Before Yi Feng could respond, Yi Chi stood up in surprise. When the others heard this, they looked at Ji Yao in disbelief.
17. Are you sure?
Yi Feng also couldn't believe it. The Yi family had been looking for this thing for hundreds of years.
It's absolutely true. Sure, she definitely knows. This thing is in the underground city of the eastern region,
Ji Yao said with great certainty.
Dungeon?
Everyone frowned upon hearing this. This underground city in the eastern region was accidentally discovered by monks 10,000 years ago. Although it is full of dangers, it is also extremely rich in resources. And some spiritual objects of heaven and earth that are not found in the outside world are often found. Therefore, more and more monks went there to hunt for treasures. And gradually a city was formed, which was called the
Underground City.
It's just that this dungeon has natural restrictions, and only Jindan monks and below are allowed to enter, which is somewhat similar to a secret realm. Chapter 231 Ancestor Yi Li.
If it's in the underground city, let us brothers and sisters find it.
Third sister Yi Zi stood up and suggested. She has the highest level of cultivation here, and has already advanced to the middle stage of Jindan. It is just right for her to lead the team.
Then it's up to you juniors to take action. You will stay at Ye's house for the next few days, and then leave after I prepare something for you.
Yi Feng thought for a moment, and then agreed. Now that I have the source of the news, I have to give it a try.
Yes. Countless monks die in this dungeon every day. It is really dangerous, and we really need to be well prepared.
Yi Chi also took up the conversation, and looked at Ji Yao and the others with some worry. They are the future of the Yi family. What will happen if something happens? After everyone discussed it, they all dispersed and went to prepare themselves. Yi Feng didn't care to talk to Ji Yao, so he was busy preparing life-saving supplies for them.
Mom!
Jia waited for everyone to leave, then stepped forward and took Zhao Qianyue's arm coquettishly, and accompanied her back to the courtyard.
Is everything okay out there?
Zhao Qianyu looked at Jiyu with a smile in her eyes. She thought that there would be no improvement in the matter. But unexpectedly this girl brought back a surprise.
Well, everything is fine at 17. I just miss my parents.
Jiyu nuzzled Zhao Qianyu coquettishly.
You are becoming more and more coquettish now.
Zhao Qianyu lightly tapped Jiyu's forehead and said slightly teasingly. Jiyu smiled and narrowed her eyes when she heard this, and did not refute, but just shook her mother's arm gently. 2 days later, Jiyu and his sisters came to the back hill of Ye's house together. There was an attic here. An ancestor Yili lived in it.
Come in!
As soon as everyone arrived in front of the attic, they heard an old voice coming from inside the building. And then the door opened automatically. A few people walked in directly, and saw a white-haired old man kneeling in front of the coffee table. There was a chessboard on the coffee table, and the ancestor was twisting a chess piece, thinking about where it should land.
I've met the ancestor.
Several people saluted immediately.
No need to be polite. Come and sit.
Yili raised his head slightly, and smiled lightly at everyone, with a gentle look on his face. Xiao and others came forward and knelt down beside the coffee table, waiting obediently for their ancestor to speak. Yili paused for a moment, smiled slightly, looked directly at Xiao and asked,
You are 17. Right. Yes. Ancestor. I am 17.
Xiao nodded obediently.
When you were born, my injury recurred. After so many years, this is the first time we have met.
Yili took out a jade box from the storage ring and handed it to Xiao.
I heard that you are a sword cultivator, so it is appropriate to give you this sword enlightenment stone.
Xiao had just received the jade box, and her heart skipped a beat when she heard Ancestor said it was Wu Jianshi, and quickly handed the jade box back.
Ancestor, this is too valuable. Shurchi cannot accept it. Ha ha. This thing is only useful for sword cultivators. I got it during my previous training, and you are the only sword cultivator in my Yi family. Who can I give it to if I don't give it to you?
Yili insisted with a smile on his face. The jade box was stuffed into Jiyu's arms. At just the first glance, he could tell that this girl was a child with a good heart, and this sword enlightenment stone was very suitable for her.
Thank you, Ancestor.
Jiyu accepted it with some emotion. She didn't expect that Ancestor would actually give her such a great opportunity. The sword enlightenment stone is a means for some great swordsmen to seal their own swordsmanship artistic conception, usually to pass on the mantle for future generations to use for enlightenment. If a swordsman wants to advance to Yuanying, he must understand the artistic conception of swordsmanship. Therefore, this is my stepping stone to the nascent soul. Chapter 232 Departing from the Dungeon. Yi Jiro pouted at the side. The ancestor was really partial. What he gave to her at first was just a spiritual weapon. But now what he gave to Shurchi was such a precious thing.
I heard that you are going to find the immortal grass for me.
Yili changed the subject when he saw Ji Yao accepting the jade box.
Yes, we will definitely find it.
Yi Zi looked at Yili seriously and replied.
Actually, over the years, I have seen through life and death, and I am no longer obsessed with it. You are all the future of my Yi family, and you must not take risks for me.
Yili shook his head in disapproval. This time he called them here because to spell the idea.
Ancestor, but now you are the pillar of our Yi family. Before we have grown up, the Yi family needs you.
Jia took over the words with a sincere face. For these thousands of years, the ancestor has been protecting the Yi family. Now that there is hope of recovery, he is willing to give up for the future of the Yi family. The ancestor has truly dedicated his life to the Yi family, and he is a person worthy of his admiration. Yeli was a little stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect Jia to say this.
It's true that I'm obsessed with it.
Yili came back to his senses and smiled freely. Since his descendants are not afraid and are willing to take risks for themselves, what if he trusts them for once?
The underground city is full of dangers. Fighting is common among the monks there in order to snatch resources. You need to be extremely careful when you go there.
Yili said as he took out some things from the storage ring, divided them into 7 parts, and handed them to them one by one. Got them.
I'm waiting for you to come back.
Yili looked at the few people happily, feeling a sense of pride in his heart. This is the new strength of his Yi family. A month later, Jiao and others stopped in Chiang City, intending to take a rest here. After the few people met their ancestor and got supplies from Yifeng, they set out for the eastern region. Several people hardly stopped along the way, and they were also a little tired at this time. A few people found an inn, booked a room, and went to rest. Shia came to the room, sat down on the bed cross-legged, and continued to concentrate the sword intent in her dantian for Shu Shu to absorb. One sword intention after another was absorbed by Shu Shu, and Ji Yao did not stop until the spiritual energy was almost exhausted. Then she immediately took out a few top-quality spiritual stones, held them in her hands, and began to restore her spiritual energy.
Bang!
A loud noise suddenly woke Ji Yu up. His spiritual consciousness spread out, and he quickly discovered the initiator. It was a group of monks dressed in black. 16 people in total. The leader is in the late stage of Jindan cultivation, and the rest are in the late stage of foundation building. At this time, the Jindan monk sensed multiple divine consciousnesses falling on him, snorted coldly, and directly used the divine soul attack to fight back. Jia felt a sense of danger and hurriedly withdrew her consciousness and cut off contact with him. She patted her chest in fear, and Ji Yao secretly sighed at the carelessness. She should not use her spiritual sense to detect others at will in the future. If she was sensed by a high-level monk, she might not end well. A lot of people had gathered in the lobby at this time. They were talking carefully as they looked at the monk who was thrown to the ground by a group of people and didn't know whether he was alive or dead. I wonder why these evil gods came here.
17.
The third sister's voice came from the door. Jia quickly stepped forward to open the door and found that her brothers and sisters were standing at her door. The 16th sister's face was pale and very ugly.
Sister 16 is injured?
Jia frowned and asked aloud. Chapter 233 Shike Tower.
My soul was traumatized just now.
Yi Jiro was still a little scared when she thought about it. If she hadn't disconnected in time, she might have suffered more serious injuries. Ji Yao was shocked when she heard this. Injuring the soul is extremely difficult.
Sister 16, I have a nourishing pill here, but it is of a slightly lower grade,
Jia said as she prepared to take out the nourishing pill.
No. Sure, Chi. I just took the nourishing pill.
Yijiro shook her head and refused. But seeing Chi-Chi caring about him so much, he felt a lot more comfortable.
I wonder what these people are doing.
Yi Qingchuan frowned in confusion.
That's right. I'm afraid the person who comes here is not good, so we need to be extremely vigilant.
Yi Qingrui, the fourth son of the Yi family, said in a deep voice.
Let's go and take a look together.
Yi Zi greeted everyone calmly and followed them to the stairs on the second floor. Looking into the hall, Jia saw a monk lying on the ground, with blood all over his body. The golden elixir monk was looking around at the crowd, as if he was looking for someone. At this time, Zhaozhen looked around with a gloomy face, feeling very angry. I didn't expect that with so many people chasing a kid in the foundation building stage, he could escape. The most disgusting thing is that there is something in that kid that blocks the consciousness.
Search for me.
Zhaozhen also lost patience at this time, and was bound to find that kid. After he escaped into this inn, he had already set up formations around it. Want to escape? No way.
Master, you can't do this.
Seeing that Zhaozhen wanted to directly search the inn, the shopkeeper hurriedly stopped him. If he is really allowed to search at will, he may not be able to do business in the future. After all, monks value privacy and safety the most.
Get out!
Zhaozhen waved his palm and immediately slapped the shopkeeper into the corner. Ji Yao frowned upon seeing this. This person was really domineering. Zhaozhen and his group spread out and began to search the guest rooms.
TSK, who on earth provoked these evil gods?
A middle-aged monk asked the person next to him with a frightened expression.
Isn't that right? This Shike Tower is acting more and more domineering now.
The person next to him shook his head and sighed. Shike Tower? Jia was shocked when she heard this. She didn't expect that she would meet someone from Shike Tower. In the original text, Shike Tower is a killer organization with members all over the country. No one knows how many members it has or where its headquarters is. Other killer organizations assassinate with hidden identities. But Shike Tower is different. It not only kills openly, but also issues a high-profile kill order, telling you that I am coming to kill you. This kind of behavior is either stupid or has absolute confidence in one's own strength. And obviously, they are the second type.
No one. There's no one here either.
One after another, people gathered together after searching the room to exchange the results.
Bang!
A huge sound came. Everyone was startled and immediately looked towards the source of the sound. I saw the door of a room suddenly opened, and a good-looking young man ran out. There were obvious blood stains on his robe, and his overall condition was very bad. Jia frowned tightly, wondering how could this person come out of his room. At this time, Yu Peiqing felt angry. He looked up at Ji Yao, glared at her fiercely, and then ran towards the hall. Chapter 234. The male supporting actor appears. Where did you offend the other party? Jia frowned. This person just hid in her room without authorization. But he still stared at her? If someone from Shinkei Tower misunderstands him and thinks that he is related to him, then he will be in trouble. At this time, everyone in Shinkei Tower also discovered him, and they all ran towards him. Zhaozhen even dodged and appeared directly at the door of the inn, blocking the young man directly in the lobby.
Hey! I caught you, little bastard. Why didn't you run away? Are you going to run away again? Huh?
Zhaozhen looked at Yu Peiqing with a sneer on his face.
Are you really planning to kill me?
Yu Peiqing raised her eyelids and looked at him lightly.
It's not that I want to put you to death, but someone wants to kill you, Yu Peiqing. Our Shinkei Tower only uses money to do things. I advise you to die on your own and suffer less.
Zhaozhen returned with a look of disdain. But a foundation building period. Was it worth that person paying such a high price? Yu Peiqing? Jia's brows twitched. It couldn't be such a coincidence. It was the original male co-star Yu Peiqing. Right? That guy is a lunatic.
Huh? If that's the case, then let's die together.
Yu Peiqing smiled evilly, with a flash of madness in his eyes. Let's all go to H.L. together.
Run!
Upon hearing this, Jia immediately sent a message to several people in the Yi family, and then ran in the opposite direction of the hall. I can't escape from the hall. Now I can only leave through the room window. Thinking like this, Jia ran towards her room. Several people in the Yi family were shocked when they heard this, and immediately ran after Jia regardless of the reason. Yu Peiqing also noticed the movements of several people at this time, and raised his eyebrows in surprise. Wanting to escape? No one can escape. When Jia returned to the room, she saw at a glance that the array disc on the table was damaged. So that's it. It seems that the guy came in and was attacked by his own array. So he glared at him. But she couldn't care about this at the moment. Jia opened the window, immediately took out Su Hui and flew out. Several others followed immediately. Yu Peiqing, who was in the hall, took out a handful of Tian Lizi and detonated it before Zhaozhen discovered it.
Bang! Bang!
Several loud noises spread, and the entire inn exploded, forming a huge mushroom cloud. Not only the inn, but even the buildings near the inn were not spared. They were all turned into fly ash. The formations that Zhaozhen had previously deployed also failed in the explosion. Poof! Even though she had attached many defensive talismans to her body and used the defensive bell, Jia was still injured by the impact of the explosion. She spurted out a large mouthful of blood and fell forward violently.
17.
Yi Zi was startled, and regardless of her own injuries, she quickly stepped forward and grabbed Jia, thus avoiding her fate of falling, trying hard to stabilize her body. Jia immediately stuffed a few rejuvenation pills into her mouth. When the elixir melted away and the injury gradually improved, he breathed a sigh of relief. Jia looked at several people and found that they were all injured to varying degrees, among which Sister 16 was the most seriously injured. Her cultivation was only in the middle stage of foundation building, and her soul had been hurt just before. So it was inevitable that she would be the most seriously injured. And I have to train myself. Otherwise I might be seriously injured. They didn't dare to stop until they flew to a safe place. Jia looked back and saw that dozens of kilometers around the inn had been razed to the ground, leaving a pile of ruins. She didn't know how many monks had escaped. Jia frowned. This person was indeed the supporting actor Yu Peiqing, because this was the beginning of a story with Qiyue. Chapter 235. Yu Peiqing. Yu Peiqing has a very high status. He is the direct son of Qiamo, the cultivator of gods in the western regions. The red demon also had numerous concubines, but he only had one son, Yu Peiqing, and the others were all daughters. When he got a son at an old age, it can be said that the red devil raised Yu Peiqing in the palm of his hand and loved him extremely. This also created his fearless and self-absorbed character. His whole person was unstable, and he was a complete lunatic. Later, during his training, he came to the Northern Territory and stole the innate spiritual treasure.
7K paintings.
From Lin Jing, the deputy leader of the Sanxiu Alliance. This innate spiritual treasure contains the souls of 7 seniors who have transcended the tribulation stage. Once activated, it will be a highly offensive magic weapon. Lin Jing accidentally obtained this treasure, but was never able to activate it. He was seriously injured when an enemy sought revenge. Yu Peiqing happened to be passing by at that time, and relied on his magical weapon to cover his spiritual consciousness and his superb body skills to steal his
7K's painting.
And because this object was initially recognized as its owner by Lin Jing, it could be sent no matter where he ran. However, Lin Jing was too seriously injured to pursue him personally, so he issued a mission to Shikai Tower. Later, the higher-ups of the Shikai building found out Yu Peiqing's identity, and the lion opened his mouth. Lin Jing paid a heavy price before issuing a fatwa. During a chase, Yu Peiqing used many thunderbolts, intending to die together. None of his pursuers escaped in the end, but he escaped with the 1,000-mile teleportation talisman given by his father. This escape just happened to be in front of Qiyue, and the indissoluble bond between the two began. This is a dangerous person. Xia took a deep look at the ruins. Because of the formation, Yu Peiqing's character definitely had a grudge against her. If you encounter it in the future, you need to be extremely vigilant.
Let's go. Find a place to recuperate first.
Yi Zi also looked back at the ruins. Unexpectedly, she encountered danger as soon as she came out. It seems that this trip may not go smoothly. Everyone nodded after hearing this, and continued to fly forward. Finally, they found a safe cave to heal their injuries, before continuing to the eastern region. 2 months later, several people finally entered the eastern region.
The composition of the monks in the eastern territory is extremely complex. There are many demon cultivators, which are much more dangerous than the northern territory. Everyone must be careful. Right.
Yi Zi's nerves were tense as soon as she stepped into the eastern territory. She had been here before after crossing the eastern region. I almost couldn't go back.
I know.
Xia nodded seriously, because she knew that no matter whether the eastern region was safe or not, it would never be safe as long as she was there. A few hours later, a few people passed by a valley where clouds and mist were shrouded, giving the impression of entering a fairyland. But looking at the valley in front of her, Xia felt a sense of danger for no reason. However, his spiritual consciousness spread out and searched everywhere, but found no problems.
Third sister, I always feel that there is something wrong with this valley.
Xia frowned, but decided to express her feelings.
Huh? Really?
Yi Zi's heart tightened upon hearing this, and she instantly used her spiritual consciousness to scan her surroundings again.
But I didn't find any problem.
Yi Zi frowned in confusion. The monk's premonitions are usually not wrong, and Shurqi is not someone who will just target someone. I'm afraid there is really a problem here, but it couldn't be detected at all, which made people a little worried.
What's the problem? Third sister didn't notice the problem. What can you know at the early stage of foundation building?
Yi Jiro rolled her eyes and spoke impatiently. Why do these 17 have so much going on? Chapter 236 Mercenary Group. Xia was not angry when she heard this. Although they had not known each other for a long time, she knew that Sister 16 was straight-tempered and a typical talkative person. In the original text, Yi Jiao and Yi Jiro have always been at odds with each other, and they have been competing for favor. As long as the two of them stay together, they will be full of gunpowder. Yi Jiao has always hated her clan sister, but this clan sister she hated, after learning that she had been killed by Xia Qiyue, rushed to avenge her without saying a word, and naturally died in the end. In Jia's view, the relationship between the two in the original text is that I can only bully you, but others cannot touch you. Therefore, she actually likes this clan sister in her heart. Moreover, she treats herself much better now than in the original article.
I also think there is a problem here.
Yi Qinsheng, the 11th knight of the Yi family, also spoke at this time. From the moment he came to this valley, he felt like he was being watched. Everyone's heart sank when they heard this. And even Yi Jiro looked serious, because Yi Qinsheng is a person of few words, and will not speak casually. Now that both of them realize there is a problem. There must be a problem.
Let me test it out,
Xiyu suggested.
I will be the bait. If there is really a problem, my brothers and sisters will take action. Then be careful.
Yi Zi nodded and warned Jia. Xia secretly tensed up her nerves, but pretended to rush towards the valley. The journey was uneventful. Just when Ji Yao was about to think that her premonition was wrong, a metallic sword suddenly struck Ji Yao from the clouds. Shocked in her heart, Ji Yao immediately moved away from her body and appeared not far away in the blink of an eye, looking warily at the clouds. But in his heart, he was a little dissatisfied with the technique of transfiguration. Now that he has grown up, the ordinary movement technique of this outer sect is no longer suitable for him. The clouds gradually dispersed, and a spiritual boat appeared in front of Ji Yao. There were about 20 monks standing on the spirit boat, all dressed in black robes, staring at her eagerly. There are so many people, and it seems that this is a well-trained organization.
Mercenary group?
Jia raised her eyebrows pretending to be casual and asked disdainfully.
Oh!
The leading late-stage Gene Dan cultivator laughed angrily at Jia's reaction. Are today's foundation building monks so arrogant? He actually ignored his entire group.
Little girl, do you also know that we are a mercenary group?
Gene Dan monk Li Wenjie twitched the corner of his mouth and spoke speechlessly.
Of course I know. I've long heard that the mercenary group is very powerful and acts based on their mood. They like to take advantage of the situation.
Jia rolled her eyelids and looked indifferent. In fact, she was very nervous inside. There were too many people on the other side.
Oh, but why do I think you don't pay attention to us at all?
Li Wenjie looked at Jia with some amusement. No matter how much the other party delayed the time, it was just fish on the chopping board, and he could only let it go. Roll it into a round shape and flatten it yourself.
You really wronged me. I was very scared.
Jia smiled, and suddenly sent out a move with the sky-breaking sword intention to strike at the middle-level foundation establishment monk, who was the lowest in the spirit arc. The monk on the spirit boat did not expect that she would dare to take action first. He was completely unprepared and was split in half by the sword in an instant. Everyone was shocked. Even Jia was shocked. Is Deshang's sword intention so powerful? It was really unexpected to kill a mid-level foundation establishment player with just one sword. Chapter 237 Group Battle 1. Jia's action was also a signal to start the war. Everyone in the Yi family rushed out at this time and attacked everyone in the spirit boat. At this time, Li Wenjie also reacted. He said that this girl dared to be so arrogant. It turned out that she had helpers. It's a pity that it's useless to have helpers. The gap between strength and numbers lies here. There is only one ending for them, and that is death. Yi Zi, who was in the late stage of Gene Dan cultivation, directly held a spiritual sword and attacked Li Wenjie. But Yi Jiro was in the middle stage of foundation building, and her combat power was not strong. She held a Xian Tianling and attacked the low-level monks. Yi Qingchuan is still at the peak of the late stage of foundation building. In the past few years, he has not been able to successfully advance to the golden elixir. Now he is missing an opportunity. He saw one hand with a spiritual sword and the other with a dark fire, attacking the early stage cultivator of Yijindan, forcing the opponent to panic for a while. Yi Qingrui, who was in the middle stage of the golden core, also used a spiritual sword to slash at a late stage golden core monk with one sword. Instantly, a burst of red light with a strong fire attribute spurted out. Yi Qingxing had just advanced to the early stage of Gene Dan not long ago. Before he could stabilize his cultivation, he received an urgent order from the Yi family and rushed back. His magic weapon is also relatively rare. It is a spiritual bow. He pulled the string to full, and as soon as he let go, an ice arrow flew towards a golden elixir monk in the spiritual boat, and it stabbed him instantly. Each other's shoulders. Naturally, the monks in the spirit boat are not vegetarians. There are a total of 6 golden elixir monks and 14 foundation building monks. One of them was killed by Ji Yao before, and there are still 13 left. And they are all brave and good at fighting, so they cannot be ignored. After all, the mercenary group is a group of people who live on the edge of a knife every day, and their combat experience is definitely not comparable to that of Ji Yao and others. Li Wenjie was not in a hurry when he saw Yi Zi coming. He took out a pair of yin and yang rings, his natal magic weapon, and instantly threw the yang rings towards her. When the yang huan and the spirit sword met, a burst of sparks flashed out. At this moment, Li Wenjie threw the yin ring again, and a strong suction force was instantly formed between the two, bringing Yi Zi closer to him. At this time, Xia observed the situation on the field and found that it was not optimistic. The only way is to seize the time to deal with the foundation building monks first, and everyone can besiege the golden elixir monks together. Otherwise, in their current form, they may be in danger. Thinking of this, Xiu directly used Yu and slashed at one of the monks in the middle stage of foundation building with a sword. When he had just stopped, he slashed with a thunder attribute sword intent, splitting him in half in an instant. Ji Yao felt happy when she saw this. This trick worked. Then he repeated his old tricks and headed towards the other foundation building monks, until Ji Yao had already solved 4 people in succession. The other monks in the mercenary group also noticed Ji Yao. Before, they had mainly besieged several other people, but they had ignored her, the person with the lowest cultivation level. Unexpectedly, this person is so strong. Soon, 8 of the remaining foundation building monks gathered around Ji Yao, looking at Ji Yao with murderous looks. This bitch actually killed so many of his brothers.
17.
Yi Zi also saw Jiu being besieged at this time, and wanted to come to rescue, but was blocked by Li Wenjie again. The others, who were one to many, were even more powerless, and could only watch helplessly as the crowd besieged Ji Yao. Seeing several people approaching, Jiu's heart sank. With so many people coming together, she couldn't attack at the same time, and the spiritual energy couldn't withstand such a loss. Chapter 238 Group Battle 2. But there is no other way at this time but to bite the bullet. Ji Yao immediately transformed and attacked one of the monks, trying to defeat them one by one. It's a pity that the mercenary group already knows her strength and has been on guard for a long time. How can they let her succeed? The moment Ji Yao approached, the monk noticed it and directly raised the spiritual hammer in his hand and struck it hard at Ji Yao. Explode! As soon as the sword intention and the real hammer collided, Ji Yao immediately caused the sword intention to explode, finally causing some damage to the monk. But this was not enough, because Ji Yao's move had completely angered them, and everyone attacked Ji Yao mercilessly. With no other choice, Ji Yao could only bite the bullet and strike at the two monks with the sword of time, hoping to use the sword of time to cover them at the same time. However, the time sword intent was just the beginning after all. As soon as the two monks were immobilized, they regained their ability to move and started to fight back with their spiritual swords in hand. The same goes for several other people, and various attacks were directed towards Ji Yao. Ji Yao's heart sank when she saw this, and if it didn't work out, she would use the attack formation play given by her senior brother. Just when Ji Yao had this idea, the pages of the heavenly book suddenly opened. In an instant, dozens of sword intentions spurted out, emerging directly from Ji Yao's body and radiating out in all directions. Among them are not only thunder-attributed swordsmanship, but also light-attributed swordsmanship, and they have been purified by the heavenly book, so their power is extraordinary. I saw dozens of sword intents directly counteracting everyone's attacks, and mixed with violent fluctuations, directly attacking a few people. The mercenary group was startled and immediately ran away. However, there was so much sword intent that it encompassed the entire surrounding area. They couldn't dodge at all, so they were hit by the sword and fell. 8 foundation building monks fell in just one move. Everyone was stunned and even the fighting stopped, especially Yi Qingchuan. He had seen Ji Yao's combat prowess before, and it was really surprising to him that she had improved so much now. Not to mention others. Even Ji Yao was shocked at this time. Didn't this book say that she wanted to absorb the sword's intention? How come these sword intentions were retained and are still being used for emergencies? After a long while, everyone recovered from the shock. At this time, everyone's eyes changed when they looked at Jiu. Is the sword cultivator so scary? Zhao Huan, an early-stage Jin Dan cultivator in the mercenary group, also looked at Jiu with a puzzled expression. He was also a swordsman, and it was he who had sent out the sword intent that attacked Jiu before. It was already in the late stage of foundation building when I cultivated sword intent. At that time, I could indeed challenge higher levels, but my combat power was definitely not so terrifying. And as we all know, sword intent cannot exist in the Dantian at the same time. However, some geniuses can quickly send out sword intent to achieve the effect of sending out several sword intent at the same time. But there is absolutely no way there are so many. These are dozens of sword intents. There must be some treasure on this girl. Thinking of this, Zhao Huan's eyes instantly lit up. If he had obtained this thing, there would be no need to stay in such a broken mercenary group. After so many thoughts, only a dozen breaths passed. After everyone regained their senses, they began to fight again. It's just that everyone's psychology has undergone tremendous changes at this time. The Yi family is full of confidence, but everyone in the mercenary group is worried, especially Li Wenjie. He suddenly felt his eyelids twitching, and his mood instantly became heavy. It's not because of Ji Yao's fighting power, because after all, no matter how powerful she is, she can't defeat him at a higher level. But he suddenly had an uneasy premonition. Chapter 239 Fusion of Sword Intent. Jiu recovered from the shock, and without even bothering to ask Shushu, she directly joined Yi Qingchuan in the fight, and worked with him to deal with the early-stage Jin Nan cultivator. At this time, Yi Qingsheng and Yi Qingrui were slightly injured under the siege of several Jin Nan monks. Jiu didn't dare to be distracted, so she could only worry secretly. The opponent's Jin Dan monks really had the upper hand in numbers. Brother Ninth, if I freeze the opponent for a moment, can you quickly attack and seriously injure him? Jiu secretly sent a message to Yi Qingchuan. The only way now is to fight quickly. Okay. Yi Qingchuan didn't ask Xiao how to immobilize the other party, but subconsciously believed her, mobilizing all the spiritual power in her body. Jia concentrated on condensing a sword of time in her dantian, and struck it directly towards the golden elixir monk. Just when the other party was about to fight back with his sword, he suddenly stopped. Yi Qingchuan immediately slashed hard at the opponent's neck with his sword, causing the opponent's head to move in the blink of an eye. Then he immediately rushed towards the fourth brother's battle, breaking the one-on-one battle, and relieving some of the pressure on the fourth brother. As for Jiao, because her cultivation level was not enough, she sent out a lot of sword intent one after another, and her spiritual energy was already somewhat insufficient. Seeing that the other party was dealt with, Jiao breathed a sigh of relief and quickly took out a spiritual recovery pill and drank it. At this time, she didn't care about dissolving the elixir, and quickly appeared next to the mid-level foundation building monkey Jiro was dealing with. While he was only focused on dealing with Sister 16 at this moment, he directly used the quenching star technique to punch the opponent in the abdomen. The fist pulled a trace of the power of the planet, directly shattering the opponent's dantian, spurting out a mouthful of blood, and then fell down. Yijiro was startled and immediately stepped forward to add another move, finishing the opponent completely.
Go help Brother 11.
Jiu only left one sentence, and then headed towards Brother 7th Yiqingnan. I saw Brother 7 holding a folding fan as a weapon. Every time he fanned, a thick fire shot towards the opponent. On the opposite side, the middle stage Jindan cultivator majored in the wood spirit root, and the fire suppressed the wood, and was being suppressed by the 7th brother. In fact, Jio has always had an idea in her heart that she wanted to try from the very beginning. When Shushu released his sword intent just now, Jia noticed that there was a light attribute sword intent and a thunder attribute sword intent intertwined together, and it seemed to be more powerful. Therefore, Jia wanted to try how to truly integrate the two sword intentions instead of simply intertwining them. She wanted to see if the power of the sword would change after they were fused together. Just do it. Jia immediately held her breath and condensed her energy, and began to condense a light attribute sword intent at her dantian, letting it hover near her dantian. Then he condensed a lightning attribute sword intention, driving it closer to the light attribute sword intention. As soon as the two came into contact, there was a repulsive force, and they seemed to be competing with each other. Jia felt a little anxious. The situation was already critical at this time, and there was simply not enough time for them to adjust slowly. But with her current combat power, it is really a dream to help deal with the middle stage of Jindan. All we can do is try our best, concentrating all her mental power on the two sword intentions. Jia began to communicate with the sword intentions continuously, trying to fuse the two. Just when Ji Yao was about to give up using other methods, the two sword intentions finally began to merge slowly, until they finally merged into one sword intention. Done! Ji Yao was overjoyed and immediately slashed at the middle stage golden core cultivator opposite 7th brother with her Suhui sword. Chapter 240, Combat Golden Pill. I saw the fused white and purple sword intent intertwined with each other, rushing forward with extremely strong attack power. The air passing by was cut off, and a large vacuum realm appeared. The Jindan monk who was fighting with Yi Qingnan sensed the danger and wanted to avoid it, but was blocked by the spiritual fire released by Yi Qingnan. In the end, he took the sword intent forcefully. The sword intent struck directly at the golden core cultivator's shoulder, followed the shoulder to the waist, and opened a very deep and long wound. The golden core cultivator spat out a large mouthful of blood, and a murderous intention flashed through his heart. A cultivator in the early stage of Foundation establishment dared to attack him beyond his control. He was really impatient. Thinking of this, he turned around, ignored Yi Qingnan, and attacked Jiyu instead. Jiyu was startled and immediately dodged away. She was able to hurt the opponent entirely, because 7th brother restrained the opponent. If they faced each other alone, there would be no need to think about the outcome. Yi Qingnan was shocked when he saw his opponent attacking at 17, and hurriedly chased after him. At the same time, another folding fan emitted spiritual fire and wrapped around him. But the golden elixir monk didn't look back at all. At this time, he just wanted to get rid of Xiao, because it was his shame to be injured by a foundation building monk. Therefore, she must die. Seeing that she couldn't dodge, Jia simply stood still, merged the two sword intentions again, and counterattacked towards the opponent. The golden elixir monk threw a handful of soul-devouring vine seeds at Ji Yao's feet, and at the same time, he struck out with his sword. As soon as the two came into contact, they exploded violently. The huge impact shocked the two, and caused them to fall in different directions. Yi Qingnan happened to be not far behind the golden core cultivator. When he saw this, he felt happy. He took out a dagger, appeared behind him in a few flashes, and stabbed the opponent directly in the heart while he was injured. The Jindan monk felt a sharp pain, looked at the tip of the knife coming out of his chest in disbelief, and fell down in confusion. Yi Qingnan retracted the dagger and immediately ran to Zhio and helped her up. Zhio wiped the blood on her face, took out a few rejuvenation pills, and drank them before joining the battle again. Yi Qingnan followed closely behind, but looked at Zhiyao's back and sighed. His 17th sister has an unlimited future. I am afraid that she will be the leader of the Yi family's generation in the future. There were 6 golden elixir cultivators on the other side. 2 of them had been killed, and 4 were left. Among them, Li Wenjie has the highest cultivation level, but his combat power is the same as that of Yi Zi. The 2 of them are fighting hard to separate each other, and they have no energy to care about the others. At this time, Yi Qingsheng was fighting against a middle-stage Jindan monk alone, while Yi Qingchuan, Yi Qingrui, and Yi Jiro were fighting against 2 Jindan monks.
Brother 7. Go help Brother 11.
Zhi Yao sent a message to Yi Qingnan.
Okay.
Yi Qingnan subconsciously followed her arrangement and directly changed direction, heading towards Yi Qingxing's battle situation. However, Zhi Yao stood not far from the battle between 16th sister and the others, and did not join in immediately. Now that the battle situation is relatively clear, our side should be able to win as expected. And she stood aside, just looking for opportunities. As long as the opponent made any mistakes, she could give him a fatal blow. However, this is also related to her own low cultivation level and insufficient spiritual energy. In addition, he had suffered a serious injury just now, and the medicine was still dissolving at this time. Rushing in hastily will not only fail to help, but may also get you involved. Chapter 241 Reintegration. The 2 golden elixir monks, who were fighting with the 3 of them, felt miserable at this moment. They thought they had encountered a bunch of soft persimmons, but they never expected that they were actually a group of monsters. First, all the foundation building monks in his group were wiped out, and now 2 golden elixir monks also died. However, the opponent has more people, but their cultivation level is lower. If they can persist until now, they may be running out of spiritual energy. Zhio frowned as she watched from the side. She had been watching for a while, but they still couldn't let each other reveal any flaws. If this continues, they themselves will no longer be able to hold on. Sure enough, just when Zhio thought of this, Yi Jiro couldn't hold on anymore, and was struck to the ground with a palm by the other party. She rolled a long way before stopping and spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Seeing that she could no longer participate in the battle, Yi Jiro had no choice but to take pills and begin to recover from her injuries. With her heart tightening, she didn't care to wait any longer, and once again used her fusion sword to attack the monk who hurt Sister 16. The fused sword intent struck the opponent, leaving a few scars, but it had no significant effect at all. Zhi Yao frowned tightly. The gap in cultivation was too big. In addition, the other party was already on guard against her, so there was no chance of seriously injuring the other party. A flash of light suddenly flashed in Zhi Yao's mind. If she fused the sword of time, would there be any unexpected effects? Thinking of this, she moved a little further away, letting the other 2 people touch her first, and began to try to integrate the time sword intention with the other 2 sword intentions. However, the time sword intention has just begun, and the other 2 sword intentions are already at great heights. It is too difficult to integrate them. The fusion sword intent looked down on the purity of the time sword intention because it was too low, and the time sword intent looked down on the poor attributes of the fusion sword intent. So they were unwilling to fuse and fell into an embarrassing situation. Zhio felt in her heart that 10,000 grass and mud horses were roaring by. At this time, they still disliked each other.
Shoo! Can you fuse them with each other?
Really unable, Zhio could only turn to the Book of Heaven for help.
You can try!
Shushu didn't take Xiao at this time. If the owner died, he wouldn't know how long he would sleep again. With this in mind, the Book of Heaven opened its cover, took in the 3 sword intents, and then directly put pressure on them to forcibly fuse them. Feeling the supreme power of Tianshu, the 3 sword intentions began to tremble, not daring to resist at all, and took the initiative to merge together.
That's it!
As soon as Tianshu integrated the sword intent, he released them and came to Jia's Dantian, the sword intention that bullies the weak and fears the strong. Jia rolled her eyes inwardly, but now that it's integrated, it's time to test the results. The four of them were already fighting hard to separate each other, and they all felt a little selfless. Seeing the opportunity, Jia came up behind the previous Jin Dan cultivator and struck directly with a fused sword intent. As soon as the sword intention came into contact with the golden core cultivator, he suddenly stopped, and the sword intention exploded directly on him, causing his skin and flesh to rip open. Yi Qingrui also saw the opportunity at this time. When he saw him frozen, he struck his head with his sword. The time sword intent acting on the golden elixir monk had just ended, but he failed to move again. Instead, his head fell to the ground, and his eyes were still a little dazed. When Zhao Huan, another golden elixir monk, saw this, he immediately panicked. If he stayed here any longer, he would die. I already had the intention to retreat. Shiyu was also surprised. She thought that even if they were fused, it would not have much effect. But she did not expect that 1 plus 2 did not equal 3 at all. At least they were both 5. And at this time, the sword intention once again made her sigh. It was so unbelievable. Once the opponent's time stops, there is no resistance at all, and they can only stupidly let others attack. Chapter 242: The Power of Fused Sword Intent. If there is no fusion, the time sword intent has just begun. For the Jinan cultivator, it is impossible to fix the time of one breath. If the attack is launched at that time, the opponent has already recovered, so it will have no effect at all. But if they are fused together, it won't be like this. If several sword intentions hit the body at the same time, even the golden core cultivator will suffer a little damage. Although the damage was not big, Jiya was already very satisfied. If they knew that she was in the early stage of foundation building and could cross a large level to cause damage to the golden core cultivator, everyone would think she was evil. The gap in cultivation is not so easy to cross. Yi Qingrui was also a little surprised. Just now Shi Qi slashed with his sword, and the opponent suddenly froze. Is it a time attribute? Thinking of this possibility, he felt horrified. The attributes of time and space were really difficult to understand. Nowadays, it is almost unheard of that anyone can master this attribute. However, as a member of the Yi family, the more evil Shi Qi is, the better. Thinking of this, he breathed a sigh of relief. Her combat power is really too scary. No one would believe her when she said that she was injured in the early stage of foundation building, but in the middle stage of golden elixir. Now there are only 3 people left in the mercenary group. Jia and Yi Qingrui looked at each other before heading towards different battle situations. This time, Jia came to the 11th brother Yi Qinsheng and Yi Qingnan. Yi Qinsheng held a spiritual bow and always fought from a distance. When the opponent wanted to attack him, he ran and hid far away, and then suddenly fired a cold arrow. After so long, Yi Qinsheng has not been touched by the opponent at all, but his spiritual energy has been consumed a lot. Yi Qingnan also sent bursts of spiritual fire to the other party from time to time. The monk from the mercenary group was not so lucky. At this time, he suffered a lot of injuries. There were holes in many places on his body. There were still blood stains, and a piece of his clothes was burned. At this time, he was also very angry. The opponent was too cunning. He was a physical practitioner and was good at close attacks. But the opponent did not give him a chance to get close. Brother 11, I'll let the other party freeze for less than a breath, and I'll leave the rest to you. Xiao directly sent a message to Yi Qisheng, although she couldn't solve anyone by herself. If the two were equally matched, which one would with her? Victory belongs to whichever side. Okay. Yi Qingsheng was shocked when he heard this, and was ready to take action. At this time, the Jindan cultivator had not realized the arrival of the god of death, and was still trying to attack at close range, trying hard to attack Yi Qingsheng. Seeing that he didn't run away, the golden elixir monk sneered. Boy, take your life. Thinking like this, he excitedly approached Yi Qingsheng, as if victory was right in front of him. But just when he was still a few feet away from the opponent, Xiyu took action. After the first fusion of sword and tit, they are now very obedient, and they have merged with each other obediently. Ji Yao raised her eyebrows slightly, and struck directly at the golden core cultivator with a fused sword and tit. He was suddenly frozen, with a hint of excitement on his face. The sword and tit exploded on his body, making the original hole even bigger. Seeing this, Yi Qingsheng drew his spiritual bow to full capacity and fired an ice arrow, directly piercing the opponent's forehead. As soon as the time sword intention expired, he fell from the air and didn't even know he was dead until he died. Yi Qingsheng felt complicated when he saw that he could kill the other party so easily. He originally thought that he was the most outstanding disciple among the Yi family's generation. Others are only better because their cultivation is higher than him, and they have practiced a few more years than him. Now that he saw 17, he realized that he was looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. The most indispensable thing in the world was genius. He could only continue to work hard to challenge himself, instead of always comparing himself with others. Thinking like this, the spiritual platform suddenly became clear and clear. And there was a breakthrough in the state of mind. Even the stable cultivation level was slightly loosened. Yi Qingsheng felt relieved and looked at Shichi's back with a smile. As a member of the Yi family, the most important thing is to support each other. Chapter 243 just ask you if you are afraid. At this time, Xiao Huan was completely panicked. He had previously planned to snatch Shi Yao's baby. But now, he just wanted to escape. Glancing at Li Wenjie, he saw that the two of them were fighting passionately. One move after another. And they were evenly matched. And neither one could do anything to the other. Moreover, the two of them fought a little selflessly, running farther and farther away.
Let's get rid of him together.
Shi Yao directly sent a message to her brothers. Several people nodded and gathered around Xiao Huan. Xiao Huan had a big head at this time and had a headache. He is a golden elixir monk, facing 3 golden elixir monks and 2 foundation building monks, one of whom is a pervert. How can he fight this? Shi Yao looked at him. The other person was also a sword cultivator, but the purity of his sword intention was lower than hers, and he had only reached Xiaoqing. However, among monks of the same level, sword cultivators are almost always the strongest, especially sword cultivators who have understood the meaning of the sword. Their combat power cannot be underestimated. However, he is now the party with the largest number of people. His cultivation is suppressed by his brothers, and his sword intention is suppressed by himself. So it is impossible for the other party to win. At this time, Xiao Huan unexpectedly took the lead and attacked Shi Yao. With her heart tense, Shi Yao was already ready for battle. Just when she was about to fuse the sword intent and send it out, she found that the opponent just made a feint and ran away to the side. Shi Yao and the others were a little stunned, seeing the other party's fierceness. He was actually planning to run away. Then he came to his senses and hurriedly chased after him. We must not let him escape. We have already become enemies with each other. If we let him escape, there will be endless troubles. After all, I am more afraid of being remembered by thieves than of stealing. Looking at the people who were quickly chasing after him, Xiao Huan secretly sighed inwardly. He had been unlucky for 8 lifetimes, being chased and beaten by these perverts. As a casual cultivator, he is still the most humble sword cultivator. It is not easy for him to cultivate to his current level. He didn't want to fall into the hands of these people.
Fourth brother, take me with you.
Jia sent a message directly to Yi Qingrui, but she couldn't keep up with their speed. Hearing this, Yi Qingrui picked up Ji Yao, put her under his arm, and ran away with her under his arm. This horse-riding man is definitely a straight man of steel. Jia rolled her eyes inwardly and turned a little red. This terrible posture really made her feel a little embarrassed, like a little chicken. But the speed has indeed increased, and he is only a dozen feet away from Zhao Huan. Ji Yao endured this uncomfortable posture and fired several fusion sword intents one after another, forcefully making Zhao Huan pause several times, and quickly stop the opponent. Zhao Huan looked at Yi Qing and Yi Qingsheng who appeared in front of him, and his head was a little confused. Why did they suddenly catch up with him? At this time, Shi Yao, Yi Qingrui, and Yi Qingchuan also came behind him and surrounded him again. After being let go by Yi Qingrui, Shi Yu breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Zhao Huan pretending to be calm. Their cowardice before was probably not noticed by them. Right? Seeing that Yi Qingsheng finally stopped the opponent, he drew his spiritual bow again and released ice arrows to attack the opponent. Yi Qingrui and Yi Qingnan also rushed forward with swords, and Yi Qingchuan also swept the formation to prevent him. Run away again. Just as Jia was about to send out her sword intent, she suddenly felt a throbbing pain in her dantian. Only then did she realize that the continuous release of her sword intent had drained her spiritual energy. Jiu's heart sank. She couldn't help it all now, and could only watch from the sidelines. After taking out the spiritual pill and taking it, Jiu stepped aside helplessly, and began to restore her spiritual energy. But at this time, the 5 people were fighting fiercely. Zhao Huan was fighting 1 against 4. And the fight was very hard. There were scars all over his body, and the corners of his mouth were full of blood. Chapter 244 Self-Destruction. However, Yi Qingsheng and others did not give him a chance to breathe at all, and they all used their last strength to attack the opponent. The fight lasted too long, and no one could hold on any longer. Zhao Huan felt the fierce attack coming. But he was seriously injured and his spiritual power was exhausted. And he felt despair in his heart. I can't escape. However, we must not let them be so cheap. A flash of madness flashed in Zhao Huan's eyes. Since you want to cut off my life, then let's go to H.L. together.
No! He's going to blow himself up.
Zhao had been observing Zhao Huan, and when she saw the madness in his eyes, she was startled and hurriedly shouted at several people. Everyone was shocked when they heard this and hurriedly retreated. But it was too late. Zhao Huan smiled evilly and instantly inflated like a balloon.
Bang!
Zhao Huan's whole body exploded violently, and the strong impact went to all directions. The self-destruction power of the Jindan cultivator was so great that she only had time to take out the defensive bell, but was seriously injured by the impact, spitting out a large mouthful of blood, and then fainted. The rest of the Yi family were not spared. Even Yijiro, who was recovering from her injuries in the distance, suffered a disaster. They were all seriously injured and fainted. Zhao Huan's self-destruction leveled the entire large valley to the ground, and the surrounding mountains fell into the valley one after another, completely burying several people in it. Yi Zi and Li Wenjie, who were fighting, were also startled by such a loud noise. At the same time, the impact of the self-destruction also hit the two of them. Yi Zi immediately stopped her offensive and tried her best to resist the danger, and so did Li Wenjie. But looking at the messy valley, Li Wenjie was a little confused. Where were his friends? It's impossible for them to lose? This was also the reason why he dared to concentrate on dealing with Yi Zi. Could it be that both parties perished together? Li Wenjie felt regretful at the thought of this possibility. He should never have taken action when the other party only had one person. Now he had taken advantage of the entire mercenary group, and he was the only one left. After that, he would either join another mercenary group, or find someone to reorganize a mercenary group. In any case, he would end up stealing a chicken, but losing a lot of rice, losing his wife, and losing his troops. The impact of the Jindan monk's self-destruction was too strong. Although they tried their best to block it, the two of them still suffered a lot of injuries. They vomited several large mouthfuls of blood. They could no longer hold on and fell from the air. As soon as he landed, Li Wenjie took out an escape talisman and fled into the distance. After such a long period of contact, he clearly realized that the other party was quite capable. And he definitely came from a big family. During the fight, the opponent's endless treasures made him love and hate them. Now that the two of them were injured, he would definitely lose if they fought for supplies. If you wait until the other party recovers first, you will fall. It is better to escape first and pay back the humiliation suffered today thousands of times later. After all, the green hills are still there, so you don't have to worry about running out of firewood. Seeing him slipping away, Yi Zi did not dare to pursue him, but felt relieved. He is already at the end of his strength. If the opponent persists for a while longer, he will lose. After taking a few pills, she immediately headed towards the ruins, spreading her consciousness, finding several members of the Yi family one by one, and then dug them out. The mercenary group's spirit boat was still in the air. Yi Zi forcibly erased the divine mark on it, put a few people on it, and then headed towards a safe place. Li Wenjie, who was escaping underground, spat out a mouthful of blood. He noticed that the spiritual mark of the spirit boat had been erased, and a trace of viciousness flashed in his eyes. Just wait for me. I will make you regret messing with me. Li Wenjie gritted his teeth, exuding strong murderous intent, and continued to run away into the distance. Chapter 245. Outskirts of the underground city. Xiao and the others woke up again 3 days later. At this time, several people were sitting in the spirit boat and had reached the northern part of the eastern region. It would not take long to reach the underground city. Xiao covered her chest and coughed a few times with some difficulty. And suddenly there was a tearing pain in her heart. I was really scared. The self-destruction power of the high-level monk was too powerful, and I almost ended up confessing there. Several other people were also seriously injured, especially the brothers, who were closest to Zhao Huan and received the greatest impact. After taking out a few rejuvenation pills and taking them, Xiao began to recover from her injuries, and at the same time began to summarize the experience of this fight. She discovered that her most serious problem at the moment was that her cultivation level was too low and her spiritual energy was not enough. If she fought alone against others and her spiritual energy was exhausted, she would become a lamb to be slaughtered. The second point is that the fusion speed of the sword intention is too slow. It is okay to have someone in front to buy time. If you are alone, you will be killed by others before you can fuse the sword intention. It seems that I still need to work harder. The first is to practice integrating the sword intent more often. And the second is to practice hard. I have already understood the meaning of the sword. And the barrier to advancement no longer exists. I only need to continuously absorb spiritual energy to improve myself. There is also physical training. And he must not fall behind. This is Tianji Kung Fu. And when he practices it to some extent, its power will be astonishing. For example, this time, I was only in the early stage of cultivating the yuan, which is equivalent to the early stage of foundation building. One punch directly destroyed the dantian in the middle stage of foundation building. This technique is a great treasure. A month later, the spirit boat stopped outside the underground city because flying was prohibited here. The periphery of the dungeon is surrounded by fog, separating it from the outside world. As soon as Shio and the others stepped into the fog, the noise reached their ears. There are monks coming and going everywhere, many of them wearing uniform and specially made clothes. These are mercenary groups. There are monks setting up stalls everywhere, and most of them wear bamboo hats to isolate their spiritual consciousness to prevent others from seeing through them and being attacked. Shia looked at the stalls and saw that they were all high-grade herbal minerals and the like, which were not common in the outside world. I sighed secretly. This place is really rich. No wonder these people are trying their best to get into the underground city. The dungeon is similar to the Chaos Demon Sea, but slightly different. There are also many kinds of monks here, including demonic cultivators, demon cultivators, spiritual cultivators, and maybe even ghost cultivators. However, there are too few ghost cultivators, because low-level ghost cultivators have to hover around their own burial place until they reach the golden elixir and cannot leave, unless they become ghost servants of other monks. It is impossible for low-level ghost cultivators to run around at will. These are similar to the chaotic sea of demons, except that there is a kind of order here. That is, except in the dungeon, monks cannot fight at will elsewhere. If someone disobeys the rules, a law enforcement mercenary group will appear to take the person away. This law enforcement mercenary group is also on a rotating basis. Everyone can sign up at the city lord's mansion in exchange for supplies, etc. But now the city owner of the underground city is a cultivator of Yuwashan, known as Venerable Luyun, who is a cultivator of wind spirit root. Under the jurisdiction of Venerable Luyun, a good order has been formed here. The materials obtained by everyone can be sold in the underground hall, or stalls can be set up in these places. Not only that, every once in a while, the underground hall will hold an auction, and it is always hard to get a ticket. Chapter 246 Hairpin Flower. Even after arriving at the underground city, Shio and the others breathed a sigh of relief. During this period, they had been on tenterhooks, fearing that they would be robbed by the mercenary group again. And this immortal grass is not something that can be encountered casually. And the ancestors' injury can still last for at least 10 years. So the few of them were not in a hurry and started shopping in this market. Although this place is the outermost, it is still rich in supplies. The stalls have everything. The dazzling array of goods makes Shi Yao feel a little dizzy. I was a little numb until the end.
Hey! Fire Spirit Crystal!
Yi Qingchuan exclaimed, then quickly covered his mouth and looked around nervously. But he found that no one paid attention to him at all, let alone cared about what he said. The stall owner wearing a bamboo hat also rolled his eyes with disdain. Looking at the look of this country bumpkin, he knew that he was a monk who had just come to the dungeon.
Cough!
Yi Qingchuan coughed awkwardly to hide the heat on his face.
Boss, how do you sell this?
Yi Qingchuan asked, pointing to the 2 fire spirit crystals on the stall. He and 7th brother Yi Qingnan both majored in fire spirit root, and this fire spirit crystal was of great benefit to them. What's more, he still has hellfire. If he lets it swallow the fire spirit crystal, his strength will definitely increase.
1,000 middle-grade spiritual stones.
The stall owner faintly raised his eyelids and returned perfunctorily. In his opinion, such a country bumpkin simply cannot afford it. She raised her eyebrows slightly when she heard this. This was the same as the starting price of Longyuan Pavilion's auction, so it was a good deal. Yi Qingchuan was also very happy. He didn't expect that this kind of rare or was so cheap. Without saying anything, he took out 2,000 pieces of medium-grade spiritual stones and handed them to the stall owner. The stall owner was a little surprised to see him so cheerful. He took the spirit stone and immediately became enthusiastic and began to introduce other things on the stall. Xiao and the others naturally didn't fancy anything else, so they didn't stay too long and walked towards other stalls.
Here, seventh brother. This is for you.
Yi Qingchuan directly picked up a fire spirit crystal and threw it to Yi Qingnan.
Thank you.
Yi Qingnan caught the fire spirit crystal and put it into the storage ring with a smile. Xia smiled slightly when she saw this. She liked the atmosphere of a real family, which made her always feel a sense of happiness. Suddenly, the soul-gathering bracelet on Xia's right hand emitted a burning sensation, which startled Xiao. Since buying this bracelet, except for gathering spiritual energy, Xiao has never seen any reaction from it, and has always regarded it as a decorative item. Unexpectedly, there was a sudden reaction now. Xia frowned, followed the feeling in her heart, and saw a hosta placed on a stall not far away. Without hesitation, Xia walked towards the stall and pretended to pick it up before picking up the hosta. This hosta appears to be made of psychic jade, with a 9-petal jade lotus carved on it. The flower is also mobile, and will sway as the hosta shakes. As for this psychic jade, it is the most common type of jade in the world of cultivation. It is mainly used to communicate between people and spiritual energy. It is usually made for people who cannot practice, or children who have not yet begun to practice. This allows them to communicate with each other and achieve physical fitness. When she was a child, Xiao had a jade pendant made of psychic jade.
What? Do you like this?
Yi Qingsheng asked aloud when he saw Xiao holding a jade hairpin and looking at it seriously.
Well, it feels very beautiful.
Xiao nodded, turning her head and smiling at Yi Qingsheng. Chapter 247 Shopping. Yi Qingsheng was stunned by Xiao's smile, and his face suddenly turned red. After knowing her for so long, he had never noticed Qi's appearance. He didn't expect her to be so stunning.
Boss, how much is this hosta?
Yi Qingsheng was afraid that Xiao would notice something strange, so she quickly asked the boss.
8,000 low-grade spiritual stones.
The boss opened his mouth when he saw that there was someone who really wanted to buy psychic jade without knowing the goods.
Boss, do you think we look stupid?
Yijiro suddenly ran out, grabbed the hosta from Xia's hand, and put it on the stall.
It's just a psychic jade. I won't use it after I'm 5 years old. I still have 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Why don't you go and grab it?
Yijiro rolled her eyes and looked at the stall owner with an expression on her face like she was an idiot. The boss suddenly felt embarrassed. This man was really not polite at all, and he didn't know how to be gentle when bargaining. Xia saw her boss's embarrassment and covered her mouth and snickered. Yijiro smiled when she saw her and glared at her. She didn't know why this girl bought such useless things, but since she likes it, she has to help. But she can't let an idiot like her be deceived.
How much do you think this is?
The boss thought that this thing was not valuable anyway, and he just got it by chance in the dungeon. The other party obviously also knows the goods, and no longer holds the idea of blackmailing a fortune, allowing the other party to bid.
100 low-grade spiritual stones. Sell them if you like,
Yijiro said casually.
Okay. I'll take a small loss and sell it to you.
The boss agreed with a fake sigh. Yijiro rolled her eyes again. There were so many boss scenes, and she did a pretty good job. Just as Xiao was about to pay, Yi Qingsheng took out the spirit stone first and paid it to the boss. Then he picked up the hosta from the stall, inserted it gently into Xiao's head, and nodded with satisfaction. Xiao was not polite. After all, they were all her brothers. And then she narrowed her eyes with a sweet smile.
Hey, look at you!
Yijiro stepped forward and tapped Xiao's forehead.
If someone you know saw it, they would think that our Yi family has treated you badly. How could it be? I'm just happy because I received the gift from Brother 11.
Xiao smiled and stepped forward to hold Yijiro's hand.
What are you doing? Who wants to be tired of being with you?
Yijiro struggled in disgust, her face full of displeasure. But in fact she was a little arrogant in her heart. She was really lovable. Xia just giggled and didn't let go. So she took her arm and walked towards other stalls. Yi Qingsheng looked at the two people's backs and shook his head helplessly. Sure enough, he was still a little girl. And then he followed them. It wasn't until sunset that a few people stopped shopping. At this time, Xiao's face was red, full of excitement, and her eyes were shining. Thinking of what she had purchased, Xiao felt satisfied. This place was simply a paradise for shopaholics. Not only Xiao, but other people were also a little carried away with their shopping. In fact, there are a wide variety of things here, and the prices are cheaper than outside. Anyone who doesn't buy it is a fool. After everyone finished shopping, they started walking towards the dungeon. planning to find a place to rest. It wasn't until an hour later that a few people discovered an inn in the wilderness.
TSK. Why does this inn look so gloomy?
Yijiro rubbed her arms and looked at the inn with some fear. Shiya nodded when she heard this. Wasn't it gloomy? Surrounded by wilderness. There is only this inn within a radius of dozens of miles. There were several white lanterns hanging outside the inn, swaying in the night wind. This doesn't look normal. Chapter 248. First Encounter with Ghost Cultivator. Shiya was speechless looking at the inn, with the white lantern hanging up. Was she afraid that others wouldn't know there was something wrong here? The inn's plaque also says, "Welcome guests." But no matter what, people would have been scared away. Shiya complained in her heart. But her mind did not relax. She must have encountered a ghost cultivator. If she had known that she should have taken the mobile home given by her senior brother. Shiya was a little annoyed. So she should not have left it at Tianjin Peak.
How about we go around? It's obvious that there are ghost cultivators here. If they are high-level ghost cultivators, we will be in danger.
Ji Yao suggested to several people with a sincere look. She would never admit that it was because she was afraid of ghosts.
Well, let's go!
Yi Zi nodded. At worst, she and others would just find a place to set up a formation for the night. There was really no need to cause trouble. The other people naturally had the same plan. And then turn around and walk towards the left. But a few minutes later, everyone found that they had been wandering around and had not gone out at all. Ghost hitting the wall? Jia shuddered violently, holding Su Hui and looking around cautiously. At this time, her consciousness was no longer working.
Crack!
A sound came. Jia jumped up in surprise and looked at the source of the sound with a frightened look. As a result, Yijiro stepped on a dead branch. Shio breathed a sigh of relief, which almost scared her to death. Seeing her cowardice, Yijiro was about to laugh at her when she suddenly saw Jia's back, and then pointed at her with a look of horror. Seeing Sister 16 like this, Shiyu suddenly had a bad premonition. Why did she feel so cold behind her? Turning her head slightly stiffly, Jia saw an ulcerated face appearing in front of her, only a few centimeters away from her.
Ah!
Jia screamed in fright. And then she started beating randomly with Su Hui like crazy. She forgot all the moves and didn't remember that she was a monk at all. The figure of the ghost cultivator was now a shadow. And Ji Yao's slapping had no effect at all. Several members of the Yi family laughed unkindly when they saw Jia with her head buried and her eyes closed, slapping her randomly but unable to hit the ghost cultivator at all. Unexpectedly, people who are not even afraid of golden elixir monks are actually afraid of ghosts. After beating for a long time, Shiyu was also tired. Slowly raising her head, Shiyu quietly opened one right eye and looked forward.
Ah!
Shiyu finally regained her intelligence this time, quickly took a few steps back and jumped away, staring at the ghost cultivator in front of her from a distance. At this time, the ghost cultivator's face was not only full of ulcers, blood was still flowing from his eyes. His tongue fell out long, and he stared at Jiyo with a pair of big empty eyes. Jiyo's scalp felt numb after seeing it, and she hurriedly ran to hide behind the third sister, only daring to stick out her head to peek at him. This was the first time she chose to hide behind others when faced with danger. But it's not her fault. Shiyo is on the verge of crying, but has no tears. She has been infected by modern atheism for so many years. At first glance, this thing is really scary.
I wonder what you mean, friend?
Yi Zi clasped her fists and politely asked the ghost cultivator. I actually can't feel the cultivation level of this ghost cultivator. I'm afraid it's not simple. At this time, the ghost cultivator turned his neck abruptly, and his head fell to the ground with a sudden movement. Even though she knew that he was not a real person at this time, Jiyo still trembled at the sight and kept making mental constructions for herself. This was also a kind of monk. She didn't need to be afraid of him. She didn't have to be afraid of him. Chapter 249 Chumo. It wasn't until she recited the Qingxin Ju silently several times and stabilized her mind that Ji walked out from behind the third sister and kept brainwashing herself that she was not afraid. Seeing the little girl pretending to be calm, but her legs were shaking, Chumo couldn't help but laugh. Was he being laughed at by a ghost cultivator? Jia's face suddenly turned red, and she glared at the ghost cultivator angrily. At this time, she forgot to be afraid. Chumo pulled his head back, and a burst of black smoke rose in front of him. After the black smoke disappeared, a young man with an extremely handsome face appeared in front of everyone. She opened her mouth slightly in surprise. The contrast was too great. If he had looked like this from the beginning, he wouldn't be so scared. Of course, she will never admit that she is just a superficial beauty control. Even Yi Zi and Yi Jiro were dazzled by the sight. They didn't expect this ghost cultivator to be so good-looking before he was alive. Ghost cultivators are a little different from other cultivators. Ghost cultivators are formed when mortals die and, for some reason, fail to go to the underworld and be reincarnated. They stay in the human world and then cultivate by absorbing Yin energy. Whatever he looks like when he dies, he will always look like that after becoming a ghost cultivator. For example, if he was a child during his lifetime, no matter how high his cultivation level is, his physical body will still look like a child. There is no reincarnation for monks. And there is no chance of becoming a ghost cultivator. Once they step into the door of cultivation, they will either ascend to immortality or lose their souls. There are two main types of ghost cultivators. One is good ghosts. This kind of ghost has no memory of life, has a simple temper, and will not hurt people at will. The other type is evil ghosts. These ghosts often experience great pain during their lifetimes and retain memories of their lifetimes. Therefore, they have great malice towards the world. They mainly cultivate by absorbing resentment.
Little girl, am I scary?
Chu Mo tilted his head and blinked at Ji Yao with a pair of clear eyes. Haha. Isn't it scary that you don't have any ideas in your mind? She rolled her eyes in her heart. But she said,
how could it be possible? You are so good-looking. Then why were you so scared just now?
Chu Mo pouted in confusion and looked at her in confusion. Ji Yao swallowed nervously, resisting the thought of rubbing the other person's face, twitching the corners of her mouth and laughing a few times.
Aren't I just teasing you?
A smile flashed in Chu Mo's eyes when he heard this. This little girl really boasted about not drafting.
Then let's play again. Okay?
Chu Mo deliberately took a few steps forward with an expectant look on his face.
No.
Ji Yao immediately waved her hands and shook her head vigorously. She really didn't want to see that tragic look. At this time, Yi Zi and others also saw that the other party was a high-level monk. At least a nascent soul ghost cultivator.
It was not our original intention to disturb Senior's Qing Xiao. I hope Senior will not blame you.
Yi Zi clasped her fists and said respectfully. Chu Mo glanced at her lightly. He naturally knew that they didn't have any bad thoughts. Otherwise, how could they still be alive now?
There is no place to live within 100 miles. And this underground city is not peaceful at night. But not all ghost cultivators are as kind as me.
Chu Mo said rather narcissistically.
It's better for you to live here. Come on. We'll leave early tomorrow morning.
This, Yi Zi hesitated. Ji Yao was shocked when she heard this. Who wants to live in a haunted house? She must be crazy. Just when he was about to refuse, he saw the ghost cultivator looking at him expectantly with a pair of innocent eyes. In an instant, Ji Yao couldn't say anything when the words came to her lips. Chapter 250 Asking for Help.
Okay. No need to bother Senior.
Yi Zi hesitated for a moment, but agreed. With the opponent's strength, it is easy to keep him and others. And judging from the opponent's appearance, he should be a good ghost.
Let's go!
Chu Mo nodded and took the lead towards the inn, followed by several people from the Yi family. Walking to the door of the inn, before Ji Yao walked in, she felt a wave of Yin Qi coming, which made her feel butterflies in her heart. Straightening her chest, Ji Yao cheered herself up and followed everyone in. The entire inn is similar to other inns. It is a two-story building. The first floor is the dining hall, and the second floor is the building. A few people had just walked up to the second floor and before entering the house. Suddenly there was an urgent knock on the door.
Help! Is there anyone?
Came a shrill female voice. After hearing this, several people tensed up and took a few steps back to the stairs, looking towards the door. When Chu Mo heard the knock on the door, a glint flashed in his eyes. He smiled slightly, then stepped forward and opened the door. The person who knocked on the door did not expect that the door would be opened suddenly, and he jumped straight into the air and fell in violently.
Ah!
The woman fell to the ground and exclaimed. She saw a foot next to her from the corner of her eye and subconsciously grabbed it. However, her hand penetrated straight through the foot and caught nothing. The woman looked at her hands in confusion, not understanding what was happening.
Hey, why are you running around like this? It turns out you found a lover?
Another rough male voice came from the door. As soon as the woman heard this voice, her body suddenly started shaking violently.
Help me!
The woman raised her head with difficulty, looked at Chu Mo with a fearful and pleading expression, and stretched out her hand tremblingly towards him. But Chu Mo just glanced at her lightly, then sat on a stool in the hall, looking like he was watching the fun, seeing that he was actually planning to die without saving his life. The woman lowered her head, with a flash of killing intent in her eyes. Although the murderous intention disappeared quickly, it was still discovered by Hio, who had been observing her. There seems to be something wrong with this woman. Ji Yao raised her eyebrows, somewhat curious about how things would develop. Soon, a rugged male cultivator, with a somewhat ferocious appearance, appeared at the door. He was in the middle stage of Jindan cultivation. He was holding a broad knife in his hand, and looking at the woman on the ground with a ferocious smile. The woman was so frightened at this time that she began to crawl hard into the hole, trying to get closer to Chuemo.
Third sister, how about we save her?
Yijiro couldn't bear to see the woman like this. This Yi Zi was a little hesitant. After all, they didn't know what was going on. It didn't seem good to intervene rashly like this.
Sister 16, you said she is a foundation-building monk. She was clearly not injured. Why did she fall, but not get up and keep crawling on the ground?
Shio turned her head and looked at Yijiro.
Huh?
Jingzia mentioned it, and Yijiro also reacted. Yes, she wasn't injured. So why didn't she get up?
She wants to gain sympathy.
Yi Qingxing spoke at this time, looking at the crawling woman with an indifferent expression.
Hiss!
Yijiro gasped after hearing this. This woman actually wanted to win the sympathy of the senior ghost cultivator from the beginning to the end, and then come to the rescue.
Please, help me.
The woman approached Chuemo again, with tears on her face, and stretched out her hand to hold his leg. Chuemo glanced at her lightly. There were always people who ruined his good mood. He couldn't help but want to ruin her. Chapter 251. It's all routine.
Why? You still expect others to save you?
The vicious man also stepped into the inn at this time, looked at Chuemo with disdain, and taunted.
You are just a weakling, and you still expect him to save you?
Chuemo smiled faintly when he heard this, and looked at the male cultivator with a harmless look on his face.
A weakling?
Hee hee. The male cultivator frowned when he saw that the other party could still laugh. Could it be that this provoking method was completely useless to him?
Sir, help me. As long as you are willing to save me, Schwer will do whatever you ask her to do.
After the woman finished speaking, she blushed and lowered her head.
Okay.
Chuemo nodded, stood up, and prepared to attack the man. He wanted to see what these two people were planning. When the woman saw that he agreed, she felt happy, stood up slowly, pretended to be scared and hid behind Chuemo, and then glanced at the male cultivator. The male cultivator understood what he was doing and just carried a knife and struck at the opponent. In his opinion, the other party was just an ordinary monk who opened a shabby inn in the wilderness, and he simply ignored the fact that he could not see through the other party's cultivation. Chuemo raised his eyebrows slightly, but did not resist and allowed the other party to chop him with the knife. The woman behind him smiled sinisterly, took out a dagger, and stabbed him in the chest. But as soon as the two attacks arrived, they passed straight through each other's bodies without causing any damage at all. The two of them were shocked when they saw this, and were both stunned.
Why don't you continue?
Chumo's figure reappeared on the stool, and the figure between the two turned into a wisp of black smoke, drifting towards Chuemo, and finally floated into his body.
Who are you?
The woman pointed a trembling finger at Chuemo and asked stutteringly. But this time, her trembling was really trembling, because at this moment she remembered the abnormality that she ignored when she first entered the door.
Isn't he the one who wants to save you?
Chuemo glanced at her lightly and mocked.
You?
The woman wanted to scold, but she felt a little frightened.
Let's go quickly. I always feel that this man is a bit evil.
The woman immediately sent a message to the male cultivator. When the man heard this, he curled his lips in disdain. The other party just used some means and ran away. If he was really strong, would he need to run away? It's just a bluff.
No, we must deal with him. You forgot. We have no savings at all. How can we get all the way to the dungeon?
The male cultivator just sent the message to her, and then he took the knife and slashed at the opponent again. The woman frowned when she heard this, sighed helplessly, took out a spiritual whip from her storage bag, and rushed forward.
Why are these two people like this?
Yijiro was shocked by the shamelessness of the two people and said in surprise.
So don't rescue people casually in the future.
Yi Zi took the opportunity to instruct Yijiro with a serious expression. 16th's nature is innocent and careless, which is the most simple thing. However, in the world of cultivation, sometimes simplicity can be fatal. In comparison, 17 surprised her. Unexpectedly, despite her young age, she is not only strong in combat, but also thoughtful, alert, and reassuring.
I know.
Yijiro nodded with some fear, firmly keeping this in mind, because if she were to meet him alone at this time, she would definitely come to the rescue, and would not doubt the woman at all. Then my end may not be too good. At this time, Chuimo also lost his patience, and no longer wanted to play with them. He suddenly appeared next to the two of them, stretched out his hands to hold their necks, and twisted them gently.
Crack!
The two men's necks were directly twisted, and they immediately lost their vitality and fell towards the ground, with a look of confusion on their faces. Chapter 252 Prank. Chuimo waved his hand gently, and a small column of water suddenly appeared in his hand. After washing his hand, he took out a white handkerchief and wiped the water away. Finally, a cluster of will-o'-the-wisps emerged from his fingertips, and Chuimo threw it directly onto the two of them, burning them clean. After everything was cleaned up, Chuimo slowly turned back and looked at Ji Yao on the steps with an innocent smile. Don't laugh. You're so scared. Ji Yao shuddered subconsciously. Chuimo smiled even more happily when he saw this. This little girl was still interesting.
Let's go have a rest.
Ji Yao tugged on the third sister's clothes and suggested. She didn't know why, but she always felt that this ghost cultivator was not simple. Even though he looked harmless, Ji Yao was still a little afraid of him. You must know that she possesses Thunder Spirit Root, which has a certain restraint effect on evil things. In addition, there is Shilian in the Sea of Consciousness, so it stands to reason that she should not be afraid of the other party at all. But Ji Yao instinctively felt that this person was dangerous. No, it was this ghost who was dangerous.
Okay, let's go!
Yi Zi didn't want to stay any longer, so she took a few people into the room to rest. Chuimo looked at Ji Yao's back, raised the corners of his mouth, and smiled enigmatically. Arriving at the room, Ji Yao took out a defensive array plate from her arms and placed it at the door. Then she dared to go to bed and sit down. Originally, she wanted to sleep next to the third sister, but she felt that she had to overcome her fear of ghosts. Otherwise, what would she do if she encountered ghost cultivators in the future? Therefore, even though she was scared, she still chose a room by herself. She couldn't calm down even if she wanted to meditate, so Ji Yao simply lay down and fell asleep. It happened that she hadn't slept for a long time. Thinking like this, she fell asleep and fell into a dream. In her dream, Ji Yao had just dreamed that she was still lying on the bed in the real world, and suddenly a ghost appeared and started touching her face. Suddenly, an itching feeling came. Ji Yao was startled and woke up from her dream instantly. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a festering face.
Ah!
Ji Yao was so frightened that she punched the other person in the face, and then subconsciously pulled the quilt to cover herself tightly. After a few breaths, Ji Yao came back to her senses, lifted up the quilt, and stared at Chuimo angrily. At this time, Chuimo also returned to his original appearance, holding his belly and laughing, and finally bent over with laughter, as if he was going to die in the next second. Laugh? Laugh at your size. Ji Yao was so angry that she threw the pillow at him. Didn't she know that people are scary? Scared to death? Besides, Inaitama is still a ghost. Chuimo reached out and grabbed the pillow, stood up, tried hard to hold back his laughter, and wanted to say something. But when he saw Ji Yao, he held his belly and laughed happily again. Ji Yao felt 10,000 grass and mud horses galloping past in her heart, but she didn't dare to show it on her face, just staring at Chuimo.
Little girl, what's your name?
Chuimo laughed for a while, finally calmed down, and then asked curiously. This was the first time he met such an interesting girl. All along, others either shouted at him or were in awe of his strength, but no one had ever been so afraid of him. I was simply afraid of him, without any malice.
My name is Yijia. Don't you know my senior surname?
Ji Yao twitched the corners of her mouth and forced out a dry smile.
Chuimo,
Chuimo said as he approached Ji Yao, stretched out his hand, and pinched her cheek gently. Finding that the feel was unexpectedly good, Chuimo squeezed it 2 more times. Chapter 253 Little Yao Yao. When the other party pinched her cheek, the hairs on Jia's body stood up instantly. At the same time, I was a little curious. Could it be that after cultivating a ghost cultivator into a physical body, he could still transform into a shadow at will? She remembered that the woman had missed the target before.
Xiao Yao Yao, are you going to the dungeon?
Chuimo let go of his hand, sat on the stool beside the table, and asked casually, Little Yao Yao? What the H.L. is this name? She rolled her eyes in her heart. It was indeed the name given by a ghost.
Yes.
Gio nodded, not hiding anything. Mainly because there was nothing to hide. Almost all the monks who came to the outskirts of the dungeon came here just for the dungeon.
TSK. With your level of cultivation, I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to come out alive.
Chu Emo looked at her and saw that she was only in the early stages of foundation building and dared to come to the dungeon. So she was quite courageous.
There are others.
Of course Xiao knew that the other party looked down on her own cultivation. Didn't she see that they had strangled a golden elixir monk to death before?
As long as you don't cause trouble, you should be fine.
Thinking of the people with her, Chu Emo nodded. It should be enough to protect this girl.
Have a good rest.
Chu Emo stood up, pinched Xiao's face again, and left. Seeing that he was really gone, Xiu breathed a sigh of relief. She stood up and checked the formation disc, only to find that it was intact and showed no signs of damage at all. How did the other party get in? Xiu frowned in confusion. Early the next morning, Xiu got up, put away the formation disc, and couldn't wait to leave the room. As soon as I walked out, I found that several people from the Yi family had also come out. They must have not had a good rest at night. Thinking about it, there is a high-level monk here who doesn't know whether he is an enemy or a friend. If he can rest well, he is just being arrogant.
Let's go!
Seeing Xiu also coming out, Yi Zi asked everyone to leave. When they walked to the hall, no one saw Chu Mo.
Senior, I'm sorry for bothering you last night. I'll take my leave now.
After Yi Zi said that, she took out several hundred low-grade spiritual stones and put them on the counter. Although I know that ghost cultivation does not rely on spiritual energy for cultivation, you can also use spiritual stones to exchange for cultivation materials. Putting down the spirit stones, the group of people quickly left and continued towards the dungeon. It wasn't until a few people left that Chu Mo showed his body, reaching out and touching his chin. He suddenly felt a little bored here. It seemed that it was time for me to change places.
Xiao Yao Yao, don't be too surprised when you see me.
Chu Mo thought with an evil smile and went upstairs again.
Finally far away.
It wasn't until a few people were far away that Yijiro patted her heart, turned her head, and looked behind her to make sure no one was following her before speaking again.
I always think that Senior is a bit weird. He is very dangerous.
Yi Qingsheng nodded and spoke seriously.
That's right. I don't dare to say a word in front of him.
Yi Qingchuan also took over the conversation and said a little embarrassed.
Well, since seniors haven't taken action against us, let's not think about it anymore and rush to the dungeon as soon as possible.
Yi Zi interrupted everyone's discussion. The other party was highly cultivated and elusive. It would be better for him and others not to. It's good to talk behind the back. On the other side, Xia Qiyu had just penetrated the fog and entered the outskirts of the underground city. Next to her is Yu Peiqing, whom Xiao met some time ago. Chapter 254 Dungeon. 10 days later, everyone finally arrived at the underground city. The entire underground city is surrounded by high walls. On the ground is the city lord's palace and some shops, while the real underground city is underground. Several people did not dare to use their spiritual consciousness to detect others at will. After all, if they were detected by high-level monks, they would probably annoy the other party and lead to enmity. Therefore, a few people could only walk into the city honestly and observe the environment with their naked eyes. As soon as they entered the city, even though they were well prepared, Gio and others were still shocked by the prosperity in front of them. At a glance, the entire city is filled with exquisitely crafted high-rise buildings, a dazzling array of shop signs, and crowds of people coming and going. Gio even saw a demon cultivator with human body and horse head among the crowd. This was the first time she saw the demon cultivator. Gio looked at it a few more times out of curiosity.
Everyone, be careful. There is a mixed bag here, so don't let others take advantage of it.
Yi Zi warned everyone as she saw everyone looking a little excited. The cultivation level of some of them is not high, and they rarely go to these places for training. It is normal to be a little excited. Several people nodded when they heard this. After all, everyone was no longer a newbie who had just entered the world of cultivation.
Why are you so unreasonable?
A harsh voice came, attracting most people's attention. Qiyu was no exception, curiously looking towards the source of the sound.
This is what my brother left for me. Why did you take it away?
A girl in the Qi refining stage wearing a blue robe and a double bun was looking at a foundation builder in black opposite her with tears on her face. Juvenile.
I told you. This is my thing. Not your brother's.
The young man was obviously a little impatient.
My brother went to the dungeon with you. But only you came back with my brother's storage bag. How did it become yours?
The girl wiped her tears and looked at the boy with a stubborn face.
TSK. How come this guy doesn't even let go of the dead and his property?
The onlookers were all watching the excitement and began to make a fuss without thinking it was a big deal.
Young man, you are being unkind. Her brother is dead. So why don't you return her brother's things to her? Yeah. Look how pitiful this little girl is. How can you bear it?
The young man's face turned red when these people spoke, and the veins on his face swelled. He clenched his hands into fists and had a look of forbearance on his face. At this time, Han Jun was also on the verge of crying and was extremely anxious. I came to this underground city some time ago, met the girl's brother, and went underground with him. But before the two of them found anything, they were robbed by a mercenary group. They managed to escape, but the girl's brother stayed there. Later, I went back to check and confirmed that he was dead. So I buried him on the spot. The storage bag was put away by him, and he indeed had the intention of keeping it for himself. But in his conscience, there really was nothing in the storage bag. It was obvious that it had been opened by others before. But he thought the storage bag was worth some money, so he kept it. If he had known it would cause so much trouble, he would have thrown it away no matter what.
There's really nothing in your brother's storage bag,
Han Jun said helplessly. He couldn't use his own things to cover it.
Now that my brother is dead. Of course, whatever you say is what you say.
The girl felt sad when she thought of her brother's death. From then on, she was alone. Chapter 255 Luo Chili.
What should I say to make you believe it?
Han Jun scratched his head in distress. The gazes on the monks made him feel on pins and needles and humiliated.
Little sister.
A gentle and melodious voice came, instantly catching Jia's ears. Looking sideways, he turned out to be Luo Chili, whom he had met outside the mysterious realm of Lingxiu. He was also the best friend of the heroine in the original text. At this time, she was wearing a light blue dress, with a magnolia flower painted on her forehead. Her smooth black hair was spread behind her, and her ear hair on both sides was gently tied up with two hostas. She had a warm look on her face. Smile. What a stunning beauty. Jia secretly praised in her heart. This Luo Chili is really unparalleled in beauty, with a touch of tenderness. There is a big difference in temperament from July. But now that Luo Chili has appeared, July must be coming soon. In the original text, it was Luo Chili who came to the underground city and sent Chichio a transmission note. And she came here. When the onlookers saw Luo Chili, they all gasped, and Han Jun was stunned. Yi Qingchuan's eyes also lit up. This girl's temperament really made people feel comfortable.
Sister, did you call me?
The girl was flattered to see such a beautiful person taking the initiative to speak to her.
Yes. After watching it for a while, I think this fellow Taoist is not lying.
Luo Chili smiled slightly, and then said,
Are you the only one left in your family now? If you have nowhere to go, will you please follow me from now on? Really?
The girl couldn't believe it.
Yes. When I get back from the dungeon, can I take you to join our sect?
Luo Chili said sincerely.
Thank you, sister.
The girl was moved and wiped away tears. Jia looked a little stunned. Isn't this little girl afraid of being sold? Although I read the original article and knew that Luo Chili was a kind-hearted person, this little girl didn't know that. Could it be that just because the other person is beautiful and has a gentle temper, you are so stupid to trust the other person? Jia shook her head helplessly. This little girl was also lucky. If she met a bad person, she might be sold, and she would help count the money.
As for this fellow Taoist,
Luo Chili turned sideways and looked at Han Jun, smiled slightly, and was about to speak.
My name is Han Jun.
Han Jun announced his name eagerly, but suddenly realized that he was acting too eagerly, and his face turned red. Luo Chili didn't have much reaction when she saw this. She just said in a warm voice,
Fellow Taoist Han, I have been observing you for so long, and I believe what you said is true. I just want to trouble you to return the storage bag to her and give her a message.
Think. Of course you can.
Upon hearing this, Han Jun quickly took off the storage bag and handed it to the girl. But he was moved in his heart. He didn't expect that this girl would trust him when everyone else didn't trust him.
Dare you ask the girl her name?
Han Jun was a little embarrassed, but he still asked what he was thinking.
Luo Chili.
Luo Chili nodded with a smile, waved to the girl, and then took her into an inn. Han Jun was left standing there, staring at her back in a daze.
TSK. What a good girl with a kind heart.
Seeing that there was no fun to be seen, the onlookers began to discuss among themselves.
She looks so beautiful. I think I just came to the dungeon. I've never seen her before. Hey, she's just a beautiful woman. Look at your virtue.
Chapter 256 Pure Fate Bead.
Luo Chioli, your name is so nice.
Yi Qingchuan looked at Luo Chioli's back and sighed with a smile. When Jiao heard this, she turned to look at him and saw Brother Jiao looking at the direction Luo Chioli left with a spring expression on his face. Brother Ninth, is he feeling passionate?
What's so nice? It's just a name.
Yi Jiro curled her lips and looked at Yi Qingchuan with contempt.
Ahem. I just said it casually.
Yi Qingchuan coughed lightly to cover up his embarrassment.
Okay. Let's find a place to rest first. And we will officially head underground tomorrow.
Yi Zi stood up and interrupted them, feeling a little uneasy. This dungeon is a mixed bag and extremely dangerous. I don't know if I and others can successfully find the immortal grass. Several people came to
Yuan Lian,
booked a room and rested. Jiao sat on the bed and took off the hosta on her head. Since getting this thing, I haven't had time to investigate it carefully. But it looks like an ordinary hosta. So what's the mystery behind it? Thinking of the heat of the bracelet before, Jiao tried to put the hosta next to the bracelet and bumped against each other. As soon as the two came into contact, the bracelet suddenly emitted a burst of red light, and a severe burning sensation came, making Jiao jump in surprise. But it wasn't over yet. The bracelet was getting hotter and hotter, reaching a level that Jiao couldn't bear. But no matter how hard she tried to take off the bracelet, it didn't work. This bracelet is like a part of her body and cannot be separated at all. Gradually, the burning sensation gradually spread to her body. She rolled on the bed in pain. The corner of her mouth had been bitten and blood was flowing. Until the end, Jiao was in a daze from the pain. In a daze, she seemed to have arrived at a glittering hall.
Wuchen, I will entrust you with this purifying pearl from today. I hope you will survive the worldly fate and attain Buddhahood.
Sitting in the main hall was a man wearing a golden cassock, holding a jade box in his hand and looking towards the Buddha. The person standing in the hall said,
Amitabha, if I can't overcome the fate of this world, I will never become a Buddha.
The young monk in the main hall stepped forward to take the jade box and made his own vow. Jia moved forward to take a look at the contents of the jade box and the young monk. But the entire hall suddenly disappeared. When Jio came back to her senses, she found that she was still lying on the bed. There was no big hall in front of her, and there were no monks anywhere. Slowly sitting up, Jio wiped the blood from her mouth. At this time, the burning sensation on her body had disappeared, and Jio looked at the bracelet attentively. At this time, the bracelet actually has the 9-petal jade lotus on the hosta, which looks unexpectedly beautiful when paired together. Jia raised her right hand and shook it gently a few times. Then she saw the jade lotus also rotating together, looking extremely beautiful under the sunlight. But what exactly is this bracelet used for? Jia frowned, looking puzzled. When he first got the bracelet,
he had already recognized its owner with blood, and his soul had a slight connection with it. But at this moment, I still couldn't get any useful information. It must be that the time has not come yet. Seeing that she really couldn't understand it, Jia stopped thinking about it, took out the rejuvenation pill, and started to heal her wounds. Every time she picked something up, she would be hurt a little, and Jia was a little helpless. Although she had learned a lesson about being careful, she would never know the effect of some things if she didn't try them. The road to mortality is a process of continuous exploration. You must not stop because of unknown dangers. Otherwise you will never make progress. After thinking about this, Jia suddenly felt clear and clear at the linked eye. Her state of mind actually broke through, and her cultivation in the initial stage of foundation building was also loosened. Chapter 257 Underground. Early the next morning, a few people checked out of the room, went to the store to buy a map of the underground city, and walked towards the entrance of the underground city. About an hour later, a few people stopped at a house. At this time, there was already a long queue in front, and Jio and the others could only wait obediently in the back. It wasn't until a few quarters of an hour later that it was finally Jio's turn. 100 middle-grade spiritual stones per person. The monk in the middle stage of foundation building looked at them lightly and said, Yi Zi took out 700 medium-grade spiritual stones and handed them to the monk, and then got 7 jade tablets. Please keep this jade token safe. It can provide you with 2 round-trip rides on the teleportation array. If it is lost, we will not be responsible. After the foundation building monk reminded a few people, he greeted the monks behind him. Yi Zi distributed the jade tokens to several people, and then walked towards the entrance of the teleportation array. Place the jade token in the groove next to the teleportation array, and instantly a formation text flashes across, and a teleportation gate appears in front of you. Several other people saw this and followed suit, and finally entered the teleportation array together. However, the teleportation array was delayed in starting. It was not until 20 people finally gathered that it began to shake suddenly. Shia felt dizzy, but after just a moment, the teleportation array stopped. The door opened. A few people stepped through, and then appeared in the house again. This is almost the same feeling as taking an elevator. Shia raised her eyebrows. But this teleportation array is much more powerful. This is hyperspace teleportation. As soon as they walked out of the house, they saw a huge stone tablet, about dozens of feet high, with the words, Underground City, written on it. Just by taking one look at it, Jia felt a turmoil in her soul, and actually sensed a strong kendo artistic conception from it.
I don't know who wrote this word, but it's so overbearing.
Yijiro patted her chest, and said with some fear. Just taking one look at it almost made her lose consciousness.
It is said to have been written by the first person to discover the underground city.
Yi Zi thought about the information she had learned before.
Then where should we go first?
Yi Zi looked at Jio and asked. Several other people also looked at her with doubts on their faces.
I only know that the immortal grass is in the dungeon. I don't know the specific location. I'm afraid I can only try my luck.
Jia frowned. When she first read the article, she only remembered that she was being chased by a mercenary group in July. On the way to kill, he accidentally entered a crack and discovered a paradise. And the immortal grass is just one of the spiritual things. I asked her to tell her exactly where it was, but she really didn't know.
Okay, let's go to Chisha River first,
Yi Zi said, pointing to the place closest to here on the map. Everyone nodded after hearing this. The third sister had the highest level of cultivation. He and others just did as she said. And then, they headed towards the Chisha River. As soon as the few people left, a foundation building monk emerged from behind the stone monument. He looked at the departing figures of Jiao and others, narrowed his eyes, and smiled sinisterly. Then he took out a transmission talisman.
Boss!
A group of fat sheep are coming.
After saying that, the telepathic talisman headed towards the Chisha River in the underground city. Shio and the others had no idea that they and others had been targeted as soon as they arrived underground. The foundation building cultivator clicked his tongue twice. At first glance, these people were disciples who came from big families to gain experience. Such people usually have rich wealth, but weak fighting ability. They are the favorite people of the mercenary group. It seems that his
Spike
mercenary group is going to get rich again. Chapter 258 Chisha River. After a few hours, several people finally arrived at Chisha River. What appeared in front of Jia was a river with no end in sight. What flowed in this river was not water, but red river sand. And it's strange underground. There is actually the sun and flowing white clouds, which are no different from outside. At this time, monks were still rising and falling in the Lusha River, which felt like a real-life swimming pool.
Found it.
A monk emerged from the river excitedly, holding a piece of fire spirit crystal in his hand. His companions became happy after hearing this. Just as they were about to get closer, a huge sand crocodile suddenly appeared in the river and swallowed the monk into its mouth in one bite.
Run!
When his companion saw this, he was frightened and hurriedly swam to the opposite place. The sand crocodile dealt with the man and directly chased his companions. Within a dozen breaths, he swallowed the remaining two people. Finally, it sank into the river again and disappeared. Jia swallowed nervously. This thing had red skin and seemed to be completely invisible in the river. It was impossible to detect it.
Is this thing so powerful?
Yijiro was also frightened. The man was happy 1 second and fell down the next second. Things in the world are really unpredictable.
According to the records on the map, the Red Sand River mainly produces fire crystals, and the biggest danger is the sand crocodile.
Yi Zi frowned and explained to several people.
This sand crocodile appears and disappears, and it is impossible to guard against it. Moreover, defensive spiritual weapons and spiritual power are completely imprisoned in the Red Sand River.
What? Yijiro exclaimed, unable to use spiritual power. No wonder the man just now had no power to resist.
Isn't that very dangerous?
Yi Qingrui looked at Jiao and Yijiro with some worry. They were only in the foundation building stage, and their bodies were the weakest. Without spiritual energy, it would be too dangerous.
Otherwise, 16 and 17 shouldn't go down there.
Yi Qingsheng had obviously thought of this. If there was no spiritual energy, these two girls would be lambs to be slaughtered.
It's okay. I'll be careful.
Xiao shook her head and rejected their proposal. But she didn't dare to venture into a red sand river. So how could she conquer the world?
I'm going too.
Yijiro saw that Shi was about to go, and she puffed up her chest to show that she was not afraid.
Okay. Then don't stay too far away from us. If you find something wrong, just run to the shore.
Okay? Seeing their persistence, Yi Zi didn't stop them much. They would just take care of them when the time comes. Xia nodded, and then took out Su Hui. Even if she couldn't use spiritual power, she could still use the minimum sword moves. In addition, she had been practicing her body, so as long as she was careful, there shouldn't be any problems. But when she thought of her unlucky physique, Xiao immediately tensed up her nerves. She must not be careless.
Let's go,
Yi Zi said softly, then took the lead and walked towards the Qisha River. Yijiro followed her closely with some fear, and walked into the river together.
Be careful later and follow me. You know?
Yi Qingsheng walked to Xiao and warned her uneasily.
Okay.
Xiao agreed and followed everyone into the Qisha River. Sure enough, as soon as she entered Qisha River, Xiao felt that her spiritual energy was trapped. The whole river was full of sand. As soon as I got out, the sand got into my clothes, which was really uncomfortable. Chapter 259 Tahua Spiritual Crystal. And those fire spirit crystals will never appear on the surface of the Qisha River, which means that he must dive down. Thinking of this, Xiao felt a headache. If she went down without a protective cover,
she would be buried alive by the sand. Now she could only bite the bullet. Xiao held her breath and plunged into the river. The Qisha River was very deep. Xiao tried her best to dive down, but her vision became darker and darker as she went down. And there was sand in her eyes.
Bah!
Xiao got up immediately after she had not gone deep. River sand got into her eyes and ears, and even her nose was not spared. Some of it was sucked in, which made her uncomfortable. There was no other way, so Xiao had to swim back to the shore first. As soon as she returned to the shore, the spiritual energy came back. Xiao quickly used the cleansing technique to wash away the sand on her body, then took out a hat from the storage ring to isolate her spiritual consciousness and put it on. After putting on the bamboo hat, Xiao tied the lower veil into 2 knots around her neck, completely wrapping her head. Xiao shook her head with satisfaction. She was really smart. Fortunately, the hat is breathable, so I don't have to worry about suffocating to death. After being prepared, Xiao stepped into the Qisha River again and plunged in. With the obstruction of the bamboo hat, no sand finally entered her eyes. Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and dived deeper more freely. But after swimming in the river for a while, Xiao didn't see anything.
Huh?
Suddenly, a glowing red particle appeared in Xiao's sight. This must be the fire spirit crystal. With the new discovery, Xiao felt happy and began to swim forward with all her strength. I finally swam over and took a look, and it turned out to be a fire crystal. And it was quite big. Xiao carefully looked around and made sure that no sand crocodile appeared. Then carefully picked it up and put it in her belt. With the harvest, Xiao became happy. It seemed that this underground city was really rich. But there was such a precious fire spirit crystal in just one Qisha River. After calming down her joyful mood, Xiao swam to other places. At this time, on the bank of the Qisha River, a group of uniformly dressed monks were standing, staring at the Qisha River.
Lu Zi, are you sure the fat sheep you mentioned has entered?
The leader, a late-stage Jindan monk, looked at the Qisha River and asked calmly.
It's absolutely true. I heard them say they were going to Qisha River before.
Liu Zi was a little proud. He discovered these fat sheep first.
Then we'll wait. Maybe they can bring more things back.
Lu Ming, the leading Jindan monk, sneered.
We will take action as soon as they land.
It's best to let Qishihe use up their physical strength, so that it will be easier to capture them. Xia on the other side had no idea that someone on the bank was already preparing to ambush her and others, and was still looking for fire crystals everywhere in the river. About a quarter of an hour later, Xia had found 3 fire spirit crystals, and she didn't know how the others had harvested them. With this thought in mind, she began to swim in the direction of the others. After swimming for a while, Xia suddenly stopped and stared straight ahead. Not far ahead, I saw a sand crocodile sleeping. its whole body almost integrated with the river sand. If I hadn't almost passed by it, I wouldn't have noticed it at all. In order not to be discovered, Shia did not dare to move at all, and even held her breath. But staying like this is not an option at all. Chapter 260 Sand Crocodile. Shia nervously looked at the sand crocodile in front of her, calmed down, and began to slowly move back. After finally retreating for a while, Shia just had time to breathe a sigh of relief when she suddenly saw Yijiro swimming towards this side. Shia was startled, and just as she was about to give her a sign, Yijiro suddenly shouted, "Ah!" Yijiro was startled when she saw the sand crocodile next to her, and screamed subconsciously. She originally planned to swim forward, but when she suddenly passed by, her hand accidentally touched a hard object while paddling. When she took a closer look, she saw that it was a sand crocodile. "It's over." When Jiao heard the cry, her heart sank. This would definitely wake up the sand crocodile. Sure enough, the lying sand crocodile slowly opened its eyelids, but it did not look at Jiro beside it, but at Jiao directly in front of it. Jiao felt like crying, but had no tears in her heart. She could bear the blame. "Run!" Seeing that the sand crocodile was about to get up, Jiao hurriedly shouted to Yijiro, then turned around and started swimming towards the shore. Yijiro also came back to her senses at this time, and quickly turned around and swam back. She was extremely anxious. If she was caught up by this sand crocodile, she would be in serious danger. Several other people in the Yi family also heard Yijiro's exclamation. Their hearts trembled, and they moved closer to the source of the sound. At this time, Shia was cursing in her heart, because the sand crocodile was actually chasing her, and was about to catch up with her. This river is its home court, and I can't swim in it purely relying on my physical strength. There was no other way. Seeing that there was no way to escape, Shia could only stop, suddenly turn around, and swam towards the sand crocodile. When the sand crocodile saw her turning back, he looked at her with disdain, as if he was actively seeking death. On the other side, the Yi family finally approached Yijiro. 16. What's wrong? Yi said nervously. A sand crocodile is chasing me. Yijiro breathed a sigh of relief when she saw a few people. Then he turned around with a scared look on his face, only to suddenly find that there was no sand crocodile behind him. It's over. Sand crocodile is chasing Shurchi. Yijiro suddenly reacted, panicked in her heart, and immediately turned around and chased in the direction of Ji Yao. Several other people were shocked when they heard this, and immediately chased after him. 17th level of cultivation is the lowest. If he were to face the sand crocodile alone, he would be in trouble. As soon as Shio got close to the sand crocodile, the sand crocodile opened its mouth and bit her. She could even clearly see the sand crocodile's sharp teeth. After gathering her composure, Shia rushed directly towards its open mouth and inserted the sword into its lower jaw, so that the whole sword was placed straight between its upper and lower crocodiles, making it impossible to close its mouth. Roar! The sand crocodile was stabbed by Sui Hui, and it swung up in pain, its huge body flapping the nearby river sand. Seeing that it was hurt, Shia didn't run away because she couldn't guarantee how long the damage would last, and if it caught up with it again, she wouldn't be able to hurt it. It's better to take this opportunity to cause more damage to it. With this in mind, Shia rushed towards the sand crocodile with her fists raised, and punched it when she found the right opportunity. Roar! Feeling the fist falling on his body, the sand crocodile became completely angry and began to swing his body desperately, trying to spit out the sword in his mouth. At the same time, he stretched out a claw and wanted to slap Shia. Shia quickly feinted to avoid the claws of the sand crocodile, and then seized the opportunity to sit on its back, so as to avoid its claws. Chapter 261 Fighting Sand Crocodile. As soon as she sat on the sand crocodile's back, Shia didn't stop. She grabbed its crocodile's skin with her left hand to prevent herself from being thrown away, and punched it with her right hand one after another. The star tempering technique appeared in her mind, and Jiu silently recited it while hitting it on its back, aiming at the same place repeatedly. A trace of star power passed through the seal of Chiffon continent and gathered towards Shio. At this time, Shuizhu, who was lying in the sea of consciousness, sensed the power of the stars and felt happy. It was time for him to play his role again. Then, there was a violent shaking, exuding rich energy and blood energy that was transmitted towards Ji Yao's limbs and bones, and combined with the power of the stars, once again strengthened Ji Yao's physique. And Ji Yao also understood that the current situation was either life or death. She didn't dare to stop at all. She persisted with her will to survive, and subconsciously threw punch after punch.
Crack!
One of the sand crocodile's ribs was broken, sinking into its body.
Roar!
The severe pain completely stimulated the sand crocodile, and it began to swing wildly, slapping its tail around, trying to knock Ji Yao off. At this time, the Langia mercenary group standing on the shore stared at the Qisha River in surprise.
What's going on? Why is there such a big movement?
Lu Zi opened his mouth wide and looked at the river in confusion. At this time, the dust in the Qisha River was flying, and the river sand kept rolling and hitting the river bank. Even I and others, who were far away, were also affected by the river sand.
It seems that we encountered a sand crocodile.
Lu Ming frowned and carefully observed the Qisha River. The situation was obviously wrong, but he had no way to detect the specific situation. The Yi family, who were worried about Ji Yao coming over, were a little dazed at this time. I saw 17 in front of me riding on the sand crocodile, beating it crazily. The place where he was beaten was completely dented and bloody, but the originally ferocious sand crocodile was roaring in pain, swinging around, with a sword stuck in its mouth and blood flowing freely. Yijiro swallowed. She hadn't offended this girl before, had she? Yi Qingchuan was also a little confused at this time. Who could tell him where his soft and lovely sister had gone? However, it only lasted a moment, and several people immediately joined the battle. Without the use of spiritual power, everyone can only rely on pure physical strength. Fortunately, the monk's physical body will continue to strengthen due to the growth of cultivation. Although it is not as good as the same level of physical cultivation, it is still stronger than low-level monks. Ji Yao's mind was filled with the star tempering technique at this time, and she didn't even care about the reaction of the sand crocodile. She just held it tightly to prevent herself from falling, and kept beating it with her other hand. If she were distracted and observed her body at this time, she would find that her meridians were gradually being opened, and they were filled with energy, blood, and the power of the stars.
Crack!
The barriers in the early stage of Pei Yuan were finally broken, and Ji Yao successfully advanced to the middle stage of Pei Yuan.
Bang!
Ji Yao swung out her fist, and instantly penetrated the sand crocodile's neck and spine, sinking her entire hand into it. The increase in cultivation also woke Ji Yao up. When she came back to her senses and looked at the bloody body in front of her, she was startled.
Roar!
The sand crocodile roared one last time in pain, twitched its body a few times, and then lay still. Ji Yao took her hand out and looked at the large blood stain on it, which was also mixed with some minced meat, and felt nauseated. This way of death seems a bit cruel. Chapter 262 Melee. Once the cultivation level was broken through, the blood beads jumped in the sea of consciousness, and then became quiet in the corner again. But I was very happy in my heart. I was finally able to help my master again. Ji Yao quickly rubbed the blood on her hands on the sand crocodile, and wiped off as much as possible. Looking at the wound on its back, Ji Yao felt a little sorry in her heart. She had been immersed in the technique before, so her attack was a bit cruel. Several other people were a little stunned when they saw the sand crocodile being smashed to death like this. It seemed a little easy. Seeing that the sand crocodile was dead, Ji Yao jumped down from it, came to the sand crocodile's mouth, and took off the Sui Hui. Just as he was about to open his mouth to talk to a few people, the river sand suddenly started to stir in the distance. Taking a closer look, I saw two sand crocodiles approaching.
Run!
Ji Yao yelled at a few people and immediately swam towards the river bank. Several other people also sensed the danger and didn't care about anything else at the moment. They just swam towards the shore. Seeing that they were about to reach the shore, Ji Yao breathed a sigh of relief and climbed onto the shore with a push-up. But as soon as she stepped ashore and took a few steps, a row of thorns suddenly grew out from under her feet and instantly entangled her legs. Ji Yao was startled and quickly picked up Su Hui and slashed at him with sword intent. But before the sword intention could hit the thorns, a golden light came straight towards Ji Yao. Poof! Ji Yao was thrown far away, fell heavily to the ground, and spit out a large mouthful of blood.
17.
Yi Zi and others saw Ji Yao being injured as soon as they landed ashore, and they shouted worriedly. Yi Jiro hurriedly stepped forward to help Ji Yao, while the others took out their magic weapons and looked at the group of people in front of them warily.
TSK. They are indeed a group of fat sheep. This is a spiritual weapon in one's hand.
Lu Zi's eyes lit up when he saw the magic weapon they took out.
It's a pity that these spiritual weapons will soon be ours.
Liu Zi laughed arrogantly after saying this. Several other members of the mercenary group also laughed. They were going to do something big. Only Lu Ming looked at the others with a frown. From the moment, he discovered that he was waiting for someone else. The other party was not panicked at all. He just looked at him warily, and was not afraid at all. In this case, it is either blind confidence or genuine talent and learning. Obviously, the opponent is the second type. Otherwise it would not be possible to cause the sand crocodile to move. I am afraid that the sand crocodile is already dead at this time. Shiyu stood up with Yijiro's help, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, took a rejuvenation pill, and walked towards the Yi family. Arriving in the crowd, Shiyu looked at the mercenary group opposite, with murderous intent boiling in her heart. These mercenary groups are really lawless. They are just a bunch of bandits. And this group of people actually chose to attack her secretly. It was the first time that she had such a strong murderous intention.
17. We will cooperate later.
Yi Qingsheng took the initiative to send a message to Xiao.
Okay.
Xiao gave Yi Qingsheng a look, and then took the initiative to launch an attack. First, a burst of fused sword intent went towards the foundation building monk, who was the most arrogant at the beginning. Seeing that the other side had taken the initiative, the Langya mercenary group also began to attack Xiao and others. It was best for them to fight quickly to avoid other mercenary groups getting in on the action and taking a piece of the action from them. The two parties began to engage in a melee. Liuzi noticed Shiyu's attack and curled his lips. A person in the early stage of foundation building dared to challenge him? However, many years of licking the edge of a knife reminded him not to be careless. So he faced him with a serious look and a spiritual sword in hand. Chapter 263 End of the Battle. Xiao glanced at him coldly. At this time, the sword intention had already reached his eyes and struck him directly. But in the blink of an eye, his head was separated, and there was still a trace of confusion on his face. Xiao did not pause, and turned sideways to attack the back of an early-stage Jindan monk. The sword intent caused him to pause for a moment, blasting several bloody holes in his body. Yi Qingsheng drew his bow from a distance and fired a cold arrow, hitting the golden elixir monk directly in the forehead. Ji Yao and the two cooperated like this, and quickly solved the 3 early stages of the golden elixir. Yi Qingsheng felt very relaxed at the moment. He was in the early stage of the golden elixir, and it would be quite difficult to kill a few people. But with 17, it would be like having divine help. Now he actually likes this feeling of cooperating and fighting. At this time, Jia was frowning because she discovered that Sister 16 was being besieged by several foundation building stages and had already suffered a lot of injuries. At the moment, he didn't care about cooperating with Yi Qingsheng. He suddenly appeared behind the monk who was besieging Yijiro and punched him directly. Poof! Xiao's punch directly shattered his internal organs. His dantian was also shattered, and he died in the blink of an eye. Xia waved her hand, and without even looking at his body, she directly attacked the others again. The monks who besieged Yijiro also sensed the danger and began to besiege Xia. Xi Yao directly moved her fused sword intent towards several people and immobilized them for a moment. This moment was enough, and the fused sword intent exploded directly on several people, seriously injuring them all. Xia dodged a few times and appeared next to several people. One of them punched them, completely finishing them off. Then she went to help deal with the Jindan monk. Yijiro looked at the corpses here and swallowed nervously. Isn't this Shichi too fierce? This is a foundation building monk, not a cabbage. Yijiro couldn't help but feel sad as she thought about it. She had always been the weakest among the siblings until she finally had 17. It's good now. I'm still the weakest. That guy 17 is a pervert, with the experience of dealing with a mercenary group. This melee ended very quickly. In just a few quarters of an hour, Xiao and others completely wiped out the opponent. After collecting the mercenary group's storage bags, Yi Qingchuan burned them directly.
Let's go! Don't stay here for a long time.
Seeing that the matter was settled, Yi Zi immediately reminded her and then headed to the next place. Such a loud noise from himself and others must have alerted others. If someone else takes advantage of the situation, everyone will not be able to resist in their current state. As soon as the few people left, there were indeed people poking around, and these people had already appeared when they were fighting. Sun Bin was one of them. He originally planned to fish in troubled waters, but he didn't expect that the battle ended so quickly, which surprised him, seeing that the group of people were children from rich families who came out to play. I thought they would definitely lose, but I didn't expect that they would win so easily, especially the female cultivator in the foundation establishment stage, who had a murderous look on her face and easily eliminated a bunch of people. It's really abnormal. Nowadays, is it so easy to cross-level challenges? Sun Bin once had some doubts about life. You must walk around this group of people when you encounter them in the future. Sunbin shook his head and left the place quickly. He also wanted to warn his two friends not to offend them. Chapter 264 Clearing Karma. A few quarters of an hour later, Xia and the others arrived at the misty forest. As the name suggests, this forest is completely shrouded in fog and is completely cut off from spiritual consciousness. There are a lot of monsters inside, all of high grade, and the danger doesn't stop there. The real danger lies in the maze inside. Many people fell into the maze after entering and never came out again. Xia frowned as she looked at the misty forest. There were so many medicinal herbs here that she couldn't even try her luck to find the immortal grass. After all, it is not easy to find an escape place like July. She also thought about contacting Chiyue to follow her. But with her, this opportunity arrangement is likely to change. It's better to find it yourself first. If you really can't find it, contact her later and replace it with other spiritual objects for an immortal grass. After all, she should have come to this dungeon now. After figuring out the key points, Chiyue breathed a sigh of relief. But she was still a little nervous, because she was completely blind to the formation and didn't understand it at all. When his senior brother gave him a detailed explanation of the formation, he planned to study it carefully. But who made him so unlucky that he was always on the way to escape? In the past 3 years of foundation building, I have never taken a breath. Now we are in this embarrassing situation.
We'd better recover from our injuries first, lest we encounter danger and be unable to resist.
Yi Zi took out a 6th grade formation plate and placed it around a few people. After it was activated, she sat down cross-legged to recover from her injuries. This is a formation disc that combines attack and phantom formations. It is also the highest grade formation disc that the Yi family has given to themselves. So it must not be a big problem. In Chiffon continent, the highest level of the formation disc is the 8th grade, which can only be made by the formation master. And there are not many at all. Therefore, this 6th grade formation disc is already very powerful. At least it is more than enough to deal with the Golden Core cultivators. Upon seeing this, Xiao and others quickly sat down and began to recover from their injuries. Xiao, who closed her eyes, never noticed that the bracelet on her hand emitted a golden light and enveloped her. Soon, black smoke began to emit from her body, all of which was absorbed by the bracelet. After a few breaths, the black smoke was completely absorbed, and the bracelet returned to its original shape, just like an ordinary spirit-gathering bracelet. This black smoke is very unfamiliar to Xiao. But if Jian Song saw it, he would definitely scream. Because this is exactly karma. This is the karma she created after killing those monks. And it is also cause and effect. Xiaoyang can also eliminate karma, but it cannot completely erase the cause and effect. Sword cultivators who follow the killing path are destined to have a very difficult time in overcoming tribulations because they have killed too many people and have heavy karma. After all, cultivating immortals is not cultivating demons. If they are stained with too much karma, they will not be favored by heaven. Therefore, when going through the tribulation, the thunder tribulation will be more violent than that of ordinary monks. Only in this way can the karma of the monks be washed away. But the cause and effect cannot be eliminated. The cause and effect in the world is difficult to change with one drink and one peck. Therefore, not to mention other functions of this bracelet, just eliminating the cause and effect is extremely unnatural. At this time, Jia's soul felt relaxed after her karma was cleared, and her whole person felt a little light. It wasn't until an hour later that everyone woke up from meditating. After adjusting, they put away the formation discs and walked into the misty forest. At this time, Xia Qiyue and others had already joined Luo Qiuli and others, and were heading towards the Qisha River. Chapter 265 Phantom Fox. As soon as they stepped into the misty forest, everyone's sight was obscured by the mist. Jia frowned. This fog was worse than the haze in the previous life. It was very difficult to see the surroundings clearly. The visibility was only about 1 meter. In this situation, if a monster appeared, I and others would be in danger.
17. Why do I feel so fuzzy?
Yi Jiro hugged Jiyu's arm tightly and said nervously,
If we be careful, there shouldn't be much of a problem.
Jiyu was also a little uneasy, but she didn't say it outright. Yi Jiro nodded when she heard the words, but her hand holding Ziyu tightened. She now felt more secure next to Chi-Chi. Several people walked forward with serious expressions. The speed was very slow. The distance between everyone was also very close. If there was a problem, they could reach out in time.
Ah!
A miserable voice came from the distance, startling everyone. Is someone in trouble? Several people looked at each other, and their hearts became even heavier. However, the footsteps could not stop, and several people continued to walk forward. Suddenly an unknown object appeared and attacked Jio and the two fiercely. Jio was startled, quickly turned around with Yi Jiro in her arms, and threw herself to the ground, barely avoiding the attack. Several members of the Yi family noticed something unusual, and quickly moved the two of them to the middle, and then looked at the attacking object. Ji Yao and the other two were pulled up by Yi Qingchuan. They looked at the instigator with some annoyance, and found that it was a 7th-level spirit fox with snow-white hair, which was equivalent to the early stage of human golden elixir. At this time, Ling Hu was licking his paws gracefully at the side, not paying attention to Jio and his party at all.
Is this the phantom fox?
Jia asked in confusion. Combined with the many confusing formations here, Jia guessed that this might be a phantom fox. The reason why it is uncertain is because all the phantom fox clan has fiery red fur, not pure white.
I can't tell. Maybe it's just an ordinary spirit fox?
Yi Zi was also a little unsure. After all, there was a big difference in appearance.
Whatever he is, just do it.
Yi Qingchuan was impatient at this time. But even a spirit fox dared to do something to him and his group. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Qingchuan fired out L fire and threw it towards Ling Hu. But the spirit fox was still licking its paws lazily. And when it sensed the attack, it just raised its head and glanced at the crowd. With this glance, Jia found herself suddenly outside a house. Here is a simple wooden house, standing there dilapidated. Jia's heart tightened. It seemed that she had really entered the illusion formation. There are two ways to break the formation. One is to find the node that breaks the formation, or trigger the conditions for breaking the formation. The second is to break the formation violently. When your strength reaches a certain level, you can use this method. The phantom formation usually needs to trigger the conditions for breaking the formation, and it cannot be broken just by relying on brute force. What's more, the person who set up the formation, was the fox who set up the formation, and his cultivation level was higher than his own. Jia composed herself, took Su Hui in her hand, and opened the door with a wary expression. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Xia Qiyue and Shangwan Nanxian sitting on the bed in the wooden house. Shangwan Nanxian's clothes were half open, and there was a serious scar on his chest. Chi was giving him medicine when he heard the door open, and they both looked towards the door at the same time. She was stunned, looking a little confused at the scene in the room. Isn't this the first scene in the original article, where the two had sex after they fell in love? Chapter 266 Funny Fantasy. I remember when Jia saw this part. She was so excited. She had been chasing a novel with millions of words, and finally saw the meat of it. Therefore, I was extremely impressed by this paragraph. At this time, Xia Qiyue was already in the late nascent soul stage, and Shangwan Nanxian was about to ascend to the spirit world. During an adventure, Shangwan Nanxian almost died trying to protect Xia Qiyue, and Xia Qiyue realized her feelings for him because he almost died. The two of them completely broke through the last layer of paper and rolled together naturally.
That you?
Go ahead. Jia laughed a few times, then exited the room and closed the door. Standing outside the wooden house, Jiao's eyes were shining and her face was red with excitement. Do you want to take a look? Just a glance? Jia thought secretly in her heart. But at this moment, the door was suddenly opened, and the two of them appeared. At this time, Shangwan Nanxian had already put on his clothes and looked at him with a cold expression, obviously angry that he had disturbed their good deeds. Jia shrank her neck with a guilty conscience. She didn't mean it. If she had known the scene inside, she would have just taken a peek and said, "That's it." She wouldn't have pushed the door in. Bah! How could a simple and cute girl like her peek? At this time, Xia Qiyue also frowned and looked at her with a worried expression. Then, he suddenly took Shangwan Nanxian's arm and leaned against him.
Yi Jia, why do you always linger? Shangwan is mine. There is no way I can like you. So just give up.
Xia Qiyue snorted coldly at Jia, with a proud look on his face. Jia couldn't help but laugh. It was too inappropriate to say such words while looking at Chi-Chi's face. Why did she feel so inexplicably happy? When Xia Qiyue saw her, she actually laughed. She stood up straight in anger, stretched out her hand and pointed at her angrily. At this time, the spirit fox in the forest was also looking at Jia with a frown. Several others had fallen into the illusion formation, and were unable to extricate themselves, and were struggling hard. Why is this person so conscious, and has no intention of getting trapped? Is it because I am too shallow? Ling Hu once doubted himself. When setting up an illusion by yourself, you can only extract fragments of other people's memories and find out the other person's weaknesses to attack. Therefore, even if many people know that they are in an illusion, they will still fall into it. This is a trick that I have tried repeatedly, and in the memory of this female cultivator, it probably saw a few clips. She obviously liked this man so much. Why could she still laugh so happily when she saw him with other women? The spirit fox began to circle around in confusion, sometimes stretching out its paws to scratch its head. Human beings are really difficult to understand. But Ji Yao in the illusion curled her lips. Chi was not such a fool. And this illusion was not made to be realistic. It was really confusing. But she suddenly felt that this was quite interesting. How about teasing the spirit fox? Ji Yao smiled sinisterly in her heart, then suddenly changed her expression and pointed at Shangwan Nancian angrily.
Brother Shangwan, is what she said true? Are you with her?
Xia looked sad, as if she had been betrayed. In fact, she felt a little scared. She got goosebumps when Shangwan brother shouted. But who made Yi Jia really shout like this in the original article? Chapter 267 Counter Routine.
What does it have to do with you?
Shangwan Nancian glanced at her lightly, then stretched out his hand to wrap his arms around Xia Qiyu's waist, clearly expressing his attitude. Seeing this, Jia nodded inwardly. Shangwan Nancian looked very similar to him.
Why? In what way am I inferior to her?
Jia looked sad, pointing at Xia Qiyu and asked sadly. At this time, the spirit fox stopped spinning and felt proud. As expected, these humans are very stupid.
You can't compare to her in any way.
Shangwan Nancian glanced at her, and then looked at Xia Qiyu affectionately. Xia Qiyu also looked at him affectionately. If Jia hadn't been present, the two of them might have kissed. Ji Yao felt internally injured for a while, although in his eyes she was definitely not as good as Xia Qiyu. Why did she feel so heartbroken for no reason? Jia curled her lips. This spirit fox really has no discernment. It can't even recognize someone as outstanding as herself. Humph. I am not familiar with it.
Well, since you two are in love, then I will make it happen for you. I will never disturb you again. I wish you happiness.
Jia pretended to wipe away her tears, turned around and left. Ling Hu was anxious when he saw this. Why didn't he follow the routine? At this time, shouldn't she rush up and yell at them? Or even break them up? Why give up now?
Yi Xiu!
Shangwan Nancian suddenly called out to Jia, his voice a little urgent. Hearing this, Jia curled up her lips and smiled. And came. Then he turned around and looked at the other person with a look of hesitation.
Ahem.
That, Shangwan Nancian was speechless. What should he say?
Brother Shangwan, are you afraid that I will go back on my word? Don't worry. I won't do this. Xia sincerely wishes you happiness.
Xia said sincerely with her big innocent eyes open. Ling Hu scratched his head angrily. Why is this person such a lump?
Actually, I also have a crush on you. Sister Jiao. How about the three of us living together?
Shangwan Nancian walked up to Jia in a few steps with a sincere look on his face. Ling Hu smiled proudly. The other party must be tempted now. Right? He is indeed a genius. Jia looked at the face in front of her and really wanted to slap her. What should she do? 3 of us together? It really breaks your heart. This spirit fox didn't know what he had seen in a day. So why did he come up with such bad ideas? Furthermore, the contrast between Shangwan Nancian's front and back is so great that it is really full of flaws. I don't know how this spirit fox reached the 7th level. His mind is obviously extremely immature. Xia Qiyu also walked up to Ji Yao at this time, looked at Ji Yao happily and said,
Yes, sister, we will be a family from now on.
This style of painting was so weird that Ji Yao couldn't stand it any longer.
Really?
Ji Yao laughed a few times, then held Su Hui tightly and said with a moved face,
You are so kind.
Then he took advantage of the opportunity when they relaxed their vigilance and slashed at them with a sword, killing them in the blink of an eye. As soon as the 2 of them died, the entire illusion was shattered. Jia took a closer look and found that she was still in the same place as before, untouched. The other people in the Yi family were struggling and immersed in the illusion at this time, and they didn't know what was going on. Among them, only Sister 16 was smiling, and she didn't know that something good had happened to her. Chapter 268 Abnormality. Seeing that they were not in danger for the time being, Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, then turned sideways and looked at Ling Hu, who was scratching his head and ears.
Little guy, you are a fox. Not a monkey.
Jia couldn't help but speak after looking at its signature monkey-like movements.
What do you know?
Linghu put down his hand in embarrassment and licked his paws, pretending to be elegant.
Hey, you can actually talk?
Jia was a little surprised. She didn't expect that a 7th-level monster could actually talk. In Chiffon continent, demon cultivators mainly refer to demonic beasts that have been refined to the point of transformation. If a monster wants to transform, it usually needs to be at level 8 or above, or it must take a transformation pill. Only demon cultivators who have transformed into human form can speak human words, or they are born with strong blood and can speak at a low level. These are usually at the level of mythical beasts. Otherwise, the monsters and beasts can only communicate with the monks through spiritual consciousness after recognizing their master. And the spirit fox in front of me couldn't possibly be a mythical beast.
Humans who have never seen the world.
Linghu glanced at Jia with disdain. Is his noble bloodline comparable to those of ordinary monsters? Haha. Are all monsters so annoying? I haven't encountered any of those monster beasts in the novel that act coquettishly and beg to be hugged and lifted up.
I think it's better if you let them go first.
At this time, Jia didn't want to talk nonsense anymore. If a few people really fell into the illusion and couldn't get out, it would be troublesome.
Just you?
Linghu curled his lips, glanced at her, and then continued to lick his paws, not paying attention to her at all. He's just a foundation-building monk.
Oh!
Jia laughed angrily at its attitude, and lost the idea of friendly negotiations with it, and directly slashed at it with a fused sword intent. The spirit fox just waved its claws and wanted to rush towards Ji Yao, but it was instantly stopped in place. The sword force exploded on it, instantly damaging its fur. As soon as the time attribute disappeared, Linghu came back to his senses. Seeing that he was dressed in black and turned into curly fur, he was instantly angry. Its handsome appearance. How will it seduce its spirit fox sister in the future? Linghu felt a burst of sadness, and then angrily attacked Jiyu again. Jia almost laughed out loud when she saw how it was blown to pieces. But seeing the other party attacking, she immediately struck him with another sword. The same thing happened again. Linghu looked at the hair on his body that was about to fall out in confusion. The hair that was originally a little mushy is now falling down, and I can hardly hide my shame. Linghu quickly used his claws to protect his important parts and stared at Jia warily. How could it get hurt without knowing what happened to it? There is something evil about this person. But seeing the other person staring at him with bright eyes, Linghu even more nervously covered his important parts tightly. Could it be that this person took a fancy to his handsome appearance and deliberately removed his hair to catch a glimpse of his beauty? Linghu shuddered violently when he thought of this. This pervert. Immediately, he didn't care about dealing with Ji Yao anymore. He put away the illusion and dove into the fog and ran away. It wanted to find a safe place to hide quickly, but it unexpectedly encountered a pervert. Mom, the fox is scared. Jiyu was about to continue fighting, but the spirit fox suddenly ran away, causing her to suddenly withdraw her strength and almost suffer a backlash. Putting down her hand, Jiyu frowned in confusion. Why did the spirit fox suddenly run away? If she knew that the spirit fox had identified her as a pervert, Jiyu would probably have to chase it and strip it naked so that it could see what a real pervert was. Chapter 269. The male partner hits the male partner. As soon as the spirit fox escaped, the illusion disappeared, and everyone in the Yi family also broke away from the environment.
Where is the spirit fox?
Yi Jiro came back to her senses, and was a little surprised to find that the spirit fox was no longer there.
Run away!
Jiyo spread her hands. She didn't even understand what was going on.
You just ran away like that?
Yi Jiro reached out and touched her chin, walked around Jiyo, and looked at her suspiciously.
Did you do something to it?
As Yijiro said that, the image of Chi punching Linghu violently appeared in her mind, and she shuddered violently. Xiao gave her a blank look to see if she could speak human language.
Okay. It's not advisable to stay here for a long time. Let's keep moving forward.
Yi Zi rubbed her forehead with a headache. She had just experienced the illusion and remembered some unpleasant things. She really had no intention of watching them fight. Xia also saw that the third sister was not in high spirits. Not only the third sister, but also the other brothers. Only the 16th sister was so heartless and could still laugh. I don't know what everyone has experienced in the illusion.
Let's go!
Xia nodded in agreement, and they walked towards the forest again. Xiaoqiyue, on the other side, frowned tightly at this time, looking at the two people facing each other tit for tat. One of them is Yu Peiqing, whom he met a few days ago, and the other is junior brother Siruachan, whom he just met. Luo Qiuli had a smile on her face, and winked at Xia Qiyue, obviously watching the show.
Oh! This Qisha River is extremely dangerous. It would be safer to follow me in Qiyue.
Yu Peiqing turned his head, and looked at Qiyue, with a look on his face determined to win. It's rare to meet a woman who interests you. How can you let others get involved? Si Ruochen sneered, looked at him with a dangerous look, and didn't answer. But it was obvious that he was extremely unhappy at this time. Whenever he saw this man next to senior sister Xia, he felt a little uncomfortable. He couldn't explain the feeling, but at least he knew that he hated this man.
I don't have to follow anyone.
Xia Qiyue was almost at the critical point of breaking out. Ever since the two of them met, they had been quarreling from time to time, which was really annoying. After saying that, she didn't wait for the two of them to react and plunged directly into the Qisha River. When Yu Peiqing saw her reaction like this, he was not angry. Instead, he raised his eyebrows in an interesting way. It is only this kind of woman who has more desire to conquer, isn't it? After giving Si Ruochen a faint look, he also jumped into the river.
Cough!
Luo Qiuli coughed teasingly. These two people are really interesting. After leaving Su Qian, whom she had taken in before, on the shore, she jumped directly into the river. Si Ruochen looked at the river with an unpredictable expression, sneered, and jumped in too. Xia on the other side didn't know that Si Ruochen had also arrived and met Xia Qiyue. After all, at this time in the original text, Si Ruochen had become a demon cultivator and was struggling with his inner demons. At this time, the Yi family finally advanced more than 10 kilometers and arrived at a cave.
There are probably monsters in this cave, so be careful.
Yi Zi looked at the huge cave in front of her, warned a few people, and then took the lead and walked in. As soon as I entered the cave, I smelled a strange fragrance. Jia subconsciously closed her sense of smell, fearing that the scent would be poisonous. After all, it is written in many novels that the strange fragrance in the cave is most likely to be some kind of love poison, commonly known as aphrodisiac. Of course, this kind of treatment is usually given to the protagonist, and it has nothing to do with her. Chapter 270 Forging God Grass. But when Jia walked closer, she found that she had really thought too much. And then her sense of smell was released. This fragrance was actually emitted by a hoof plant in the cave. Looking at the orchid in front of them, Xia and the others became a little excited, because it is well known that wherever the orchid appears, there must be divine forging grass around it. God forging grass, as the name suggests, is a kind of grass that can be forged to enhance spiritual consciousness. The strength of the spiritual consciousness is usually related to the cultivation level, and there is rarely an opportunity to make the spiritual consciousness stronger than the cultivation level. Xia's spiritual consciousness is much higher than her cultivation level. Because of her time travel, her soul is stronger than that of ordinary people, so her spiritual consciousness is stronger. The stronger the spiritual consciousness, the more likely it is to detect a larger area, and it will not be easily noticed by others, which is a very important thing. Therefore, this divine forging grass is very useful. Several people looked at each other, held the magic weapon in their hands, and walked cautiously towards the depths of the cave. There was wet dripping water everywhere in the entire cave, and there were puddles on the ground. The closer you get inside, the lighter the fragrance becomes, and the opposite. The fishy smell gets stronger.
There must be monsters here,
Yi Zi said to several people. Xia nodded. The smell was too obvious.
I'm going to take the lead.
Yi Qingrui stood up and said that he wanted to take a look first. The third sister has been supporting me all the way. As a man, I really feel sorry for myself. Yi Zi was about to refuse, but looking at her fourth brother's serious look, she finally nodded.
Be careful. Okay.
Yi Qingrui nodded, then walked deeper with the spiritual sword in hand. Several other people followed nervously for a distance, so that if there was a critical situation, they could take action. Yi Qingrui walked to the depths of the cave. His eyes were almost completely dark, and he couldn't use his spiritual consciousness. He could only gather his spiritual energy into his eyes, and try his best to look forward. The fishy smell became stronger and stronger, and Yi Qingrui closed her sense of smell with some discomfort. She originally wanted to roughly judge the direction based on the smell, but the smell was really too unpleasant. Suddenly, Yi Qingrui kicked something and fell forward unsteadily. Yi Qingrui hurriedly thrust the spiritual sword into the ground, finally managed to stabilize his figure, and breathed a sigh of relief.
Roar!
Suddenly a roar of beasts sounded from the ears, and the whole cave began to shake violently. Feeling nervous, Yi Qingrui quickly turned around and ran outside. It's really impossible to see anything clearly here, which is not conducive to fighting. Xiao and others were also startled by the roar of the beast and felt the shaking of the cave. Everyone ran towards the cave worriedly. After all, the fourth brother is still inside. But Jia's brows furrowed more and more tightly, because she seemed to feel that the cave was not only shaking, but also slowly rising. Feeling the deafening roar in her ears, Jia suddenly had an unknown premonition. It shouldn't be what she thought. Right? Looking up, Jia could vaguely see a patch of light red.
Run quickly! We are in the monster's mouth!
Jia reacted, yelled at everyone, and then rushed to the cave entrance, inserting Su Hui into the monster's flesh, temporarily resisting it of the roof of the mouth, keeping it from closing. The other people were startled when they heard this, and Yi Qingrui happened to run out as well, so they didn't dare to delay and hurriedly ran towards the monster's mouth.
Quickly! Get out first!
Jia looked at several people anxiously. The monster had now stood up, and the whole cave was shaking even more. Chapter 271 Traceability is destroyed. Several people rushed out of the cave and flew down on the magic weapon.
Brother 11, give me a lift!
Jiao shouted until Yi Qinsheng. Her retardation was still in the monster's mouth. Yi Qinsheng grabbed Jiao and took her onto his flying magic weapon, a folding fan. As soon as Jiao escaped, she wanted to retrieve Su Hui, but before she could get close, the monster closed its mouth and bit Su Hui in pieces.
Poof!
Jia spit out a large mouthful of blood. Her face turned pale, and she was seriously injured in an instant. Su Hui was the magic weapon that she used to recognize her master. It was already inextricably linked to her soul. Now it was damaged, which directly hurt her soul.
17!
Yi Qingxing's heart tightened, and he quickly put his arms around her and drove her away. But before the two of them could retreat, the monster struck directly at the two of them, slamming them into the pit in an instant. The two vomited out a few mouthfuls of blood and then fainted completely. Several members of the Yi family were shocked when they saw this. This was actually a 9th level monster, which was equivalent to the late stage of nascent soul for human beings. It was almost advanced to the level of God. How many of them can resist?
9th brother and 16th brother. Go rescue them and take them out quickly. The others will come with me to stop this monster for a while. If you can't resist it, just run away. You know?
Yi Zi told a few people with a serious look. Then, he was the first one to rush out. She had to buy time for 11 and the others. Since she had brought them out, she must take them back. Yi Qingrui and Yi Qingnan also immediately joined the battle, and they worked together to attack the monster. Yi Jiro and Yi Qingchuan hurriedly ran towards the hole. After lifting the two of them up, they flew out of the forest with their weapons. At this time, he didn't care whether there was any danger ahead. He just wanted to leave as soon as possible. Seeing several people flying away, Yi Zi and the others hurriedly stopped and flew outside. They really couldn't fight with this monster. They had just fought briefly and were slightly injured. Several people fled in a panic in the misty forest, and the monster was chasing behind them. However, for some unknown reason, the monster moved a little slowly, as if it was locked there by something.
Hurry! We're here soon!
Yi Jiro looked at the edge of the forest in front of her and shouted excitedly to several people. When several people heard this, they felt happy, accelerated their speed, and rushed out. After looking back at the forest and confirming that the monster had not chased them out, they breathed a sigh of relief. But when he looked back, he found a group of 5 people in front of him walking towards the forest.
Xiaqiu?
Yi Jiro frowned, not expecting to meet her here. And Si Ruochen and Luo Qiuli were actually there. Xiaqiu nodded when she heard her greeting him. Just as he was about to miss a few people and walk into the forest, he suddenly found Jio, who was unconscious in Yi Qingrui's arms.
Ji Yao! Yi Ji Yao!
At this time, Si Ruochen also looked at Jia and came to Yi Qingrui in one quick step. Yi Qingrui was startled and was about to take action when he suddenly heard the female cultivator wearing a white dress beside her speak.
We are Jio's friends!
After Xiaqiu explained, he also came to Yi Qingrui's side and looked at Jio with a frown. She could tell at a glance that Ji Yao's soul was injured, and her body was also seriously injured. Luo Qiuli, who was standing aside, saw Xiaqiu at being so nervous and looked at Ji Yao with some surprise. Then he saw a female correctional officer wearing a pink dress being held in her arms, with blood stains on the corners of her mouth. Even if she was unconscious, her delicate appearance could not be concealed. It's just that her face is pale at this time, like a fragile porcelain doll. Chapter 272 Encounter. Yu Peiqing looked at the familiar faces of the people in front of him and thought about them seriously. Then he remembered this woman who had cheated him. I snorted in my heart. You have today too.
17 is injured now. We are in a hurry to get back to the ground, so we won't stay any longer.
Yi Zi was not in the mood to chat with them at the moment. Her whole heart was focused on the two injured people. After saying that, she took the Yi family and planned to leave.
I'll go back with you.
Xia Qiyu followed, looking at the unconscious Xiao, feeling a little uncomfortable. Every time she meets this girl, she always gets hurt.
I have a spirit-nourishing pill that can help her.
Xia Qiyu had directly expressed her attitude to Yi Zi. After all, being injured is not a trivial matter, and it may affect Xiao's future advancement. She is really worried.
I want to go too.
Si Ruochen also followed a few steps away. This stinky girl stayed with him when he was injured. How could he leave her alone? Hearing this, Yi Zi glanced at the two of them with an incomprehensible expression, and finally nodded. Then several people started on the way back together. Yu Peiqing raised her eyelids and glanced at Xiao with a worried expression. As long as she met her, nothing bad would happen, and then followed her reluctantly. Luo Qiuli, who was at the back, looked at the backs of the others with a cold expression. She didn't expect that Chi would go back for this person. She had never been such a person. Speaking of which, I have known her for more than 10 years, and it was only in the past few years that I gained her trust and the relationship between them became better. She always thought that she was Chi-Chi's best friend, but she didn't expect that Yi Xiao would suddenly appear now, which really made her feel uncomfortable. Su Qian on the side looked at Luo Qiuli and clearly noticed that she was unhappy.
Senior sister Luo,
Su Qian called softly.
Let's go!
Luo Qiuli came back to her senses, smiled slightly, and followed. Su Qian followed immediately, but looked at Ji Yao with an unfriendly look. Now that her brother is dead, she is left with senior sister Luo. She doesn't like anyone who makes senior sister Luo unhappy. The few people returned to the ground, found an inn, and put them on the bed. After giving them the elixir, they could only wait for them to wake up. When they came to sit down at the table, everyone looked a little sad.
What happened? How did the smelly girl get hurt?
Seeing that everyone was silent, Si Ruochen couldn't help but ask.
We encountered a 9th level monster, and she destroyed Ji Yao's magic weapon.
Yi Jiro replied with some discomfort. During this period of contact, she always felt that Chi was a very powerful person who could create miracles. She didn't expect that now she was lying there so weakly, and anyone could hurt her.
Hiss!
Su Qian took a breath and immediately covered her mouth when she felt that her reaction was a little big. But in my heart, I felt that this woman was very lucky and would not die even if she encountered a 9th level monster.
I just made a general inspection and found out that not only was 17 soul injured, but her entire heart was broken. The monster's palm seriously injured both her and 11.
Yi Zi said to a few people in a heavy voice. I felt very guilty. He has the highest level of cultivation, but he failed to detect the danger in advance. If it hadn't been for 17, they would have all fallen into the belly of the monster by now. But now, Shi is still injured because she was injured because the magic weapon was destroyed, which is different from ordinary injuries. This cannot be cured by a simple nourishing pill. If it cannot be cured, she will not be able to advance. If this was really the case, she didn't know how to explain it to the elders in her family. 17 was the spiritual root of the sky, and the entire Yi family had high hopes for her. Chapter 273 God Replenishing Pill.
She will be fine.
Xia Qiyu had glanced at Ji Yao lying on the bed. She was completely different from when she met her before. When they first met in the secret realm, she just wondered why everything was related to her. And then she allowed herself to remember her. Later, when the two met in the Chaos Demon Sea, she discovered that Jio was an extremely tenacious person. Even when facing the nascent soul cultivator, she never thought of bowing her head, but chose to resist. This is very similar to myself to a certain extent. The only person in this world who can make me bow my head is myself. When her life was in danger, she took out all her life-saving charms and gave them to them. This is a friend who is sincere to people and can trust his back. But she was really not used to lying there so quietly at this time. However, Xia Qiyu finally breathed a sigh of relief when he thought about the only building pill left in the space. This god building pill has been lost for a long time. Although I have the recipe, I still can't refine it at all. The god building pill, as the name suggests, is a pill that can repair the soul of a monk. As long as Jia takes it, not only can the soul be repaired, but it can also make the soul go further.
But the nourishing pill can't cure her soul problem.
Yi Zi sighed. She had the nourishing pill herself. If the injury was minor, it would be useful. The other people in the Yi family became even more depressed after hearing this. And even a heartless person like Yi Jiro was worried.
My soul replenishing pill is of a higher grade. Maybe it can be used.
Xia Qiyue couldn't tell anything about the soul replenishing pill, so she could only say this.
Yeah.
Yi Zi smiled reluctantly and stopped talking. Obviously, she didn't have high hopes in her heart. Xia Qiyue didn't mind. After all, it didn't matter whether others believed her or not. Everyone fell silent, waiting for the two of them to wake up. Only Yu Peiqing glanced at Ji Yao vaguely. But she didn't expect Chi Chi to care so much about this girl. It seems that I have to be more careful when dealing with her in the future, so as not to be noticed by Chi Chi. Since you have made me suffer before, you have to pay the price. A few hours later, Yi Qingsheng woke up first, clutching his chest in discomfort.
17.
Yi Qingsheng was startled when he saw Zia lying next to him.
11.
Yi Zi walked to the bed and patted Yi Qingsheng.
Third sister. What happened to Shi?
Yi Qingsheng turned around and asked nervously. He only remembered that he was running away with Shi, but he had no idea what happened next.
It's okay. She's injured. You should heal her injuries first.
Yi Zi took out a 6th grade rejuvenation pill and handed it to Yi Qingsheng. This time, their injuries were more serious, and the low-grade pill was useless. Yi Qingsheng took the elixir and looked at the group of people sitting at the table. He felt everyone's low mood and felt something was wrong in his heart. Looking back at Ji Yao, Yi Qingsheng felt a little heavy. The girl who used to be so lively was now lying here so quietly. But the injuries on their bodies were too serious. After all, it was the palm of a 9th-level monster. It was lucky that the two of them were not beaten to death. With this thought in mind, he took the elixir, crossed his legs and began to heal.
Why isn't 17 awake?
Yi Jiro saw that brother 11 was awake, but 17 still didn't react at all.
It should be soon.
Yi Qingsheng comforted her by patting her on the head. But it should be soon. Chapter 274 Wake Up.
His.
Just as Ji opened her eyes, she felt a sharp pain. Her whole body felt like it had been run over by a car, and her head seemed to be about to explode. Ji Yao immediately reached out and covered her head, trying to alleviate the pain.
Stinky girl. Are you awake?
Si Ruochen immediately stood up and walked towards Ji Yao. Several people in the Yi family also stood up excitedly and gathered around the bed. Ji Yao let go of her hand, looked at the circle of people around the bed, and knocked her head in discomfort.
Don't knock.
Si Ruochen was startled and quickly grabbed her hand.
Why are you here?
Ji Yao looked at Si Ruochen in front of her and asked with some confusion.
Originally, I came here to practice. But then I met senior sister Xia. And then I met you.
Si Ruochen always held her hand to prevent her from hitting her head. Ji Yao tried her best to hold back the pain in her head and asked weakly.
Is July coming too?
Hearing this, several people turned slightly and stepped aside. And Ji Yao saw Chi Qiyue standing at the table, looking at her with a smile. Ji Yao smiled back, and just about to open her mouth to speak, she suddenly coughed violently and spit out a few mouthfuls of blood.
17.
Yi Jiro was shocked when she saw this, and immediately took out the 6th grade rejuvenation pill and stuffed it into her mouth.
Heal your wounds quickly and stop talking. Yeah.
Ji Yao swallowed the pill, then crossed her legs and began to meditate to recover from her injury. It was just a severe headache that made her unable to concentrate several times. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that she was beginning to recover from her injuries.
I'll go to those shops to see if there are any high-end nourishing pills. I'm afraid Chi Chi will need a lot of pills for his injury.
Yi Zi breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Chi Chi waking up.
I'll go with you.
Si Ruochen also stood up.
You all go together. I will guard her here.
Xia Qiyue said calmly.
The presence of many people is not conducive to their recovery.
Only by sending these people away can he easily take out the god-building pill. Several people looked at each other, nodded, and left. After all, fighting is forbidden here, so nothing will happen. Yu Peiqing and others were still in the room, looking at Xia Qiyue.
You go out for a walk first, or go underground first.
Xia Qiyue was a little sorry for delaying them because of his own affairs.
What are you talking about in Qiyue? Of course we want to be together. She is your friend, and she is naturally my friend.
Luo Qiuli approached Xia Qiyue and held her arm with some dissatisfaction. Xia Qiyu frowned and took her hand out. She was not used to being so close to others. Luo Qiuli's eyes flashed with darkness. But she still smiled and let go of her hand.
Let's go!
Yu Peiqing stood up, glanced at Ji Yao, and walked out. Luo Qiuli could only follow. After confirming that everyone had left, Xia Qiyu came to Ji Yao, took out the formation disc to isolate Yi Qingsheng, and then called Ji Yao softly. Ji Yao was not very able to concentrate, so she woke up from meditation as soon as Ji Yao called her. Seeing Ji Yao looking at him with a pale face, Ji Yao reached out and gently rubbed her head. Although the monk's meditation could not be interrupted at will, she had already guessed that she could not concentrate at all, because she had deeply experienced the pain of the injured soul.
I have a soul replenishing elixir here. You need to repair your soul first, and then heal your injuries,
Ji Yao said as she took out an elixir and handed it to Ji Yao. Ji Yao's eyes suddenly turned red when she saw her handing the god-building pill to her calmly. Why doesn't she know how precious this replenishing pill is and how important it is to Ji Yue? Chi is the heroine, and her twists and turns are no less than her own. Although she can often get out of danger in the end, she is still wandering between life and death every time. Chapter 275 Healing.
Thank you.
Ji Yue accepted the god-building pill, silently keeping this feeling in her heart, and will always find an opportunity to return it in the future.
Don't worry about healing. I'm here to watch over you.
Xia Qiyu smiled slightly when he saw her taking the elixir. She really hasn't changed. She's not coy or pretentious, but she doesn't take other people's kindness for granted, which can be seen from her red eyes. After saying that, he put away the formation plate, came to the table, took out the formation encyclopedia and started studying. Ji Yu smiled, took the elixir, closed her eyes, and continued to meditate. By the time everyone came back in the evening, Yi Qingsheng's injuries had mostly healed. After all, it was a 6th grade elixir.
We only bought a few 5th grade soul nourishing elixirs. There are too few elixirs for this kind of soul.
Yi Jiro sat down on the stool in frustration. Several other people were also a little silent. They searched all the shops and found only these. Xia Qiyu had glanced at them and said nothing. After all, these people have nothing to do with her. But Jia suddenly opened her eyes at this time. Although her soul has not been completely restored, at least her head no longer hurts.
Thank you for your trouble. I got a god-buffing pill by chance before, and now I'm fine.
Ji Yao's face was still very pale, and she said weakly to everyone, Qiyu gave herself such a precious thing, and she must not leak it out and cause trouble for her.
Really? That's great.
Yi Jiro stood up happily.
Yes.
Ji Yao nodded and looked at the third sister. Yi Zi observed carefully and made sure that her spirit was improving. Then she laughed. When Ji Yao saw it, she also laughed. This was the first time she saw third sister smile.
In that case, Chi, you should take good care of your injuries, while the rest of us go to reopen the room and have a good rest,
Yi Zi suggested. It is true that everyone's nerves have been tense during this period, and they really need to rest.
I'll stay with you.
Xia Qiyu chose to stay. Anyway, it didn't matter where she stayed.
Okay.
Jia looked at Qiyu and smiled sweetly. Chi stepped forward, rubbed her head, and said in a funny way,
Heal your wounds quickly. You are still in the mood to laugh.
After hearing this, Ji Yao obediently closed her eyes and healed her wounds again. Luo Qiuli saw it at the side, and her heart sank suddenly. Doesn't July hate physical contact the most? Why do you want to rub her head? Thinking of this, Luo Qiuli's face darkened for the first time in front of outsiders, and she opened the door first and walked out. Seeing that someone was guarding them, the others were relieved and all left. It was not until 5 days later that Jia recovered from her injuries. All the pills he took this time were high-level elixirs, and it took him 5 days to recover, which is enough to imagine how serious the injury was. But thanks to Chiyue's spirit replenishing pill, Xiao not only recovered her spirit, but also got stronger. Now, her spiritual consciousness has reached the golden elixir cultivation level. During this time, everyone was recuperating, waiting for Jia to recover from her injuries, and preparing to participate in the auction. According to the news released, 7 color flowers will appear in this auction, which makes all the monks excited. Some monks even informed their families and sects, and more people came to participate in the auction. Nowadays, the underground city is becoming more and more lively. The inns are all full now, and there is no room for accommodation. Chapter 276 Auction. Jia was sitting cross-legged on the bed, communicating with the Book of Heaven in the Sea of Consciousness.
But I don't know how to refine weapons.
Shio was a little troubled.
You don't need to know how to refine weapons. You just need to learn the basic operation methods when the time comes.
Shushu naturally knows that her master is very busy and has no time to learn to refine weapons.
But doesn't the natal magic weapon need to be refined at the golden elixir stage?
Shio frowned, a little confused.
That's immortal. I'm the Book of Heaven.
Shushu trembled a few times. Who was he? Holy weapon.
Go to the auction later to see what you can buy. And then start refining your natal magic weapon when you come back.
Shushu stopped and rarely spoke seriously.
Anyway, your magic weapon is damaged. We just take this opportunity to refine the natal magic weapon. When you have nothing to do, put it in the Danteon to warm it up, so that its power will become more and more powerful.
Especially their sword cultivators. The natal magic weapon, and the closer your connection is, the stronger your power will be.
Okay.
Shio nodded. Since the book said so. She just wanted to try it.
Shia, let's go!
Shio's call came from outside the door. Shio stood up and walked towards the door. When they arrived at the auction house, Shio and the others finally lined up to enter, but were told that they could not book a box. After all, this is the eastern region, so even if they are direct descendants of the Yi family, it will have no effect. And what Xiaoqiyue owns is also a high-level token from Longyuan Pavilion, which doesn't work here either.
Then what should we do? It's not safe in this hall at all.
Yijiro pouted unhappily. If she and others took pictures of something, they would easily be spotted. Several people were a little helpless when they heard this, but there was nothing they could do about it. This auction was full of big shots. Who would like these little shrimps?
Try to be careful. Everyone put on the hats first.
Yi Zi handed the hats to several people. This bamboo hat is completely black, covering a person from head to toe, and can isolate the monk's spiritual consciousness from detection. Shia put on her bamboo hat and followed everyone to the hall, finding a seat and sitting down. At this time, Chu Imo was also sitting in the box on the third floor, waiting for the opportunity to take pictures of the 7-color flowers. Shia watched more and more monks come in, and the boxes lit up one by one, and once again sighed at the attraction of the 7-color flowers. In fact, not to mention others, even she was extremely moved. But even if she took the photo, she might not be able to keep it. What's more, there are so many big guys here this time, including spiritual cultivators, demon cultivators, and demon cultivators. It's not her turn to take the photo, so she can only think about it. But if she had the chance, she would also like to try it. This thing is very needed by both her master and senior fellow students, as well as the elders in the Knight family. The 7-color flower is indeed composed of 7 colors of petals, and it looks particularly beautiful. Especially its effects are extremely attractive. As long as a monk takes 1 petal of the 7-color flower, he can immediately improve his cultivation level by 1 level, no matter what system he is a monk in. It's just that it's only useful if you take it for the first time, and it's wasted the second time. As soon as this kind of spiritual creature that improves cultivation appears, it will cause a bloody storm. It is really too powerful. Originally, you might be in the late stage of nascent soul and have no chance to advance. However, if you take it, you could become a god. No one has been able to resist this temptation. However, this kind of spiritual object would be too wasteful for low-level disciples like them. Chapter 277 Yuling Yui.
Welcome all fellow Taoists to come from afar. I, Li Chun, am the host of this auction. Without further ado, please take the first lot.
A middle-aged male cultivator in the middle stage of nascent soul stood at the said loudly on stage. Then someone brought the first lot up.
The first item to be auctioned is the Yuling feather clothes,
Li Chun said as he uncovered the red cloth. And a fiery red robe instantly appeared in front of everyone. Suddenly, the crowd became restless, and it was obvious that the female nuns were tempted.
This robe is made by the master of weapon refining, Master Chu Shuren Chu. It is an 8th level defensive robe. It can withstand the full blow of the nascent soul monk.
Li Chun touched his beard and said with some pride. No matter how generous the first auction item was, only his dungeon could do it. Shia's eyes lit up when she heard this. She wasn't originally interested in its appearance, but this function was too important to her. Xiaoqiyue and Si Ruochen simultaneously recalled the time when Jia was hunted down by Yuaning monks, and looked at her at the same time.
The starting price is 100,000 high-grade spiritual stones.
As soon as Li Chun finished speaking, someone started bidding.
200,000. 300,000.
Until the price reached 600,000. Gia swallowed nervously. My dear, are all people so rich nowadays? That is a top-grade spiritual stone. But it's expensive, and you have to take pictures. This is another life.
700,000.
Gia finally called out the price, but felt a pain in her heart. Chu Mo in the box heard her voice and raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect this girl to be down here. He thought she had gone underground.
800,000.
Someone also spoke in the box on the second floor.
1 million.
Gia thought about the mine she dug in the Wanma Sea and puffed up her chest. They were all top-grade spiritual stones.
101.
The woman in the box on the second floor still refused to give up.
150.
Gia didn't want to delay any longer and directly told others that she was bound to win. Less more people join in. This time, the people in the box finally stopped bidding. And Gia secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although the money was a lot, it still hurt to use it.
Is there any fellow Taoist who bids higher than 1.5 million?
Li Chun finally asked. You can shut up. Gia looked around nervously, fearing that someone else was bidding. When I suddenly got rich, I went to the wild world before I had time to spend money. I had not yet experienced the feeling of being a rich man. Now that it costs money, my heart aches. In the end, the cassock was photographed by Ji Yao. When the waiter brought the things, Ji Yao also took out a storage bag, put the spirit stone in, and handed it to him. Until she put the robe into the storage ring. Ji smiled happily. It felt good to have money. The members of the Yi family didn't know that she had dug mines, so they were a little surprised to see her taking such a large amount of money to take down a cassock.
Cow!
Yijiro gave her a thumbs up and continued to watch.
Next is the second lot.
Li Chun opened the silk cloth, and before introducing it, there was a sound of inhalation in the hall.
It's actually 10,000 years Ningyin grass,
Jia said in surprise, then turned to look at Chiyue. Only Chiyue among their group could make elixirs.
I guess everyone knows the function of this thing without my introduction. With it, it will no longer be a dream for you to advance to the nascent soul.
Li Chun's words directly pushed everyone's atmosphere to a climax, and everyone became a little restless. Chapter 278 Ningyin Grass.
The starting price is also 100,000 high-grade spiritual stones.
Li Chun announced the price and began to wait for everyone to bid.
200,000. 300,000.
Someone in the hall also took action.
5 million.
Someone took action in box 204 on the second floor.
600,000.
Xia Chiyue also joined in. She has the recipe for the Ningyin Dan. As long as her level increases, she can refine it.
1 million.
Someone took action for the first time in the box on the third floor.
1.5 million.
Xia Chiyue said calmly again. Ji Yao nodded aside. She saw that Chi Chio had seen the world and was really merciless in spending money.
2 million.
The monk on the third floor said in a deep voice. And at the same time, his voice sounded coercive to Chi Chi. It was obvious that he wanted to make her stop bidding in this way. But Xia Chiyue is a person who possesses the Suzaku Divine Beast. And there is a big figure like Senior Lingyu in her body. How can this coercion have an effect on her? She just glanced at the 306 box lightly, wrote it down, and then participated in the bidding again.
3 million.
In box 306. Songyin did not expect that this woman was so ignorant of praise. But a person sitting in the hall also competed with him, really tired of living.
Master, shall we continue?
Song Jung, who was beside him, saw the anger on the face of the master and asked nervously.
Humph. What are you filming? I'll let her take it and see if she can keep it.
At this point, Songyin sneered, and then used a secret method to leave a tracking mark on Xia Chiyue. This is his unique secret technique, and others cannot detect it at all. Not even the god-transforming monks. Sooner or later, this thing will be yours. This Ningyin grass was finally photographed by Xia Chiyue. Everyone in the hall looked at them in the wrong way. This group of people was like a bunch of fat sheep. After all, the monks sitting in the hall are not particularly highly cultivated. These people have treasure mountains and don't know how to hide it. Aren't they just waiting for themselves to make a fortune? Many people are thinking about Xiao Jiuzhou. Seeing Chiyue accept the Ningyin grass, Jia sent a message to her uneasily.
I always feel that the people in the box won't let it go.
This was a hunch she had, and past events proved that her hunch was quite accurate. What's more, she knew that Chi Chi's ability to attract hatred was no worse than her own.
Well, I'll be careful.
Chi Chi nodded. She was not a novice. and anyone could step on her. Seeing that she took it to heart, Gia said no more and continued to watch the auction. Seeing so many items being auctioned, Gia's heart became numb. She liked all these good things so much, but she couldn't spend money recklessly. She still had to spend money wisely. She was still waiting for something that could refine her natal magic weapon. At the beginning, his master and senior brother gave him raw sword stones. And what he needs now is something with added attributes. For her, thunder-attributed spiritual objects are the best. After all, she has a thunder root and has a greater affinity for this attribute. This auction house also did this on purpose. Other auctions would tell them in advance what items would be included in the auction. But it was so good that it only mentioned the finale items and kept everything else secret. I don't know if I can find what I need. Soon the next lot was put up.
The next item to be auctioned is a 10,000-year thunder bamboo.
Li Chun opened the silk cloth, and a black and purple thunder bamboo appeared in front of everyone. Gia sat up straight and stared at the thunder bamboo with bright eyes. She had to take a picture of it. Chapter 279 Heavenly Thunder Bamboo.
This heavenly thunder bamboo was born in response to the heavenly thunder tribulation. It is not comparable to ordinary thunder bamboo. If it could be made into a magic weapon,
its power would be extraordinary.
Li Chun's words were like a drop of water falling into a frying pan, and everyone was stunned. The enthusiasm was completely raised. Born in response to a thunderstorm? This is really good stuff. Gia's eyes brightened when she heard this, and she was determined to get this thing.
The starting price is 3 million high-grade spiritual stones.
Li Chun looked at everyone's reaction with satisfaction. He was originally worried that this object would not be easy to sell. After all, there are very few Lilian monks nowadays. He was surprised that everyone was so enthusiastic.
5 million.
The first bid for box 201 was 2 million, clearly telling everyone that he was bound to win it. Gia glanced at the box lightly and said directly,
10 million.
Several people in the Yi family were startled when they heard this, and they all turned around to look at her in surprise. Gia's voice sounded calm and gentle, but her heart was actually bleeding.
17. You can't tell.
Yijiro swallowed. This 17 was a wealthy man. I usually see her searching for something to buy, but I didn't expect it to be so deeply hidden. They were all direct descendants of the Yi family. Of course she knew that it was impossible for the Yi family to spend so many resources on anyone. So Chi-Chi must have earned the money herself.
Ahem. Keep a low profile.
Shio coughed lightly.
TCH.
Yijiro wrinkled her nose and said she was fat and had asthma. The two people's cross-level bidding extinguished everyone's enthusiasm. This big deal is really
11 million.
Sitting in box 201 was by center, the son of the dungeon lord. At this time, he gently leaned back on the chair and looked at the female nun in the hall who was bidding with raised eyebrows. On this day, he originally wanted to take a photo of the thunder bamboo himself and give it to his nephew Bai Chi. So he chose to join the bidding instead of going through the internal channels. Unexpectedly, someone wanted to snatch it from him. It's really interesting.
12 million.
Shio said again. She wanted to call her
15 million.
But when the 5-character word came to her lips, she couldn't say it out.
15 million.
Box 309 on the 3rd floor actually joined in, this time with the voice of a female cultivator. Gia frowned. Lei Ling was rarely seen at all, so she had to encounter him no matter what. In box 309, Lu Xiangyi was holding his head with one hand and playing with a spiritual stone with the other, looking at the hall boredly.
Third sister. Why did you take the picture of Lei Bamboo today? No one in our Lu family has Lei Ling Jin.
Lu Xiangyi asked with a raised eyebrow as he saw the woman next to him looking nervously at the hall. When Lu Xiangyi heard this, her ears suddenly turned red, and she opened her mouth in embarrassment.
Don't mind my business.
Oh! Lu Xiangyi looked away and sneered in her heart. Who didn't know that she was taking the photo for her lover? She, the third sister, really has no discernment. There are so many young talents who look down on her, but she only likes a former
genius.
What about Lilian? Now he is just a waste with his spiritual roots destroyed. Obtaining this heavenly thunder bamboo is just a waste of natural resources.
16 million.
Bison bid for the last time. He had already made up his mind that if there were still more bids, he would withdraw. After all, the price was on the high side, and it was not cost-effective for him, so he might as well find another section through internal channels.
20 million.
Gia said calmly. She had just checked her spirit stone again. She is a person who has tens of millions of top-grade spiritual stones. But the 20 million high-grade spiritual stones are still insignificant. Chapter 280. The colorful flowers are coming. At this time, the Yi family has become accustomed to her generosity and is a little numb. They are just a little envious in their hearts. She has such assets after only 17 years of cultivation. Thinking about myself again, I feel so shabby. At this time, Li Wenjie in the hall finally recognized Qi Yao's voice, and he was overjoyed. He really couldn't find it after trying hard to find it, and it took no effort to get it.
Boss, this is the woman who destroyed our Eagle mercenary group before.
Li Wenjie immediately sent a message to Jiang Zhongfan,
the leader of his new mercenary group, a monk in the early stage of nascent soul.
Oh!
Jiang Zhongfan looked in the direction of Jiao. This group of people were generous, and they were indeed a group of fat sheep.
In that case, I naturally want to seek justice for you.
Li Wenjie was overjoyed when he heard this. This group of people had caused him such a big loss, causing the mercenary group to be almost wiped out, and he had to pay the price. Jiao, who was participating in the bidding, suddenly felt a numbness in her scalp. She looked around with some confusion. She seemed to feel someone looking at her. Li Wenjie quickly looked away, but he didn't expect that this woman was so keen that she could detect his gaze.
Is there anyone who bids higher than 20 million?
Li Chun began to make a final inquiry. Lu Xiangyu clenched her fist tightly. She couldn't afford so many spiritual stones and had lost her ability to compete. I feel a little uncomfortable in my heart. Brother Rongli must like Lei Zhu very much.
Then the thunder bamboo will belong to this fellow Taoist today.
Seeing that no one bid, Li Chun announced the result. Unexpectedly, thunder bamboo could be sold for 20 million high-grade spiritual stones that day, which greatly exceeded its value. The waiter handed the heavenly thunder bamboo to Xiao, took the spirit stone and returned. Xiao looked at the heavenly thunder bamboo in front of her, feeling kindly in her heart. It was thanks to heavenly thunder that she realized the lightning-attributed sword in tint. The entire auction is in full swing, and with the appearance of one lot after another, everyone is now a little excited.
Next is our last auction item.
Li Chun smiled meaningfully. The entire hall fell silent, and everyone looked at the plate on the table with bated breath.
7 colored flowers,
Li Chun said loudly, and opened the silk cloth.
His!
Everyone gasped. It turned out to be a real 7-color flower. Xiao looked at the 7-color flower, her heart beating fast. The whole flower is composed of 7 colors, and each petal is crystal clear and looks like it is composed of crystal stones of various colors.
So beautiful!
Yi Jiro sighed directly.
This price is even more beautiful.
Xiyu sighed. Xia Qiyu had glanced at her funny.
Qiyu, do you like it? How about I take a photo and send it to you?
Yu Peiqing suddenly spoke up at this time. And now she finally had a chance to show off herself.
No, thank you.
Xia Qiyu's joyful mood was instantly washed away. But psychologically, he was a little unhappy with Yu Peiqing. He always acted like he was aloof and wanted to be nice to him, which was really uncomfortable. Xia curled her lips after listening to Yu Peiqing's words. He thought he would fall in love with him in July like this? It's really superficial. He's just a second-generation man who relies on his father. He really thinks he's a figure. Humph. Don't think she doesn't know. During this period, he has been secretly giving her a look, speculating on some bad idea.
The starting price is 100,000 top-quality spiritual stones.
Li Chun finally revealed the starting price. Chapter 281 being targeted.
His!
Xiao was shocked by the bidding price. 100,000 top-quality spiritual stones? That's 100 million high-grade spiritual stones. This price is really
200,000, 300,000, 400,000.
The people in the box took action one after another. Oh my god. These are all big guys. They really treat money like dirt.
700,000.
Xia Qiyu also stepped in. Everyone looked at her in surprise. They originally thought that 17 was rich enough, but they didn't expect that there would be an even richer one.
It's really not enough. I still have some more. I can lend it to you first.
Si Ruochen also spoke to Xia Qiyu at this time. Xia Qiyu nodded when she heard this. Of course she knew that junior brother Si was rich. At first, the ore was shared equally among everyone.
And me. Let's crush them to death with spirit stones.
Jiao also joined in.
Just you? Just spending a little money was like killing you. Who can I kill?
Si Ruochen sneered.
Si Ruochen, have you been itchy lately?
Xiao turned back and glared at him. Just as Si Ruochen was about to stab her again, Someone in the box suddenly made another offer.
1 million!
A somewhat familiar male voice came out, and Gio was immediately attracted to her attention. Who is this rich man? Chu Mo sat in the box casually, as if someone else had just bid.
His! Who is this person? So damn rich!
Discussions rang out in the hall.
1,200,000!
Xia Chiyue followed closely.
1.5 million!
Box 307 was not to be outdone.
2 million!
Xia Chiyue glanced indifferently in the direction of the box, and then spoke again. The scene became quiet for a while, really frightened by the generosity of several people. More and more people began to look in the direction of Xia Chiyue, wanting to remember her. Song Yin also smacked his lips at this time. It seemed that this woman was extremely rich. No wonder she dared to challenge him before.
But just take pictures. Anyway, in the end, this thing will fall into my pocket.
Song Yin sneered.
Is there any fellow Taoist who bids higher than 2 million?
Li Chun was still a little unwilling to give up. The 7-color flower should be able to fetch a higher price. But he didn't know that now that everyone was planning to let the female cultivator take a photo and then cut off her hair, there would be no more bidding. At this time, Chu Mo also gave up. It wasn't that he planned to grab it, but that he felt it was unnecessary. It's just a matter of time before you can advance to become a god by yourself. It won't have much impact if you take the 7-color flower or not. Rather, it is because he is a ghost cultivator and has few opportunities to trade with spiritual cultivators. Most of the ghost cultivators' spiritual objects are useless to them, so these spiritual stones are hard to come by.
Then this 7-color flower belongs to this fellow Taoist.
Li Chun helplessly directed the waiter to send the things over. Watching Xia Chiyue put away the things, Yu Peiqing looked a little ugly. It turns out that they are richer than me, so no wonder they look down on my help.
This auction is over. Thank you all for your support.
Li Chun saluted everyone with fists in his hands, and then retreated to the backstage. Gio and the others also stood up quickly. It was not advisable to stay here for a long time.
Let's go!
Yi Zi quickly sent a message to a few people and took the lead to quickly walk out. Sure enough, by the time a few people walked onto the street, there were already a lot of tails falling behind them.
Let's go into that alley.
Xia thought about the formation plate given by her senior brother in her storage ring, and had already thought of an escape route. Chapter 282 Refining the Natal Magic Weapon. As soon as she turned into the alley, Xia took out the 8th grade formation plate and threw it out. But in an instant, several people disappeared from the consciousness of those who followed them.
Where are the people? What kind of formation is this?
Someone walked into the alley without believing in evil and disappeared in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. When everyone saw this, they looked at the others tacitly. After all, they all wanted to do something, and they were not friends. However, temptation finally prevailed and everyone still entered the formation. Li Wenjie sneered. These people have many tricks. I'm afraid they won't be able to please them.
Have someone guard the entrance to the underground city. If you see them leaving the city in the future, let us know as soon as possible.
Jiang Zhongfan ordered Li Wenjie and left. Song Yin had the same idea as Jiang Zhongfan. Anyway, the female cultivator left her soul mark on her body, and the day they left the city was the day they died. The monk who had just entered the formation was strangled by the formation in an instant and could not react at all. Xia nodded when she saw this. This was an 8th grade array. These people dared to break in. It was really too long to live.
Take the hats first.
Yi Zi directed a few people to put away the hats. The goal of the group with the hats was too obvious.
I have talismans here that can isolate the detection of spiritual consciousness, so that we can return to the inn without being discovered.
Xia Chiyue said, and took out a few talismans and distributed them to several people. After everyone attached it, Xia put away the array plate, touched it with some care, and put it in the storage ring. After all, fighting is prohibited here, and only by using this array can we deal with them without anyone noticing.
Let's go!
Everyone hurried back towards the inn. After finally returning to the inn, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief.
In July, I have to spend time refining the magic weapon. I'm afraid I won't be able to go underground in a short time.
Xia directly stated her plan. If it was because she wasted time again and again. Several other people, I have to have opinions about July.
Okay, let's go underground first.
Xia Chiyue nodded. The delay has indeed been a long time recently. Anyway, Ji Yao's injury has recovered.
You must be careful, especially those mercenary groups,
Ji said, as she took out an 8th grade formation plate from the storage ring and handed it to Chiyue. Senior brother had given him a total of 3 8th grade array discs at the beginning. So it was just right to give one to Chi-Chi. After all, I have received the other party's God-replenishing pill. And I have to pay for it. And I know that she will be in danger during this trip. So I can't say clearly that I know what will happen to you. After all, this will involve more complicated things. At the same time, Ji-yo is also afraid that her intervention will affect her chances. What if she cannot ascend? Therefore, we can only try to prevent her from getting hurt as much as possible.
Thank you.
Chi-Chi smiled slightly and accepted the array without being polite. Then he opened the door and asked his boss Ruachan and others to leave. Jia talked to several people from the Yi family, went to the weapon refining shop in the city, rented a room, and started preparing to refine the magic weapon.
I have passed on the method of refining the magic weapon to you. Just follow it, and it will be done.
The voice of Shu came from the mind. Sure enough, as soon as it finished speaking, a message came from its mind. After receiving the message, Jia sat down and meditated for a while. After her mind was completely calm, she took out the original sword stone and the thunder bamboo. After lighting the stove, Jia first threw the raw stone of the kendo into it. Chapter 283. The name of the sword is Li Yuan. This raw sword stone was so hard that it took 5 hours to completely melt. Jia then threw the heavenly thunder bamboo in to make them completely fuse together. While waiting for the fusion, Jia has been learning the carving formation. Shu said that if a bonus formation is added to it, the sword will be much more powerful. But for Ji Yao, who has no foundation in formations, it is still difficult to fully depict the formations. There is one similarity between carving a formation and drawing a talisman. That is, there cannot be any mistakes or pauses in the middle. Otherwise, all the efforts will be wasted. The formation is much more difficult than drawing the talisman, because the simplest formation is full of twists and turns, making the head look bigger. Until the original sword stone and the heavenly thunder bamboo were successfully fused, Ji still failed to draw a complete bonus formation. There was no other way. Ji Yao could only put it down first and start forging the sword embryo. After pouring out the liquid from the stove and placing it into the sword mold prepared in advance, Jia took the spiritual hammer next to her and began to beat the liquid in the sword mold. This was a thorough physical work. Jia took 7 spirit-boosting pills to build the sword embryo. Jiu took out the sword embryo and nodded with some satisfaction. The sword I chose was relatively slender. The entire blade was black and purple, and at the same time some were crystal clear, and some looked like purple-black spar, shining under the refraction of light. Next, it's time to carve out the formation. After Ji Yao meditated to regain her spiritual power, she began to practice how to carve the formation. It was not until 2 hours later that she finally completed the complete carving of the formation for the first time. Seeing this, Jia felt happy and felt a sense of accomplishment. And then she started practicing again. It wasn't until the success rate reached 80% that Jia stood up straight and placed the sword embryo in front of her. After silently reciting the Jingxinju several times until she was completely calm, Jia began to carve the formation on the sword embryo. I saw black and purple spiritual power gradually covering the entire sword body along the lines, until the last stroke was made. The entire sword embryo suddenly shook violently, emitting a burst of dazzling light, and returned to calm after a few breaths. Jia breathed a sigh of relief. She finally completed the most difficult part, picking up the sword embryo. Ji Yao fiercely forced out a drop of her own blood, blended it into the spirit sword, and then immediately threw it into the furnace again and continued to forge it. After taking out the elixir and taking it, Ji Yao immediately sat down cross-legged to recover from her injuries. At this time, her face was pale, as if she was going to faint in the next moment. This pain in her heart is her origin, and if one drop is missing, the damage will be great, and it will take a while to recover. 2 hours later, Jia opened her eyes and stood up. Presumably the spirit sword is almost ready to take shape. Jia came to the stove, looked inside, and saw a black and purple spiritual sword glowing with cold light lying inside. Reaching out to take it out, Jia was a little happy. This would be the magic weapon that would accompany her on the road to immortality, and would be her partner.
Let me call you Li Yuan.
Jia stroked the spirit sword happily, then squeezed out a little blood, planning to recognize Li Yuan as her master. Although I already have my own heart and soul, this step of recognizing the Lord is indispensable. Just as Jia dropped blood onto Li Yuan's sword, the bracelet in her hand suddenly emitted a dazzling white light, wrapping the entire spirit sword. Looking at the situation in front of her, Jia was a little confused. because she found that Li Yuan's sword body was gradually turning white, and even tended to become transparent. Chapter 284. Leaving the abyss to overcome the tribulation. Not understanding the situation, Xia did not dare to move. She just held the spirit sword stupidly, and watched its color become more and more transparent. At this time, more and more dark clouds began to gather over the dungeon, with the weapon refining center as the center and gradually expanding outward. Many monks felt the pressure and came to the street to find out what was going on. At this time, Xia also felt a huge sense of oppression, all of which were pressing down on her. Her chest began to feel a little tight, and Xia stretched out her other hand to touch her chest, trying to get rid of this pressing feeling.
Buzz!
Li Yuan began to tremble violently, reflecting the white light emitted by the bracelet, which stung Xia, and quickly closed her eyes. But tears could not stop flowing out. As Li Yuan trembled, the dark clouds outside became darker and darker, completely covering the area. The monks had already sensed something was wrong, and they all ran far away, not daring to get close.
Is there someone here to survive the tribulation? It looks like it should be. But it seems that this thunder tribulation is not very powerful. That's right. The power of Jin Dan Monk's thunder calamity is more than this. Is it possible that a spiritual creature from heaven and earth is about to be born?
Many monks pointed towards the weapon refining shop, wanting to see what was going to save them.
Third sister.
17 is still inside.
Yi Jiro looked in the direction of the weapon refining shop with some worry. She had just sent a transmission note to Xiao, asking her to come out quickly, but she didn't get a reply.
Well, I don't know what happened to her.
Yi Zi also looked at the weapon refining room with some worry. She always felt that this matter might have something to do with Shurqi. If that's the case, that's trouble. After all, so many monks here have seen it. At this time, Xia also received a message from Sister 16, and after listening to it, her whole brow furrowed. No matter how stupid she was at this time, she still understood that it was Li Yuan who caused the thunder tribulation, and if she couldn't survive it, her efforts would be in vain.
Come on.
Xia stretched out her hand and gently touched Li Yuan, who was now completely transparent. Then Li Yuan flew away from Ji Yao's hand, broke through the roof, and flew towards the sky. But at this time, the bracelet did not move, as if it was not responsible for all this. Xia looked at the sky nervously, not knowing whether Li Yuan could succeed. Soon, the first lightning strike struck Li Yuan, exploding entirely on it, and instantly enveloped it.
Look, it's actually a sword. What kind of sword is this? Why can it trigger thunder tribulation?
The crowd suddenly became commotion, and they all looked excitedly at Li Yuan, who was surrounded by thunder in the sky. Seeing Li Yuan being hacked, Ji Yao was extremely nervous, but she didn't know that Li Yuan was very comfortable at this time, and was even swallowing the sky thunder. The first lightning tribulation disappeared, and just as he showed his figure, another lightning tribulation struck. At this time, Xia spread her consciousness outside for a while, and soon found that the outside was full of monks. Her heart sank. Xia could only send a message to the third sister immediately.
Third sister, I will go directly to the ground later and contact you again.
After sending out the transmission talisman, Xia took out the bamboo hat to isolate the spiritual consciousness from the storage ring and put it on. At the same time, she attached the talisman that Chiyue gave her last time to isolate the spiritual consciousness before she raised her head and continued to look at Li Yuan. Soon, the last lightning strike struck, and Xiao's heart skipped a beat. She was almost successful. Li Yuan, who was in the air, absorbed the last of the thunder, shook violently, and instantly emitted a dazzling white light, which made all the monks close their eyes. Chapter 285 Escape Underground.
Li Yuan.
Xiao shouted hurriedly when she saw it was still in the air. She must leave now. Li Yuan heard Ji Yao's call, flew down from the air with a whoosh, circled around Ji Yao a few times, then rubbed Ji Yao's cheek shyly, and flew to her hand without moving. Ji Yao felt Li Yuan's dependence and smiled, but she didn't expect it to be so spiritual. After putting Li Yuan into the storage ring, Ji Yao walked towards the weapon refining. The monks outside also recovered from the white light at this time, and they all stared at the exit of the weapon refining shop. As soon as Ji Yao stepped out of the room, she felt everyone's gaze, and her scalp immediately went numb. But she still pretended to be calm and continued walking. After all, no one can do anything here on the ground, and they are still safe. However, if they don't go underground, they will find out their identity sooner or later. Once they leave the city, they will be chased and killed. Jia gritted her teeth and walked towards the underground entrance. With so many people watching her, she couldn't even walk. After finally reaching the underground entrance, Jia immediately bought the teleportation token. She was lucky today. There were exactly 19 people in the teleportation array at this time. As soon as she entered, the teleportation array was activated. She breathed a sigh of relief. These people arrived before her, so they probably didn't know what was going on outside. However, Jia still didn't dare to take it lightly. Her whole body was tense. As soon as the teleportation array reached the ground, Jia stepped out in a few steps, took out Li Yuan, and flew towards the misty forest. Not long after she flew away, monks came down one after another and began to look for her. At this time, Jia had rushed to the misty forest without stopping, jumped down from Li Yuan, and walked into the misty forest in a few steps. After taking out a formation disc and placing it around, Jia breathed a sigh of relief and reached out to pat her beating heart. After taking off the bamboo hat and putting it away, Jia took out the Yuling feather clothes she took and put it on. Looking at this bright red dress, Jia had a headache. Such a high-level robe could not change colors at will. Taking out a magical mirror, Jia placed it farther away. Looking up, he was dazzled by his reflection in the mirror. At this time, the girl in the mirror had exquisite features, a bright face, and a simple hosta in her hair. Wearing a fiery red robe, her already bright face was made even brighter. And this cassock has array patterns all over it, and wisps of light are looming, which is really beautiful. Jia stared at the robe for a few times, then felt a little dizzy, and quickly looked away. Looking at the girl in the mirror, Jia sighed. She used to wear black just to cover up her appearance. After all, his cultivation level is not high, so having an exaggerated appearance when walking outside is not a good thing. Now dressed up like this, I can't keep a low profile wherever I go. Let's not talk about this face. Just this robe is clearly telling others that I am a rich man. Come and snatch me. I don't know what the master was thinking when he designed it. Jia shook her head and put away the magic mirror. My cultivation level in the initial stage of foundation building has also loosened, and it seems that I need to find an opportunity to advance. With this in mind, she sent the transmission note to the third sister, told her whereabouts, and then headed towards the depths of the misty forest again. It's just that this time, she won't enter the cave stupidly no matter what. Chapter 286 Bison. After a few hours passed, Jia came to a river. The banks of the river are covered with colorful grass. Not flowers, but grass. The color of the river water was actually black, and it was filled with bubbles, like boiling venom. Jia frowned. This river lay in front of her. She had to pass it if she wanted to go there. But no matter how you looked at the river, there was something wrong with it, and Jia did not dare to fly over it rashly, for fear that something would suddenly jump out and attack her. Picking up a stone, Jia threw it into the water. But after waiting for a long time, nothing abnormal happened. Could it be that I am overthinking it? Jia hesitated for a while, but decided to fly over directly. Taking out Li Yuan, Jia flew directly towards the other side. Nothing happened until Jia landed on the other side. Jia breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that she had thought too much. But just as she took a step, Jia suddenly fell down and fell softly to the ground. Is it poisonous here? Jia was startled and quickly took out the antidote pill and drank it, hoping to dissolve the poison. But this detoxification pill had no effect on the poison at all. Jia felt that her whole body was getting weaker and weaker, and her vision became a little blurry. There was no other way. Jia could only take Li Yuan and plunge it into her thigh, trying to stay awake. It's so dangerous here. If you lose consciousness, the consequences will be disastrous. With this thought in mind, Jia used her remaining strength and began to crawl forward. Her eyelids were getting heavier and heavier, and Jia felt that she could no longer hold on. But she must not fall down. Hey, there's someone there? A surprised voice came from not far away. Jia raised her head and could only vaguely see a white figure there. After that, I couldn't hold on anymore and completely fainted. Seeing Jia fainting, Bison walked to her side in a few steps and looked at her in surprise, because he recognized the robe on this woman. Wasn't it the Yuling Yui that was auctioned? It turned out that this female cultivator was the one who fought with her and finally took the picture of Tai and Lizu. After looking around to make sure that the black dragon was not there, Bison lifted Jia up and walked towards a safe place. Jia opened her eyes and looked at the wall above her head. Unable to recover,
Aren't you in the forest? Why are you here suddenly? Suddenly remembering that she had been poisoned, Jiyu stood up and sat up.
Are you feeling better?
Came a gentle male voice. Jiyu turned sideways and looked towards him. She suddenly felt a warm breeze blowing on her face, and flowers bloomed in her mind. The man in front of him is handsome. Although he is not as good-looking as his senior brothers, he has a gentle and jade-like temperament around him. Just standing there makes people feel like a spring breeze. At this time, Jiyu finally understood the meaning of the phrase.
The stranger is like jade, and the young master is unparalleled in the world.
Suddenly she felt a fever on her cheeks, and Jiyu lowered her head in embarrassment.
Thank you for saving me. It doesn't matter. You were lucky. The black dragon happened to be away, so you could escape.
Bison smiled slightly. This girl has a pair of clean and beautiful eyes.
As for the poison, it's from those grasses. Its function is to paralyze people's nerves and make them comatose. It won't have any other side effects. You don't have to worry.
Jiyu raised her head when she heard this and smiled gratefully at him.
My name is Yijia.
Chapter 287 Distress in July.
Bison.
Bison nodded slightly, then stepped forward and handed the barbecue to Jiyu.
Thank you. Senior, bye.
Jiyu took over the barbecue and said gratefully. Bison is now also in the late stage of Jindan cultivation, which is equivalent to the third sister's cultivation. He is indeed a senior.
It sounds like I'm so old.
Bison raised his eyebrows and then said,
Just call me Brother Bai.
Why does this title feel weird?
Ahem. Brother Bai.
Jiyu shouted awkwardly and started to eat her barbecue.
If it's not enough, there's some more here.
Bison sat directly by the fire, picked out some meat and ate it. On the other side, several members of the Yi family also came underground at this time, preparing to enter the misty forest.
Third sister, I just heard that a female cultivator found some treasure and was chased by a mercenary group into this misty forest. Do you think this person could be Shurchi?
Yijiro looked at the mist with some worry. Forest. If they were hunted down, how could 17 and one of them win?
I don't know.
Yi also frowned upon hearing this. If it was really 17, it would be really tricky.
Let's go in quickly. If it's really 17, we can help,
Yi Qingchuan said, and was the first to step in. After hearing this, the others quickly followed, feeling a little heavy. At this time, Chichio, who was being hunted, was walking through the misty forest with murderous intent in his heart. I had found a 10,000 years spirit grass before, but a mercenary group came out and insisted that they discovered the spirit grass first. Do you really think you are a fool for letting yourself leave a storage bag? Of course he disobeyed, and ended up being chased by them. And he was already seriously injured.
Ha ha. Everyone, try your best. This bitch won't be able to hold on any longer.
Lu Bo shouted excitedly to his companions. The members of the mercenary group suddenly became excited, as if they had seen her kneeling down and begging for mercy. Lu Bo looked at Xiaqiu's back and smiled sinisterly. It was this bitch who hurt herself just now. But where can I go in a foundation building period? The outcome has been decided. Now it's just a struggle.
Boss, how about you let me have a taste of this girl?
A male cultivator with a scar on his face stared at Xiaqiu's back with a lewd smile. This girl is very good looking.
Ha ha. You little brat. Okay. It's still the same old rule. Whoever hurts her first, she will belong to him.
Lu Bo laughed a few times. Obviously he often did this before. When Xiaqiu had heard their teasing from the front, she clenched her hands into fists and looked angry. These scum. Thinking of her trump cards, Xiaqiu smiled coldly. Do you want to sleep with yourself? Even if I don't let you die, I will still peel off a layer of your skin. Thinking like this, Xiaqiu flew faster. The visibility in this misty forest is very low and flying is extremely risky. But she can't control that much at the moment, and she wants to escape.
Thank you so much. Brother Bai. Jiyu will definitely repay you if you have the opportunity in the future.
Jiyu cupped her fists and thanked her sincerely. After all, human nature in the world of cultivation is more complicated than in this world. Not everyone has a kind heart and is dedicated to the Tao. If someone else had discovered him, he would have been dead and in a different place.
Are you sure you don't want to follow me?
Bison raised his eyebrows. This little girl was only in the early stages of foundation building. It was very dangerous to be alone in the misty forest. Chapter 288 Falling into the Crack.
Thank you for your kindness. Brother Bai. I have brothers and sisters who are looking for me.
Jiyu shook her head and refused. Although this person saved her, She was not familiar with him after all, so it was better not to get too close.
Okay. Then be careful.
Seeing her persistence, Bison didn't force it. He warned her a few words and left. He naturally thought of Ji Yao's concerns. But not only was he not angry, he also felt that she had done a good job, and it was the right thing to do when dealing with unfamiliar people. After all, it is quite common in the world of cultivation to save people for a purpose. He wanted to take her with him just because he had grown up in this dungeon full of contention since he was a child. And he rarely saw such clean and pure eyes. He hoped that her eyes would always be like this, and not be contaminated by other things. Seeing him leaving, Ji Yao also walked out of the cave. I don't know where the third sister and the others are. The transmission notes cannot be sent out in this misty forest. If they want to meet, they can only rely on luck. However, the most likely place in this dungeon for immortal grass to appear is in the misty forest. When I first read the novel, I just passed it by reading it, and only had a general impression. Now we can only try our luck.
TSK. Bitch. Why didn't you run away?
Lu Bo looked at Xia Qiyue, who stopped and smiled sinisterly. This woman is really good looking. So she must taste good.
Ho!
Xia Qiyue sneered. Now he was forced to a dead end. There were several mountains in front of him, and he couldn't get over it in a short time.
Brother. She is still smiling. Could it be that she has taken a fancy to your majestic appearance? Brother?
The scarred face touched his chin, and looked up and down at Qiyue with a squinting look. Xia Qiyue glanced at him, and saw that this person was already on her death list.
Brothers, come on!
Lu Bo raised his eyebrows proudly. And with a command, everyone attacked Qiyue. Seeing this, Qiyue immediately took out the formation plate given by Ji Yao, activated it, and threw it towards everyone. The formation directly enveloped everyone, and Xia Qiyue controlled the formation and strangled them one by one.
No! Senior! We were wrong. Please let us go!
Lu Bo thought he had a chance to win the next foundation building period. But unexpectedly, he was hit by a brick wall. Knowing that the other party has such a high-level array, he would not dare to chase her. After all, with the formation, the number of people poses no threat at all in her eyes. When Xia Qiyue heard this, she looked at him indifferently and strangled him directly. Xia Qiyue spat out a mouthful of blood. He had been injured just now, and he had spent so much time controlling the array to kill so many people. Now, he couldn't hold on any longer. Xia Qiyue was just about to put away the formation disc and find a place to heal her injuries, when suddenly a black shadow appeared in front of her eyes and knocked her away, until she finally fell into a crevice. She could no longer hold on and fainted completely.
You bedbug! Don't run away if you can!
A harsh voice sounded.
Humph! You? A bald bird! Dare to challenge me!
The black dragon swung its tail and attacked the blood-dove bird.
Humph! You're just a bug! But you really think you're a dragon?
The blood-dove bird smiled coldly, flapped its wings and faced it directly. As soon as the two touched each other, there was a huge impact. Even several large mountains were dented, and a burst of dust was stirred up. The blood dove and the black dragon were inseparable, flying farther and farther away from the mountain completely. Chapter 289 Encounter. Ji Yao heard the huge noise in the distance, and her heart tightened. She didn't know what happened. Could it be caused by July? Thinking of this, Ji Yao suddenly became anxious. How could Qiyue deal with a mercenary group of more than 10 or 20 people? I don't know if the formation plate I gave him has any effect. Thinking like this, Ji Yao decided to go ahead and take a look. It's just that I have to be careful, and I can take the opportunity to make a sneak attack when the time comes. An hour later, Ji Yao came to several mountains. Looking at the towering mountains in front of her, Ji Yao frowned in confusion. How to get over this? By crawling? Then you don't know that it's the year of the monkey and the month of the horse. If we rely on sword control, this mountain is too high, and we don't know what dangers there will be. Ji Yao sighed and looked around to see if there was any shortcut. Suddenly, a formation disc appeared in Ji Yao's field of vision.
Isn't this it?
Ji Yao picked up the formation disc and recognized it at a glance as the formation disc she gave to Qiyue. After all, 8th grade formation discs are rare nowadays. Did something happen here in July? Ji Yao's heart trembled. Maybe the crack is here? Thinking of this possibility, Ji Yao began to explore along the foothills of several mountains. After a while, Ji Yao stopped in front of a crack. This crack, seen from here, is very shallow and steep. There seems to be a turning point in the depths. Maybe turning there is the paradise of cave heaven. After all, she had searched all over here, and only this one looked slightly similar. After making up her mind to go down and take a look, Jia carefully went down towards the crack, holding the edge with one hand and poking the ground with Li Yuan with the other hand, supporting her body to slide down a little bit. Soon they reached the turning point. Jia tightened her body and finally got in.
Chiyu.
Jia just came down and saw Chiyua lying on the ground, unconscious. After taking a few steps to Chiyua's side, Jia immediately took out the 6th level rejuvenation pill and gave it to her to drink. Then she input spiritual energy to help her dissolve the pill. But as soon as the spiritual energy entered her body, Chiyu's spiritual energy subconsciously resisted, trying to expel her own spiritual energy.
Chiyu. It's me. I'm Jia.
Jia gently patted her back with her other hand to make her relax as much as possible. Sure enough, Chi-Chi gradually relaxed her mind, and her spiritual energy no longer contradicted her. Jia just sat down to help her heal her wounds, without even bothering to check if there was any immortal grass here. A few hours later, Chi-Chio finally opened her eyes. An hour ago, she had regained consciousness, but her injuries were serious, and she could only be helped by Ji Yao.
Thank you.
Chi-Chi turned around and thanked Ji Yao weakly. I didn't know what the black shadow was before, but when I patted myself, it shattered all my lungs. My bones were almost cracked, and I almost died. Even now, most of the injuries have not yet recovered.
Are you feeling better now?
Shio asked nervously, looking at her still pale face.
It's nothing serious. It just takes a while to recover completely.
Xia Chiyua rubbed her chest and frowned.
Then you can heal for a while. Anyway, I'm here to watch,
Ji Yao suggested.
Okay.
Xia Chiyua nodded in agreement, then closed her eyes and continued to heal her wounds. Jia also looked around at this time and found that the cave was bare. Presumably, the cave paradise should be seen after turning the corner over there. Chapter 290, Finding the Immortal Grass.
Let's go! Let's go in and take a look.
Xia Chiyua stood up and suggested to Ji Yao. After several hours of healing, her injuries had improved a lot, and the rest could only be nursed back to health slowly.
Okay.
Jia nodded, a little excited. She always felt that the immortal grass was already waving to her. As soon as they passed the corner, Jiao and Chiyue were shocked. What appeared in front of the two people was a large area of herbs, which grew extremely well, with at least more than 20 varieties. Even in the novel, Xiao knew that this was a paradise filled with 10,000-year-old herbs. But she was still shocked by the sight before her. Looking toward the corner, a cluster of immortal grass came into Jiao's field of vision.
Immortal grass!
Jiao exclaimed in surprise. Xia Chiyue followed her gaze and discovered the patch of immortal grass. Jiao turned her head and looked at Chiyu with bright eyes. She really had to drag her down this time to find this immortal grass. Ancestor Yeli was finally saved. In fact, she didn't know that if she hadn't given the formation plate to Xia Chiyue, she wouldn't have discovered this crack at all. Therefore, only when there is a cause, there will be an effect. And only when you sow good causes can you get good results.
First check if there are any monsters around.
Xia Chiyue was also a little excited, but still worried about danger. She nodded and began to explore carefully. Although this place was extremely safe in the novel, with her joining, there might be some dangers. It was not until they finally explored the entire place and confirmed that there was no danger here that the two of them looked at each other in understanding and began to dig up the herbs.
TSK. This is the 10,000 years immortal grass. This is the 10,000 years Ninging grass. This is the 10,000 years soul cleansing grass.
Shio was really frightened by these grasses, especially the last soul cleansing grass. Spirit washing grass, as the name suggests, is an herb that washes away spiritual roots. If it is made into a spiritual cleansing pill, the monk who takes it can wash away the excess spiritual roots. But how much and what spiritual roots are washed away depends entirely on luck. But as expected, the attribute with the lowest purity, or multiple attributes, will be washed away. If you take herbal medicine directly, it will also be effective. But the effect is not as good as the spiritual cleansing pill, and you may face spiritual cleansing failure. Jia dug out these precious herbs carefully, fearing that they would be damaged a little bit. A few minutes later, Jia went from being amazed at the beginning to becoming numb at the end. Xia Chiyue glanced at her in a funny way. The worrying was not like her. It seems that Zio does like what Siruachan said. She loves money.
Huh?
Jio exhaled a breath of turbid air. She finally dug up all the 10,000-year-old herbs in this area. The remaining ones that are still young will be left for those who are destined. The two walked to the open space and sat down, placing all the herbs they had picked on the ground.
Divide each of these herbs into 2 parts. Let's all take some.
Xia Qiyu did not show courtesy to Jiao, and directly stated the distribution plan.
Okay.
Jiao nodded, and together with Qiyu, divided the herbs into 2 parts.
Here. I've accepted all my herbs. This is what I'm giving to you.
Jiao smiled, and pushed a pile of 10,000-year-old rejuvenation grass in front of Xia Qiyu. With these tens of thousands of years of rejuvenation grass, Chi-Chi can refine high-level rejuvenation elixirs. Originally, her injuries were not healed, and when she read the novel, she knew that Chi-Chi was destined to struggle in life and death. Of Chapter 291, Meeting the White Fox Again. Without her, all the herbs here would be hers, and she has gained a lot now. Because facing so many herbs, I would feel uncomfortable if I didn't want any, and Chi-Chi would definitely not agree. This is already the most appropriate thing to do. Seeing this, Xia Qiyu raised his eyes and looked at Jiao seriously, and suddenly laughed.
Okay.
Xia Qiyu felt a warm current in her heart and put away the herbs. It just so happened that Jiao didn't know how to make elixirs, so I would just share some with her after I finished refining them. When Jiao saw her accepting it, she didn't know what she was planning. She just looked at her and smiled stupidly.
Let's go!
Xia Qiyu stood up and rubbed her head.
Yeah.
Jiao also put away the herbs, stood up, and followed Chi-Chi as she walked forward. Not far ahead is the exit. Sure enough, the two of them came to a cave entrance not long after walking. As soon as she stepped out of the cave, Xia smelled the smell of blood. The two looked at each other, held the magic weapon in their hands tightly, and walked carefully towards the direction of the smell of blood.
Damn it! Who the H? I'll set a trap here!
A familiar voice came from the distance.
Huh?
Xia looked forward and discovered that a white fox was entangled in the trap of the beast spirit, and one foot was bleeding. Isn't this the phantom fox from before?
Hey, pervert! You're here! Hurry up! Help me get this thing out of the way! It really hurts!
Baihu shouted excitedly when he saw Jiao.
Abnormal?
Xia Qiyu raised her eyebrows upon hearing this, and looked at Jia curiously.
What did you call me? Huh?
Jia rubbed her palms, looking like I'm going to beat you if you say something wrong. Oops. Baihu's heart tightened. He had accidentally spoken out what was on his mind just now.
Ha ha. I mean that pretty sister. Come and save me.
Baihu smiled awkwardly, and then stared at Jiao with a flattering look.
Hey!
Jia sneered. I don't know where this white fox grew up. Who did he learn these words from?
You want me to save you?
Jia raised her eyebrows, thinking about Xiao Jiujiu. This white fox once had a problem with him, so saving it just like this was really unjustifiable. After all, it is not one of those cute and harmless pets in this world. What if I save it, and it hurts me in turn?
Yeah. It hurts me so much. Come here quickly.
The white fox felt the trap on his foot, and was very angry. These bastards who invented bear traps.
Then what's the benefit of saving you?
Jia looked at its impatient look and curled her lips. Wasn't she very proud at the beginning? But the person who invented the bear trap is really a genius. Once a monster is caught in this kind of trap, no matter how advanced the cultivation level is, it cannot break free. It can only be opened by human cultivation. If you are a high-level demon cultivator, you can wear a bear trap, but it is a little inconvenient, but it will not cause any harm. However, there are usually few monsters that are so stupid that they would fall for it. But this misty forest is too confusing to see, making it difficult to detect danger.
Benefits?
Baihu was a little stunned. Is there any benefit to saving yourself? Does this human being know what he is talking about? I am the young master of the Phantom Fox clan. How many demon foxes want to save themselves, but can't? This human being actually wants benefits. Really pissed it off.
What benefit do you want?
Chapter 292, Play with it.
TSK. Your ability to create illusions is pretty good. Right.
Jia touched her chin and looked at it with a sinister expression. The white fox trembled when she saw it, and the hair that had finally recovered became a little bit explosive. This pervert is indeed making his own plans.
Beauty? How about you save me?
Baihu could only ask Xia Qiyu for help at this time. TSK. This white fox is not stupid either. Jia looked a little funny looking at its scared look.
I can't help.
Xia Qiyu looked at it lightly and refused directly. Given Jiyu's character, since she is unwilling to save it directly, there must be something wrong with it. Seeing that Xiaoqiu also refused, Baihu suddenly scratched his head and ears in distress.
How's it going? Have you thought about it?
Jiu pretended to be fierce and scared it.
Then let me help you set up an illusion?
The white fox stretched out a paw and raised its index finger.
At least 3 times.
Jiu shook her head. Once? But it's too cheap. It just so happens that this misty forest is full of crisis, and it will be much smoother with its help. Anyway, I won't suffer any loss.
Deal.
Baihu hesitated for a moment, then agreed. As long as you get this thing out of the way. What if you cast the illusion a few times? Jiu smiled slightly after hearing this, and then stepped forward to rescue it. After getting along with each other twice, she found that although the white fox was a little nervous, his nature was not bad, but his temper was a little annoying. He is still a child who has not grown up.
Be gentle.
Baihu looked at her stretched out hand, feeling a little nervous. Jiu looked at it with a slight smile and gently opened the animal trap. Before it took out its claws, she deliberately pretended that it was not steady, and the animal trap looked like it was about to close up.
Ah!
The white fox screamed, quickly took out its claws, rolled and crawled to the side, and stared at the animal trap with a frightened expression.
Ha ha!
Jiu pointed at the white fox and bent over with a smile. It was really funny what it did just now, seeing that she was actually laughing at him. The white fox was so angry that he simply turned his back and faced them with his butt, and then began to lick his injured paw.
Ahem!
Jiu finally stopped laughing, walked up to it, and handed it a rejuvenation pill. 1 pill was enough for such a minor injury.
Huh?
Baihu was still angry and turned around to ignore her.
Okay. Who told you to tease me before? Now we are even.
Jiu insisted on handing the pill to it.
Humph.
Baihu snorted coldly, awkwardly accepted the pill, and drank it. After more than 10 breaths, the injury was indeed healed.
Humph. Follow me. I know there is a place where there is a fruit.
The white fox swung its tail.
It's been a long day, but you're just a little kid with no hair.
Jiu tapped its head gently.
Hey! You're a little kid. I've grown up a long time ago.
The white fox suddenly became furious again. Xiaoqiu looked at it funny from behind. Both of them were still children.
Let's go!
Xiaoqiu shook her head, then stepped forward and led them forward.
Third sister, why haven't you seen Shirchi yet?
Yijiro looked at the mountains in front of her angrily. It's been several days since I waited for someone to come in. I haven't seen Chi-Chi yet, and I don't know if she is safe now.
Let's find a way to get through the mountains here first. 17 should have passed by.
Yi Zi looked at the mountains in front of her with a headache, and suddenly a flash of inspiration occurred. Chapter 293 Stage Fruit. Yi Zi took out the spirit boat that could isolate spiritual consciousness from the storage ring, enlarged it, and directed a few people to get on it. This was obtained by destroying the mercenary group.
Let's fly there first. With this spirit boat, it shouldn't be easy to be discovered.
Yi Zi waited until they were seated securely, then controlled the spirit boat to fly towards the top of the mountain.
Look, I didn't lie to you. Did I?
Baihu pointed at a fruit tree in front of him and said coquettishly. Jiu looked forward and saw 4 white fruits on the fruit tree in the distance. They were about to mature, and a faint fragrance began to spread.
It's really a fruit.
Jia's eyes lit up when she saw the fruit. The function of the step fruit is to advance, which is similar to the 7-color flower, but it is not as effective, because the function of the level fruit is only to provide advanced aura. Whether it can be advanced depends on yourself. Similarly, it is only effective when a person takes it for the first time. If he takes it again, it will be just an ordinary spiritual fruit. And currently, I am in need of spiritual energy advancement.
That's not right. With such a good thing, you will take advantage of us?
Jiu looked at Baihu with some doubts. This is not in line with this guy's character.
Ha ha. Didn't you save me?
Baihu smiled guiltily, and then continued.
There is a 7th level monster here. TSK. I said you wouldn't be so kind.
Jiu had already guessed the reason.
But aren't you also a 7th level monster? Are you still afraid of it? Well, people only know how to set up illusions, but it can actually see through my illusions.
It had fought with it before, but it was able to defeat it, and even suffered a lot of injuries.
I only want one.
Baihu quickly expressed his attitude. Jiu looked at it with a half smile, but said nothing. He just looked down at it.
The 7th level monster is difficult to deal with. We have to be careful.
Seeing that the level fruit was about to mature, Jiu stopped joking with Baihu and said to Chiyue with some caution.
Yeah.
Xia Chiyue nodded when he heard this. The 7th level monster is equivalent to the early stage of human cultivation of the golden elixir. It has rough skin and thick flesh. In a fight, it is still unclear who will win and who will lose.
Let's do it ourselves first. If our lives are in danger in the end, we will use the formation disc again.
Jia had already returned the formation disc to Chiyue. Although it was easier to kill monks below nascent soul with the 8th grade formation plate, Jia did not want to use it. You need to keep fighting to make progress. And you must not develop the habit of relying on external things.
Okay,
Chiyue said, and took out a spiritual sword from the storage ring. It was the same spiritual weapon she used when they first met in the secret realm. Now that the foundation has been established, she already has the preliminary ability to use it.
I'll rush out first and lure the monster out. And then you take action.
Chiyue decided to use her body as bait.
And I know the time sword intent. And I can temporarily pause it. Now it's up to you.
Xia Chiyue nodded cautiously after hearing this. She must live up to Jia's trust in her, and not let anything happen to her. After arranging the tactics, Jia pretended to be stunned, rushed out, and stretched out her hand towards the fruit. Suddenly, a black shadow jumped out from the side and clawed at Jia. Jia hurriedly dodged sideways, and then struck with her sword fused with sword intent. This is my first time using Li Yuan, and I don't know how powerful it is. Chapter 294 Killing the Monster. A dazzling ray of light struck towards the monster beast, immediately immobilizing it. The sword force exploded on its body, destroying one of its arms, and shattering it into pieces on the ground. The white fox shuddered when he saw this. Why did this abnormal strength suddenly become so strong? Xia Chiyue also found the right opportunity at this time and struck hard at the monster with a sword, leaving a wound on its body.
Roar!
The effect of the time sword intent disappeared, and the monster roared in pain.
Poof!
Before Xia Chiyue could run away, he was directly impacted by the monster's roar and spit out a mouthful of blood.
It's Yin Gong?
Chiyue's heart tightened, and she struck with her sword again. But at this time, the monster was on guard and hid directly, then stared at Jia with vicious eyes not far away. It was this human being who hurt himself. Jia raised her head and glanced at it coldly, feeling annoyed that this monster actually hurt Chiyue. This monster is as tall as a horse and has 4 claws in total. Each claw has sharp nails. It's a bit eye-catching just looking at it. Unexpectedly, it turns out that it is good at sound attacks. The most troublesome thing about the sound attack is that it can hurt the soul. I don't know if this monster is good enough now.
Roar!
The monster felt the pain from the destroyed claws and could no longer bear it, attacking Xiu angrily. Just as Xiu was about to take action, she suddenly felt an attack coming, heading straight towards the sea of consciousness. Shocked in her heart, Xiu immediately used her body's skills to move back, staring at the monster with some fear. And the monster didn't give her a chance to breathe at all, and attacked her again.
White Fox, quickly cast the illusion!
Xiu stepped back and sent a message to White Fox.
Okay.
The White Fox also knew that this was not the time for child's play, so he threw an illusion at the monster. The illusion it set for the monster this time was that it had defeated these 2 humans, so that it could relax a little. Sure enough, as soon as the illusion was thrown over, the monster was hit, and stood there looking somewhat proud. Xiu did not dare to delay, and directly struck out with the fused sword intent again. She remembered that Baihu said that this monster could see through its illusion. Xia Chiyue also struck hard at the monster with a sword. This time, the fused sword intent was even more ruthless, blasting a small half of its body into pieces of flesh. Ji Yao felt surprised. This was a rough-skinned and fleshy golden elixir stage monster. How could she be injured like this by herself?
Roar!
The demonic beast roared in pain. The severe pain had completely engulfed its mind, and it attacked Jio with a crazy expression. Obviously, he had the idea of destructing himself and wanting to die together with Jio.
Be careful!
Xia Chiyue shouted in shock when she saw this. Jiyu's eyes narrowed, and she did not flinch. Instead, she faced him with a sword. Want to blow yourself up? It also depends on whether I agree or not. The sword intent directly prevented the demonic beast from self-destructing, and the 1st and 7th level demonic beast turned into a pile of mincemeat. Ji Yao felt a little nauseous. She had not yet adjusted with Li Yuan, and her strength was not controlled enough. If everything develops like this, then all the useful parts of the monster beast will be destroyed, which is really not worth the gain.
Good boy!
Baihu swallowed his saliva and looked at Ji Yao with a bad look in his eyes. It seemed like I was even with her before. Right? It really doesn't want to follow in this guy's footsteps. It's simply too scary. Xiaoqiua breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. Stepped forward to pick up the monster's demon pill, and wanted to hand it to Ji Yao. After all, I didn't use any force just now. Chapter 295 Sneak Attack. Ji Yao was just about to breathe a sigh of relief when suddenly a sword light struck her, knocking her to the ground and spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Ji Yao immediately got up and ran to Qiyue, watching her attack her with vigilance. But I was a little lucky in my heart. Fortunately, I was wearing the robe. I was only slightly injured by the impact just now. The ones who sneaked up on him were two monks. A man and a woman. Both early-stage Jindan monks. The male cultivator was wearing a dark blue cassock. He had a handsome face and looked quite delicate. The female cultivator was wearing a red gauze dress with charming eyes. She leaned against the male cultivator and completely ignored Ji Yao. But when she saw Ji Yao's face, a hint of sinisterness flashed in her eyes. She hated others wearing the same color clothes as her. And she hated others having a prettier face than her.
Two fellow Taoists, we have taken a liking to this level. If you leave here, how about I let you go?
Jiang Yan looked at the two beautiful female cultivators in front of him and narrowed his eyes slightly.
Ho!
Ji Yao sneered and glanced at him with a half smile. Did she really think that she could defeat them at the early stage of her golden elixir?
What if I say no?
Ji Yao raised her eyebrows and said indifferently. But in fact she was nervous and ready to take action at any time.
TSK. This little girl. Our brother Yin is so compassionate and spares you a life. Why don't you appreciate it?
Yu Shanshan curled her lips. It seems that Jiang Yin is really interested in him.
I didn't let him go.
Ji Yao rolled her eyes. The tone of the female cultivator's words was really annoying. It's not unreasonable for villains to die because they talk too much. Isn't it just to give yourself time to think of a solution by procrastinating like this?
You and Bai Hu will deal with the female cultivator later. And I will deal with the male cultivator.
Ji Yao secretly sent a message to Chi Chi, and also gave instructions to Bai Hu.
Okay.
Chi Chi agreed, already mentally prepared to take action.
TSK. I didn't expect that today's female cultivators have such hot personalities.
Jiang Yin suddenly had a temper. Maybe it would be good to accept them both. Ji Yao looked at his rather harmless face, and warned herself again in her heart that she must never judge a book by its appearance in the future.
It's none of your business.
Now that the stage fruit has matured, Ji Yao didn't want to delay anymore, and directly slashed towards Jiang Yin with a fused sword intent. At the same time, the white fox also set up an illusion towards the female cultivator. And upon seeing this, Chi Yue also attacked her. Jiang Yin just looked at Ji Yao with disdain and slapped her directly. In his opinion, at the early stage of foundation building, he simply couldn't bear his palm. Since the other party is not interested, there is no need to keep them. Ji Yao had already guessed that the other party would look down on her. So she used 100% of her strength on this sword without holding back at all. As soon as Jiang Yin struck out with his palm, he was immobilized and his sword exploded, causing his skin to burst open and his left arm to be completely damaged. But Ji Yao just used her body skills to move to the side, dodged the big palm, and struck the opponent's head with another sword. Just as Jiang Yin came to his senses, he was hit by the sword. His whole head was immediately destroyed, and he didn't know how he died. After killing Jiang Yin, Ji Yao struck at the female cultivator with a sword. Yu Shanshan was almost scared out of her mind at this time. When she found out that Jiang Yin was dead, she lost her fighting spirit and just wanted to escape. This is an evil star. Chapter 296 Obtaining the Stage Fruit. But with Xiaoqiua and Ling Hu blocking her, she had no chance to escape, until she saw Ji Yao slashing at her with a sword. She couldn't bear it anymore and ran to the side. Ji Yao was delighted when she saw this. This was a good opportunity. Immediately afterwards, Ji Yao sent out two sword intents one after another, killing her directly. Feeling the depletion of spiritual energy, Ji Yao looked around nervously, fearing that there were still people around. This Li Yuan's attack power is powerful, but it consumes too much spiritual energy and cannot fight a protracted battle. In the final analysis, my cultivation level is still too low. Being able to kill two Jindan monks today was actually an advantage for me. The male cultivator underestimated the enemy, and the female cultivator thought too much of her own strength. If she were to fight him seriously, she might lose even if her spiritual energy was exhausted.
Are you okay?
Chi Chi was a little worried when she saw that Ji Yao didn't look well.
It's okay. It's just that my spiritual power is not enough. I'll recover first.
Jia shook her head. And after saying that, she took the pill and began to recover her spiritual power. After all, one's own strength is very important here, and there is no telling what danger will arise in the next second. When Xia Qiyue saw this, she stood aside to protect her in case of sudden danger. The white fox glanced at the two of them quietly and found that they had no time to pay attention to it. So he secretly made a bad idea. How about picking a fruit yourself and running away? Bai Hu stared at Ji Yao again with some fear. This person was too terrifying, and he couldn't make waves in her hands. It's more important to escape. With this thought in mind, the white fox tiptoed past and headed towards Jibwa. After a while, the white fox came to the fruit tree, breathed a sigh of relief, and stretched out his hand to pick off the most attractive fruit.
TSK, what do you want to do with such a timid attitude?
Jia suddenly grabbed its neck from behind and lifted it up. The white fox was startled and struggled violently.
The sword has no eyes. I advise you to be careful. Otherwise it will hurt you.
Jia smiled and raised it in front of her eyes.
I just saw that you were too busy, so I wanted to help you pick it.
The white fox trembled and did not dare to struggle anymore. He could only flatter Ji Yao with a flattering expression. I can't help but feel sad in my heart. The young master of my generation has actually gotten to such an extent.
Oh, really? I thought you wanted to take it all for yourself and run away.
Jia raised her eyebrows and looked at it with a half smile.
I don't know that. Don't slander me.
Bai Hu looked disapproving. Although he wanted to run away, he really didn't intend to take it all for himself. Jia looked at it carefully for a while, but she actually believed it in her heart. Putting down the white fox, Jia picked off 4 fruits and then returned to Qiyue.
Here, I promised you before.
Jia threw a rank fruit directly to Bai Hu. The white fox was so happy that he collected the fruit with a single jump. Jia glanced at it curiously. Could this guy have its own storage space inside his body? It seems that this bloodline is not low. Before Jia could distribute the remaining fruit, Chi-Chi took the initiative to collect 1 fruit and left 2 for Ji Yao. Jia didn't show any pretense and put it away with a smile. The extra one can be given to Sister 16. She needs less spiritual power to advance, so this one is definitely enough. As for July, her space spiritual energy concentration is very high, and in the middle stage of her foundation building, spiritual springs will be generated in the space, which is not very useful to her. Chapter 297 Strange Egg. Chi-Chi looked at Ji Yao with some gratitude at this time, because she had faced up to her own problems through getting along with Ji Yao during this period of time. Since discovering space, he has relied on space to escape many dangers, and has exchanged a lot of materials for things in space. If you continue like this, you will gradually develop the habit of relying on space. Once he loses his space, he may not even be able to protect himself. At the very least, if I were to face these 2 golden core cultivators today, I might not be able to protect myself, let alone kill them. Qiyu is like a mirror, able to clearly realize her own shortcomings. It turns out that there really are people in the world who are extremely talented but work very hard. I need to work harder and catch up with her. After thinking about this, Xia Qiyue suddenly felt a burst of clarity at the linked eye, and had a breakthrough in her state of mind. At this time, Jia was unaware of her changes, and was pulling at the 2 people's storage bags.
TSK, these 2 people are quite rich.
Jia sat down on the ground with some joy and poured out the things one by one. I saw that the ground was piled with high-grade spiritual stones. There should be millions of them. In addition, there were several books of exercises, several spiritual weapons, and many precious spiritual herbs. The most eye-catching thing is an egg with lines all over its surface.
What kind of egg is this?
Jia held the egg in her arms and touched it curiously. I don't know if this egg is still alive? Ji Yao thought about it and injected spiritual energy into the egg SHL, wanting to explore it. As soon as the spiritual energy entered, it was absorbed, and a kind will came.
I've never seen it in a book either.
Chi-Chi had just asked Senior Lingyu, but he couldn't recognize him either.
But this egg is destined to me, so I will accept it?
Xiao knew that Qiyue wouldn't mind, so she still mentioned it.
These are all yours.
Qiyue tapped her forehead, and this girl's eyes would light up when she looked at the spirit stone.
Then pick out what you find useful.
Jia was a little embarrassed. Although she could kill people by herself, she couldn't handle it without their restraint, not wanting to brush off her kindness. Chi-Chi picked a few herbs that were not available in this space. Seeing that she had made her choice, Xiyu put everything away. But the egg was unwilling to enter the storage ring and began to struggle. Gia was a little confused. Didn't it just fit into the storage bag? While she was thinking, the egg suddenly flew into her dantian. Gia was shocked. How could such an important place like dantian be allowed to enter at will? Looking inside, I found that it was hovering above the dantian, absorbing spiritual energy. The spiritual energy is sucked in by it, and then a trace of pure spiritual energy is released by it, filling the dantian. Doesn't it seem like a bad thing? Gia saw that it didn't do anything, so she wasn't worried anymore. After all, she had felt a sense of kindness before, and she thought it would not harm her.
Let's go! Let's go!
Gia moved forward happily. I gained a lot from this trip to the Misty Forest. But now I also need to find third sister and the others and prepare to return to Yejia. The sooner he brings the immortal grass back, the sooner ancestor Yili can recover. Xia Qiyu nodded and followed.
Aren't you going to follow?
Gia looked back at Baihu, who had huddled herself in the corner.
Here we come!
The white fox was about to cry, but had no tears, and followed pitifully. Chapter 298 Encounter.
Third sister!
Shio shouted in surprise as she looked at the Yi family in front of her.
17!
Yijiro's eyes lit up when she saw it was Jia, and she quickly stepped forward, pulling her to observe her carefully.
You're not the one being chased by the mercenary group, are you?
No. Jia shook her head.
Is everything okay?
Yizi also walked over and asked with concern. Jia smiled and turned around to show that she was not injured.
TSK. 17. I just realized that you are quite beautiful.
Yijiro looked at Jia's current outfit and stretched out her hand to touch her chin.
I've always been beautiful. Okay.
Jia rolled her eyes.
Hey!
Yijiro curled her lips. What was she saying? There is really no one in the Yi family who is not good-looking. She is a beauty herself. At this time, Yi Qingsheng also noticed the change in Xia. In the past, Shichi always wore black clothes, giving people a sharp look as a swordsman, and people would subconsciously ignore her face. And this robe really highlights her appearance, making people notice her at a glance. He has never seen a female cultivator who is prettier than Shurqi. It's just that this excessive appearance is not a good thing sometimes.
That's it?
Shio had long noticed that there was an additional female cultivator in the Yi family. She was wearing a pink robe, with her hair in a bun, and a round face, looking at her with big eyes.
Her fourth brother saved her on the road.
Yijiro wrinkled her nose unhappily. Since saving her, her brothers had protected her like a treasure. Jia nodded upon hearing this. This female cultivator looked quite harmless and a cute type. However, her previous experience told her that she should not judge a book by its appearance. After all, it was rare for a cultivator to be unattractive, unless it was due to his or her skills. This female nun needs to be observed for a while.
Third sister, I have found the immortal grass. So hurry up and go back.
Jia secretly sent a message to Yi. After all, there was an outsider here.
Really?
Yi was very surprised when she heard this. She didn't expect that this kind of lost spiritual grass was really found by Shurqi. Jia nodded, feeling a little anxious and wanted to return to Yejia as soon as possible.
We should go home.
Yi tried her best to control her emotions and said to the other people. After hearing this, everyone in the Yi family opened their eyes wide and looked at Jia in disbelief. Jia smiled slightly and confirmed the news.
17. You can do it.
Yijiro was a little happy and stepped forward to hold Jia's arm. Chu Jingren watched the people in front of her making riddles without being curious. She just looked at the two female cultivators in front of her. The one in red had a bright face. She was truly stunning. She was even more beautiful than her sixth sister, especially when she smiled just now. Her heart skipped a beat. As for the female cultivator in white, she had an unparalleled face and a cold temperament, and she seemed to have an otherworldly air as she stood there. But at this moment, there was a hint of tenderness in her eyes as she looked at the female cultivator in red. I don't know where the soil and water brought up such outstanding two people. If my brother saw them, he would definitely like them very much.
In July, I will be returning. Will you go back with us? Or continue to stay and experience?
Shio has already made a plan.
I still want to find junior brother C and junior sister Luo.
Xia Qiyu shook her head. After being separated for so long, she didn't know what happened to the other people.
Cough.
Jia coughed awkwardly after hearing this. She completely forgot about Siroachin and didn't know where the boy had gone. Chapter 299 Return. Bai Hu heard from the side that Ji Yao was about to leave. His eyes lit up. He was finally about to break free from her clutches. Ji Yao could tell what it was thinking just by looking at it, and gave it a funny look.
Little guy. Let's go! We'll see you in the future.
Ji Yao knelt down and patted its head. Bai Hu's eyes lit up when he heard this. And then he suddenly realized that he had acted too obviously, and quickly spoke to save him.
I can't bear to let you go.
Oh,
can't bear to leave me? Then why don't you come with me?
Ji Yao raised her eyebrows and stared at it with a half smile.
I think so too. But unfortunately I still have to work hard to practice in the forest. And I really can't leave.
The white fox pretended to sigh with pity.
Okay, let's go. It's really happening.
Ji Yao rubbed its head and stood up. Seeing this, the white fox glanced at Ji Yao, then turned around and disappeared into the mist.
Then let's go. Please pay attention to your safety, especially when fighting.
Be careful of sneak attacks. Thinking of what happened before, Ji Yao was still frightened. If it hadn't been for this robe, the two of them would have suffered considerable injuries in the end.
Okay.
Xia Qiyu nodded, keeping it in mind.
Let's go!
Ji Yao waved to Qiyu and returned with the Yi family. A few days later, several people finally returned to the ground.
Let's go! So as not to have long nights and lots of dreams.
Yi Zi didn't intend to rest at all, and made up her mind to leave immediately.
Thank you so much for your help. Jingran will definitely repay you in the future.
Seeing that they were leaving, Chu Jingran was also ready to leave. Her brother is still waiting for her.
See you again by fate?
Yi Zi nodded and said goodbye to her. Ji Yao glanced at Chu Jingran's leaving figure indifferently. She didn't notice anything unusual about her in the past few days. She had a good personality, and was a cute little girl.
Walk! Boss! Those people are leaving!
A foundation building monk came to the inn and reported to the boss in a panic.
Oh!
Jiang Zhongfan raised his eyebrows when he heard this.
Really? Those bitches finally came out!
Li Wenjie stood up even more excitedly. I finally have a chance to take revenge. His dead brothers could finally rest in peace.
Let's go! I'm going to learn from them. How awesome these people are!
Jiang Zhongfan stood up, patted his clothes, and looked calm and leisurely. Li Wenjie followed behind him and walked out, feeling very proud. So what if those people were so powerful? This is the early stage of nascent soul.
Everyone, be careful. I always feel like someone is watching us.
Jia secretly sent a message to several people. She had this feeling from the moment they returned to the ground. Everyone also felt it. After all, they were following some low-level monks, so it was easy to find them. It seemed that it was impossible for him to leave just like that. Jio had just stepped out of the city gate when a big palm suddenly fell from the sky and slapped it towards her. Jio was startled, and her hair stood up instantly. And then she immediately used her body skills to escape. But the attack came quickly and fiercely, and the big palm directly knocked Jia to the ground, causing the entire ground to sink. Poof! Jia spit out a large mouthful of blood and was seriously injured. It was also thanks to this robe that he saved his life. The power of this Yuanying monk is completely different from that of the late Golden Core. There is nothing he can do against the Yuanying monk. 17. Yi Zi was shocked and quickly helped her up. Others looked warily at the group of people who suddenly appeared on the opposite side.
It's you?
Yi Qingsheng recognized Li Wenjie. Chapter 300 Escape.
TSK. Aren't you surprised?
Li Wenjie looked at them with a look of disbelief. Isn't it amazing? Why are you so timid now? Jia also recognized Li Wenjie at this time, and a murderous aura emanated from her body. This person robbed them for no reason, and now he's looking for someone to cause trouble. He obviously doesn't want them to leave alive. The pill that Ji Yao took has not melted away at this time. The injury is extremely serious, and there is nothing that can be done to help her at the moment. It would be nice if it does not hold her back. Thinking of the formation disc in the storage ring, Ji Yao had a headache. This formation disc was useful for nascent soul and below, but it had no effect on nascent soul monks. They could break the formation violently, but at least it can buy them time to escape.
I'll use the array to trap them later. And the third sister will take us away with the spirit boat.
Ji Yao sent a message to the others. As soon as she finished speaking, Ji Yao threw the formation disc out and covered them in it instantly.
Quick!
Yi Zi took out the spirit boat, and as soon as everyone got on it, they immediately fled towards the North Territory.
These bitches!
Li Wenjie yelled while resisting the attack of the formation.
You better not let me catch you. Otherwise, I will make your life worse than death.
Li Wenjie's gums were almost broken, and his heart was filled with anger. But Jiang Zhongfan was extremely calm at this time and began to violently break the formation.
It's really interesting.
Jiang Zhongfan twitched the corner of his mouth, just to let them see hope first, and then take away their hope. Isn't it more interesting this way? Yi Zi controlled the spirit boat to move forward rapidly, feeling extremely anxious. That was the nascent soul cultivator, and she and the others were no match at all. At this time, Shiyo was still pale, and was meditating to recover from her injury. However, the injury this time was too serious, and she would not be able to recover for a while, because she was too anxious. Her energy and blood rushed to her heart, and Jia spit out a mouthful of blood.
17.
Yijiro was startled and quickly approached her to wipe her blood. Several other people in the Yi family also looked at her with worried faces.
I'm fine.
Jia smiled bitterly and shook her head. She was too impatient. But this time, he had no sword talisman or anything to save his life. So how could he escape with him? This is the dungeon that I proposed. If my brothers and sisters die because of this, what will happen to the Yi family? Yi Zi looked at Jio with some distress, blaming herself in her heart. If his cultivation level was not too low, and he didn't have the ability to challenge beyond the next level, how could he let them fall into this state? In the final analysis, I am still too weak.
We fought hard.
Yijiro also stood up angrily at this time.
Even if there are so many of us, and we can't defeat Yuanying, a tie can still be done. Right. You forgot. There are a few golden core monks among them.
Yi Qingchuan had to pour cold water on her. When Yijiro heard this, she was instantly discouraged.
Poof!
Jia spat out a mouthful of blood at this moment, and her whole body fell towards the ground.
17. What's wrong?
Several people rushed to catch her, all panicking.
The formation disc is destroyed,
Jia said, and spurted out another mouthful of blood. She recognized the master of that formation disc. Once it was damaged, it had already caused damage to her soul.
What?
When everyone heard this, their hearts were in their throats. They had only been running away for a long time before the formation was broken. Soon, those people would catch up.
Quick! Speed up!
Yijiro shouted anxiously. Chapter 301 Chuimo takes action. Yi Zi could only try her best to drive the spirit boat, but she was not optimistic. After all, he was a nascent soul cultivator, so it was easy to catch up with him. A quarter of an hour later, Shio was still meditating when she suddenly felt frightened and suddenly woke up. Looking back, it turned out that the group of people in the spirit boat had already caught up with him.
Ha! I advise you to surrender, and it will make your death easier.
Li Wenjie looked at them and laughed loudly. But Jiang Zhongfan glanced at Li Wenjie impatiently. He was too noisy.
You keep your things, and I can let you go.
Jiang Zhongfan looked at Jio and the others and said calmly,
Brother!
Li Wenjie suddenly became anxious after hearing this. How could he let them go and still want to take revenge? He was about to object, but when he saw Jiang Zhongfan's warning eyes, he immediately turned off the fire.
Are you dreaming?
Yijiro stood up directly and left the things behind? What's the difference between that and killing them? What's more, Ancestor Yi Li is still waiting for their immortal grass.
Let's fight!
At this time, Yi Qisheng and others were also ready and planned to give it their all. Maybe a miracle will happen.
Hey! Since you don't drink the wine as a penalty, I won't hold back.
Jiang Zhongfan sneered, and then slashed towards the spirit boat in front of him with his sword. Suddenly a burst of golden light flashed, and a huge impact ripped through the air and headed towards the spirit boat. Shi Yao felt the danger, and all the hairs on her body stood up. She wanted to fight back, but she spit out a mouthful of blood instead. Yi Zi and others also took action to stop the attack. But as soon as the attack came into contact with the golden light, it was destroyed, leaving no resistance at all. Seeing the golden light approaching, everyone felt a little desperate. Could it be that they would eventually perish here? But just as the golden light struck the spirit boat, a big black palm suddenly appeared in the air and caught the golden light. In the end, the two cancelled out and disappeared into the air. Who? Jiang Zhongfan's nerves immediately became tense. Unexpectedly, Zheng Yaojin appeared halfway.
TSK, you really don't know how to show mercy to such a beautiful woman.
A burst of black smoke flashed by, revealing Chu Mo's figure.
Senior!
Several people in the Yi family were a little excited when they saw it was him. Chu Imo looked directly at Ji Yao and frowned dissatisfiedly when he saw her face was pale and there was still blood on the corner of her mouth. after not seeing each other for a month. I didn't expect that this girl would actually end up like this.
It turns out to be a ghost cultivator.
Jiang Zhongfan recognized Chu Mo's physique.
Fellow Taoists must stop them this time. These people are extremely wealthy. What if you don't cooperate with me?
Jiang Zhongfan had his own considerations. It might not be easy to win over this ghost cultivator, so it would be easier to cooperate.
I don't like to cooperate with bandits. I'm afraid that no bones will be left.
Chu Mo raised the corner of his mouth and looked at Jiang Zhongfan with a mocking look. After all, the other party was also a nascent soul cultivator, and he actually engaged in robbery. And he was not afraid of not being able to survive the Thunder Tribulation.
Hey! Since you insist on helping them, let's fight.
Jiang Zhongfan's face darkened. Since the other party didn't understand, there was no need to be polite. He wanted to see why this ghost cultivator was so arrogant. With this thought in mind, he struck with his sword again, exuding a strong murderous aura. But Li Wenjie and others stayed on the spirit boat honestly, and they couldn't get involved in this kind of fight between the nascent soul monks. Chapter 302 Killing.
Ho!
Chu Mo just sneered, glanced at him lightly, and struck him again with a palm. The big palm met the golden light, and the two melted again. But Chu Mo suddenly tore apart the space at this time, suddenly appeared beside Jiang Zhongfan, and slapped his chest again with a palm. This palm was mixed with cold hellfire, which was directly printed on Jiang Zhongfan's chest, and hellfire took the opportunity to get into his chest.
Poof!
Jiang Zhongfan was knocked upside down and spit out a large mouthful of blood.
You can actually tear apart space.
Jiang Zhongfan tried his best to steady his figure, covering his chest, staring at Chu Mo with a look of horror. Unexpectedly, this ghost cultivator has already mastered the skills that can only be mastered at the stage of becoming gods. At this time, Jiang Zhongfan already had the intention to retreat, and he was unable to prevent the tearing of the space. He had already been injured by him just now. At this time, the H.L. fire was still raging in his body, and his blood was almost frozen. Chu Mo glanced at him sideways, smiled, and then tore the space apart again and disappeared. Jiang Zhongfan was shocked when he saw this, and quickly fled from his location. Unfortunately, Chu Mo had already settled his thoughts and appeared next to him again, slapping him with a palm. This palm hit him hard to the ground, causing a big pit to form on the ground. Jiang Zhongfan was lying in the pit, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood, and was seriously injured. At this time, he hated Chu Mo in his heart. He had not suffered such a serious injury for a long time since he advanced to nascent soul. Li Wenjie and others who were watching the battle were frightened. They didn't expect that the boss would not be able to get any favors from this man. Seeing that the boss fell in the pit and was seriously injured, Li Wenjie immediately drove the spirit boat and planned to escape.
Want to leave?
Chu Mo looked up at them and slapped them with his palm. Li Wenjie and several Golden Core cultivators were directly shot and seriously injured, while the Foundation Establishment cultivator fell directly. The Lingzhou lost control of Li Wenjie and fell crookedly. Jiang Zhongfan didn't expect that these people actually planned to escape by themselves, leaving him alone, and he immediately became angry.
Hey, it seems these people really think I'm a soft persimmon.
A trace of madness flashed in Jiang Zhongfan's eyes, and he took out a violent spirit pill from the storage ring and drank it. Suddenly, an abundant amount of spiritual power emerged from the depths of his body. Jiang Zhongfan felt that his whole body was full of strength, and he jumped out of the pit. Chu Mo looked at him with a ferocious smile on his face, and then saw that he had suddenly reached the middle stage of nascent soul. He smacked his lips. This man was really arrogant. It seems that I need to teach him how to behave. Chu Mo thought and took out his own magic weapon, the ghost sword, and struck Jiang Zhongfan fiercely with the sword. This sword was mixed with a strong fire attribute ghost energy, intertwined with the underworld fire, burning the entire air in its path. Jiang Zhongfan felt the power of this sword and was shocked. He quickly came to Li Wenjie and others, and threw them towards the sword light. Li Wenjie and others noticed Jiang Zhongfan's plan, and felt despair in their hearts. They wanted to escape, but were directly melted by the sword light. No trace of their body was left, and they completely dissipated in the air. Several people blocked the attack for a moment, and Jiang Zhongfan quickly struck out with his sword in an attempt to counterattack. The two sword lights met, but the red sword light directly defeated the golden sword light, and the remaining attacks continued towards Jiang Zhongfan. Chapter 303 Returning to Yi Family. The entire sword light struck Jiang Zhongfan, instantly damaging his body. His nascent soul floated out and hurriedly tried to escape. Chuimo just lightly flicked a bunch of fire over, and his nascent soul was completely killed in an instant. A nascent soul cultivator died like this.
Thank you, Senior.
Everyone in the Yi family saluted gratefully when they saw that he had helped deal with Jiang Zhongfan. Chuimo nodded, came to Ji Yao, stretched out his hand, and handed her a 7th grade spiritual nourishing pill.
Have eaten.
Shio looked at the hand in front of her, raised her head with some gratitude, and saw that Chuimo was frowning and looking at her with a dissatisfied look on his face.
Senior, your cultivation level is too low, and a nascent soul cultivator made you injured.
Chuimo looked at Ji Yao's pale face with a cold face, and felt very unhappy. He still liked to see this girl jumping around. Ji Yao lowered her head in shame when she heard this. Her cultivation level was indeed too low.
However, as long as you practice hard,
one day no one can bully you.
Chuimo couldn't bear to see her like this, so he still encouraged her.
I know. I will work hard.
Shio nodded like a good baby. It is impossible for him to come to the rescue every time he encounters others. The only thing he can rely on is his own strength.
Here.
Chuimo handed the nourishing pill to Ji Yao again and motioned for her to take it.
Thank you, Senior.
Shio looked at him gratefully and took the pill. During this period, my soul was always injured, and no amount of pills was enough. Fortunately, the formation disc simply recognized its master, unlike Sui Hui. Otherwise, where can I find the replenishing pill?
Go back quickly. Practice hard and see you again if we have the chance.
Chuimo reached out and pinched her face, smiled, then tore apart the space and left. Shio looked at his back and remembered his kindness firmly. As long as she practiced hard, she would be able to repay him one day.
Hey, Senior. Confiscated the loot?
Seeing that the matter was over, Yi Jiro resumed her attributes and pointed at the corpses in the distance with a surprised look on her face. Several people looked and found that the senior did not collect the storage bag.
Let's go. Collect your things and we'll leave quickly.
Yi Zi directed several people to remove the storage bag from the body, which also included a spiritual boat and Jiang Zhongfan storage ring. Then everyone continued to move towards the northern territory. It wasn't until a few months later that a few people returned to Yejia again, arriving at the door of the Yi family. As soon as they got off the spirit boat, many elders of the Yi family were already waiting. They had sent a message to their families a few days ago. Originally, the family had planned to send someone to greet them, fearing that they would be in danger. However, Xia and the others felt that this would be easy to arouse the enemy, but would be dangerous, which is why the current scene occurred.
17. Really?
Yichi still can't believe it. He and others have been searching for hundreds of years and haven't found it. But now they have found it like this.
Yeah.
Xia nodded seriously.
Uh-huh. Good. You are worthy of being a disciple of our Yi family. Thank you for your hard work. Let's go and talk about it after we go in.
Yi Feng also had a look of surprise and pride on his face. This is the future of his Yi family. After hearing this, everyone also walked in.
Injured?
Zhao Qianyu and Jia walked at the end, looking at Jia with distressed expressions. I am 17 and only 20 years old, but I have not enjoyed many family benefits since I started practicing. Instead, I worry about the Yi family. Chapter 304 Family.
Mom, I'm fine. It's just a minor injury.
Jia held her mother's arm and acted coquettishly.
You kid.
Zhao Qianyu nodded her forehead helplessly and said,
Others know how to go to their families when they are wronged. Why are you so ignorant and do everything yourself? You are a direct descendant of my Yi family, the daughter of the head of the family. There are so many masters in the family. It's not easy to find a way for you.
Zhao Qianyu glared at her.
A member of my Yi family has been bullied. Are we still afraid of him? Okay. Sure, she was wrong.
Ji Yao gently shook her mother's arm to show that she understood. But there was no such plan in my heart. It may still be influenced by the original work. Although she has become friends with Chi Chi now, it is impossible for her to kill the Yi family. But Jia was afraid that if she provoked someone, Yi Jia would stand up for her, and she would end up destroyed in the end. Her current level of cultivation is too low, and she cannot protect the Yi family at all.
Father, this is the immortal grass.
Arriving at the meeting hall, Jia took out an immortal grass.
Hiss.
Everyone present looked at the immortal grass with some excitement. This is a long-lost spiritual creature from heaven and earth. Its flesh and bones can give life to the dead, and it can also add thousands of years of life. Okay. Yi Feng looked at Ji Yao with a pleased expression. This was his 17. A proud 17. 17 must have suffered a lot to get this thing. But at this time, he still took it out without saying anything.
Brother, why don't you send this immortal grass to Ancestor? Ancestor's injury has recently recurred. This is great.
Yi Feng directly handed the immortal grass to Yi Qi.
And he wanted to take good care of him. I'm 17. So I won't send it off.
Okay.
Yi Qi nodded and headed towards the back mountain happily.
You all have worked hard. Go back and rest first. And I will reward you all for your merits another day.
Yi Feng dropped a stone to the ground, waved his hand happily, and let everyone leave.
Let's go back to the yard.
Yi Feng held one in each hand and happily led them back to the yard.
17. Are you injured?
Yi Feng took Ji Yao and looked up and down, still a little worried.
I'm really fine.
Ji Yu smiled helplessly. Fortunately, she recovered from her injuries on the road. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how anxious they would be.
Okay. Let Shurqi rest for a while.
Zhao Qianyu glared at Yi Feng, but didn't want to let Shurqi take a breath and pulled her back and forth.
Don't I care about her?
Yi Feng smiled a little shyly. Xia laughed when she saw this. Her father would always be like this in front of her mother.
Mom and Dad. Shurqi still has something for you.
Ji Yao spoke seriously to the two of them. Yi Feng felt sorry for her when he saw her serious expression. And with a wave of his hand, he set up an isolation formation to prevent others from snooping. Xia smiled when she saw this, took out all the jade boxes that stored 10,000 years of herbs, and placed them in front of the two of them.
What is it? It's mysterious.
Zhao Qianyu opened a jade box at random, and saw the 10,000 years spirit cleansing grass inside. And her eyes widened in shock. Seeing her losing her composure, Yi Feng looked at the jade box curiously, and was also shocked. Spirit cleansing herbs are extremely rare. Otherwise everyone would have washed away their spiritual roots and become a genius. What's more, this is the 10,000 years spirit cleansing grass, which even he and I have never seen before.
There are still these.
Xia smiled and pushed the other jade boxes forward. Chapter 305 Middle Stage of Foundation Establishment. Yi Feng and the two looked at each other, then opened the other jade boxes and looked at them. They were surprised at the beginning and became numb in the end. Xia covered her mouth and smiled, as if she saw herself at that time.
17. Does anyone else know that you have so many things?
Yi Feng closed the jade boxes one by one and looked at Ji Yao with a serious face.
There is a friend who we got together and finally divided the herbs equally.
Xia also understood what Yi Feng was going to say at this time.
Is it reliable?
Zhao Qianyu also looked worried.
Reliable. Parents, don't worry. Chi-Chi has a sense of proportion.
Ji Yao nodded. Speaking of Chi-Chi being much richer than herself, how could she value such things of hers?
You?
Zhao Qianyu nodded her forehead, feeling relieved from the fact that Shurqi didn't take out these things from the beginning. It can be seen that she is not a brainless person.
I gave all these things to my parents. Whether I use them myself or give some to the family is entirely up to my parents.
Xia was also afraid that something would happen to her because of these foreign objects. After all, human nature cannot stand the test the most.
Okay.
Zhao Qianyu nodded and had already planned to refine the elixir for Ji Yao and let her take some away.
We 17 have grown up.
Yi Feng sighed and rubbed Ji Yao's head. With these improvements, I must have suffered a lot from outside.
During this period, Shichi plans to retreat and hit the middle stage of foundation building.
Xia thought about the level fruit and had already made plans. Yi Feng frowned when he heard this, and took a good look at Ji Yao, making sure that she had a solid foundation, and then nodded with confidence. After all, she is only 21 years old. If she blindly pursues cultivation and ignores her foundation, she will lose more than she gains.
Then 17 will go back to his own yard first.
Xia hugged her parents and prepared to go back to the yard. But as soon as he went out, he thought that before giving the rank fruit to Sister 16, he went to Yijiro's yard first. In the end, Sister 16 was almost strangled to death in excitement, and Ji Yao escaped and returned to the yard. The enthusiasm of this 16th sister is really overwhelming. After meditating for several days, Ji Yao was finally ready to advance. After taking out the fruit, Ji Yao calmed down and swallowed it. Immediately, Ji Yao felt a huge burst of spiritual power emanating from her body and beginning to impact her meridians. Ji Yao immediately separated her spiritual consciousness and slowly guided the spiritual power to expand her meridians. Fortunately, the spiritual power was docile and would not cause any burden. Gradually, as the meridians become wider and wider, these spiritual powers gradually gather above the dantian and begin to condense into liquid and collect in the dantian. Li Yuan and the egg also began to take the opportunity to absorb spiritual energy, and countless spiritual energy was sucked away by them. Crack! The early barriers were finally broken, and Jiyu successfully advanced to the middle stage of foundation building. The remaining spiritual power was suddenly sucked in by the Book of Heaven. Feeling the abundant spiritual power in her body, Jiyu opened her eyes, feeling a little happy. Dissipating his spiritual consciousness, he immediately found that the range had doubled. After being delighted for a while, Jiyu continued to meditate to stabilize her cultivation. Half a month later, Jiyu was practicing making talismans. At this time, she was able to make 4th-level talismans. Suddenly, a strong wave of spiritual power came, interrupting her movements. Jiyu was startled, immediately put down her talisman pen and ran out of the room. Looking up, she found that the back mountain was already wrapped in a huge spiritual cocoon. Chapter 306 Ancestor Advances. How is this going? Jiyu looked at the back mountain, a little puzzled. Could it be the ancestor? Thinking of this, Jiyu's heart tightened. 17. Yi Feng also came to Jiyu's yard at this time. Dad? Ancestor? Are you healing? Jiyu asked quickly when she saw Yi Feng. Well, success or failure depends on this. Yi Feng was also a little nervous at this time. Such a large fluctuation in spiritual power must have alerted some spies in the city. I am afraid that many families have got the news at this time. If it fails, the consequences will be disastrous. Jiyu pursed her lips when she heard this, and just stood there, looking at the back mountain worriedly. 2 hours later, the spiritual energy vortex became larger and larger. Suddenly, the entire vortex tightened, and then suddenly dispersed. The two were startled and were about to go to the back mountain to check. Suddenly, a burst of extremely strong soul pressure came, running over the two of them, and spreading out towards the entire city. The two of them sensed the pressure, looked at each other in surprise, and then immediately headed to the back mountain. At this time, all the monks in the city felt the strong pressure. Although it was fleeting, it still shocked everyone. The spies from other families in the city also noticed the pressure of this divine transformation stage at this time, combined with the previous spiritual energy vortex. They sent messages to the family one after another. It seemed that the ancestor of the Yi family had advanced. As soon as she arrived at the back mountain, Jiyu found that other tribesmen had arrived. Come in, everyone! Ancestor Yi Li's voice came from the attic. And at the same time, the door to the attic opened. Everyone in the Yi family walked in together. I've met the ancestor! Everyone quickly saluted. No need to be polite. Jiyu felt a force stopping her from saluting. When she looked up, she saw Patriarch Yeli with a gentle smile on his face. At this time, Patriarch Yeli couldn't see any trace of cultivation in his body. He looked like a mortal, but he had a unique temperament. Moreover, when we saw him before, he still looked like an old man. But now, he has the appearance of a middle-aged man. Has the ancestor advanced? Yi Feng asked the ancestor a little excitedly. Yes. Ancestor Yeli nodded with a smile. It's really great. Yi Chi was moved to tears. He thought that the Yi family was in danger, but he didn't expect that things would take a turn for the worse. Thank you for your hard work these past few hundred years. Ancestor Yili felt warm in his heart as he thought about how hard his family had spent on his injuries over the past few hundred years. Also, I want to thank you little guys. If it weren't for you, I would have died. Thinking of leaving the ancestors this night, I still sighed. I didn't expect that this long-lost immortal grass can really found by them. Ancestor, this is what we should do. Yi Zi smiled, and then looked at Ji Yao. Speaking of which, this is all thanks to Shurqi. We didn't contribute much. Third sister, what are you talking about? We can only find this through our joint efforts. Without you, Shurqi wouldn't be able to go to the dungeon at all. And where would he find the immortal grass? Ji Yao quickly shook her head in denial after hearing this. These are all earned by everyone's lives, so no credit is due to oneself. Ha! You are all good kids. Yeli looked at the little guys, and could see the harmonious relationship between them. You must remember that we are all disciples of the Yi family, and we must unite. Our Yi family has been known for protecting our shortcomings for thousands of years, and we must not let others bully our relatives. Ancestor Yili told a few people with a serious expression. They will be the future pillars of the Yi family. And they must be unanimous in dealing with the outside world. Chapter 307 Teleportation. After hearing this, several people looked at each other and laughed. They were close friends.
Ancestor, if you stabilize your cultivation, we won't bother you anymore.
Yi Feng's face was glowing red at this moment. And those who didn't know thought he had advanced.
I'll give these little things to you to play with.
After speaking, Patriarch Yili took out a few storage bags and gave them to Zhiyao and others.
Thank you, Ancestor.
Several people quickly thanked them.
Go ahead and practice hard in the future.
Yili smiled and sat down again to meditate. Seeing this, everyone left one after another. A few days later, Zhiyao came to Yejiao Library again. She had asked her father before and learned that there were many very good body skills in the Yi family library. So she came here today. Zhiyao came to the 4th floor and looked up. There were jade slips of Shinfa everywhere inside. So, Zhiyao stepped forward and read each book one by one. Most of the body skills here are okay, but not very good. There are a few local level body skills, but Zhiyao feels that there is nothing suitable for her.
Huh?
Zhiyao looked at the technique she picked up in her hand and immediately became interested. This technique is a local movement technique with a simple and crude name, teleportation. Zhiyao opened the jade slip and took a quick look. She could actually teleport. A flash of surprise flashed through my heart. This ability to teleport is extremely rare. Many people rely on the speed of their movements to achieve the effect of seemingly teleporting. Very few people can truly teleport, because teleportation involves spatial attributes. And this type of technique is too rare. But why is such a good body skill buried here like this? Even when he asked his father, he never mentioned it. Zhiyao looked at it with some doubts, and suddenly saw the sentence at the end. This method can only be practiced at the stage of becoming a god. Zhiyao was speechless. No wonder no one cared about this method. It was a useless technique. You can already tear apart space and travel back and forth in the god transformation stage. So why do you still need to learn teleportation? Isn't it unnecessary? Zhiyao was a little frustrated. It was rare to see a method that was so worthless. Suddenly a burst of spiritual light flashed through, and Zhiyao's spiritual consciousness came into the sea of consciousness.
Shoo shoo!
Zhiyao shouted in a sweet voice. Tianshu trembled when he heard this. This master style is not right. Is there something wrong with his head?
Ahem! Shoo shoo! Look at this technique. Can you change it to something I can learn now?
Zhiyao said, unfolding the technique and holding it up. Tianshu snorted coldly before looking over.
Okay.
Tianshu was speechless when she saw the technique. Where did she find such a rubbish technique? If it weren't for myself, this technique would be useless. How can I have the nerve to use the earth-level technique?
Great. Then I'll choose it. Shoo shoo. You are so amazing.
Zhiyao touched the heavenly book with her spiritual sense. It was really a big treasure. Tianshu was a little embarrassed when Zhiyao touched it, and snorted coldly. Zhiyao was not annoyed, and managed to connect with it emotionally before retreating from the sea of consciousness. Taking out the blank jade slip, Zhiyao burned a copy of the technique and left the library. As soon as she returned to the courtyard, Zhiyao couldn't wait to take out the technique. Sitting cross-legged, Zhiyao picked up the jade slip and patted it gently on her forehead. In an instant, this skill entered her mind. As soon as the technique entered the sea of consciousness, it was absorbed by the heavenly book. Soon, a new message of martial arts came out again and entered Zhiyao's soul. Chapter 308 Return to Wanjin Sect. Zhiyao was a little happy after receiving the technique, and then started to understand it. About 2 hours later, Zhiyao opened her eyes and stood up, running the teleportation technique. The whole person suddenly disappeared from where he was, and appeared in the yard after a breath. Zhiyao was overjoyed. This technique really won her heart, especially since she already practiced physical training, and it was really even more powerful when combined with this technique. It's just that I have just realized that the speed and distance are not enough, and I need more practice. In the future, with the improvement of cultivation level, there is still a lot of room for improvement in this body technique. With this in mind, Zhiyao began to practice. A few days passed, and Zhiyao was making talismans. During this period, she had made many sword talismans and thunder talismans, all of which were highly offensive talismans. If there was a group attack in the future, these would be useful. Big use. Suddenly, the identity jade token of Wanjin sect in the storage ring suddenly shook violently. Zhiyao was startled and took it out immediately.
The intersect competition will begin in 2 months. Disciples who want to participate are asked to return to their sect as soon as possible. The top 10 in the foundation building stage and golden elixir stage of this competition will participate in the competition between the 4 sects. Such a row appeared on the jade plate. Small print. Seeing this, Jia frowned and tried hard to recall the plot. In the original work, July participated in the Qingmu sect's inter-sect competition and won first place in the foundation building period. Later, he participated in the competition between the 4 sects and won the second place. The first place was the male supporting number N of the Shinin sect. This competition is very important, because the top 10 in the foundation building stage and golden elixir stage will participate in the competition with the eastern region. This competition will be held in the dragon vein between the 2 domains. It is a competition and an opportunity, because this dragon vein energy can not only train and strengthen the body, but also enhance people's luck. The theory of luck is inherently mysterious, and just the effect of enhancing luck makes people excited. So the competition is extremely fierce, because this only limits the total number of people. The specific number of people left by each sect depends entirely on their own strength, and there are no shortcuts. Thinking of her own bad luck, Jia felt that she had to go on this trip to the dragon vein. After collecting all the things, Jia said goodbye to the Yi family one by one. She got a lot of good things from her elders, and also took a lot of high-level elixirs from her mother. Then she left the Yi family and headed towards the Wanjin sect. Fly in the direction. Several other brothers and sisters of the Yi family also returned to Qingmu sect. They also wanted to go back to participate in the competition. However, the 2 sects were in completely opposite directions, so they could not go together. Half a month later, Jia returned to Wanjin sect. The vehicle used this time was the spiritual boat left by Senior Chu Mo after he killed the mercenary group. The brothers and sisters gave it to them. After getting off the spirit boat, Jia walked towards Wanjin sect. Looking at the familiar scenery along the way, Jia felt a sense of intimacy. This was her second home in Chiffon continent. The disciples of Wanjin sect all gasped when they saw Jia walking by, and they couldn't recover for a long time. Who is this? Looking at his clothes, he should be a true disciple. How could our Wanjin sect have such a stunning beauty? Isn't it? He is really a fairy-like person. Ha ha. Those disciples of Qingmu sect used to laugh at our Wanjin sect for not having beautiful female cultivators. But now we can finally slap them in the face. Isn't that right? Those Qingmu twins are not worth mentioning in front of that great uncle just now. Chapter 309 Gift Talisman. Although Jia had gone far away, these words still fell into her ears. It was a little funny in my heart. The Qingmu Xuanshu were not referring to Qiyue and Luo Qiuli. In the original work, Yi Jia was originally a beauty, but she had an unpleasant temperament and offended many people. Therefore, others felt that she was not very good-looking. When she heard about this Qingmu Xuanshu, she lost her temper and became even more displeased with them. Thinking of her dazzling appearance now, Jia felt nothing. These are just appearances. There is no need to be proud or cover up. You just need to work hard to improve your cultivation and protect yourself. That's it. Thinking of this, Jia smiled and used her body skills to move towards Zhu Feng. But when they arrived at Zhu Peak, they found that the master was not there. Jia sent the messenger talisman to her master and senior fellow apprentices, but she has not received a reply for a long time. It seems that the 2 of them are not in the sect. Jia pouted. This is too unfortunate. But there was no other way. Jia still returned to Tianjin Peak. As soon as they reached the bottom of the peak, they saw Sheng, who was about to enter the peak. Sister! Qisheng suddenly saw Jiyao. His eyes lit up, and he shouted in surprise. Not bad. The little guy has already reached the 4th level of qi refining. Jia looked at Shenger's cultivation and felt a little pleased. He has only been practicing for more than 2 years, and has already reached the 4th level of qi refining, which shows that he has worked very hard. It's far behind compared to my sister back then. Qisheng was a little embarrassed, but he knew that his sister advanced to the 4th level in 2 years, and established the foundation at the age of 17. Compared with him, he was far behind. Don't underestimate yourself. Jia stepped forward and rubbed his head, then led him up the mountain peak. Is your clan sister still causing trouble for you now? Jia asked with some concern, remembering Qi Lanqi's character. No. We are all from Tianjin Peak now, and she is not qualified to command us. Qisheng had a headache when he thought of his clan sister. Although she will provoke him in the future, her eyes will flash with daggers every time she sees him, which really makes people unhappy. You should be more careful after all. Jia was not optimistic after hearing this. Now that their cultivation level is low,
It is easy to say that they will not leave the sect. If they go out in the future, everything will be difficult to say. Thinking of this, Jia took out a lot of sword talismans and 4th level thunder talismans. These two things were more than enough for the foundation building stage, especially the sword talismans, which contained her own fused sword intent. The ordinary foundation building period simply cannot bear it.
Here, use this if you are in danger. Remember to give some to your sister?
Jia handed him the talisman. There was only so much she could do to help. If she blindly protected them, she would harm them. Qi Sheng's eyes instantly turned red when he looked at the talisman handed over by Ji Yao. He is no longer an ignorant boy now. He knows how precious these things are in front of him.
Although your parents must have prepared life-saving things for you, this is my sister's wish. Practice well.
Jia looked at his speechless appearance and smiled slightly. This is a kind-hearted good person. Child.
Thank you. Sister.
Qi Sheng stretched out his hand and took the talisman. I secretly vowed to repay my sister well in the future.
Go and do your work.
Jia rubbed his head, then went to the peak and entered her mobile cabin. It seems that if you leave in the future, you must take this house with you. Jia looked at the hut, smiled with satisfaction, then fell on the bed and fell asleep. Chapter 310 Zufeng's Secret Land. Half a month later, Jia was practicing her body skills on Tianzhan Peak when she suddenly received a reply from her master. Shiyu was overjoyed and immediately rushed towards Zhu Feng.
Master!
As soon as Jia arrived at Zhu Peak, she saw her master and shouted in surprise.
Not bad. Not bad. The little girl has advanced.
Jian Song was a little surprised when he saw that Ji Yao was already in the middle stage of foundation building. I didn't expect that his little disciple was really a genius.
I thought Master wouldn't be able to come back in time.
Jio walked towards Master happily.
Some time ago, an unexplored secret realm appeared in the southern territory, and we happened to bump into it. It's just that the secret realm can only be entered at the nascent soul stage. So your senior brother went in.
Jian Song didn't expect that the two of them were going to the south. I was working in a certain area, but I encountered a secret realm.
I originally planned to wait for your senior brother to come out, but I received news about the competition not long ago. I knew that you girl would definitely participate, so I rushed back.
When Jian Song said this and saw Ji Yao's stable cultivation, he sighed. It seems that I have been worrying too much. This girl has never been weak, but she may have made great progress now.
Master, did you come back specially to watch my competition?
Jia smiled warmly.
It's more than that.
Jian Song shook his head and continued.
When I come back this time, I want to take you to the secret place of my ancestral peak to enhance your strength. Secret place?
Jia was a little surprised when she heard this. She had never heard that there was a secret place in Zufeng.
Yes. With your current level of cultivation, it's almost time to go in. It just so happens that you can only stay in that secret place for a month. After you come out, just go directly to the competition.
Jian Song recalled that when he entered the secret place, that it was hundreds of years ago. Jia nodded when she heard the words. She was very curious and didn't know what the scene was like in the secret place.
Let's go!
After Jian Song said that, he tore apart the space with Ji Yao and disappeared. About a quarter of an hour later, the two came to the front of a valley. This valley was completely covered by fog, and it was impossible to detect it with spiritual consciousness. It was obviously isolated by formations. Jian Song took out a jade talisman and stretched it towards the mist. In an instant, a door appeared in front of him.
Let's go!
Jian Song took the lead and walked in. Jia followed her master into the valley. As soon as she walked a little further, she saw a stone monument.
Come here!
Jian Song waved to Ji Yao, then took out 3 incense sticks from the storage ring, lit them, and handed them to Ji Yao.
These are the disciples of my Wan Jian sect's ancestral peak for generations, but they are no longer here,
Jian Song said. His mood became a little vague. Since the ancient war, no monk in Shifeng continent has ascended. Countless monks have reached the peak of divine transformation, but in the end, they could not survive the Thunder Tribulation, and they all died under the Thunder Tribulation. After practicing for 2,000 years, he could not defeat the way of heaven. Next, it's your turn. Jia looked at her master's thoughtful look and didn't bother him. She silently took the incense and bowed respectfully 3 times to the stone tablet. As soon as he finished praying, the incense in his hand turned into smoke and disappeared into the air. Jia raised her head and looked at the stone tablet. The entire stele is filled with names from top to bottom. The name at the top is Jianyu, who must be the first ancestor of Zhu Feng. Xiao then looked down. And suddenly a familiar name came into view. Jianichu? Xiao was a little surprised. Isn't this the person she saw in Guishi's dream? Chapter 311 Master Jianichu. Back in the dream. The first time Guishi and Wei Ziyue met was when Jianichu was fighting with Wei Ziyue and happened to be bumped into by her. Is this the same name? Or just one person?
What's wrong?
Jian Song looked at her frowning, staring at the name of Patriarch Jianichu, and asked with some confusion.
Master, I may have seen Master Jianichu before, but I don't know if he is the same person.
Xiao then told the master about the experience in the dream.
So this is how the drought demon was born.
After hearing this, Jian Song felt a burst of anger in his heart. This kind of evil cultivator's behavior is really unscrupulous.
There is a portrait of the master here. Let's see if it's the same person.
Jian Song said, and took Ji Yao to a stone room not far away. The two opened the door and went in. And Ji Yao was shocked by the portraits filling the room. There are at least hundreds of portraits here, recording the grace of the masters. Among them, there are only 10 female cultivators, and the rest are all male cultivators. This is also the reason why many female cultivators do not choose to practice swordsmanship, because sword cultivation is too difficult. Soon, Jia saw the portrait of Master Jianichu.
Master, it's really the master?
Shiyu's eyes lit up, and she didn't expect that she was actually lucky enough to meet her master.
Oh!
Jian Song was also a little surprised when he heard this. It seems that this girl is really destined to master Jianichu.
Girl, did you know that the
heaven-breaking sword technique
is the master's self-created technique?
This sword technique was thrown to the outer door by myself, in order to recruit disciples for Zhu Feng. In addition to this sword art, she also released mini sword art. But Jia finally chose this one, which shows that she and Master Jianichu are really destined.
Is it true?
Jia was a little surprised when she heard this. So the figure she saw in the sky-breaking space was actually Master Jianichu?
Well, cultivation techniques and sword techniques are also about fate. This is what we call chance and luck. And it is also cause and effect. Therefore, many disciples cannot practice it. But you can.
Jian Song originally thought that this sword technique was no one would learn it. But I didn't expect that Ji Yao would be chosen for the sword technique. Yes, the truly high-level spiritual skills and sword techniques will choose their own masters. Instead of just holding them and practicing them, they can only be ordinary skills.
Girl, I can't say that here. You will still get the chance to be the master of Jianichu.
Jian Song has concluded that the two of them are destined. So the chance of getting the chance to be the master is very high.
Enter this valley, which contains the inheritance of our ancestors. Everyone encounters something different. You need to rely on yourself. The teacher can only send you here. How much of the rest can be obtained depends entirely on you.
Jian Song looked at Ji Yao with a smile on his face. He knew this girl well. Her talent was very high, so the rewards from this trip must be high. Moreover, the original purpose of this inheritance place is to enhance the strength of disciples, so there will not be much danger.
Did Master Jianichu also fall?
Xia thought of the figure in the sky-breaking space, who struggled to fight against the law of heaven. Did he defeat the law of heaven in the end?
I don't know about this either.
Jian Song shook his head.
Since the ancient war, no one in the Chiffon continent has been able to ascend. The ancestors of all generations either died from thunder tribulations or died at the end of their lifespans. Only this sword is the master of Ichu, and there is no confirmed information.
Chapter 312 Entering the Secret Place.
Huh?
Xia was a little surprised when she heard this. Could it be that there is another chance?
Because Master Jianichu finally left Chiffon continent.
Jian Song sighed a little when he said this. He heard this from his master. It's just that the master has died long ago.
In order to seek a chance of ascension, Master entered an unknown space crack. As for what happened in the end, no one knows. And the reason you cut off the peak that day was because Master Jianichu was struck by lightning during the heavenly tribulation. The master tried his best to survive the thunder catastrophe of ascension, but was still unable to ascend. On the other hand, he was rejected by the Chinfeng continent. In the end, he had to leave the Chinfeng continent to seek the glimmer of possibility. Ji Yao was silent after hearing this. Everyone worked so hard to ascend, but they were killed because of the seal of heaven.
Master, you can definitely ascend.
Ji Yao looked at her master with an extremely serious expression. In the original work, the seal of the continent was unlocked in July, and the first person to ascend was Nagongyu, and the second person was Jian Song.
Okay, don't worry about whether you can get these things or not. Come in quickly. I'll be waiting for you to come out as my master.
Jian Song patted Ji Yao's head. After cultivating to his level, most people looked away. As long as he was alive, it's enough to protect them both.
Okay.
Ji Yao nodded, smiled, and walked into the valley. Ji Yao came to the valley, but there was no trace of fog in it. The entire valley looks like an ordinary valley, with green grass and trees everywhere, flowers of all colors blooming, and many small animals running through it. It's really hard to tell that it's a secret place of swordsmanship. Ji Yao is not in a hurry, since she said it all depends on chance. She can just let nature take its course. With this in mind, she started walking around the valley. About 2 hours later, Ji Yao finally walked through the 1% section and came to a stone monument. There is no text on this stone tablet. It is just an extremely simple and elegant stone tablet. Thinking that her master said there wouldn't be much danger here, Ji Yao tried to reach out her hand and touch the stone tablet. Suddenly, Ji Yao came to a strange space, which was a world of fire, with spiritual fire floating everywhere. Which ancestor's inheritance is this? It seems to be a fire attribute. Ji Yao controlled her body to avoid the spiritual fire and kept traveling through the space. However, after several hours, Ji Yao did not find anything. It seems that this stone monument has no destiny for her. Ji Yao shook her head and had the idea of leaving. As soon as this idea emerged, Ji Yao broke away from the space and returned to the stone monument. Ji Yao bowed respectfully to the stone tablet and then continued to look for a new stone tablet. As long as she knew how to find the inheritance, it would be much easier. But it's not that Jian Song didn't tell her to pay attention to the stone tablet in advance, but that this secret place is very strange. Everyone who comes and sees a different inheritance carrier. What Luo Chuan once encountered was a big tree, while what Jian Song encountered was a house. A few days passed, and she still hadn't found a stone tablet that suited her. Ji Yao frowned with some worry and came to a stone tablet. Putting her hand up out of habit, Ji Yao soon came to a space. As soon as she entered the space, Ji Yao felt that she was locked by the secret, and her scalp suddenly became numb. There seemed to be a pair of eyes staring at me in the sky. Chapter 313 Ascension Thunder Tribulation. Ji Yao looked around again, and saw that this space was different from the previous stone tablet space. The previous space was full of various attributes, densely spread throughout the space. But there is nothing in this space. Only the feeling of being locked by heaven. Is this still not suitable for you? Just as Ji Yao was about to leave, she suddenly discovered that calamity clouds were condensing in the sky. More and more dark clouds began to gather, and the entire space became oppressive. Ji Yao covered her chest in discomfort. Was she locked by the thunder? It seems that this place has the thunder attribute, and it should be his own opportunity. Thinking of this, Ji Yao didn't want to leave, but tightened her spirits, wanting to feel this thunder disaster, because she had a premonition that her death catastrophe would probably be the golden elixir tribulation. At that time, heaven will not need to use the hands of others to kill itself, and can completely kill itself, who makes itself a variable, destined to be intolerable by heaven? Soon, the entire space was covered by dark clouds, and the originally bright space turned into a dark black. Boom! Suddenly, a thunder struck down. Ji Yao was startled. Before she could think of anything, her soul spontaneously moved towards Lei Jie. How is this going? Ji Yao was a little scared that she couldn't control her soul. And at this time, her spirit villain was actually holding a black spiritual sword. Not Li Yuan at all. Isn't this the spiritual sword in the hand of Master Jianichu in the portrait? Ji Yao also recognized the spirit sword at this time. It seemed that she was really destined to be with her master, because after she flew up, she discovered that the person under her was Tianzhan Feng. It was just that the mountain peak at this time had not been broken by lightning, so she had not been able to recognize it before. Combining all this, Ji Yao understood that her opportunity was to realize her master's Ascension Thunder Tribulation. This is a huge opportunity. Poof! But before Ji Yao had time to rejoice, she was struck down by lightning and hit the mountain hard. At this time, Ji Yao was conscious, but she couldn't control herself at all. All she knew was that she got up immediately and looked into the sky cautiously. The second thunder is condensing. Boom! Another thunderbolt fell, striking straight towards Ji Yao. With her heart tightening, Ji Yao stepped forward again and struck the sky with her sword towards Tianlei. As soon as the two met, there was a huge impact, and the whole thing exploded, sucking out all the air. Ji Yao was hit and fell to the mountain peak again, vomiting a few mouthfuls of blood.
This is only the second thunder tribulation. It takes 7 or 49 thunder tribulations to ascend to the spiritual world. How did the master survive it in the first place? Xia felt the power of the thunder tribulation, and she admired her master even more. How much perseverance and strength does this have? No wonder the master was able to create sword techniques like the heaven-breaking sword technique. In this way, Xia began to fight against Lei Jia one by one. Chifeng's spirit world. Jianichu was sitting under the pine tree drinking with his friend Mu Qin when he suddenly felt something in his heart and frowned in confusion.
What's wrong?
Mu Qin noticed something strange about his friend and asked curiously.
It's okay.
Jianichu shook his head, but his mind drifted to Chifeng continent. Just now, a strange feeling of intimacy suddenly appeared in his heart. This feeling came out of nowhere, making him a little at a loss. Although he didn't know why this feeling came from, he intuitively felt that it came from Chifeng continent. Thinking of the sealed Chifeng continent, Jianichu sighed in his heart. He had been working on unlocking its seal since his ascension, but so far he had not made any progress. Chapter 3:14 9 Heaven's Divine Thunder.
Poof!
Xia was hit in the pit again at this time. Her lungs were broken. She spit out a few mouthfuls of blood, and her vision began to blur. She couldn't even remember how many times this was the thunder tribulation. She only remembered that she fought against the law of heaven again and again, and was injured again and again. She has also forgotten that she is experiencing the thunder tribulation. Now she only knows that she has to survive the thunder tribulation and must not give in. No one can make oneself surrender. The only one who can make oneself admit defeat is oneself. The way of heaven? What is that? As if feeling Ji Yao's rebellious thoughts, the whole space became more and more depressing. This time the thunder tribulation was delayed. As if something was brewing, Ji Yao stood up hard, supported her body with her spiritual sword, and looked at the sky with a stubborn look on her face. She wanted to see how heaven would kill her.
Boom!
The thunder that had been brewing for a long time finally struck down. Ji Yao was shocked. This was no ordinary thunder at all. This is the 9 heavens divine thunder. This is a thunder calamity mainly used for punishment. It is extremely powerful, and is completely different from ordinary thunder. What kind of unjust thing did he do? Heaven actually wants to treat him like this? Xia felt cruel in her heart. Why did she target herself like this? Just because I was not a product conceived under his laws? In this case, even if I die, I will let you drop a piece of meat. A flash of madness flashed in Jia's eyes. She mobilized the last remaining spiritual power in her body and began to burn her soul. She held her spiritual sword and struck the sky to meet the divine thunder. Practice against the will of heaven and fight for the day and night. If the way of heaven is blocked, break it with one sword. This sentence began to circulate throughout the space, accompanied by Jia's courage to break the boat. The artistic conception of the sky-breaking sword Dao greatly consumed part of the power of the 9 heavens divine thunder. But it still failed to stop the divine thunder. In the end, it struck the mountain peak, directly breaking the mountain peak in half, and countless thunder and lightning filled the mountain top.
Master, run the star tempering technique quickly.
Shu Shu's anxious voice came from the sea of consciousness. Ji Yao was a little stunned. She felt that she was about to fall at this time. She had been severely injured by the divine thunder and fell into the pit. No part of her body was intact. Even her physical body had been completely destroyed. She could feel that all she had left was a skeleton. And even her soul was almost completely extinguished because of the burning. Death is beckoning to him. But, are you willing to do it? We have reached this point. But are we willing to die under the punishment of heaven? No. I am not willing to do so. Ji Yao felt a strong desire to survive in her heart, and her soul began to gradually recover and grow stronger. At this time, she finally remembered that she was experiencing the thunder tribulation, not overcoming it.
Quick! Run the star tempering technique!
Tianshu saw that she had regained consciousness and hurriedly spoke out again. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Ji Yao's heart tightened upon hearing this, and she quickly subconsciously started to run the star tempering technique. At this time, the divine thunder in the space was gradually absorbed by Ji's soul, and began to forge her body in the valley, while tempering her soul.
Hiss!
The divine thunder came to the sea of consciousness and began to temper Ji Yao's soul. But it brought great pain. Ji Yao was not mentally prepared. She was suddenly affected by the pain, and all her orifices began to bleed.
Ah! It hurts!
Ji Yao started to cry with her head in her arms. She rolled around on the ground, trying to relieve some of the pain. But it had no effect. The 9 heavens divine thunder with divine punishment tempered her soul over and over again. not giving her a chance to breathe at all. Chapter 315 Thunder's Spirit Body. I don't know how much time has passed, but Jiya's throat has become completely hoarse, and she is in so much pain that she can't make a sound at all. At this time, her face and body were covered with scratches. She had been trying to alleviate the pain through these methods, but unfortunately, there was no way. Just when Jiya collapsed to the ground and couldn't move her fingers, the absorption of the divine thunder finally stopped. Jiya couldn't hold on any longer and fainted. A few days later, Jiya opened her eyes again, staring at the sky, unable to recover. Doesn't that mean there is no danger? If I had been a little less determined before, I might have died in space now. Jiya was still frightened when she thought about the power of the divine thunder. She didn't want to experience the feeling of her body being completely melted again, let alone the feeling of tempering the soul. It was really worse than death. After a long while, Jiya sat up and checked her situation.
This is it?
Jiya looked at her hands in confusion. Wasn't she just practicing? Why has this physique been completely changed?
How about it? Master? You listen to me. Right. Look. You've made a lot of money this time.
When Tianshu saw her waking up, he started claiming credit again. Fortunately, I was smart enough to remind the master. Otherwise this huge benefit would have slipped away.
What am I?
Jiya looked at her hands with some uncertainty, and when she rolled up her sleeves, she saw the same thing.
Yes. Master, you are not wrong. You have now become a thunder spirit body. Your physique has been completely changed.
Shushu was also very happy at this time. He did not expect that the master could persist all the time. In the end, it actually transformed the spirit body. Originally, it was only intended to help her practice. Jiya was a little in disbelief when she heard this. Is it really the thunder spirit body? There are some people in this world who are born with spiritual bodies and special physiques when they are born. Such people usually have an easier time cultivating than others. It can be said that they are born with a real silver spoon in their mouths. There is also a chance to change the physique in the later stage, but the chance is too small. Even in July in the original work, it is only in the nascent soul stage that there is a chance to become a 9-turn glazed body. Looking at her glowing skin, Jiya was still happy, as if she had added special effects to herself. Now I have broken through the middle stage of Ejin in one fell swoop, which is equivalent to the middle stage of Jindan. Coupled with the changes in my physique, the speed of absorbing spiritual energy will only become faster and faster in the future. As long as my state of mind and swordsmanship keep up, my advancement will be very fast.
Master, this is not the only benefit you have received,
Tianshu said mysteriously. Thinking of this, it sighed a little. It has only seen this kind of situation once. That was what he saw from his first master Pangu.
What else?
Jiya was stunned when she heard this. This change was already so outrageous. But there was still another change. But after a thorough scan of her body, she didn't find anything wrong. On the contrary, she saw that the spiritual energy in her dantian was mixed with some divine thunder, and that egg actually dared to absorb even the divine thunder.
Take a good look at your soul,
Tianshu reminded him directly. Jiya was a little confused when she heard this, and her consciousness instantly came to her soul.
This?
Jiya was shocked as soon as she came in. At this time, her soul was filled with divine thunder, crackling and flashing. And in the middle of the spiritual platform, a transparent flower bloomed.
Is this the flower of the soul?
Jiya was stunned by the surprise. Chapter 316 Flower of Soul.
Yes, this is the legendary flower of the soul.
Shushu was a little proud at this time, because this flower bloomed under its witness. The flower of the divine soul refers to a flower that can bloom only when the divine soul is extremely pure. With this flower, all inner demons or evil things can only stay away from her, especially those who seize the body. There is only a dead end. Moreover, her soul had grown to a certain level at this time, and even the soul pressure of the Yuaning monks would no longer have any effect on her in the future.
Besides, I also have the spirit attack technique here.
Tianshu shook his body a few times. He was really capable. Shushu Jiya was delighted when she heard the words, and spoke in a sweet voice, with a long and drawn-out voice.
No, please be normal.
Tianshu was shaken by her shouting. This master is becoming more and more shameless now. It remembers that she was not like this before.
I'll pass it on to you.
Tianshu couldn't hold back her expectant eyes, and took the initiative to pass the technique to Jiya. Jiya received the message and narrowed her eyes with a smile. She said that the Book of Heaven was her golden finger, and she had to protect such a big treasure. Jiyo touched the heavenly book with admiration, then retreated, and began to understand the method of the soul attack.
Master!
As soon as 1 month was up, Jiyo was teleported directly from the secret place.
Huh?
Jian Song was a little surprised when he saw Ji Yao, after not seeing her for a month. This girl's aura has become much stronger, but her cultivation has not increased. And this appearance is getting better and better, and the whole person is exuding a faint layer of fluorescent light, which cannot be concealed at all.
Our Jiyu has grown up and is becoming more and more beautiful now. She is much prettier than those female cultivators on the beauty list back then.
Jian Song patted Jiyu's head with pride. He has good taste, and his young apprentice with excellent qualifications and talents is now so outstanding in appearance, which will make his friends angry to death.
Let's go!
Jian Song retracted his hand, tore apart the space, and took Ji Yao back to Wanjian sect.
Go and sign up!
Jian Song sent Ji Yao to the inner door miscellaneous hall and turned around to leave after seeing her go in.
Hello. I'm here to sign up for the foundation building competition.
Jiyu walked into the miscellaneous hall and saw a miscellaneous disciple standing at the door. Sun Xiao was about to leave with a disciple to do something when suddenly there was a very pleasant sound in his ears, and he immediately turned his head and looked over. Just this glance almost made him lose his soul. Standing at the door was a female nun in red. Her bright red robe shone with a faint golden light in the sunlight. Moreover, the female cultivator had a beautiful face, and her whole body seemed to be exuding a faint radiance. She had a hosta in her hair, and she was looking at him with a smile. Where did this fairy come from? Sun Xiao was stunned. Not only him, but other disciples who registered for the competition in Zashi Hall were also stunned. When did Wanjian sect have such a beautiful female disciple? But they had never heard of it.
Master's nephew?
Jiyo looked at Sun Xiao in a daze before her and spoke with some uncertainty. The disciple in front of him is in the foundation establishment stage, so he is supposed to be his master uncle. But this seniority is really a bit unpleasant. Then call me nephew.
I've seen master uncle.
Sun Xiao finally came to his senses at this time. Seeing Ji Yao's attire and the name she called him, he realized that this female cultivator was a true disciple.
No need to be polite.
Jiyu smiled slightly, which immediately caused a sound of inhalation around her. Chapter 317 Children's Gathering. After finally signing up, Jiyo ran away immediately. In fact, the gazes of those around her made her feel very uncomfortable. Returning to Tianzhan Peak, Jiyu suddenly became interested and went to hunt some prey. Then she sent transmission notes to her friends in the sect. She hadn't seen them for a long time, but now they could have a good time together. After about a quarter of an hour, several people finally arrived one after another. At this time, Yan Feng, Yu Yuchen, Si Wenba, and Luo Xiaoxue were already in the early stage of foundation building, while Jin Li, like her, was in the middle stage of foundation building. But Li Ziyuan, the funniest one, did not come. It is said that he is out training and will not participate in this competition.
TSK. Ji Yao, you are such a pervert. Not only have you become more beautiful, your cultivation level is also so high.
Luo Xiaoxue shouted as soon as she saw Ji Yao, and rushed over to hug Ji Yao. It was only after she came back that she heard that Ji Yao almost had an accident and her master avenged her, which almost scared her to death. Several other people also stared at Jiyo with serious expressions. How could they survive with such a powerful person? Jin Li looked at Ji Yao's smiling face, and her ears quickly turned red. He still remembered that when they first met, this girl was still a cold-tempered little girl, but now she has grown up and turned into an extremely dazzling person. But seeing that the opponent's cultivation level had already caught up with his own, Jin Li felt a little anxious. He needed to work hard. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to protect her at all in the future.
Hurry up and sit down.
Jiyo finally broke free from Luo Xiaoxue's arms, and then asked a few people to sit down. Uncle Master, Yan Feng just started to speak, but was interrupted by Ji Yao.
Uncle, we are all commensurate with our age. Just call me junior sister. From now on, no matter what our cultivation level is, we will all be like this.
Ji Yao hated her seniority. Every time she heard it, she felt that she was very old. Illusion.
Junior sister, I heard that you almost had an accident before.
Yan Feng still asked. Others also looked at Ji Yao with curious faces. Although the matter was over, they heard that the matter was serious, and even Grandmaster Jian Song took action. Ji Yao smiled when she heard the words, cut the roast meat, poured spiritual wine for everyone, and then answered aloud.
Yes. My partner and I accidentally killed 2 second-generation cultivators, and were chased by nascent soul monks, and finally fell into the spirit-devouring river.
When Gio said this, she thought of Ake, and she didn't know what she was doing now. Good or bad.
His.
Yinfeng was a little surprised. Spirit-devouring river? The junior sister was able to escape from it. So she seemed to be a very lucky person. If Jiao knew his inner thoughts, she would definitely give him a look on her face. Great luck. The bad luck is almost the same.
Come! Let's get together today. You will be my opponent in the next competition. I won't let you down.
Jia raised her wine glass high and laughed happily.
What a pity. None of us are participating. Ha ha.
Yinfeng also had a smile on his face.
Do it.
Several people clinked glasses and started eating and drinking happily. At this time, Luo Chuan, who was in the secret realm, was being chased by high-level monsters, and he was in an extremely embarrassed state. Soon, he came to a valley and was about to rush forward when a nascent soul male cultivator suddenly walked out of the valley. I saw that his face was extremely handsome. He was wearing a bright red robe, and he was looking at me in surprise with raised eyebrows. Luo Chuan didn't want to cause trouble, so he nodded to him and said "Lo," and planned to escape into the valley. At this time, the monster has already caught up with him. Nandong Che, however, glanced at Luo Chuan and then attacked the monster. Luo Chuan paused and turned around to join the battle. Since there was help, he had no reason to continue running away. Chapter 318 The Intersect Competition 1. The Intersect competition finally kicked off, and Gio came to the Intersect martial arts field on the first day. The Sect Masters and the 7 Peak Masters attach great importance to this competition and are already sitting on the stage today. The entire martial arts arena was full of people, many of whom came to watch the battles. Because these competitions usually involve high-level foundation building monks and high-level golden elixir monks, and low-level monks have no chance of winning. Except for Jin Li, none of Ji Yao's friends signed up to participate. There are more than 500 people participating in the foundation building competition this time. Almost all of them are late-stage and late-stage peaks, and only Ji Yao and Jin Li are in the mid-stage. And Yi Wulua finally came back yesterday. At this time, he was already at the peak of his cultivation in the late stage of foundation building. There were quite a few people participating in the competition in the Jin period. About 100 people. The main reason is that the number of high-level sword cultivators is decreasing year by year, resulting in not many people participating in the competition. Luo Hong looked at the crowd below on the stage and sighed. He had already guessed that there were few people signing up for the golden elixir period, but he didn't expect it to be this low. At least several hundred people from other sects participated in the competition, and the competition was a bloody one. When Shangwan Xinyu saw the sect master sighing, he understood the reason. He gently raised a strand of hair and said in a meaningful voice,
"These little guys are incredible. We old guys can't compare."
Luo Hong smiled bitterly. He knew that these disciples were good, but he didn't know how many could reach the golden core Yuaning.
This intersect competition is divided into the foundation building stage and the golden elixir stage, and the 2 stages will be competed at the same time.
The host of this competition is the Yuaning monk Fu Zongyi.
The first round of this competition is a big team battle. At the end, the remaining 50 people on the stage can advance to the next round.
Xia raised her eyebrows when she heard this. The intersect competition was quite fast-paced. Others are not surprised. The rules of previous intersect competitions are like this.
Next, please all participating disciples go to the corresponding martial arts stage.
Fu Zongyi glanced at them lightly, hoping that they could bring him a little surprise. Ji Yao and Jin Li Yiwulua looked at each other and jumped onto the martial arts competition platform in the foundation building stage together. As soon as we went up, Jin Li and Yiwulua placed Ji Yao in the middle, and I looked at the people around me on guard. There are more than 500 people, and 50 people are selected at one time. The pressure on 3 people is not small.
Hey, why didn't senior brother Yiwulua form a team with senior brother Yubin and the others? Look, who is that nun? She's so beautiful. His.
After hearing this, everyone also looked at Jiao, and when they saw her face clearly, they all took a deep breath.
She must be the peerless beauty everyone was talking about a few days ago. But she is the disciple of Patriarch Jian Song. No wonder he dares to come on stage in the middle stage of foundation building. He turns out to be the disciple of the ancestor.
Qi Lanqi's face twisted upon hearing this. She clenched her hands tightly into fists and stared at Ji Yao on the stage. I was very jealous in my heart. Why was she working so hard but only just building the foundation, while she was already in the middle stage of foundation building? He was obviously a genius. But when he was in front of her, why did he appear to be incompetent? She really hates this feeling. She is the best, and everyone's eyes should be focused on her. Li Yanran had no expression at this time, looking at the stage with an indifferent expression, as if she and Ji Yao didn't know each other at all. But she felt extremely unhappy in her heart. When the four sects accepted disciples, she actually noticed Ji Yao. Not only was she highly qualified, she also had what she did not have: her father's favor. Chapter 319, The Inter-Sect Competition 2. The mother-in-law once told herself that if you want to live a good life, you have to find someone who can make you live a good life. So she took the initiative to show her kindness to Ji Yao. However, in the subsequent interactions with her, I never got the slightest benefit from her. She was not as good as Qi Lanqi, although her personality was a bit worse. At least, she was stupid and had a lot of money. She was coaxed around by herself and thought she was stupid. She very smart. When she and Qi Lanqi were bumped into by Ji Yao, she originally thought that Ji Yao would be very sad and ask her why she betrayed her. But she didn't expect that she didn't care at all. That condescending and disdainful attitude reminded her of her brothers and sisters in the palace, as well as the slaves who flattered others and suppressed others. Do you look down on yourself so much? One day, I will make you all regret it. Li Yanran sneered in her heart, but her face still looked calm. Ji Yao stood on the stage and had no time to care about the people below. She just stared at the people on the stage with a wary expression, thinking about countermeasures in her heart. In this competition, she didn't want to expose the time sword intention and the fact of physical training. Then, let's use the perfect light attribute sword intention and thunder attribute sword intention. The competition begins. Fu Zongyi gave the order, and the competition officially began. As soon as he finished speaking, some monks were already knocked off the stage. These were some who were not vigilant enough. Although Ji Yao and the other three were small in number, not many people took the initiative to attack them, mainly because they were afraid of Yi Wuluo. No one took the initiative to attack, and Ji Yao and the others were happy and relaxed. After all, no matter how strong they were, they couldn't withstand the siege of so many people. More and more monks were knocked off the stage, and soon, there were only more than 200 people left on the stage, almost all of whom were at their peak in the later period. Therefore, Ji Yao and Jin Li appeared extremely dazzling, and everyone had already set their sights on them. Junior brother Yi, do you want to protect these two people by yourself? How about joining our team? Yu Bin looked at Yi Wuluo with a teasing look on his face. Isn't that right? With such big hind legs, can you drag them? Li Lin was already at odds with Yi Wuluo, and now he took the opportunity to step on her a few times. Among the 10 swordsmen of the sword sect, it's time for my ranking to move up. Yi Wuluo was not annoyed. He just raised his eyes and glanced at the crowd. He saw that this was not a hind leg next to him, but a thick leg. Uncle Master's strength was very abnormal in the early stage, but now in the middle stage of foundation building, I don't know how much stronger his combat power is. These idiots. I want to see how they get slapped in the face later. Humph. Li Lin snorted coldly when he saw that he was ignoring him, and then charged forward, and his team also followed suit. Yu Bin and others were watching the battle from the sidelines, because he knew Yi Wuluo relatively well, and I am afraid that the other two were not simple characters. Seeing that Yu Bin didn't move, the others were happy to watch the excitement. When they decided the winner, everyone would start competing again. Ji Yao stared at Li Lin, saw the disdain in his eyes, and smiled. She liked to fight these people who thought highly of themselves. Thinking like this, Ji Yao gathered her spiritual energy and slashed out with a sky-breaking slash. He used 10 of his power with this sword without any hesitation. In addition, he had realized the thunder tribulation before, and the current Patian was completely different from before. Li Lin wanted to fight Yi Wuluo, but he saw Ji Yao attacking without any discernment. Is it possible that this woman has gained her beauty for nothing and has something wrong with her brain? With this thought in mind, he smiled coldly and greeted him with a metallic sword intent. Chapter 320, The Inter-Sect Competition 3. The two sword intents collided, but the thunder attribute sword intent directly defeated the metallic sword intent, and struck Li Lin directly with the sword, knocking him far away, causing him to fall to the table, and spit out a large mouthful of blood. Coax! The crowd near the foundation building platform was excited. That was Li Lin, who ranked 7th in the 10 swords of Wanjian sect. His peak cultivation level in the late stage of foundation building was not as good as that of a mid-stage foundation building? At this time, Yubin also stopped despising Ji Yao, and his expression became cautious. Li Lin's group members were also knocked down by Yi Wulua and the two. These people were not strong enough and could not achieve anything. The monk who was still watching took the opportunity to attack Li Lin and knocked him off the stage. Li Lin was injured, but he didn't dare to raise his head at all, looking at the eyes of the people around him. It was really embarrassing. As soon as he fell off the stage, he was dragged away by his companions. Ji Yao felt calm in her heart, even when she heard the praises of the monks in the audience. She was not excited because she knew that Li Lin didn't take her seriously at all and didn't use any effort at all just now. Seeing how powerful Ji Yao was, the others didn't know how to attack for a while. In the end, they hesitated and chose to attack others first. After all, both of them are masters. They can't get any favors from them. If they are knocked off the stage, they will lose money. Ji Yao held Li Yuan and stood on the edge of the stage, watching them fight together. Sword energy with various attributes is flying everywhere, and a small number of people have understood the sword intention. These are geniuses. Yi Wulua turned his head and looked at Ji Yao. Now this uncle's strength is becoming more and more unfathomable. Time gradually passed, and there were not many people left on the stage. And some people began to make plans to attack Ji Yao and the others. Up! Ji Yao chose to take the initiative and appeared next to a disciple. She slashed out with her sword and knocked him off the stage. Maybe it was because she often encountered those in the Golden Core stage and Nascent Soul stage. So Ji Yao found it very easy to deal with them. In this way, she shuttled among the crowd, and one monk after another was knocked down by her. Yi Wulua and Jin Li also started finishing work and joined the melee. Most people in the crowd focused on Ji Yao. Firstly because she was so beautiful that even when she moved her hands, she was breathtakingly beautiful. And secondly because her strength was beyond everyone's expectations. Everyone wants to know where her limits are. Ji Yao also had her own little thoughts. She picked all the ordinary inner disciples, who had not yet realized the meaning of the sword, which also caused her to defeat one person with one sword.
Ji Yao is so amazing!
Luo Xiaoxua looked at Ji Yao on the stage with admiration on her face.
Isn't that right? Junior sister is really a pervert.
Yanfeng rubbed his arms. What kind of suffocating maneuver was this to defeat someone with this sword? Yu Yuchen looked at Ji Yao's shuttle figures, feeling a sense of urgency in his heart. Once upon a time, he was still standing on the stage and was her opponent. But now, he was far away.
The first round of the foundation building period is over.
There were only 50 monks left on the stage, and Fu Zongyi came out and called a halt. Hearing this, Shi Yao and the others nodded, jumped off the stage, and came to the stage of Jindanqi. Although there were fewer Golden Core cultivators, they were stronger, and the gap between them was not big. So the fight was extremely hard. Ji Yao approached the martial arts stage and saw a late-stage Jin Dan monk on the stage. His face was stern, and he looked a bit colder than Shengwan Nanxian. He was dressed in black, but not the intersex clothes. It seemed that he should be a true disciple.